Time is of the essence. It is too late. Li Yunshu's eyes were inflamed, fixated intently on the sand table before him. This was the command center of the Fireseed Alliance, humanity's final bastion. On the sand table, the red area symbolizing humanity had dwindled to a solitary fragment, encircled by four hues: blue, green, purple, and yellow. Suddenly, the sand table trembled violently, and the red light representing the eastern defense line extinguished in clusters. Li Yunshu's nails dug deeply into his palm as the command hall reverberated with the piercing sound of alarms. "All personnel of the 6th Air Division have perished," announced the communications officer, his voice unnaturally calm. They utilized a fleet of helicopters to create an electromagnetic fog, securing an evacuation corridor for 11 minutes. In the footage, hundreds of armed helicopters ignited and plummeted into the violet energy storm. The pilot of the last aircraft abruptly reversed course, the tattered emblem of the 8th Route Army scraping past the eye of a colossal centipede-like creature, erupting into a crimson starburst amidst the swirling purple mist. The 7th Armored Division requests to connect to the communication network. The communications officer suddenly rose, revealing a blood-stained, one-armed tank commander on the holographic screen. In the western sector of the sand table, the red arrow representing armored forces was being engulfed by a blue tide. "Oldly, do you remember the Red Sun ping exercise from that year?" The tank commander grinned, revealing bloodied teeth, as the metallic shriek of twisted metal echoed behind him. "This time, we are far more ruthless than the Blue Army." The screen was instantly submerged in crimson light, and the sand table displayed a countdown of 17 minutes for the Western defense, while 179 main battle tanks charged simultaneously, blocking the only breach. They detonated all their ammunition and fuel, forming a blazing wall of steel. Li Yunshu suddenly pressed down on his headset as a violent explosion rippled from the southern side of the sand table. 12 already battered Sea Blade-class destroyers surged towards the encroaching black tide on the horizon. The captain's frail yet impassioned roar erupted within the command center. "How much time remains?" 23 minutes. As the communications officer finished speaking, the arrow representing the fleet abruptly accelerated, a dozen red arrows piercing the black tide. The captain's voice grew eerily calm. "Tell the children. Our sea is blue." An unprecedented explosion reverberated, and the sand table illuminated with a scarlet 13-minute countdown. The veteran general suddenly tore off his star insignia and slammed it onto the control panel. "We must sever the corridor." He turned and strode out, the final 17 officers laughing as they followed. Soon, a resounding charge echoed from the north, and the countdown increased by another 11 minutes. "Commander!" The communications officer suddenly screamed as small units of scattered infantry emerged from all four directions on the sand table, and the countdown, once turned green, began to diminish rapidly. Li Yunshu, his eyes aflame, clasped his hands beneath his chin, his voice parched yet commanding. "Activate the full band broadcast." As he pressed the master control button, he caught sight of the last batch of transport vehicles passing through the fissure on the monitor. From the vehicles floated numerous children's drawings, adorned with crooked inscriptions such as "Mom and Dad, I am waiting for you to come home. Keep going, and we are not afraid." This is the command center of the ember of human civilization. Li Yunshu's voice resonated through the electromagnetic waves, reaching every corner of the base. "Attention all survivors who have yet to evacuate, this is not a retreat order. This is not a retreat order. There are 50 minutes left until the fissure closes. Those creatures have seeped, and we cannot allow them to rush through the fissure and invade our homeland alongside our children, not a single one." Suddenly, thousands of red lines erupted across the simulated battlefield as countless civilians armed with makeshift weapons surged from their shelters. An elderly man charged towards the beast tide, clutching a gas canister, while a female teacher stood resolutely in front of her students against the onslaught of alien soldiers. A burning casualty laughed maniacally as he crashed into the swarm of insects. The countdown timer began to flicker violently, once again turning green. Li Yunshu lifted the cover before him, revealing a crimson button that appeared before his eyes. Defeated, utterly vanquished. Everyone had performed admirably, it was his own inadequacy. He slammed his fist onto the sand table in frustration. Since 12 years ago, when all of humanity was thrust into this world under the sway of an unknown force, 9 years have passed, and they had reached a point of utter despair. If only they hadn't wasted so much time on resource integration. If only the nations had maintained a unified direction. If only the reconstruction of industry hadn't been delayed for so long. If only Li Yunshu sighed, it was futile to dwell on it now. At least the children had been sent back. Humanity still held a glimmer of hope. Outside, the last transport vehicle vanished into the fissure, and the sounds of approaching roars and explosions grew ever closer. Li Yunshu smiled faintly, slowly saluting the direction in which his comrades had departed, before decisively slamming down the button before him. The entire command center disintegrated into dust amidst a colossal mushroom cloud, and the fissure in the square vanished without a trace. Old Li, wake up. What time is it that you're still asleep? A violent jolt yanked Li Yunshu's drifting thoughts back to the present. What was happening? Could there truly be an afterlife? Struggling to open his eyes, he endeavored to clear the fog clouding his mind. Before him stood a burly man clad in a flamboyant camouflage uniform, adorned with a shoulder patch bearing the number 24, mockingly observing him. What's the matter? Did you burn your brain trying to win against me? Let me tell you, Li Yunshu, this time you are doomed to lose. The burly man laughed heartily, playfully slapping Li Yunshu. The familiar pain in his shoulder jolted Li Yunshu back to full awareness, and he sprang to his feet. Old Wang, you're still alive. The burly man's face twisted in irritation. So, you're wishing for my death because you can't defeat me, huh? Just watch this time. I'll make sure you lose even worse. Li Yunshu did not respond instead. He staggered towards the window. The view outside the window was no longer haunted by those infernal three suns and the violet sky. Instead, it revealed the familiar azure expanse and the ochre earth. Li Yunshu stood frozen in place. Old Li, are you all right? Please don't scare me. Old Wang sensed something was amiss and hurried to Li Yunshu's side. Before he could reach him, Li Yunshu sprang into action, grasping Old Wang and tugging at his sleeve to check his tactical watch. The current date is March 14th, 2XX9, at 15:37, clear skies, temperature 17.8 degrees, with a gentle breeze at level 2. 2XX9? 12 years ago. Li Yunshu felt as though all strength had been drained from him. He crumpled to the ground, clutching his head, trembling uncontrollably. Old Wang was thoroughly alarmed now, calling out loudly towards the window. Attendant, immediately summon the medical team. Your commander is in trouble. At the Red Sun Peacekeeping Exercise Base Medical Center. Li Yunshu lay motionless on the hospital bed, akin to a wooden puppet, surrounded by various monitoring devices, while several military doctors busily attended to him. His mind was in turmoil, for he could not discern whether he had genuinely traversed through time or was merely caught in a prolonged and vivid dream. Outside the room, Old Wang anxiously watched over Li Yunshu, feeling a twinge of regret. He pondered whether his excessive force during the previous exercise had driven Li Yunshu to this state. Yet, that shouldn't be the case. Did he not know who Old Li was? An indomitable soldier, and yet this was enough to break him? As he pondered, Li Yunshu stirred once more in the hospital room. Old Wang, I know you're out there. Please come and I have something to ask you. Old Wang entered the room, casting a glance at the medical staff, who promptly retreated a few steps while activating a monitoring device. He then swiftly approached Li Yunshu's bedside. Before the doctor could speak, Li Yunshu began. Old Wang, have you already planned to use tactical nuclear weapons to eliminate my 2nd Regiment in the next exercise, while simultaneously suppressing communications of my main force across all channels? Moreover, you will position the main force at XXX and XXX, so that 30 minutes after the nuclear detonation at the start of the exercise, my main force will be encircled and devoured whole. Old Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know this? Old Li, have you by? Time is of the essence. It's too late. Li Yunshu's eyes were bloodshot as he fixated on the sand table before him. This was the command center of the Spark Alliance, humanity's final bastion. On the sand table, the red area symbolizing humanity had dwindled to a solitary fragment, encircled by hues of blue, green, purple, and yellow. Suddenly, the sand table trembled violently, and the red light representing the Eastern Front extinguished in clusters. Li Yunshu's nails dug deeply into his palm. the command hall reverberating with a piercing alarm. All members of the 6th Air Division have perished, the communications officer spoke with a mechanical calmness. They created an electromagnetic fog with a fleet of helicopters, securing an evacuation route for 11 minutes. In the footage, hundreds of armed helicopters burned and plummeted within a violent energy storm. The pilot of the last aircraft abruptly reversed course, the tattered emblem of the 81st Army brushing against the eye of a colossal centipede-like creature, exploding into a shower of crimson sparks amidst the swirling purple mist. The 7th Armored Division requests to connect to the communication network. The communications officer suddenly stood up, revealing a blood-smeared, one-armed tank commander on the holographic screen. In the west of the sand table, the red arrow, representing the armored forces, was being engulfed by a blue tide. Oldly, do you remember the red sump being exercised from that year? The tank commander grinned, exposing blood-stained teeth, as a metallic screech echoed behind him. This time, we are far more ruthless than the Blue Army. The screen was instantly submerged in red light, and the sand table indicated a countdown of 17 additional minutes for the Western Front. 179 main battle tanks surged forward simultaneously, blocking the Seoul breach. They detonated all their ammunition and fuel, forming a blazing wall of steel. Li Yinshu abruptly pressed down on his headset as violent shockwaves emanated from the southern side of the sand table. 12 already battered Blade C-class destroyers charged towards the encroaching black tide on the horizon. The captain's weak yet fervent roar erupted within the command center. How much time do we have left? 23 minutes. As soon as the communications officer's words fell, the arrow, symbolizing the fleet, suddenly accelerated, a dozen red arrows piercing into the black tide. The captain's voice grew eerily calm. Tell the children. Our ocean is blue. An unprecedented explosion resonated, and the southern side of the sand table illuminated with a crimson 13-minute countdown. The old general suddenly tore off his stars and slammed them on the control panel. We must cut off the passage. He turned and strode out, followed by the last 17 advisors, who smiled as they trailed behind. Soon, a resounding charge sounded from the northern side of the sand table, and the countdown increased by another 11 minutes. Commander, the communications officer suddenly shrieked as small skirmishing units emerged from all 4 directions on the sand table. The countdown, which had turned green, began to decrease rapidly. Li Yinshu, with his eyes wide and bloodshot, cupped his hands under his chin in a tight ball and commanded in a voice parched to the extreme, "Open all frequency broadcasts." As he pressed the master control button, he happened to catch sight of the last batch of transport vehicles passing through the fissure on the monitor. Numerous children's drawings floated out from the vehicles, adorned with crooked inscriptions such as "Mom and Dad, I await your return, keep going, and we are not afraid." This is the command center of the ember of human civilization. Li Yunshu's voice resonated through electromagnetic waves, reaching every corner of the base. Attention to all survivors who have not yet evacuated. This is not a retreat order. This is not a retreat order. There are 50 minutes left until the fissure closes. Those creatures have infiltrated. We cannot allow them to breach the fissure and follow our children into our homeland, not a single one. Suddenly, a myriad of red lines erupted on the simulation sand table as countless civilians armed with makeshift weapons charged out from their shelters. An elderly man hurled himself at the beast tide, while a female teacher stood in front of her students, shielding them from the onslaught of alien soldiers. A burning casualty laughed maniacally as he collided with the swarm of insects. The countdown timer began to flash violently, once again turning green. Li Yinshu lifted the lid before him, revealing a crimson button. Defeated, utterly vanquished. Everyone had done their best. It was his own inadequacy. He slammed his fist down onto the sand table. Since 12 years ago, when all of humanity was inexplicably transported to this world under an unknown force, 9 years had now passed, leading them to a desperate impasse. If only more time hadn't been wasted on resource integration. If only the nations had maintained a unified direction. If only the industrial reconstruction hadn't been delayed. If only. Li Yinshu sighed. It was futile to dwell on the past. At least the children had been sent back, and humanity still held a glimmer of hope. Outside, the last transport vehicle vanished into the fissure, accompanied by the increasingly close sounds of roars and explosions. Li Yinshu smiled faintly slowly saluting the direction where his comrades had departed, then forcefully pressed down on the button before him. The entire command center was engulfed in a colossal mushroom cloud, and the fissure in the square disappeared. "Old Li, wake up! What time is it that you're still sleeping?" A violent shaking jolted Li Yunshu's wandering thoughts back to reality. What was happening? Could there truly be an afterlife? Struggling to open his eyes, he endeavored to clear the fog clouding his mind. Before him stood a burly man clad in eagle-patterned camouflage, sporting 2 stripes on his shoulder, mockingly observing him. "What's this? Did you scorch your brain in your quest to defeat me? Let me tell you, Li Yunshu, this time you are bound to lose." The burly man laughed heartily, giving Li Yunshu a hearty slap on the back. The familiar pain in his shoulder abruptly brought Li Yunshu back to his senses, and he leapt to his feet. "Old Wang, you're still alive?" The burly man's face contorted with anger. "So, you think you can't defeat me and wish for my demise, huh? Just wait and see. This time I won't let you lose any less miserably." Li Yunshu did not respond instead. He staggered toward the window. The view outside no longer displayed the cursed 3 suns and the violet sky, but rather the familiar azure heavens and the ochre earth. Li Yunshu stood transfixed. Old Li, are you all right? Please don't frighten me." Old Wang sensed something was amiss and hurried to Li Yunshu's side. Before he could reach him, Li Yunshu sprang into action, grabbing Old Wang and tugging at his sleeve to check the tactical watch. The current time is March 14th, 2XX9, 1537, clear, temperature 17.8 degrees Celsius, with a gentle breeze. 2XX9? 12 years ago. Li Yunshu felt as though all his strength had been drained, and he collapsed on the ground, cradling his head and trembling uncontrollably. Old Wang was completely panicked. Now, he shouted toward the window. Staff officer, immediately summon a medical team. Your commander is in distress." At the Red Sun Peacekeeping Exercise Base Medical Center. Li Yunshu lay motionless on the hospital bed, resembling a wooden puppet, his body adorned with various monitoring devices as several military doctors busily attended to him. His thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, as he could not discern whether he had truly traversed back in time or was ensnared in an elongated, vivid dream. Outside, Old Wang anxiously observed Li Yunshu on the bed, feeling a twinge of regret. He wondered if perhaps his excessive force during the last exercise had driven Li Yunshu to this state. But it shouldn't be so. Did he not know who Old Li was? An indomitable soldier, would he truly be broken so easily? Just as he pondered this, Li Yunshu stirred once more in the hospital room. Old Wang, I know you're out there. Please come in, I have something to ask you." Old Wang entered the room and exchanged a glance with a military doctor, who promptly stepped back and activated a monitoring device before hurrying to Li Yunshu's bedside. Before the doctor could speak, Li Yunshu declared, "Old Wang, have you already planned to eliminate my 2nd Regiment with tactical nuclear weapons in the next exercise while suppressing my main force's communications across all channels? Moreover, you will position the main force at XXX and XXX, waiting for 30 minutes after the nuclear explosion at the start of the exercise, at which point my main force will be encircled and devoured." Old Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you know this? Old Li, did you spy on my exercise plans?" Having received a definitive answer, Li Yunshu sighed deeply. When he raised his head, the confusion on his face had entirely vanished, replaced by resolute determination. "Old Wang, please contact logistics. I require a comprehensive physical and psychological assessment. If the evaluation reveals no issues, I request a direct meeting with the General Staff to report on a matter of utmost importance." Li Yunshu, a 36-year-old male colonel, hails from a military family. His grandfather was a veteran of the war, and his parents perished during a peacekeeping mission. He serves as the overall commander of the Red Army in the Hongyangping exercise, marking his 2nd participation in this event. In a vast conference room, all of Li Yunshu's information is projected onto the main screen, captivating a group of military personnel, each holding at least a rank of 113. Prior to the commencement of the 2nd round of the exercise, Li Yunshu exhibited some unusual behaviors, even requesting a dialogue with the General Staff. The specific details have been provided to you for review. Moreover, Li Yunshu requested a comprehensive physical and psychological evaluation, which yielded normal results. However, an exaggerated conclusion indicated that his psychological age was assessed to be over 60. This revelation sparked a flurry of murmurs among the attendees. 60 years old? Even for a soldier, such psychological maturity seems rather excessive. Could it be attributed to overwhelming stress? While the pressures of the Hongyamping exercise are considerable, it is unlikely to induce such a state. Furthermore, I have met Li Yunshu. He is a man of integrity and would not falter under the strain of an exercise. Is his mental state confirmed to be sound? What about his physical condition? Silence enveloped the room as the host raised a hand. The purpose of gathering everyone here was to conduct a more detailed evaluation. Shortly, we will engage in a video interview with Li Yunshu, and you will assess him from various perspectives. The host paused, recognizing him as a rare talent worthy of potential redemption. Now, familiarize yourselves with the materials. The discussion will commence in half an hour. The conference room fell into a hushed silence, save for the sounds of mouse clicks and rustling papers. Half an hour later, a large screen rose at the front of the room, and everyone turned their attention to it, armed with pens and paper for note-taking. Soon, the screen illuminated, revealing Li Yunshu, impeccably dressed in military attire, sitting upright in a chair at the center of the display. Comrade Li Yunshu, you may now speak. I am Lu Hai, the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs at the General Staff, responsible for this conversation with you. Everything discussed will be recorded and analyzed, so please contemplate your responses carefully. On the screen, Li Yunshu nodded and then gazed into the camera. Lu Hai sensed that although Li Yunshu appeared to be looking at him, his eyes did not reflect his presence. Instead, they seemed to focus on a distant realm. I had a dream, Li Yunshu began softly. It was an exceedingly long and sorrowful dream, one that blurred the lines between reality and illusion. Those tasked with recording the evaluation exchanged glances, astonished that Li Yunshu would express such sentiments. Could it be that he truly experienced a psychological crisis? This thought lingered in the minds of all present, refusing to dissipate. Lu Hai furrowed his brow, taken aback by Li Yunshu's request for dialogue with the General Staff, only for the revelation to revolve around a dream. He rose to interrupt Li Yunshu's narrative, but suddenly he heard Li Yunshu's voice rise in intensity. I have continually urged myself that it was merely a dream, not a reality. Yet, the subsequent revelations have led me to understand that I was mistaken. It was not a dream. I am aware that no one can believe this. Not even I dare to accept it, but I cannot gamble on it. If it were merely a dream, I would simply be perceived as delusional. However, if it is not a dream, it concerns the survival of countless citizens of the Eastern nation. I truly cannot afford to take that risk. Thus, I have requested this meeting, imploring you to convey to the higher-ups that the apocalypse is imminent. Lu Hai stared, wide-eyed, at the screen displaying Li Yunshu. Though Li Yunshu's words were exaggerated, his military instincts informed him that Li Yunshu was not lying. Nonetheless, such unscientific claims lacked foundation, and he could neither believe them, nor should he inform the higher-ups based solely on a few words. What a pity for a promising general. Lu Hai sighed, nodding at Li Yunshu on the screen. We have received your report and will handle it judiciously. You may focus on your treatment and await our response. Suddenly, Li Yunshu smiled. I know you believe me to be insane and will not trust anything I say. That is quite normal, for I scarcely believe it myself. He abruptly stood from his chair and moved directly in front of the camera, lowering his voice. The Migratory Bird Project, 5639362 FDRB 42. The Jingwei Operation, 5247494437 SDG1. Please assist me in verifying these two matters, so I may ascertain whether or not this is a dream. Additionally, in 6 hours, a magnitude 5.0 earthquake will occur on the western coast of Nihon at 2031-33 with a depth of 10 kilometers. Subsequently, Nihon will face disastrous rescue efforts, culminating in a collision between a commercial aircraft and a rescue military aircraft at 1 o'clock in the morning. That concludes my remarks. Li Yunshu silently returned to his chair. The first two items were classified plans of the Eastern nation that Li Yunshu could not possibly have known at this time. The impending earthquake in Nihon was the only recent event he remembered clearly and could quickly verify. Lu Hai observed the profoundly serious expression on Li Yunshu's face. His mouth quivered slightly, yet he said nothing, instead gesturing to conclude the meeting. Once the screen darkened, Lu Hai let out a deep sigh, gazing at the surrounding aides who were already rendered speechless. The records of this meeting shall be sealed for now. Refrain from discussing it privately. Dispatch personnel to ascertain the situation, particularly if Li Yunshu has recently encountered anything unusual, and review his recent living conditions for anomalies. Furthermore, notify the main hospital to organize an expert consultation. Understood. Once the conference room was empty, Lu Hai glanced at the meeting records before he could not help but sigh once more. He naturally could not reach out to the higher-ups. Not to mention the news of the earthquake. The two inexplicable codes he had encountered were entirely foreign to him, resembling the ramblings of a deranged mind. Such a promising talent had suddenly deteriorated. That night, due to the considerable time consumed by the meeting minutes, Lu Hai was not free to dine until 8:30. Just as he was about to take a few bites, his phone, resting on the table, vibrated unexpectedly. Holding chopsticks in one hand and grasping the phone in the other, he opened the screen and immediately widened his eyes. Emergency notification at 20:33. The Earthquake Bureau detected a magnitude 5.0 earthquake off the coast of Nihon, with a depth of 10 kilometers. All units are advised to be alert for a potential tsunami. Did Nihon really experience an earthquake? The timing was identical as well. Lu Hai stood frozen, even failing to notice the chopsticks slipping from his grasp. What to do? In the military office, it was already 1:30 in the morning. Yet Lu Hai felt no trace of fatigue. His eyes were bloodshot as he repeatedly scrutinized the meeting records in his hands. The office was shrouded in smoke, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. The words of Li Yunshu continually echoed in Lu Hai's mind. The apocalypse is upon us. It concerns the survival of millions of Dongwa citizens. Lu Hai gazed at the red telephone before him, repeatedly reaching for it, only to withdraw his hand time and again. Although Li Yunshu had correctly predicted the earthquake, one could hardly dismiss it as mere coincidence. As a materialist soldier, he found it exceedingly difficult to accept. What should he do? Just as Lu Hai was engulfed in turmoil, his phone rang once more, this time with an incoming call. Picking up the device, he saw that it was a staff officer from his department, someone who had also participated in that meeting. Why would he be calling at this hour? The call connected, and an anxious voice immediately emerged. Boss, I knew you wouldn't be asleep. Quickly, check the Nihon News website, 3ch. Lu Hai, confused but complying, opened the relevant webpage, and once again found himself in shock. Breaking, a self-defense forces military aircraft collided with a civilian airliner at the airport. The cause of the accident and the number of casualties are still under investigation. This is it. Lu Hai felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. Disregarding the excited voice of his subordinate on the phone, with determination, he seized the red telephone before him. Please connect me to the chief of staff. The operator hesitated, clearly unprepared for Lu Hai to make such a call at this hour, but promptly complied. Soon, the call was connected, and after about a minute, a weary voice resonated. At this late hour, you're calling me on the internal line? Speak, what has happened? Chief of Staff. It's like this. Today we received a request for a meeting from the Red Side commander of the Hongyangping exercise, so we conducted a meeting. This Red Side commander of the Hongyangping exercise? Is that scoundrel Li Yunshu? The young man is quite impressive. What? Did the exaggerated actions of the blue team this time leave him dissatisfied enough to lodge a complaint? The elder initially spoke with a smile, but his tone swiftly changed. No, you wouldn't call me at this hour for such trivial matters. What is truly at stake? Lu Hai inhaled deeply, recounting that Li Yunshu had indicated there was an urgent matter to report to superiors. He informed us that a seismic event was imminent in Nihon, and that there would be military aircraft collisions post-quake. Subsequently, both of his predictions came to fruition without fail. The line fell silent, save for the soft tapping of a finger against the table, a clear indication that the elder was deep in contemplation. After a pause, a calm yet serious voice emerged from the other end, asking, did he mention anything else? Surely, it cannot be just this? Oh. Li Yunshu also mentioned two enigmatic names and numbers. The Migratory Bird Project, 5639362 FDRB 42, and the Jingwei Operation, 5247494437 SDG 1. What did you say? The Hongyangping Exercise Base Medical Center. Li Yunshu lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling above. Since the conclusion of the discussions, he had been temporarily relieved of his command duties in the Red Team and mandated to undergo enforced recuperation. During this period, whenever he closed his eyes, those tragic and harrowing scenes would incessantly replay in his mind, rendering him unable to find peace. Today is March 17th, if memory serves correctly. Then less than 3 months remain until the onset of the crossing, and he had already squandered 3 days. Time is of the essence. Lost in thought, he was suddenly jolted by a cacophony of hurried footsteps outside the ward. A contingent of fully armed soldiers streamed into the room, conducting thorough inspections, while similar sounds echoed outside, indicating that the soldiers were not solely stationed here. They have arrived. In the face of this unexpected situation, Li Yunshu felt no panic. Only anticipation. Soon, accompanied by the roar of aircraft overhead, an elder adorned with 3 golden stars entered the ward alongside Lu Hai, who had been engaged in discussions. How did you come by those code names? Furthermore, what exactly do you mean by the apocalypse? The elder demanded, approaching Li Yunshu with an air of authority. General Ding. Li Yunshu immediately rose to his feet, saluting the elder with utmost respect. In his memories, this elder had valiantly led the Eastern nations' forces to repel wave after wave of foreign invasions, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion at the command post. A true pillar of strength for the Eastern nation. I have exceedingly important matters to report. In the command room of the Hongyamping exercise base, the vast chamber now housed only Lu Hai, Li Yunshu, and General Ding. Li Yunshu sat upright in his seat, attentively facing General Ding, while Lu Hai sat nearby. His notepad filled with notes, visibly agitated as he tugged at his hair, occasionally letting out a few sighs. General Ding, seated at the head of the table, was surrounded by a sea of cigarette butts. His fingers rhythmically tapped the surface of the table as he closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he appeared to reach a resolution. If you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims, prepare it promptly. We require verification. General Ding's gaze fixed on Li Yunshu. Yes. Li Yunshu responded immediately. I shall prepare it right away. With that, he made to exit the command room to gather the intelligence stored in his memory. Come back. The elder barked. You can prepare on the way. Accompany me now. Where are we going? Li Yunshu raised his head, his eyes brimming with eager anticipation. To meet the Central Command. The elder tugged at his collar in agitation. Damn it, I've never believed in these mystical matters throughout my life, yet here I am. Utterly captivated by your words. You are right. We cannot afford to gamble, nor should we. This matter is too significant. We must devise a plan with the old comrades. The Central Command was ablaze with lights that night. In the tightly secured small conference room, 7 elderly men transitioned from shock to silence, from awe to excitement. Before succumbing to deep contemplation, Old Ding, you are a veteran yourself. Do you believe what you just spoke? The eldest among them, with a hoarse voice, lifted a porcelain cup to sip the now lukewarm goji berry tea. I do not dare to believe. General Ding slowly shook his head. Yet, I am even more reluctant to gamble. Indeed, we cannot take that risk. The elder sighed. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. Now that you have all listened, what are your thoughts? Old Ding, you brought this individual. You were the first to learn of it, so you shall speak first. Yes. General Ding rose, his military decisiveness evident. Based on my personal assessment, I tend to believe Li Yunshu's assertions. Why is that? During our journey here, I conversed with Li Yunshu. He does not strike me as a mere inexperienced youth, but rather as a seasoned warrior forged in the crucible of conflict. Frankly, the aura of lethality and menace emanating from him is quite extraordinary, something that a soldier of peaceful times would not possess. I, Old Ding, have fought my entire life. Certain experiences cannot be feigned. Moreover, the 2 plans Li Yunshu mentioned just crystallized in my mind last week, and I have disclosed the specific codes to no one. He could not possibly know. The elder nodded in acknowledgement before turning to the left. Old Qian, you are a scientist. Share your perspective from a scientific standpoint. To his left sat an elderly gentleman with silver hair and spectacles, the current president of the Academy of Sciences of the Eastern Nation and one of the world's leading physicists, Old Qian. He paused momentarily, then offered a wry smile. From a scientific perspective, I must say that none of this is scientific. The entirety of humanity traversing into another realm under an unknown force in just 3 years? Will that world see countless alien assaults on humanity 3 years hence? In the end, will we, as a species, face utter defeat? Am I truly not watching a poorly crafted Hollywood film? No, even the scripts of films dare not portray such a scenario. So, you do not believe, do you? Inquired the elder leading the discussion. No, I believe, replied Elder Qian, shaking his head. Whether predicting earthquakes or other precise forecasts, these phenomena cannot be explained by science. The only plausible rationale lies in his claims of coming from the future. The elder nodded, subsequently posing inquiries to several other seasoned colleagues, ultimately arriving at a consensus. They were hesitant to believe yet equally fearful of disbelief, particularly when it came to taking risks. Excellent. It appears that everyone shares a similar perspective. The elder rose, leaning upon the table before him, gazing intently at the others. Now, the pressing question arises. What shall we do? What should we, as Easterners, do? What should we, as humanity, do? Li Yunshu, who had been anxiously awaiting outside, finally received a response and re-entered the small conference room. Now, immediately divulge everything you know, especially that which can be verified in the near term. We shall further investigate, urged Chief of Staff Ding. Taking the lead and grasping Li Yunshu's wrist with his calloused hand, the knuckles whitening under the exertion. The battle-hardened general's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his entire being trembling slightly. Come with me to the Academy of Sciences. We need to conduct a comprehensive scan of your thoughts to verify your claims. Elder Qian approached as well, adjusting his glasses and regarding Li Yunshu with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, we shall merely scan your brainwaves. It will not cause you any harm, he added earnestly. Li Yunshu smiled and promptly acquiesced. What a jest! As long as his assertions could be substantiated, he would not mind being sliced open. All the more so for a mere brainwave scan. At that moment, another elder approached him, Elder Zhu, in charge of domestic affairs. In due course, describe all that you know about the otherworld and every detail of the traversal. I will have the 9th chapter now. 3. Establish a data model and conduct simulations to formulate the most comprehensive response strategy. 9th chapter number 3 is currently the most powerful supercomputer in the Eastern nation, boasting the world's strongest computational capabilities. No problem, Li Yunshu replied. Excellent, spoke the elder, who was also the central figure in the Eastern nation. Time is of the essence. I will grant you a maximum of 3 days to complete all verifications and report back to me. 3 days hence, if the verification succeeds, then, Li Yunshu, the fate of the millions of citizens in the Eastern nation shall rest in your hands. Now let us spring into action. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone immediately commenced their respective tasks. Li Yunshu, accompanied by Elder Qian, proceeded under heavy protection directly to the Central Academy of Sciences, where a state-of-the-art laboratory awaited their arrival. Mr. Qian led Li Yunshu to a machine at the center of the laboratory, pointing at an intriguing helmet that exuded a distinctly sci-fi aura. Put on this helmet and endeavor to recall everything you experienced in that world. This is the latest brain-computer interface developed by Donghua, capable of quantifying your brainwaves. Li Yunshu promptly donned the helmet and seated himself beside the machine. Mr. Qian nodded at him and moved aside to activate the device. A rumbling sound filled the air. Yet Li Yunshu felt no discomfort. Aside from the helmet's weight, he only noticed a slight warmth on his scalp. Now, reflect on your experiences in the other realm. As vividly as possible, Mr. Qian's voice echoed through the helmet. Li Yunshu closed his eyes and began to recollect those memories he wished to forget, yet found himself unable to dismiss or escape images of comrades with determined smiles and resolute faces, the howls of alien foes, the relentless retreats until there was nowhere left to go, the final glimmer of hope, those fluttering pieces of paper. Time became indistinct, and suddenly, he felt a chill in his head. Mr. Qian had come over to remove the helmet. In a daze, Mr. Qian handed him a tissue. Wipe your tears, he said softly, turning away to examine the results. It was then that Li Yunshu realized he had been weeping uncontrollably. After hastily drying his tears, he hurried to Mr. Qian's side, who was intensely scrutinizing a report. The more he read, the deeper his frown became. The report resembled a standard electrocardiogram, albeit with less pronounced fluctuations, just a thick black line wavering slightly. Do you understand? Mr. Qian's voice was particularly hoarse, due to the differences in the hippocampus. Memories from dreams and those from reality are fundamentally distinct, a fact that cannot be altered. Dream memories often lack detail and coherence, manifesting in brainwaves as isolated points or sporadic short lines. However, Mr. Qian tapped the report in his hands. This is definitely not a dream. Meanwhile, Chief of Staff Ding arrived at the Intelligence Center, holding a document provided by Li Yunshu detailing significant events he knew and remembered that were either imminent or had already occurred. A coup was about to unfold in Feigua, with rebel forces seizing the presidential palace and establishing a new regime. A dormant volcano on Hondao, silent for centuries, was set to erupt in 3 days, unleashing ash over half the island. Merchants from the Dongi Shrimp Nation would soon sell several transportation hubs to the Eagle Nation, a move that would greatly impact Donghua. The Eagle Nation was poised to release a confidential document revealing numerous scandals involving officials, though the publicly disclosed portions were entirely redacted, rendering them meaningless. Ding methodically assigned personnel to investigate and verify each piece of information, even scrutinizing those events that had yet to transpire. One by one, the findings returned to Ding's hands, all accurate, without exception. Time flies swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. Li Yunshu has entered this modest 30-square-meter room for the third time. The atmosphere in the small conference room is thick with tension as everyone, their eyes reddened, diligently peruses the substantial documents at hand. At the top of the materials, a bold line reads, "After extensive verification, the probability that Li Yunshu's assertions about the future hold true is 96.35. If this situation is accurate, failure to respond promptly could lead to a 100 likelihood of the worst possible outcome if current developments continue. There is now no room for doubt." The central figure waved the documents in hand, producing a rustling sound. "I propose that we immediately establish the Eastern Nation Special Incident Response Command, with myself as the Commander-in-Chief, and all of you as members of the command group, with Li Yunshu serving as Deputy Commander and Special Advisor. Do any of you have objections?" There were none. Everyone solemnly nodded. "Excellent. I will promptly sign Order Number 1. From today onward, the Eastern Nation will enter a state of Level 1 military readiness. Central. Might this be too hasty? I'm concerned this sudden action could provoke issues among the populace." Zhu Lao expressed some hesitation. "Trust our people. They will be fine." The central figure responded with utmost confidence. "Comrades, our time is limited. Only 82 days remain until the crossing begins. We cannot become the perpetrators against the Eastern Nation. The safety of billions of Eastern citizens rests on this decision." Soon, an astonishing announcement appeared on every mobile phone, online platform, television, and public screens throughout the nation. The Central Command has signed Order Number 1. The entire Eastern Nation will enter Level 1 military readiness at 12:33:21 Beijing time. The nation was in shock. Meanwhile, at 1:05 a.m. in the Eagle Nation, within a stark white pentagonal building, Supreme Leader Jonard had just succumbed to the deepest slumber of the day when he was abruptly awakened by the blaring sound of an urgent alarm. The Special Operations Bureau agents had not even had the chance to knock. Jonard flung aside the velvet duvet, clutching his racing heart, drenched in cold sweat. "Supreme Leader, there is an emergency. The Minister of Defense awaits you in room 3. The Chief of Staff rushed into the bedroom, his face pale, typically meticulous. He was dressed in a wrinkled suit, but had no time to worry about appearances. The encrypted phone on the bedside table vibrated incessantly, its warning light flashing an irritating red. Jonard took a deep breath and struggled to rise from the bed. What on earth has happened? Are those fellows once again besieged by the oil tycoons seeking help? Or has another aircraft crashed? Is that country across the globe up to some new antics? What is it this time that has taken flight? Last time it was ginkgo leaves. Could it be chopsticks this time? Jonard grumbled as he dressed. "I have previously stated that unless it is of utmost importance, do not disturb my slumber." He sat on the edge of the bed, casting a cold gaze at his Chief of Staff. "Speak, what is the situation?" Chief of Staff, Trice visibly gulped, responding in a trembling voice. "That nation, the one across from us, has declared a nationwide state of emergency." "What did you say?" Supreme Leader Jonard sprang from the bed in an instant. Room number 3 was already in disarray. Countless screens flickered incessantly, with phones ringing non-stop, while the Minister of Defense and senior military officials flitted about like headless flies. Jonard hurried to the center of the room. "What is the situation? I hope this is not an early April Fool's joke." Minister of Defense Hansen quickly approached him, handing over a stack of documents. At 12:33:31 Korean time, the Eastern Nation announced its nationwide state of emergency across all media and communication channels, and it has been broadcasting continuously since. "We have confirmed that this is not a drill, nor a jest. They are serious." Hansen pressed a switch in his hand, and a screen materialized before them, revealing the frantic face of Director Mike from the War Situation Bureau. Mike appeared harried, tugging at his collar and shouting at his subordinates. Upon noticing Hansen's contact, he turned to the screen. "Chief, the situation is dire." He pulled a projection closer to him. The ocean satellite imagery was densely marked with red triangle indicators, each flashing point representing a vessel from the Eastern Nation that had just emerged from silent mode. All warships from the Eastern Nation's 3 major fleets have lifted their silence and are currently gathering at their maritime borders. He pointed at the projection, his throat visibly moving as he swallowed. "What is happening? Are they preparing for an unprecedented naval battle?" Jonard murmured. "No, it is worse than that." Chairman Carter of the Joint Chiefs of Staff squeezed in. 20 minutes ago, our Lockeye satellite captured a large number of coastal missile launch sites in the Eastern Nation being collectively filled with water. The electronic sand table behind him suddenly erupted with blinding red light as 27 Air Force bases along the Eastern Nation's southeastern coast simultaneously switched to combat readiness. Have the Easterners gone mad? What are they planning? Johnard exclaimed. I do not know. Hansen shook his head. Currently, the Eastern nation has provided no further explanation beyond declaring their state of readiness. However, they have initiated an emergency meeting at the League of Nations, scheduled for this afternoon. Carter, you must lead a team to the League headquarters for the afternoon meeting. We must ascertain what the Easterners intend to do. Hansen, order the armed forces to enter a state of heightened readiness. We must be prepared. Your Excellency, this will have significant repercussions. The Blue Party will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to attack you, Hansen said, spreading his hands. It matters not. Let them attack. This is a necessary course of action. Johnard waved his hand dismissively and gradually sank into the chair beside him. Curse it. I sincerely hope those people from the Eastern country are truly mad. Otherwise, I fear that great troubles are imminent. He slumped in his seat, muttering to himself. At the same moment, on Ing Island, a unique variety show was joyfully unfolding. Dear viewers, welcome to Perspectives from Ing Island. The host exaggeratedly waved a glow stick, exclaiming that today they were fortunate to have Professors Hashimoto and Nagata with them to discuss the highly anticipated developments across the way. Professor Hashimoto, we are all aware that the Eastern nation has significantly ramped up its military capabilities in recent years. What are your thoughts on this? The host, with a flamboyant tone, directed the microphone towards the stage. My thoughts. Professor Hashimoto replied with a disdainful expression. That is nothing but a pile of scrap metal. The real estate market is collapsing. Foreign investments are fleeing, and soon enough, people won't even be able to afford rice, let alone tea eggs, to barely sustain its operations. They've produced a bunch of worthless junk. Hasn't it already been discovered that their aircraft carriers have broken decks and their submarines have sunk in distant ports? Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Professor Hashimoto's slicked-back hair glimmered under the spotlight. Those broken vessels across the way. Our missiles can accurately strike their kitchens from 30 kilometers away. Laughter erupted from the audience, resonating like the clang of bells. Ha! The audience and the host were engulfed in a fit of mirth. Let me tell you, Hashimoto, Professor Nagata interjected. While it is true that the Eastern nation is not to be feared, the notion that a single missile could sink their aircraft carrier is rather unrealistic. It would require at least 3 or more. Just as he was expounding his thoughts, Professor Nagata's phone seemed to have received some urgent notification. Oh, it's from my assistant, likely some good news. Let me take a quick look. He waved his hand and picked up his phone. Suddenly, he stared at the screen, his pupils dilating, his face turning as pale as a sheet, and his fingers trembling as if electrocuted. My dog is about to give birth. I must return quickly. This scholar, who prided himself on his strategic prowess, surprisingly broke into a brisk walk in front of the audience, leaving behind his expensive crocodile leather briefcase valued at 100,000. What is this nonsense, Nagata? What could be so urgent? Seeing his co-panelist dash away unexpectedly, Professor Hashimoto wore a displeased expression. He had numerous profound theories he wished to articulate, and without his companion to bolster his performance, the impact would surely diminish. What dog is giving birth? I distinctly remember that his dog is a male. Could it be that his wife has unexpectedly given birth? Professor Hashimoto smirked with a rather unsavory grin. At that moment, Professor Hashimoto's phone, which he had carelessly set aside, rang as well. He casually grabbed it and held it up to his face. Then, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. My dog is about to give birth too. I must be off for a moment. Without even grabbing his coat draped over the chair, Professor Hashimoto bolted out, leaving the host and the audience in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. In the broadcasting studio, a series of electronic alerts reverberated, prompting the esteemed political and business figures in the audience to receive identical notifications. As Professor Hashimoto's Ferrari and Professor Nagata's Porsche engaged in a real-life rendition of Initial D on the airport bridge. The international airport was already teeming with distinguished individuals clutching their Hermes suitcases, their flustered demeanor akin to ants whose nest has been disturbed. This scene was mirrored in various corners of the world. In locations such as Niue, Ming'an, Monkey Island, and Haidian, prominent domestic figures scrambled to board flights abroad, leaving ordinary citizens bewildered and unaware of the unfolding events. It was not until the populace stumbled upon a staggering announcement on Eastern social media, the East has declared a nationwide state of Level 1 combat readiness, that the gravity of the situation began to dawn upon them. Nearly an hour had elapsed since the declaration of a nationwide state of Level 1 combat readiness in the East. Initially, society experienced a slight ripple of unrest, but soon, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the nation. It was a unique state of tranquility intermingled with fervor. The social order remained intact, showing no signs of upheaval. Yet an impassioned sentiment quietly fermented within the hearts of the people, intensifying as time progressed. Armed units and military districts in every city formed long lines, comprised of reservists and retired veterans. The initial wave of those who received the news and were nearest had already arrived, and as time passed, this number would surely swell. Considering that the East boasts over 50 million retired soldiers and reservists, the number of individuals eager to serve their nation in response to the call was incalculable. They hurried, driven by a sense of urgency, toward the nearest military registration points, fearful that arriving even a moment late would cost them the opportunity to serve their homeland. Online, a lively atmosphere prevailed, a state of level 1 combat readiness. What could this mean? Are aliens truly invading? Regardless of the reasons behind this, let me ask you, are you excited? Absolutely. How could one not be thrilled? I can hardly contain my enthusiasm. You see, we have quite a few exchange students from the pickled vegetable nation at our school, and they strutted around as if they owned the place, now, with this news. Their expressions are absolutely priceless. It's as if they've turned into the very embodiment of submission. But mere excitement will not suffice. I'm almost at the military registration station myself. A third-term veteran, ready to return to the barracks. To those upstairs, if you haven't yet arrived, take your time in line. I'm nearly at the front. Also a third-term veteran. I envy you all. Why is it that only retired veterans and reservists are being called to action this time? Those in national defense programs also wish to fight. You youngsters still have a long way to go. You're not ready yet. 10-year veterans are already aboard high-speed trains heading to the barracks. By the way, have you noticed? In the past, whenever our nation took action, protests erupted from the monkeys and Nihu. Yet this time, they remained eerily silent. Why? Need I say more? Because this time, our nation is truly serious. Would they dare to utter a word? Although the first-level combat readiness is certainly not aimed at these few insignificant pests, it would pose no challenge to reduce them to mere dust. Have you not heard? These nations dare not inform their citizens about our significant maneuvers. However, they are certainly fleeing at an alarming pace. If you doubt this, check their international flight schedules. It will likely astonish you. It appears that every available flight out of the country is fully booked, including business class, and the ticket prices? One must be joking. They exceed normal rates by more than tenfold. The citizens of the island nation are in an uproar, claiming that from the Prime Minister to the various ministers, everyone has mysteriously vanished, leaving the Prime Minister a mere shell of his former self. There are even individuals online who have come forward, sharing a photograph of the deserted Prime Minister's residence on the island. How they managed to capture such an image remains a mystery. This photograph has sparked a wave of excitement, prompting many to share their own findings, resulting in a flurry of captivating images flooding the internet, invigorating the online discourse. Everything occurring on the web has been meticulously organized and submitted to the command center. Currently, everything is stable. The public sentiment and order are far better than expected. Confirming the Central Command's assertions, Elder Zhu, observing the situation, could not help but nod in agreement. How could there be any issues? Chief of Staff Ding grinned, stating that we, the people of the East, have never wavered when facing significant matters. Elder Zhu made no rebuttal. He was well aware of the integrity and responsibility of the Eastern populace. However, as the highest authority in civil affairs, he must first consider the worst-case scenario. Presently, the public mood remains stable, and order is entirely under control. All grassroots personnel have canceled their leave and are steadfastly monitoring developments within their jurisdictions. According to the predictions of Model 9 Chapter 3, significant fluctuations are not anticipated within the next 72 hours. Old Ding, don't just focus on me. How are things on your end? Elder Zhu inquired, turning to Chief of Staff Ding. On my end? When have we ever faltered? Do you harbor any misconceptions about our soldiers? Ding replied confidently. The entire military is now on first-level combat readiness, with reserve veterans rapidly returning to their units. At the current pace, within 3 days, we will have over 50 million troops at our disposal. Thus, after 3 days, we can proceed to the next phase. Elder Zhu sighed. The next phase is indeed crucial. Ding concurred, exhaling deeply. We are still within the parameters of the contingency plan. The forthcoming phase will be the true test. Old Zhu, do you think we can hold our ground? Can we ensure that order remains intact and maintain a normal environment for production and daily life? Once the so-called crossing commences, the impact and trials on human sentiment could be utterly terrifying. Elder Zhu's expression grew exceedingly grave. Indeed, according to Li Yushu, once the time for crossing arrives, there will be no forewarning. Humanity will begin to cross randomly in batches over 3 years. No one knows when their turn will come. With 1,000th of the total population crossing daily, it is highly probable that one could be next. Moreover, during the process of transcendence, one is permitted to carry a single provision along, provided that it has been touched solely by oneself. In such circumstances, sustaining societal stability becomes exceedingly challenging. The fears and instincts of individuals are magnified to their utmost limits. According to Li Yunshu, during the last instance, mere weeks plunged the world into relentless chaos, with even the Eastern nation barely managing to uphold the most rudimentary order. Judging by the knowledge of psychology and sociology I have acquired throughout my life, I must assert that it is impossible. No nation or collective can maintain order under such conditions. Riots and looting are practically inevitable. However, in a sudden shift, Zhu Lao echoed the sentiments of the central authority, expressing his faith in our people. Furthermore, this time, we have him, don't we? We can prepare in advance, ensuring a distinctly different outcome. As he spoke, Zhu Lao gazed toward the other side of the command center, where Li Yunshu was deeply engrossed, fervently documenting everything he knew with utmost urgency. Occasionally, special operatives would approach him, carefully placing his written materials into a secure box, which would then be swiftly dispatched. At this moment, Li Yunshu was enveloped in frustration, lamenting his own inadequacies of intellect. The last 3 years in that foreign realm, a purgatorial experience, had drained all his energy, leaving many crucial details obscured in his memory. He gritted his teeth, exerting every ounce of mental capacity, acutely aware that recollecting even a single detail might save countless lives and bolster the Eastern nation's chances. Before him lay a mountain of manuscript paper, densely scribbled with intelligence from the other world, alongside all the details he desperately recalled regarding the transcendence. Xiao Li, the time is drawing near, murmured Chief of Staff Ding, approaching with a gentle tone laced with concern and lightly patting Li Yunshu's shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Li Yunshu nodded slowly, deftly gathering the manuscript papers and cradling them tightly to his chest. He then exhaled heavily, steadied his mind, and strode purposefully out of the command center. Inside the Grand Assembly Hall, the atmosphere was electric, teeming with voices and fervor. Scholars from the Eastern Nations Academy of Sciences, Academy of Social Sciences, and Agricultural Sciences, along with high-ranking military officers from all branches, had gathered in near unison. Old Qian, what momentous event has transpired? Questioned Old Du from the Aerospace Center. Urgency etched across his face as he hurried to Old Qian's side, his brow furrowed with concern and confusion. Indeed, without warning, such drastic measures have been initiated. Several of my crucial projects have been abruptly halted, chimed in Old Lu, the chief engineer of Yanfei, shaking his head in resignation, his face a canvas of bewilderment. I am aware of the specifics, but I cannot divulge them to you just yet, Old Qian replied gravely, shaking his head slightly. However, it won't be long before you are informed. Otherwise, I would not have summoned you all here. As he spoke, a tall and poised soldier strode onto the stage with a stack of thick documents in his arms, his powerful steps echoing through the hall as he made his way directly to the center, sitting down among Elder Qian, Elder Zhu, and others. Whether it was an illusion or not, the crowd perceived an overwhelming battle spirit emanating from him, as if they could see mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The sharpness of his killing intent seemed to chill the atmosphere of the entire venue by several degrees. In an instant, the Grand Assembly Hall fell into silence. All eyes swiftly converged upon this soldier. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as everyone held their breath, awaiting the imminent announcement of significant news. This soldier was none other than Li Yunshu, who wasted no time with introductions or unnecessary formalities. With decisive and agile movements, he activated the central projection screen. Emergency meeting of the Eastern Country's Special Situation Response Command. First session. The moment the text appeared on the screen, the audience erupted into a flurry of gasps and discussions. However, the crowd quickly suppressed their astonishment, gradually calming down as they collectively held their breath, eager for what was to follow. Li Yunshu paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over each individual in the audience. And only when the hall was completely silent did he speak in a deep and powerful voice, imbued with undeniable authority. What I am about to share may be hard for many to accept at first, but I kindly ask everyone to listen patiently until the end. Any questions can be posed afterwards. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to project the meticulously prepared documents one by one. In that moment, The entire assembly was enveloped in an eerie stillness. Expressions on the faces of the crowd varied. Some furrowed their brows in confusion. Others displayed disdain with a slight curl of the lips, while some flushed with excitement, their hands unconsciously clenching. Yet throughout, not a single voice interrupted him. It was only after Li Yunshu had completed his presentation of the final document that the audience erupted into chaos. Almost everyone eagerly raised their hands, their faces brimming with urgency, filled with countless questions clamoring for answers. Universal traversal? Survival in another realm? A commander returned from a post-apocalyptic future? This sounds like a fantastical tale. Is this not a jest? Everyone, please be quiet. Elder Zhu rose, clapping his hands emphatically and calling out loudly to quell the tumultuous scene. His voice, though hoarse, resonated with strength. I assure you, all of this is indeed true and not a joke. Yes. Elder Qian also stood, leaning slightly over the table. His expression grave as he added, I can also guarantee that we have repeatedly verified this matter through various channels. With the endorsement of these two esteemed elders from the eastern country, doubts about the authenticity of the events began to dissipate. Yet this was soon replaced by deeper inquiries. May I ask, when will this traversal commence? An academician stood up, his expression earnest as he inquired. There are 81 days, 9 hours, and 37 minutes until the first wave of traversal begins. Precisely at midnight on June 15th, 2XX9, Li Yunshu responded promptly. What is the reason for this phenomenon of traversal? Once again, the esteemed academic frowned slightly, his expression one of perplexity. Uncertain, we suspect the interference of a higher civilization, yet at present, we lack definitive evidence to substantiate such claims. Li Yunshu shook his head in resignation. Is it possible to prevent this phenomenon of crossing over? Or can it be controlled? An eager voice inquired. No, at least thus far, there has been no method to achieve that. Li Yunshu's tone was grave, delivering a disheartening response. Why do we falter? A major general rose, his voice resonant, imbued with the characteristic decisiveness of a soldier. Because last time, we were utterly unprepared, Li Yunshu lamented. The last occurrence of crossing over arrived without warning. Initially, no one believed it. By the time the truth was confirmed, the social order in most nations had already collapsed. During the 3-year period of crossing over, in the early stages of the other world, we were utterly incapable of uniting our forces. Why? The major general pressed further. Because the crossings were entirely random, both in sequence and location. At the outset in the other world, we had no means of communication, rendering us powerless to gather our strength. The mortality rate for those who crossed over in the first year exceeded 80%. It was not until the second year that we managed to establish a tenuous foothold in the other world, creating a few small gathering points. By the third year, we had re-established a nation in the other world and began to restore technology and production. However, as the 3 years concluded, 4 distinct forces emerged in the other world, all coincidentally launching attacks against humanity. Despite the desperate resistance of all humankind, by the 12th year, our final line of defense was breached, leading humanity to the brink of extinction. As Li Yunshu spoke, his voice trembled slightly, filled with anguish and regret. You are all elites, the pillars of your respective fields. The purpose of this urgent meeting today is to pool our collective wisdom and make comprehensive preparations in the limited time we have left. Li Yunshu's gaze was resolute as he surveyed the assembly, proclaiming loudly, this time, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Today, each of you present are trustworthy comrades and members of the Special Response Command. We will be divided into 5 segments according to our respective domains: military, environment, production, life, and logistics. Based on the available data, let us exert our utmost efforts to prepare for the impending crossing. Please devise the most flawless contingency plan for our Eastern nation and its billions of citizens. 8. The United Nations General Assembly meeting. 5 hours had passed since the Eastern nation issued its first level of combat readiness, and Li Yunshu was still engaged in fervent discussions in the Grand Hall with others. Meanwhile, a larger-scale meeting was unfolding elsewhere. At the headquarters of the League of Nations, in the main hall, the number of attendees exceeded historical records, with nearly every nation dispatching envoys. Each representative was engaged in discussions with delegates from allied nations, particularly the representatives from Kimchi and Monkey Island, who seemed eager to align themselves closely with those from Eagle Nation. As the appointed time approached, Zhao Li, the Eastern Nation's ambassador to the League of Nations, strode confidently onto the podium, drawing the collective gaze of all present. Zhao Li cleared his throat and spoke in a resonant voice. Firstly, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Eastern Kingdom, I extend a warm welcome to the representatives from various nations participating in this emergency session of the General Assembly initiated by our country. I believe that all representatives currently share a pressing question. Why has our nation suddenly entered a state of heightened military readiness? I can assure you, on behalf of the Eastern Kingdom, that this state of readiness is not directed against any nation. At that moment, a stir arose among the audience, and one could clearly observe the representatives from Monkey Island, Pickle Mud, and other nations visibly breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, at that instant, Ambassador Zhao shifted his tone, stating, "While we assert that it is not aimed at any particular country, it is imperative to note that our forthcoming actions must not be subject to interference or sabotage from any nation. Otherwise, we shall exert our utmost efforts to deliver a formidable response." As his words fell into silence, the faces of the representatives from Pickle Mud and Monkey Island turned pale, with the representative from Monkey Island visibly trembling. Ambassador Zhao surveyed the reactions of the delegates with satisfaction, albeit with a hint of regret as he shook his head slightly. "It seems some might be speculating, but I must inform you, you are mistaken. While I personally harbor a desire to realize your conjectures, I assure you, this time it is not the case. The Eastern Kingdom will not initiate any offensive actions nor target any nation or region." "What, then, do you intend to do?" Carter, the representative from the Hawk Nation, could no longer contain himself. "You have amassed such a formidable military presence. Surely, you do not merely wish to showcase your strength to the nations? That would be far too costly. You claim not to target any country or region. Are you suggesting you intend to combat extraterrestrials?" "Correct." Ambassador Zhao replied with a serious demeanor, though not entirely. The entire assembly was taken aback, including Carter, all gazing at Ambassador Zhao with mouths agape in disbelief. "Our nation has received credible intelligence indicating that humanity will face an unprecedented crisis beginning at midnight on June 15th, 2XX9. The reason for our heightened military readiness is to confront this greatest threat in human history, in the spirit of a shared human destiny. We convened this emergency meeting to alert all nations to prepare for the impending crisis." The assembly erupted into chaos, with representatives from various countries expressing astonishment at Ambassador Zhao's declaration, unable to fathom such a statement. How is this possible? There have been no signs whatsoever. Has the Eastern Kingdom gone mad? What kind of excuse is this? What crisis? Surely, the source of the crisis cannot be your Eastern Kingdom. Would the Eastern Kingdom truly be so benevolent? If a crisis were to arise, would you inform us in advance? Surely, there must be ulterior motives at play. As Zhao Li observed the disarray below, he could not help but recall a top-secret communication he had received not long ago. Are you suggesting that in 3 months, all of humanity is to face an unprecedented crisis, which is why our nation has entered a state of heightened military readiness? Zhao Li gazed at the central video opposite him with a face full of bewilderment, his eyes brimming with incredulity. The central figure, with a grave expression, nodded in affirmation, confirming the task at hand, to convey this information to the nations during today's Special League of Nations meeting. "Why?" Zhao Li could not help but exclaim, his emotions running high. "Since we have received the news in advance, why must we inform them? Those individuals will undoubtedly not express gratitude. They might even take advantage of us." His agitation grew, his hands unconsciously gesticulating. The central figure smiled gently, his tone calm, yet resolute, to prevent them from dragging everyone down in their despair, and to provide us with a moral high ground to stand upon. "I will neither overestimate their potential nor underestimate their limitations." He paused slightly, as if contemplating how best to articulate his thoughts. 3 months is far too brief. So short that whatever actions we take, we cannot achieve them without alarming other nations, especially the hawkish ones. If that is the case, it is better to inform them from the outset, allowing them some preparation to avoid descending into despair, while simultaneously affording our nation a significant moral justification. Should the events unfold as anticipated, we could leverage this moral standing to accomplish many things. But what if things do not transpire as predicted? Zhao Li exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Domestically, we can manage it, treating it as a demonstration of power. Yet those foreign entities will undoubtedly exploit this situation, manipulating public opinion, which they already control. By that time, Zhao Li's words were cut off by the central figure, who interjected, "Then we, the old guard, shall resign in shame." A glimmer of determination shone in the central figure's eyes. "Even if we are to be branded on the pillar of disgrace, Eternally unable to rise again, this price is trivial compared to the potential apocalyptic consequences and the countless lives of the Eastern nation as citizens that may be sacrificed. Silence. Jolly snapped back to the present, forcefully striking the table, his voice echoing throughout the hall, gradually bringing the chaotic assembly to quietude. Our notification has been duly communicated. We shall now proceed to a closed-door meeting of the 5 permanent members. I urge all representatives to inform their respective national leaders that our central figure will engage in remote discussions with you. His voice was firm and resonant, as if proclaiming the resolve and responsibility of the Eastern nation to the world. 9. Chain reaction. The apocalypse is imminent. Is it a forthcoming fate or merely an Eastern fantasy? Eastern leadership's sudden whim. Is this a deficiency of humanity or a distortion of morality? The most absurd news of the year. The apocalypse is upon us, Eastern nation, the new Maya of our era, as the League of Nations conference concluded. Global media outlets were rife with scornful mockery of the Eastern nation, particularly after it announced that its heightened state of military readiness would not target any nation or region. In an instant, the Eastern nation became the largest source of ridicule on the internet, the most infamous joke of the year. A deluge of derision descended upon the scene, as the Western media, accustomed to stoking flames of controversy, savagely assailed the Eastern nation like sharks drawn by the scent of blood. In their narratives, the solemn doomsday warning issued by the East morphed into a farcical spectacle. The East proclaims that the end of the world is nigh? Should we then prepare our belongings for a journey aboard Noah's Ark by tomorrow? A seasoned commentator from a prominent media outlet in the Eagle Nation, smirking disdainfully, regaled viewers during prime time, his exaggerated tone reminiscent of a fanciful tale spun by a child in kindergarten. Who do they think they are? The mouthpieces of divinity? In my view, this is nothing but a base tactic employed by the East to assert its presence on the international stage. His voice resonated through the airwaves, inciting a chorus of laughter among countless viewers. The media of the pickled vegetable nation, not to be outdone, featured a headline article in a widely circulated newspaper, boldly titled "The Eastern Nation's Doomsday Farce. Should we laugh or cry?" The article was rife with ridicule. The East had truly opened the world's eyes. It was a pity their imaginative prowess was not directed toward writing science fiction. Did they genuinely believe in the impending apocalypse? Perhaps having indulged in one too many Hollywood disaster films? Unlike certain countries, we in the great cold nation remain grounded, focused on development and enhancing the quality of life for our citizens. The text brimmed with disdain and arrogance directed at the East. The online realm of the muddy nation erupted in a frenzy of parody, as memes and jokes themed around the East's doomsday theories spread like wildfire. Someone crafted a humorous video, juxtaposing clips of the Eastern representative speaking at the UN with exaggerated expressions from various cartoon characters, all set to lively comedic music, amassing over 1 million views within mere hours. The comments section overflowed with scornful jeers and insults, those venomous words piercing like daggers aimed at the East. On international social media, the hashtag Eastern Nation Doomsday joke swiftly ascended to the top of trending topics, as netizens from around the globe vented their so-called sense of humor beneath the thread. Until the East dropped a bombshell announcement. Effective immediately, we cease all export operations. The Eastern nation will no longer provide any goods to other countries, and all shipments yet to be delivered will be recalled. This revelation sent shockwaves through the digital sphere, as those previously full of bravados, particularly those residing on the opposite side of the globe, awoke to find empty shelves. The populace, no longer able to indulge in idle chatter online, frantically surged toward any supermarket. What was typically an orderly establishment transformed into a chaotic battleground, as crowds surged before the shelves, desperate to secure even a single roll of toilet paper. What transpired? How could yesterday's fully stocked shelves stand empty today? A middle-aged woman from the Eagle Nation cried out, gazing at the utterly barren shelves of daily necessities, her shopping basket hanging limply in her hand. The surrounding crowd paid her no heed, frantically scurrying between the aisles in search of elusive items. The situation was equally dire in the Pickle Nation. Once bustling convenience stores now stood desolate, with only a sparse selection of goods remaining. Was the East Nation jesting? How could even instant noodles be unavailable? A young man slammed his palm against the counter, roaring at the clerk. The clerk, shrugging helplessly, explained that supplies had been cut off since the previous day, as it was rumored that the East Nation had halted all exports, leaving the timeline for resumption uncertain. The young man, frustrated, stamped his foot, recalling how he had once mocked the East Nation online. now feeling overwhelmed by the inability to procure everyday items. The citizens of the muddy nation were also engulfed in panic. As the automotive production line ground to a halt due to the lack of crucial components from the East Nation, leaving electronic companies in dire straits. Those who had previously reveled in creating parodic memes of the East Nation now found themselves too troubled to partake in online festivities, flooding social media with complaints about their inconveniences. Without components from the East Nation, our electronic products cannot be manufactured. What are we to do? Lamented a business owner from the electronics sector in an online post, attracting countless replies filled with public anxiety and despair. Yet, these frantic citizens remained oblivious to the fact that even if the East Nation ceased all trade, goods would not vanish so swiftly. Their inability to purchase anything stemmed from the fact that others had acted preemptively, even before the East Nation issued its doomsday proclamation. The super-rich of these nations had sharply sensed both opportunity and crisis, swiftly embarking on a frenzied quest to hoard all available supplies. They utilized their resources and influence to incite turmoil online, captivating public attention and redirecting it towards mockery of the East Nation, while covertly commanding their subordinates to seize every accessible resource at any cost. A vast array of goods, from essential supplies to rare metals, from cutting-edge technology to precious pharmaceuticals, was relentlessly amassed into their private doomsday sanctuaries and secret warehouses. These shelters, constructed in remote mountains or hidden on isolated islands, were equipped with the most advanced defense and survival facilities, creating secluded bastions of safety for the affluent, which constituted the fundamental cause of the scarcity of resources. Moreover, they manipulated various media outlets online, distorting the truth and placing the blame for the resource shortage squarely on the East Nation. They orchestrated public opinion, inciting further anger and panic among the misinformed populace, exacerbating societal chaos, while they themselves lurked in the shadows, watching with cold detachment and secret satisfaction. It was at this juncture that the East Nation issued its third significant announcement. The Eastern Kingdom has announced that in order to combat the impending apocalypse, it warmly welcomes its expatriates from around the globe to return and join the fight. Special flights will be arranged in various countries, and this passage will remain open for 1 week. Those who miss it shall not be accommodated. Simultaneously, for our esteemed friends still within the borders of the Eastern Kingdom, we shall provide a swift exit route. Furthermore, to ensure stability and control over the situation, a degree of regulation will be implemented. Should this infringe upon your freedom, or if you find yourself uncomfortable in this environment, regardless of your nationality, you may also depart, and we shall offer you a quick passage. For those willing to return, we welcome you. For those wishing to leave, we shall not hold you back. At H City, by the lakeside of the Versailles Garden, William Wong was hurriedly stuffing a high-quality imitation Hermes scarf into his 1V suitcase, the crocodile leather watch on his wrist glinting with a plastic sheen. In the midst of his busy preparations, he abruptly kicked over the television that was still broadcasting news, exclaiming, "This wretched place! Even the air reeks of servitude. I cannot endure another moment in this bird country. Let those who wish to go mad stay here. I am leaving. Wang Defa, are you truly going? This is a critical moment for the nation, and you choose to depart?" Old Zhang, his neighbor, could not restrain himself as he observed William stuffing bags into the car. "If you leave now, it will be difficult to return." "Return? Why would I ever return?" William rolled his eyes. "To go mad alongside you? This sickly nation. This is not my homeland. My true country lies beyond, in that land brimming with freedom and hope." He gestured dramatically towards the west. "Wang Defa." Old Zhang attempted to persuade him further. "Be silent." William spun around, his pupils narrowing sharply behind his golden-rimmed glasses. "Do not call me Wang Defa. My name is William Wong." Old Zhang's lips moved as he sought to say something, but he was restrained by another nearby. "Let him go. This fellow has never been one of us." Old Zhang could only sigh in resignation, his eyes reflecting disappointment. Thus, William drove to Chang'e International Airport, where he found a throng of individuals akin to himself. "At last, I can leave this place and journey to my dreamland." A young man clad in designer sportswear waved his ticket exuberantly, shouting with excitement, "I've heard that even the water and air there are sweet." A woman with voluminous, curled hair echoed, her face radiating hope. "My family has already secured a grand house in Eagle Land. Let the foolish remain in this cursed place while I indulge in luxury," boasted a middle-aged man, proudly displaying his beer belly and laughing heartily. "The reason I have yet to achieve anything significant is solely due to this rigid nation. Once I arrive there, Within 3 years, I am certain to ascend to greatness. A young man adorned in a cap proclaimed with fervor. Clearly, everyone here shares a similar sentiment to Wang Defa, with a fondness for bananas. On one side of the airport, Zhang Ming, a special police officer clad in a black tactical uniform, stood beside the ticketing area. His expression was stern, coldly observing the exuberant crowd with a gaze filled with disdain and confusion. His hand instinctively tightened around his baton at his waist, knuckles whitening from the grip. He could not fathom how these individuals could entertain thoughts of leaving Donghua at such a critical juncture. Those who had never regarded themselves as citizens of Donghua were one thing, but those who still harbored dreams of achieving success abroad were utterly ridiculous. How could they expect to thrive in an unfamiliar land rife with discrimination when they had accomplished nothing in a place they knew so well? Enough of this, Mengzi. The captain had approached him unnoticed, patting his shoulder and offering him a mitt. Let them go. They will surely regret it in due time. Did the instructor not mention that these banana people are a ticking time bomb if they remain in the homeland? The captain squinted slightly, gazing at the incessantly departing flights on the tarmac, a cold smile gracing his lips. We fear no external foes, yet the most lethal threats always arise from within. The same scene unfolded throughout Donghua, as countless airports and customs operated at full capacity, sending innumerable William Wongs beyond the borders. In stark contrast, other nations presented a completely different narrative. Having just completed his doctoral thesis defense, Deng Chong hurriedly packed a few articles of clothing, neglecting to collect his final degree certificate, and rushed toward the airport with a somewhat worn backpack. Deng, are you truly leaving? An elegantly dressed elder intercepted him at the gates of the Imperial Palace Institute of Technology. Professor Smith bore a serious expression, his eyes reflecting regret. You are my most esteemed student. Remaining here could lead to greater academic accomplishments. He spoke while gently pressing his hand on Deng Chong's arm. Your homeland is spiraling into madness. Returning will ensnare you in that chaotic vortex, leading to your ruin. No. Deng Chong slowly shook his head, asserting with undeniable pride. Professor Smith, you do not understand us Donghua people. We would never jest about such grave matters. This is precisely when our country needs us most. And even if my contribution is modest, I must return. You will jeopardize your doctoral degree by going back. Professor Smith's tone turned stern, his brow furrowing tighter, and the muscles in his face twitching slightly. It matters not. Deng Chong chuckled lightly, his smile radiating a carefree spirit. It is merely a degree, compared to my homeland. It is utterly insignificant. Are you truly not willing to reconsider? Professor Smith paused momentarily before inquiring again, his gaze imbued with a final glimmer of hope. No. Deng Chong replied with resolute finality, preparing to circumvent the professor. Then I can only express my apologies. Professor Smith's expression darkened with ferocity. Almost simultaneously, a black SUV barreled towards them from the other side of the campus gate, screeching to a halt before Deng Chong. Several armed men clad in black swiftly descended from the vehicle, encircling Deng Chong. Citizen of the Eastern Nation, we suspect you of espionage against our state secrets. You are under arrest. The leader of the black-clad men menacingly threw a piece of paper at Deng Chong's face, leaving a faint red mark upon his cheek. In a similar vein, the nations of the United Kingdom, the Iris Kingdom, and Han's country reacted in unison, apprehending those citizens of the Eastern Nation attempting to return home, all of whom shared the commonality of being the most distinguished students in their respective institutions. Concurrently, a multitude of ordinary individuals, exiles from the Eastern Nation, embarked on their journey back home. Among them were students seeking education, merchants conducting business, laborers working abroad, and tourists. They all shared a resolute memory of their identity as citizens of the Eastern Nation. In response, the Eastern Nation issued an announcement, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Elder Zhu, this is the data urgently gathered from various customs and airports over the past few days. Secretary Li Chong approached briskly, respectfully presenting a document sealed with a red confidential stamp to Elder Zhu. Zhu received the document, his eyes swiftly scanning the contents. 2 million individuals have exited, of which nearly 200,000 are from the Eastern Nation. He shook his head slightly, furrowing his brow, his tone laced with uncertainty. This figure is far below my estimates. Does it include those who entered illegally and mere tourists? Li Chong nodded earnestly. Every foreign national within the country has been accounted for, without exception. However, a significant number of undocumented individuals remain without any recorded identity information, and we are racing against time to conduct further investigations. Elder Zhu paced thoughtfully within the command center, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke in a grave tone. The speed of the investigation must be accelerated. It must be completed within 2 days. If individuals cannot be located, we shall restrict access to specific areas, digging deep to uncover them. Understood, Li Chang replied succinctly, pausing momentarily before tentatively asking. As for the 200,000 citizens who have exited the Eastern Nation, Elder Zhu, impatient, waved his hand, interrupting him. Those are of little consequence. Their departure is a relief. Li Chang refrained from further comment, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Over the past few days, the number of individuals returning to the Eastern Nation from around the globe has exceeded 3 million, the majority being citizens of the Eastern Nation, with a small portion being Eastern nationals. This is indeed a positive development. As long as they wish to return, they are warmly welcomed. Elder Zhu's demeanor softened, his voice imbued with warmth. Notify all departments to prepare for their reception. We must ensure that our returning compatriots feel appreciated. Of course, we cannot afford to relax our scrutiny and preventive measures in the slightest. Understood. Li Chang swiftly recorded the information and subsequently reported an additional situation. Numerous returning international students expressed concern that their outstanding peers had been detained. Furthermore, many reported that key talents such as chief engineers, consultants, and developers had also been apprehended, unable to return to the Eastern Nation. I am already aware of this situation. A mocking expression suddenly appeared on Zhu Lao's face as he scoffed. Those individuals are merely repeating the same old tactics, devoid of novelty. Rest assured, we will resolve this matter appropriately. At that very moment, in a special small conference room of the National Alliance's Grand Hall, an intense confrontation was unfolding. The atmosphere during the second remote video conference was charged with tension. Your actions constitute a grave violation of the Free Trade Agreement. The Eagle Nation's leader, John Ad, was flushed with anger. His eyes wide as he slammed his hand on the table. Immediately resume the export of goods and compensate us for the losses incurred due to the delays. Otherwise, we will take countermeasures without hesitation. Leaders from the corrupt nation, Hans, and the Iris Nation echoed his sentiments, creating a cacophony within the conference room. Only the chief leader of the Red Star Federation remained silent, reclining in his chair, appearing detached from the proceedings. After all, the Eastern Nation's Central Authority had already reached a secret agreement with him. The Eastern Nation would not only continue exporting goods to the Red Star Federation, but would also bypass the Eagle Nation for settlements, directly exchanging resources exported by the Red Star Federation for industrial products at extremely favorable prices. Free trade? The Eastern Nation's Central Authority chuckled disdainfully, their tone laced with sarcasm. Isn't it ironic for such words to escape the lips of the leader? Everyone is well aware of who truly disregards free trade. It would be best if this tedious farce came to a close sooner rather than later. However, if you wish to continue your performance, I shall not mind playing the role of an observer. Upon hearing this, Jonad and the others promptly fell silent, their gazes fixated on the Eastern Nation's Central Authority, filled with inquiry. Just how much do you truly understand about that crisis? From your actions, it is evident that you know more than you have disclosed. Jonad's expression turned serious, his voice low. We are still in the process of verification. However, have the results on your end been concluded? The corner of the Eastern Nation's Central Authority's mouth curled into a smirk, tinged with mockery. During the last closed-door meeting, they had informed the nations of impending natural disasters summarized by Li Yunshu, predictions that were subsequently validated one by one. The faces of Jonad and his companions turned grim. Indeed, it aligns with your forecasts. Yet, this alone is insufficient to substantiate the authenticity of the crisis. We require more information. It is imperative that the Eastern Nation openly shares all intelligence without reservation. Fear not, the Eastern Nation does not conceal matters like certain countries. We shall certainly disclose information. However, the expression of the Eastern Nation's Central Authority grew serious. You must first satisfy our conditions. What conditions? The Prime Minister of the Iris Nation inquired, puzzled. Release the scholars and various individuals from our nation detained over the past 2 days, ensuring their safe return to the Eastern Nation. Once they set foot on Eastern soil, we will naturally share more detailed information. This is impossible, Jonad exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. Is it? The Central Authority of the Eastern Kingdom, far from expressing anger, instead wore a sardonic smile, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly. Do not say I did not forewarn you, he declared ominously. In a matter of days, something may descend from the heavens, striking a vital edifice. With a pointed glance at the leader of the Iris nation, he continued, or perhaps, the populace of a certain region, pushed beyond endurance, will exact vengeance upon the magnates of the great corporations, successfully erasing them from existence. His piercing eyes then shifted to the commander of the Eagle clan. It is even conceivable that a cataclysmic tsunami could sweep away an entire lineage. Finally, his gaze settled upon the prime minister of the corrupt nation. The faces in the room paled, their attempts to maintain composure betrayed by flickers of panic in their eyes. At that moment, the Eastern Kingdom's authority dropped a bombshell. Moreover, I have taken a keen interest in your domestic shortage of consumer goods, prompting me to dispatch an investigation. As anticipated, the findings were revealing. He brandished a stack of documents, waving them in the air. I believe the citizens of your nations will be most curious about the whereabouts of these products. To dispel any skepticism and facilitate their search for relevant locations, we have thoughtfully included photographs and user-friendly maps. I trust this information will incite a grand celebration of zero-cost purchases among your citizens. You are meddling in our internal affairs, Jonathan shouted, his neck reddening with fury. He was acutely aware of the nature of his own people, his family included, and knew that should the Eastern Kingdom expose them, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Nay, the Eastern Authority abruptly slammed the documents to the ground, his voice rising with indignation. I have no interest in your sordid dealings. How you treat your own people is of no concern to us. I merely implore you to refrain from obstructing the plans of the Eastern Kingdom. The crisis looms large, if you do not wish to engage proactively. At the very least, do not hinder our efforts. With that said, I hope you will act wisely. Let it not be said that you were not forewarned. 3 hours later, countless aircraft ascended into the sky, carrying those who had just emerged from obscurity, their hearts ablaze with fervor, embarking on their journey home. On March 25th at 8:01 a.m., only 82 days, 15 hours, and 59 minutes remained until the final day of crossing. In the Special Response Command Center, Li Yunshu wearily lifted his head from the mountain of documents, rubbing his sore eyes. The command hall was no longer the desolate space he remembered. At the center of the hall, a massive virtual sand table emanated a soft blue glow. This sand table, a recreation of the foreign terrain from Li Yunshu's memory, not only depicted the general landscape, but also marked critical nodes, resembling a three-dimensional map of an alternate world. As the final commander among the travelers, the battles, retreats, and steadfastness experienced in that realm had indelibly etched themselves into Li Yunshu's very soul, rendering the sand table remarkably detailed. The most esteemed geological experts from the Eastern Kingdom were diligently refining the sand table, supplementing its intricacies based on geographical knowledge, delineating optimal gathering points and crucial terrains, and further optimizing it through supercomputing technology. Surrounding the command center were displayed 4 sets of data on foreign races, reconstructed from Li Yunshu's memories. Although he later assumed command, he had frequently visited the front lines and engaged in close combat with these alien entities, thus ensuring the accuracy of the information. Military advisors and armament experts gathered around the data, fervently debating their task of devising more effective tactics and weaponry tailored to the characteristics and vulnerabilities of the 4 races. Progress was being made, albeit gradually. Meanwhile, experts from the Agricultural Research Institute were racing against time to optimize the seed bank. Li Yunshu recalled that there were unique earth crops suitable for cultivation, and they were selecting other potentially useful crops based on the growth characteristics of those plants. Social scientists had already dispatched experts across the nation, and once personnel were in place and the bases completed, a nationwide special training program would commence to enhance the survival probabilities of ordinary citizens during their initial transition. One of the most pressing issues, communication, also showed promise. Utilizing the communication frequencies provided by Li Yunshu that could function in the alternate realm, experts designed a walkie-talkie capable of receiving signals within a 10-kilometer radius, enabling newly transitioned individuals to connect with one another immediately. They also developed a signal enhancement device to be mounted on drones, by deploying a drone as a relay station. The communication range of the walkie-talkies could extend beyond 30 kilometers. According to the communication experts, longer distances were technically feasible, but the battery life of the walkie-talkies would not sustain prolonged use, and resupply was impractical in the alternate world. Thus, they opted for an optimal solution balancing distance and endurance. Progress was steady. However, one particularly grave issue remained unresolved: the order of transitions. Each day, 1,095 of the total human population would transition at midnight, continuing for 3 years until everyone had crossed over. This process was entirely random, leaving no one aware of who would be next or when their turn would come. This uncertainty was a source of significant distress for the central authorities, including Li Yunshu, Zhu Lao, and all researchers at the Social Sciences Institute. Director Wan had candidly expressed before Li Yunshu and the Central Command that unless this issue was resolved, maintaining order would be impossible, inevitably leading to panic. This was also the primary reason the true nature of the crisis had yet to be disclosed to the citizens of Donghua. Li, do we have any more data or conditions? Director Wan hurriedly approached Li Yunshu, interrupting his contemplation. We have established a new social model and conducted simulations using 9 chapters. The situation is far from optimistic. Wan's face was etched with severity. If we cannot determine the order of transitions, regardless of how we strengthen control and stabilize public sentiment, chaos will erupt between the end of the 2nd year and the 3rd. The entire social order would descend into turmoil. In the worst-case scenario, we may not even survive the 1st year. Li, you have experienced this. Is there truly no sign of the transitions? Director Wan gazed at Li Yunshu with hopeful anticipation. Even the knowledge of an hour in advance could elevate societal stability by at least 5%. Director Wan. Li Yunshu gazed at the elderly figure before him, his throat tightening unexpectedly. The old man's disheveled gray hair stood erect atop his head, and the hollows beneath his deeply set eyes were shadowed with a dark hue, suggesting he had not rested properly for an extended period. 2 sickly patches of crimson marked his cheekbones, remnants of capillary ruptures due to cranial hypertension. His eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity, as if 2 flames flickered within his pupils, reminiscent of a candle wick suddenly reignited, casting forth its final glimmer. Li Yunshu, staring at Director Wan, felt as if something lodged in his throat prevented him from uttering a sound. He understood the immense effort the elder had invested in addressing the crisis, yet he could offer no useful information, only a gaze filled with remorse. Director Wan, once the phenomenon of traversal commences, it indeed unfolds without any discernible pattern or forewarning. At that time, while we were still able to maintain order, we conducted extensive research and analysis. However, there was no correlation whatsoever concerning age, profession, gender, physical condition, or even geographical location. But what about? Director Wan abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating intently on Li Yunshu. In another realm, we discovered certain elements related to traversal. Li Yunshu slowly approached the sand table, his finger indicating an area marked in red as the primary objective. This was humanity's final bastion, where we unearthed a Civilization-S relic. Within this relic lay a machine capable of generating wormhole rifts that connect to Earth. As he reminisced, a flicker of anguish crossed Li Yunshu's eyes. At that time, we faced a severe shortage of researchers, and the technological level of that machine far surpassed our own. Ultimately, we were unable to conduct a complete analysis. It took us 2 years to barely activate the machine, generating a wormhole that could sustain itself for 60 minutes, ultimately allowing us to send the children back to Earth. Li Yunshu took a deep breath, striving to quell the fury and sorrow within him, pulling his thoughts back to the present. The researchers indicated that the machine could gather and control a special particle, deemed the key to traversal. What particle? Director Wan's voice brimmed with urgency. I am not a researcher and thus lack clarity on the matter. However, the researchers have named it the God particle. Li Yunshu sighed in resignation. I inquired with Elder Qian, and there is no research regarding this particle on our side, nor can we find any similar existence, let alone hope to control it in the final hours. Hence, it serves little purpose. Director Wan appeared somewhat dejected, his once upright posture seemingly bending under the weight of despair, yet he quickly regained his composure and pressed on. Do you recall who the first batch of travelers were? The earlier, the better, the more, the merrier. This way, we can make other preparations. Li Yunshu was momentarily taken aback. The first batch of travelers? The initial phase of traversal was chaotic, and statistical efforts were nearly impossible. By the time he himself traversed, it was already nearing the end of the 2nd year. However, a vague silhouette suddenly emerged in Li Yunshu's mind. 13. The first batch of transgressors, reporting. Lieutenant Li Chong from the Special Operations Company of the 51st Division in the Southern Battle Zone has arrived, as ordered. A resounding voice echoed across the vast expanse of the training ground, reminiscent of thunder. A soldier with a vigorous demeanor approached, his strides firm and posture erect, executing a standard military salute that epitomized the discipline and precision of a soldier. Excellent. Fallen at once. Commander Wang Hu, affectionately known as Old Wang among the ranks of the Hongnong Pinglan army, spoke with brevity, raising his hand decisively to point towards the orderly formations on the training ground. Lieutenant Li Chang saluted Wang Hu before swiftly making his way into the ranks. By this time, the formation was already filled with soldiers. Some bore the fresh countenance of newcomers to military life, while others had their temples grayed by the passage of time. A flicker of doubt stirred within Li Chang. The varied ages and physical conditions of the assembled soldiers suggested they were not a cohesive unit tasked with a singular mission. Not long ago, his instructor had summoned him, informing him of a special mission that required his immediate presence in Hanjing. In that moment, Li Chang felt a surge of fervor. Ever since the East Nation declared a state of heightened military readiness, he and his comrades had trained relentlessly, yearning to be at the forefront of battle. Yet, what was the meaning of the scene unfolding before him? On the opposite side of the training ground, Wang Hu walked alongside Li Yunshu, engaged in conversation. Old Li, the last soldier named Li Chang has just arrived. Now, we have a total of 1,462 Li Changs present. Old Wang indicated towards the formation. Good heavens, that's nearly enough for an infantry regiment. Are you sure you can manage this, Old Li? Let us not confuse anyone. How can there be so many? Li Yushu queried, somewhat perplexed. He had initially thought that a single company would suffice, yet here they had assembled an entire regiment of Li Changs. There weren't this many before. However, after the nationwide mobilization for heightened readiness, many retired veterans and reservists responded to the call and returned to service. The total military personnel now approaches 50 million, naturally increasing the numbers. Wang Hu replied with a resigned wave of his hand. He then spoke gravely, Old Li, this matter is of utmost importance. I have exerted considerable effort to gather every soldier named Li Chang. You must not falter in this. With that, Wang Hu led Li Yunshu to the forefront of the formation. Everyone is present. Attention, at ease. With a commanding voice, Wang Hu instructed, on my mark, face forward. Instantly, every soldier moved in perfect unison, their gazes sharp and focused straight ahead. Li Yunshu began to stroll along the formation, carefully scrutinizing the faces of each soldier, attempting to uncover the familiar visage buried deep within his memories. His purpose was to locate a soldier named Li Chang, the only one he recalled from the initial batch of transgressors. Given the significance of the task, Li Yunshu dared not rely solely on photographs for identification. Thus, he had summoned all soldiers named Li Chang from within the ranks. After all, the reality of a person's appearance is often markedly different from that captured in photographs. Li Yunshu meticulously scrutinized each face, when suddenly, a familiar visage caught his eye. Although there were subtle differences from his memories, one ear was missing. There were no scars on the face, and the weariness was less pronounced. Replaced instead by a hint of youthfulness and vitality, Li Yunshu recognized that this Li Chang was indeed the person he sought. Among the first batch of traversers, he was one of the rare few who had survived to the end. Not only that, but he had also established the first temporary camp alongside other traversers and subsequently led them on a long trek to the Eastern Kingdom's stronghold in this other world. From that moment onward, Li Chang had fought on the front lines against alien forces, achieving remarkable feats until the moment of his sacrifice. Li Yunshu's fingers trembled slightly as they hovered before the young soldier. Sunlight filtered in from the side, casting intricate shadows across his sharply defined features, the height of his brow, the curvature of his jaw, and even the almost imperceptible old scar along his nose, all perfectly aligned with the contours of his memories. Observing this, Wang Hu quickly approached, his eyes filled with questions, seemingly awaiting Li Yunshu's confirmation. Li Yunshu nodded slightly, offering Wang Hu an affirmative response. The tension in Wang Hu's demeanor instantly eased, as he wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, exclaiming, finally, we found him. Subsequently, Li Yunshu escorted Li Chang to a private office within the command center. Inside, the lighting was dim and the atmosphere heavy with gravity. Li Yunshu recounted the origins and ramifications of the crisis of traversal without reservation. Li Chang listened in stunned silence, his expression shifting from confusion and shock to determination. Chief, since this concerns the fate of our nation and all humanity, I will give it my all. But what can I possibly do? There is much you are capable of. Before Li Yunshu could respond, the hurriedly arriving Director 1 interjected. Is this really him? Director 1 pointed at Li Chang, seeking confirmation from Li Yunshu. Li Yunshu nodded affirmatively. Is he reliable? Director 1 inquired once more. Absolutely, without question. Li Yunshu replied with conviction, for this was a hero who had fought valiantly for the people of the Eastern Kingdom until the last moment. That is reassuring. Director Wan's rare smile illuminated his face. Young man, come with me. We must first take you to Old Qian at the Academy of Sciences for a comprehensive scan. And then there is a very important task I need to assign to you. He pulled Li Chang along towards the exit. I refuse to believe that we cannot find even a single clue. And, pointing to Li Yunshu standing nearby, he added, you must come along as well. Me? Li Yunshu was taken aback. You two shall undergo a complete scan, both for reference and as a thorough health check. Old Fong from Logistics has complained to me several times about how long it has been since you last rested properly. Seize this opportunity for some well-deserved care. Director Wan. That really isn't necessary. Li Yushu hastily objected. I assure you, I am fine, and speaking of maintenance, you, Director, are in greater need of it than I. What nonsense. Director Wan was suddenly filled with anger. Do you realize that your life is no longer solely your own? In our Eastern nation, countless individuals could replace you. Can you be replaced? If you were to vanish unexpectedly, what immense cost would our Eastern nation incur? Come with me at once. Old Qian has everything prepared. And perhaps a little stimulation might help you remember more. With that, Director Wan insisted and forcibly led Li Yunshu and Li Chang to Director Qian. In the Grand Hall of the Academy of Sciences, a palpable tension mingled with excitement. Compared to Li Yunshu's last visit, the place seemed utterly transformed. What was once an expansive laboratory was now crowded with instruments emitting peculiar glows, and holographic projections wove intricate networks in the air. Researchers hurried about, some rapidly inputting commands on control panels, while others engaged in fervent discussions, hardly noticing the entrance of Director Wan and his entourage. Follow me, Director Wan whispered, guiding them through the bustling crowd. At the innermost part of the laboratory, 12 silver medical pods stood in neat rows, exuding a soft blue light. Old Qian was bent over one of the pods, adjusting parameters, his graying hair notably illuminated by the glow of the chamber. You're here. Old Qian suddenly looked up at Li Yunshu and the others. He quickly approached Li Chang, his calloused hand gripping Li Chang's arm as he directed his attention to Li Yunshu. Is this the comrade you mentioned? Quickly lie down. Taken aback by the unexpected enthusiasm, Li Chang instinctively complied, driven by the military's innate obedience. As the pod's lid slowly closed, Li Yunshu noticed a slight tremor in Old Qian's fingers. Once Old Qian completed the adjustments on the equipment beside the medical pod, he turned his attention back to Li Yunshu and Director Wan. This monitoring device is designed based on what you mentioned last time. It can analyze various energy fields within the human body. From brainwave intensity to the energy levels of the bioelectric field, it encompasses nearly everything currently known to humanity. Old Qian patted an adjacent vacant instrument. I have also designed a program to test the strength of the Higgs boson field based on hypotheses, hoping it may prove useful. Higgs boson? What is that? Li Yunshu inquired, intrigued by this unique term. It's what you referred to as the God particle. According to human understanding and speculation, the Higgs boson is the most likely candidate for achieving a traversable effect. Unfortunately, our research on such particles is virtually non-existent. We cannot even confirm whether they can exist. This instrument was also designed based on conjecture, and I cannot guarantee its efficacy, Old Qian sighed. Now, enough of that. You too, you and Director Wan. Each find a medical pod to lie down in. Why shouldn't I? This old body of mine is of no use anymore, right? Director Wan chuckled, gesturing towards Li Yunshu. Of course you should. The more subjects we have for comparison, the better. Old Qian retorted. He gestured towards the other medical pods, which had been brought in for comparative analysis. Otherwise, how could one verify the data? Moreover, Lao Wan, your blood pressure is soaring like a rocket engine. It is indeed the perfect opportunity for a checkup. Otherwise, who knows if you might slip into eternal slumber one day. Without further ado, he shoved Lao Wan into the medical pod and exchanged a knowing glance with Li Yunshu. Enough chatter, hurry inside. Do not worry. It won't take much of your time. With that, Qian Lao firmly guided Lao Wan towards a medical pod, simultaneously signaling Li Yunshu to hurry up. Li Yunshu let out a wry smile and reluctantly found an empty medical pod to lie down in. As soon as he reclined, the lid of the pod closed over him. Accompanied by a gentle melody and a delightful fragrance, Li Yunshu drifted into a peaceful slumber. When he regained consciousness, he had no idea how many hours had passed. The medical pod emitted a few beeping sounds before slowly unveiling its lid. Li Yunshu sprang up, feeling exceptionally refreshed, particularly in his mind, in a state of vitality that astonished even him. Awake? Came Qian Lao's voice from nearby. Following the sound, Li Yinshu saw Qian Lao busily attending to the instruments, while the spots previously occupied by Li Chong and Lao one had clearly been taken by others, indicating they had long since departed. Qian Lao, how long have I been asleep? Li Yinshu hurried over to him. Good heavens, you've been in slumber for a full 9 hours, more than double the average. Qian Lao scrutinized Li Yinshu with astonishment in his eyes. Li Yinshu felt a bit disoriented. He had not anticipated sleeping for such an extended period, having not experienced such deep rest in ages. Qian Lao, I must take my leave. There is much to be done. By the way, have you made any progress on that key? Qian Lao shook his head. Do you think scientific experiments are so swift? It takes time. I have recorded the data from all of you and am currently submitting it to Jiuzhang for analysis. At least 3 samples are needed for an effective comparison. Remember to return in 3 days. With that, Qian Lao approached Li Yinshu and patted him on the shoulder. You've worked hard. Keep it up. Rest assured, this time we shall not falter. Li Yinshu was momentarily taken aback, ready to express something. But the seriousness in Qian Lao's gaze rendered him speechless. Gradually, he rendered a formal military salute to Qian Lao before swiftly exiting the laboratory. As Li Yinshu's figure vanished from sight, Qian Lao continued to observe the direction of his departure. Meanwhile, on the screen of the instruments behind him, an analysis report was slowly generating. No abnormal force fields or special bioelectric fields detected. Object 1 shows no significant differences from other subjects. Unable to confirm anomalies. Sorting cannot be conducted. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Lao began operating the instruments, pushing a lever to its limit. The sensitivity of the quantum sensor has been heightened to its limits. Please be advised that this operation may reduce the instrument's lifespan. A warning popped up as he proceeded with his actions. Elder Qian casually dismissed the warning and continued. Jiuzhang, import all particle models and energy field models present in the database thus far, regardless of whether they are known or speculative, and derive all possible scenarios for further comparison. Importing models expected to complete in 17 hours, 26 minutes, and 31 seconds. Upon seeing the countdown on the screen, Elder Qian finally exhaled in relief, preparing to take a brief respite. However, he was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit. When he withdrew his hand from his mouth, it was stained with a vivid crimson. With a bitter smile, he glanced at his palm and shook his head, then opened another document, which was a comprehensive scan previously conducted by Li Yinshu. The file concluded with several lines of bold red text. Please note that the subject's brainwave intensity exceeds the normal limit by more than double. The observation subject's wave peak has surpassed the threshold, indicating that their normal state is under extreme pressure with an excessive psychological burden. It is recommended to rest and seek psychological counseling. The elder stared at the text on the screen, his hands unconsciously clenching and releasing, ultimately letting out a gentle sigh. Hold on, young one. For you, for me, for the millions of people in the Eastern nation. 15. Swearin System. Li Yinshu stepped out of the Academy of Sciences. A sense of peculiarity regarding Elder Qian lingering in his mind, yet he could not articulate it. Commanderly, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Special Agent Qin Yi stood beside a military vehicle, his impeccably tailored uniform casting a long shadow in the sunlight. Chief of Staff Ding has already called 3 times, stating there are significant developments at the training ground that require your attention. Li Yinshu quickly approached the military vehicle, the sound of his black leather shoes echoing sharply against the granite surface. Why didn't you come in to call me? He swiftly opened the door and slid inside, fastening the seatbelt with a crisp click. Qin Yi immediately turned the key to start the engine. I waited for you for 3 hours. He glanced at his watch with a wry smile. Elder Qian insisted that I must not disturb you, even redirecting internal calls. So I had no choice but to wait here. With practiced ease, he drove towards the training ground, where Wan and the others had departed 3 hours prior, though they were likely still engaged. As expected, when Li Yinshu arrived at the training ground, Minister Xia Tao from the logistics department was energetically directing a group of people. Commanderly, you arrived just in time. Come over and offer us your insights. Minister Xia waved upon spotting Li Yinshu, pulling him to the center of the training field. Before them stood Li Chong, fully equipped, with a half-person height military backpack strapped to his back, alongside a massive container parked nearby. This is designed based on the traversal experiences you summarized, Minister Xia explained, patting the backpack. The pack is ergonomically designed and, with the assistance of an exoskeleton, can bear a maximum weight of 200 kilograms. As he spoke, he gently lifted Li Chong's outer garment. revealing a sleek exoskeleton device securely affixed to his waist and thighs. This hip assist exoskeleton was a semi-covered, fully supportive apparatus constructed from aerospace-grade titanium alloy and nanofiber muscle bundles. Designed to work in conjunction with a backpack, relying on the solid-state battery within the pack, soldiers could maintain a normal operational speed for up to 72 hours, even under full load, and could sprint at a velocity of 20 kilometers per hour for 12 hours. Subsequently, Minister Skia unlatched the backpack behind Li Chang and continued with his explanation. The pack contained compressed rations sufficient for an adult to survive for 30 days, alongside 3 simple water purification devices fully capable of meeting daily survival needs. Additionally, it was equipped with a first aid kit, a positioning receiver, 2 walkie-talkies, and a solar charging apparatus. Without the inclusion of other weapons, the backpack weighed approximately 20 kilograms. Given that each individual could carry a supply of resources during the traversal, what are your thoughts on this backpack? Is there anything you believe should be added? Li Yunshu's gaze lingered on the backpack for a moment before he picked one up from the side and donned it for a personal evaluation. The design is exceptional. The 20-kilogram weight hardly impeded movement, and coupled with the exoskeleton, even greater weights could be managed with ease. A look of delight spread across his face. If every individual were equipped with such a backpack at the onset of the traversal, the survival rate would undoubtedly see a significant increase. Indeed, that is precisely our plan. Minister Xie nodded in satisfaction. With our current production capacity in the East, we could manufacture a sufficient number of backpacks within 2 months without compromising other tasks. By filling each backpack with supplies and distributing them, we could effectively alleviate the initial chaos, even if we cannot ascertain the order of traversal in advance. Minister Xie paused before continuing. By the way, we have also compiled a booklet based on your information, detailing the potentially hazardous creatures and unique terrains one might encounter in the other world. Unfortunately, we lack physical samples and can only provide written descriptions. Considering our current inability to distribute it, we plan to impart this knowledge to the public under the guise of wilderness survival training once the training bases are operational, thereby enhancing everyone's survival odds. Do you have any additional suggestions? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yunshu responded, "Could we not equip the populace with some weapons? The other world is fraught with danger. Having weapons would at least provide a means to defend against some beasts. Weapons will indeed be provided, but not at this moment." Minister Xie replied, "You are aware that in our country, ordinary citizens have minimal exposure to firearms. Distributing them recklessly could lead to unintended injuries rather than neutralizing threats. Moreover, during these extraordinary times, a surge of weapons into civilian hands could precipitate even greater turmoil. We plan to initiate comprehensive weapons training at the training bases. If we are unable to confirm the order of traversal, we will distribute weapons in the final days. This arrangement seems quite reasonable. I have no objections." Li Yunshu nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Now come and see this, as it is of utmost importance." Minister Xie urged Li Yunshu, briskly leading him towards the container. This container is several times larger than the ordinary ones, with numerous military personnel bustling around it, including Chief of Staff Ding. "What do you think?" "This is our military's most advanced communication device, Swearin," he proudly announced, patting the exterior of the container as Li Yunshu approached. With the roar of hydraulic machinery, the colossal container slowly unfolded, revealing a labyrinth of intricate and sophisticated electronic equipment within. This is the Swearin Communication Command Center, capable of establishing a communication network with a radius of 200 kilometers. Chief Ding pointed to the container, explaining that its inner lining is made of a special composite armor, capable of withstanding a certain degree of attack, while the outer layer is equipped with solar panels with over 40% efficiency, the same as those used in our space stations. The entire container meets the standards of a single independent item, awaiting your approval as an expert in traversing dimensions. We plan to deploy reliable personnel to transport over 1,000 Swearin devices to another world, constructing a comprehensive communication command network. This is Swearin number 1, the first of its kind, and it is of utmost importance. It will be under the responsibility of Lieutenant Li Chang to carry it. Upon crossing into the other world, he must set up the device at the earliest opportunity. At that point, it will serve as our initial communication node and the core of our first gathering point. Subsequently, Chief Ding led Li Yunshu inside the container to continue his presentation. In addition to the communication and command modules, there are 2 additional systems on board, namely the reconnaissance balloons and high-speed drones. Once Suerin is deployed, it will release numerous reconnaissance balloons that will conduct detection and routine monitoring around it, sending real-time data feedback to create topographical maps with a maximum detection radius of 500 kilometers. Theoretically, if 2,000 Suerin devices are distributed throughout the other world, a complete map of that realm can be produced. To ensure safety, we are prepared to bring more than double that number. The high-speed drones will swiftly reach distressed locations based on the positioning devices and walkie-talkies carried by each individual, conducting reconnaissance and then issuing rescue commands through Suerin. Li Yunshu listened intently, recalling the chaotic scenes from his last traversal. Had there been such equipment then, the outcome would undoubtedly have been vastly different. Can the production of this equipment keep pace? After all, it is not as easily manufactured as a backpack, he asked with concern, gently touching the components of Suerin. Chief Ding chuckled heartily. Surely you do not harbor any misconceptions about our status as the world's largest industrial nation? The technologies employed here are all well established, and various production lines are already in place. While solid-state batteries may be somewhat costly, we cannot afford to be overly concerned about that now. We expect to complete the manufacture of 1,000 Suerin units within 30 days. In addition to Suerin number 1, we will select the most reliable elite personnel from various military districts, allowing them to become familiar with the operation of Suerin as quickly as possible, and then station them in 10-man teams beside each Suerin unit. Once the process of traversal begins, soldiers in a state of transition can swiftly engage with and transport firemakers to alternate realms. By the way, you previously mentioned that there is approximately a 30-second preparation period before the crossing, correct? Indeed, Li Yunshu nodded in affirmation. That sensation is quite extraordinary, once experienced. One instinctively understands that a traversal is imminent, and within 30 seconds, one will be transported. On the 16th, turbulent currents surged. On March 27, 2008 Beijing time, it was 7:08 in the Eagle Nation. Supreme Commander Jonard drained a cup of robust coffee in one go. The once rich Colombian brew now tasted as bitter as bile, searing its way down his throat to his stomach. For 5 consecutive days, since the Eastern superpower on the other side of Blue Star sounded the first-level combat readiness alert, he had not enjoyed a single uninterrupted night's sleep. As the bitterness gradually dissipated and caffeine revitalized his sleep-deprived mind, Jonard pressed the summoning button before him. In less than 3 minutes, his chief aide, Matt, arrived with a task force. Your Excellency, the situation is far graver than we anticipated. Matt's countenance was decidedly grim. Our stock market has just undergone its 20th circuit breaker this week, compelling us to resort to physical measures to prevent further deterioration. Citizens are rioting due to a scarcity of food and essential supplies. At least 5,637 supermarkets and large malls nationwide have been looted, and most stores have shuttered their doors. Furthermore, the banks are in turmoil, with runs occurring everywhere. At least 15 banks have sent distress signals to us. The primary issue is that the populace is engulfed in panic, believing that we are on the brink of war with the Eastern nation. Numerous sects are exploiting this opportunity to propagate apocalyptic rumors, profiting from the ensuing fear, with some even hoarding gas masks and coffins. Jonard's temples throbbed incessantly as he approached the window. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass, he observed the gathering of protesters outside the White House fence, their banners fluttering in the morning breeze. We want bread, no war. Why is there still a shortage of goods? Has the Eastern nation failed to deliver as agreed? They have only sent the previously contracted supplies, unwilling to sign any new agreements. If they wish to continue supplying goods, the Eastern nation has provided a list, demanding that we exchange goods as per the details outlined, refusing any monetary transactions, save for their currency. Then let us give them their currency. The Supreme Commander expressed his displeasure. However, we have no reserves of their currency, Matt replied, raising his hands in exasperation. We never considered holding the Eastern currency. Hence we cannot procure any. There are some available on the international black market, but the price is exorbitant, having already surpassed a 10-to-1 exchange rate against our Eagle currency. And the quantities are too minuscule to be of any significant use. Are you telling me their currency can be exchanged at a 10-to-1 ratio with ours? Did I mishear you, or did you misstate? Jonard's eyes widened in disbelief. My lord, I assure you, I am not mistaken, nor have you misheard. The black market exchange rate for Eastern currency to Eagle dollars has now surpassed 10-to-1, yet it remains devoid of value. Following the announcement of an impending crisis in the East, their currency has become the sole medium for trade, necessitating its use to procure goods from the East. Those wretched Easterners are taking advantage of the situation. Jonard seethed with unexpected fury. I now harbor grave suspicions that this crisis is merely a ruse concocted by the Easterners, aimed at exploiting the entire world. He paced the Oval Office like an enraged bull. After a moment, he sighed in resignation. The prophecies provided by the Easterners have all come to fruition. If this indeed is a deception, he would be left to choose between the unsettling truths of their ability to manipulate natural disasters or the divine intervention upon their land. Enough of this. I shall settle accounts with those cursed Easterners later. For now, we must release the goods we have received into the market to stabilize society, Jonard commanded. However, the cargo had been entirely claimed before even leaving customs, rendering it impossible to enter the market. Matt hesitated to meet Jonard's gaze. Swallowing hard, the latest batch of goods received at customs had been seized before unloading by agents from various agencies. His eyes drifted outside, where military trucks were parked, requisitioned under the National Security Emergency Act. Damn it. Jonard yanked off his deep red tie, the luxurious silk crumpled in his grasp. Speechlessness choking him until he regained his breath. What of our own goods? Is it not merely a matter of price? Is this not an opportune moment to reclaim the market? Jonard suddenly lifted his gaze to Matt. With all due respect, my lord, Matt's face was a mask of bitterness. We are currently incapable of producing sufficient goods. We lack skilled workers and even adequate production lines to deploy immediately. We need time. Damn it. Jonard's fury reached its zenith. Just because that nation ceased trade, we are subjected to such profound repercussions? He looked at Matt, seeking an answer. Matt's lips moved, yet no words emerged. Jonard slumped wearily into his chair, silent for an extended period. After what felt like an eternity, he rose again, a grim determination etched upon his face. Activate the harvester's plan. Jonard's voice cut through the air, as cold as the permafrost of the Rocky Mountains. Matt's expression shifted dramatically. This was a contingency plan devised for such extraordinary times, permitting the deployment of foreign troops to directly requisition supplies from allies. My lord, this could provoke a backlash from our allied system. Let them direct their wrath towards the Easterners. Jonard flung open the curtains, sunlight pouring in like molten gold. Yet it failed to illuminate the darkness lurking in his eyes. Inform the media that all material shortages are a consequence of the Eastern nation's violation of trade agreements. Allowing Facebook to emphasize their military exercises in the South China Sea, disseminating news among the populace that goods have been entirely purchased by Eastern nationals. His fingers traced a discordant sound upon the glass. Hatred serves as an excellent tool, so long as it is directed towards the desired end. Of course, none of this will be conveyed through our official channels. After all, there are plenty of media outlets and journalists willing to speak truthfully. Is that not so? 17. I regret to inform you that you are not under our jurisdiction. William Wong, akin to a frightened hamster, cowered in the corner of his apartment, his fingers fiddling with the last remnants of a few biscuits. Outside, the cacophony of sirens intertwined with explosions, weaving a suffocating net of death. Just 5 days prior, upon his arrival on this land, he reveled in the so-called air of freedom, marveling at the sweet air and potable water. Yet now he felt akin to a mouse lost within a labyrinth, surrounded by dead ends. Only 3 pieces remained, he muttered to himself, trembling fingers breaking a half biscuit, placing it into his mouth, allowing saliva to gradually soften its hardened texture. Hunger clawed at him like an invisible talon, ruthlessly constricting his stomach. Once accustomed to opulence and never having tasted hunger, he could hardly fathom that he would find himself in such dire circumstances in a nation that prided itself as a beacon to the world. The phone screen suddenly illuminated, revealing yet another urgent alert. All residents are advised to remain indoors. Riots continue, and supply deliveries will be delayed. Nonsense about deliveries. William Wong, consumed by rage, hurled his phone onto the sofa. The government's promised deliveries had not been seen for 3 days, and the supermarket shelves stood utterly bare. In the past, he would have already inundated the government complaint line and exposed the situation online, ensuring that those responsible faced consequences. Yet at this moment, he dared not breathe, fearing that any movement might invite disaster. William Wong crept to the window, cautiously lifting a corner of the blinds. Across the street, a convenience store was being ransacked. A group of masked individuals wielded clubs, shattering glass, frantically seizing the scant remaining goods like ravenous wolves. He instinctively touched his face. That distinctly Eastern visage now felt like a mark of danger. Individuals like him had become targets, and hostile gazes, sharp as blades, could be felt wherever he went. It is all the fault of those madmen, he gritted his teeth, directing his fury towards the homeland across the ocean. In his distorted perception, if that country would simply bow down and accept the leadership of the civilized world, he would not find himself in such a predicament. William Wong walked to the bathroom, staring at his reflection in the mirror. Black hair, slightly upturned eyes, a quintessential Eastern countenance. Once, this was the heritage he yearned to escape. Now, it had transformed into a perilous insignia. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed through the apartment, causing William to shudder. He held his breath, stealthily moving to the door. Peering through the peephole, two burly white police officers stood outside. William Wong instinctively inhaled sharply, covering his mouth with his hand, fearful that even the slightest sound might draw the attention of the two officers. The policemen seemed oblivious to William's presence in the room. After a few more forceful knocks on the door, they turned away, cursing under their breath. Shortly thereafter, a similar rapping echoed from the adjacent room. William recalled that the occupant next door was a woman who had journeyed here from the east alongside him. It was rumored that she was a somewhat renowned writer, having penned several scathing critiques of the East's government. With a creak, the door appeared to open. The thin walls of the dilapidated apartment offered little sound insulation, allowing William to hear the dialogue next door quite clearly. "Officer, may I inquire what the matter is?" came the woman's voice. "We have received a report alleging that you are cultivating cannabis in your residence without permission. We need to conduct a search," one of the officers replied. "That is preposterous. Someone must have falsely accused me. I have never touched such substances." The woman's voice rose in pitch. "Whether it is a false accusation will be determined once we conduct our inspection. I must insist, step aside. You have no search warrant. You lack the authority to enter my home uninvited. This is my territory." The writer's voice escalated into a scream. "Last warning, step aside." The officer's roar coincided with a violent kick against the door, causing William to witness a flurry of white dust falling from the ceiling above. The woman's screams grew increasingly frantic. "This is unconstitutional. I will take you to federal court to file a complaint against you." Accompanied by a crack and a burst of static electricity, her screams abruptly ceased. "Hey, come look at what I found," an excited voice called out. "This yellow-skinned monkey is indeed cultivating cannabis illegally. We have irrefutable evidence now." "Cannabis? Impossible." William pondered, though he was not particularly familiar with the woman next door. He did not recall her ever engaging with such substances. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The woman had been growing a considerable amount of tomatoes and green onions in her home. Could it be those? At that moment, another shout rang out from next door. "Hey, come check this out. FK, this guy has hoarded so many supplies at home. Damn it, these yellow-skinned monkeys have indeed taken everything." The posts on Facebook were not lying. "What are we waiting for? This is all stolen property. We need to confiscate it immediately. You can't take my things. You have no right to do this." The woman seemed to have regained her senses. "Ma'am, we are formally charging you with illegal cannabis cultivation. These illicit gains are being seized under the law. Any further dialogue can occur at the station," the officer barked menacingly. "Give my things back." The sounds of screaming and struggling erupted simultaneously. "Ma'am, I warn you, do not. This wretched individual dares to scratch my face, my eyes." Bang, bang, bang. The incessant gunfire erupted, only to be succeeded by an eerie stillness. William Wong crouched behind the door, his hands tightly clasped over his mouth, his entire being trembling uncontrollably, too fearful to utter a sound. That evening, a news report appeared on his phone. Illegal immigrants clandestinely cultivating marijuana in a rented apartment, violently resisting law enforcement, resulting in their fatal shooting after warnings proved futile. The newspaper included several photographs, one depicting a woman who had been shot multiple times, lifeless. Another showing a white police officer, his face blurred but faint red scars were visible, labeled as injuries inflicted by the assailants. The final image displayed several potted plants. Purportedly confiscated marijuana, though heavily pixelated, William Wong immediately recognized them as tomatoes and green onions. Unable to contain his rising dread and despair, William stumbled to his feet and rushed to the trash can, frantically rummaging. At last, he uncovered a crumpled flyer, gingerly unfolding it before dialing the number inscribed upon it. "Hello, this is the East Nation Embassy in Eagle Country. How may we assist you?" "You? No, hello. I am Wei. No, Wong Defa. I am currently trapped in Eagle Country. It is unsafe here. I wish to return home. Can you assist me?" Silence enveloped the line, and Wong Defa held the phone tightly, as if it were a lifeline. After what felt like an eternity, a voice finally responded. "We apologize, Mr. William Wong, But upon verification, you voluntarily renounced your East Nation citizenship not long ago and have since integrated into Eagle Country. Please seek assistance from the relevant authorities there. Goodbye. The call was abruptly terminated. Undeterred, William attempted to call again, only to be met with a busy tone. He had been blocked. 18. Rumors swirled. Wang Defa collapsed onto the ground, his phone slipping from his grasp. At that moment, his hatred for a homeland he had long felt indifferent towards soared to unimaginable heights. Madman, damned madman. This garbage country will inevitably collapse. I await the day of its utter ruin. How dare they hang up on me, those? Perhaps spurred by his fury, Wang Defa instinctively resorted to the East Nation dialect he had vowed never to use again. More critically, in his agitated state, he failed to realize how loud his outbursts were, the thin hollow walls doing little to contain his rage, allowing his voice to carry beyond the confines of his room. Straight to the outside of the apartment building. Below, a group of masked assailants, searching for prey, suddenly halted their movements. The leader, a burly white man, gestured for silence, cupping his hands around his ears. It's the voice of an East Nation monkey. He*s right upstairs. A cruel smile spread across his face as he pointed toward the source of the sound. Brothers, let's move. It is high time for those wretched beings to relinquish what they have unlawfully seized from us. Coincidentally, as reports about the Eastern Nation proliferate across various media outlets, individuals like Wang Defa, who have taken this opportunity to abandon the Eastern Nation and remain indifferent to the domestic calls from abroad, have become prime targets. They have faced repeated robberies, many suffering brutal beatings, and those who dare to resist may even find their lives in peril. Local law enforcement not only turns a deaf ear to their pleas for help, but also targets them as adversaries. Consequently, diplomatic missions of the Eastern Nation across various countries have been compelled to fortify their defenses, relying on the backing of certain nations to ensure at least a modicum of safety. However, the Eastern Nation is now portrayed online as a mad entity, attempting to threaten the world with a fabricated rationale. Not only that, but its citizens are also hoarding resources, seeking to monopolize all supplies for profit. Within the borders of the Eastern Nation, the online atmosphere is far from tranquil. Speculations abound regarding an inexplicable human crisis and the sudden declaration of a national level of military readiness. Are these events genuine, or merely the prophecies of the Mayans? The rhetoric of military readiness without action leaves us yearning for freedom. The populace also deserves to be informed. We do not wish to remain in ignorance. Prices are on the verge of soaring, as the Eastern Nation faces a coalition blockade from various countries, with essential supplies dwindling to a mere 3 days' worth. The threat of famine looms. The Eagle Nation, alongside numerous allies, has collectively halted food exports to the Eastern Nation. The Red Star Federation has expressed dissatisfaction with the Eastern Nation's export policies, ceasing all resource shipments. Your household's natural gas supply may last only 2 more days. In an instant. The internet is rife with rumors from various self-media outlets, particularly from hostile factions, incessantly broadcasting fabricated videos of riots among the Eastern populace, with hosts screaming into their microphones like fleas on a hot skillet. Although the majority of citizens remain unaffected, a small segment has succumbed to these falsehoods. The impact of these rumors has led to suffocating scenes in major supermarkets. Before dawn, long lines form outside the stores, filled with anxious whispers. As soon as the doors open, the crowd rushes in, fearing they will miss out on essential items. An elderly woman frantically stacks instant noodles into her shopping cart as if preparing for a year's worth of sustenance. A young couple pushes a cart overflowing with bottled water, sweat glistening on their foreheads. Some even clutch large bags of salt, reminiscent of the frenzied salt shortages of yesteryear. Though some have attempted to counter the rumors, it is said that while fabricating lies is effortless, debunking them requires great effort. Even when facts disproving the rumors are presented, they cannot keep pace with the speed at which internal information spreads. Why does the government refrain from revealing the truth? Is there a genuine risk of famine? Such questions abound, exacerbating an already tense situation. At the Central Sea Information Control Center, the chief officer, Dong Janning, stands with arms crossed, gazing at the large screen before him, where the map of the Eastern Nation flickers with numerous red dots, signaling turmoil. The crimson dots are interlinked. Occasionally, a slender red line emerges from a larger, igniting countless new smaller dots, much like a virus spreading across the vast expanse of the Eastern Kingdom. According to our current surveillance, we have confirmed over 200 core nodes and more than 3,000 secondary nodes, while the number of terminal nodes has surpassed 20,000. The core nodes within the Eastern Kingdom are predominantly located in the Magic City, the Chopping Province, the Eating Province, and the Silk Province, all of which have been traced to specific individuals. The core nodes beyond our borders are primarily found in the Singing Island and Mud Hong, with the largest nodes situated in the Eagle family. All these routes are under our control, ready for a counteroffensive to render them silent. Young Major Lin Hao presented a tablet, its screen illuminating the real-time coordinates of each node. The key figure within the territory is none other than the deep-sea fish, who leaked epidemic data 3 years ago and is currently hiding in a villa area of the Silk Province. Dong Jianning's thumb pressed against the textured edge of the control panel, his knuckles whitening from the force. The pandemic of 3 years ago, last year's trade war, and the current global battle of public opinion, these hidden puppeteers behind the network have finally revealed their claws since the initiation of first-level combat readiness. He gazed at the several highlighted red dots along the Eagle family's west coast, recalling the public intellectuals who served the Eagle Yuan. A cold smirk forming at the corners of his lips. Excellent. It was worth leaving a gap for them to exploit, after all these years. It is time to net them all. These tumors are nothing but calamities, and this time we must eradicate them entirely. Truth be told, many of these nodes have long been monitored and documented. However, action had never been taken, as such individuals are inexhaustible. Rather than capturing them only to face another wave of hidden threats, it is better to retain those we can control. Yet, the time has come to uproot them. Dong Jianning, to what extent shall we proceed this time? The young soldier, brimming with excitement, could not help but inquire whether we will only capture the core nodes or also apprehend the secondary ones. Dong Jianning spun around sharply, his gaze like a blade, resolutely declaring, all of them, including the terminal nodes, leave none behind. Understood. Furthermore, activate the swearing agreement, reduce the servers in Singing Island and Mud Hong to ashes. Additionally, inform our infiltrators to disseminate the materials. Let these individuals comprehend that when it comes to playing with fire and fanning the flames, we, the Eastern Kingdom, are the true ancestors. 19. The net and counterattack. Beauty blogger Xiaoli deftly tapped away at her keyboard, her long, elaborate nails not hindering her agility. Dear followers, who understands? My uncle at the Grain Management Center secretly informed me that our granary was completely depleted 3 days ago. As she typed the final exclamation mark, she deliberately enlarged the font, making those 3 exclamation points resemble boulders hurled into a lake, destined to stir up monstrous waves. The accompanying photograph of the empty granary was sent by an online source late last night. The desolate warehouse appeared blurry. Yet the words Eastern Kingdom Granary were rendered just legible, granting the comment section boundless room for speculation. At the moment she clicked to publish, Xiaoli watched the backend data surge wildly, akin to a runaway stallion. 100, 000, 500, 000, 1, 000, 000. The figures for followers and replies danced frenetically across the screen. She erupted into exaggerated laughter, her manicured nails scraping against the armrest with a jarring sound. Just 2 more viral hits, and the Hermes Birkin will be beckoning me. Leaning back against the chair, Xiaoli blew a kiss to her nails, the scattered diamonds on her fingertips reflecting a greedy glimmer under the lights. Meanwhile, the e-commerce host Lu Jiai was engrossed in editing images, transforming the numerous photographs of storm-damaged streets he had collected during the last typhoon into scenes resembling a battlefield, annotating them with sensational text. Shocking. Material shortages in H-City trigger looting. Many streets have been ransacked. The self-proclaimed media mogul Sun Shu was also busy modifying a photograph. A crane's shadow reflected on the river had morphed into an image resembling a submarine under his deft manipulation. Tilting his head to scrutinize the screen, he felt it still lacked an explosive element, so he added a few rust stains to the edges of the image. A shoddy project must exude a scent of decay. He deliberately employed ambiguous insinuations in the accompanying text. A major scandal surfaces in Eastern countries' military armaments, revealing images from a military site. Each word concealed a hook, poised to ensnare the curiosity of netizens. As a seasoned insider, he understood well how to navigate between truth and deception, rendering lies more palpable than reality. Financial experts, seasoned journalists, and various individuals who had crafted personas for themselves were all laboring fervently, the prospect of imminent riches rendering them oblivious to everything else. Suddenly, outside their rented rooms, apartments, and offices, an urgent knocking resounded in unison. Open up. We're here to check the water meter. In the regal Epine Villa district of Silk Province, one of the most luxurious villa areas in both the province and the entire eastern country, The residents were all either immensely wealthy or of noble lineage, with even the least expensive properties commanding 6 figures per square meter. Dong Jinkai, president of the Eastern Goose Chamber of Commerce, reclined on a sun lounger by the pool, the smoke from his cigar spiraling lazily in the sunlight. The fingertips of a bikini-clad beauty danced tenderly on his back, the bubbles of chilled champagne gently bursting in the glass, while the distant fountain sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun. As a successful businessman, he naturally possessed everything one could desire. However, no one knew that he was, in fact, a crucial pawn placed by the Eagle family within the Eastern country. In recent days, Dong Jinkai had expended considerable mental effort to fulfill directives from above, and now, with positive results and commendations from his superiors, he found time to indulge in some well-deserved rest. The recent tumult of rumors affecting the entire Eastern country was largely orchestrated by him. With this achievement, coupled with years of service, Dong Jinkai had finally obtained the coveted Dong Huang Gold Card. Eagerly awaiting the opportunity to enjoy the fruits of his labor at the Eagle family's estate, perhaps due to the strain of recent exertions, a wave of drowsiness washed over Dong Jinkai. He gestured to one of the beauties, signaling her to assist him, and donned an eye mask, surrendering to a moment of tranquility under her attentive care. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the anticipated thrill remained elusive, as the hands pressing down on him stifled any impulse to act. How does one conduct oneself in such a situation? Are you simply going to leave? Apply some force. Do you understand? His eyes remained closed as he erupted in a tirade. What kind of strength is this? A foreign voice echoed in his ear, followed by a pair of large hands gripping his shoulders with a force that felt as if it could shatter his scapula. Ah! Dong Jinkai let out a piercing scream, struggling to rise, and yanked off the blindfold, only to discover that he was not met by the familiar faces of beautiful women, but rather a group of men clad in the uniforms that haunted his nightmares. Dong Jinkai, or perhaps it would be more fitting to call you deep-sea fish. The voice of the leader sliced through his carefully woven facade like a sharp scalpel. Dong Jinkai felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, collapsing onto the lounge chair like a mere lump of clay. Damn it, my connections have vanished. Inside an unremarkable building on Ing Island, a middle-aged man struck the keyboard before him with an enraged fist. The entire keyboard shattered into several pieces, keys scattering across the floor. His name was Yamamoto Kenta, the commander of these men. The room fell silent, the incessant clattering of keyboards ceasing abruptly. 2 rows of 20 computers filled the room, and around 10 members halted their work, gazing at the furious Yamamoto Kenta. Boss, all my connections have also been severed. A young man with a face full of acne raised his hand and spoke. Me too. I have lost all of mine. Suddenly, the other members echoed in agreement. What on earth is wrong with those good-for-nothings? Have they all been taken out in one fell swoop? Yamamoto Kenta's anger surged. Their incendiary operation had succeeded beyond expectations. Disaster was imminent in the Eastern country, yet at this critical juncture, all their connections had inexplicably vanished. Forget it, we'll handle this ourselves. Those useless individuals cannot be relied upon. Boss, I can't hold on any longer. A slightly plump female team member's voice trembled with a hint of tears, her fingers shaking over the keyboard as if each keystroke drained her of all energy. I've been posting intensely for nearly 2 days without rest. I truly can't endure this any longer. Yes, boss, let us take a break. It's exceedingly difficult to manage without our connections. Another team member chimed in. You, Yamamoto, can see that. Do you not understand that the Eastern country is on the brink of collapse? We merely need to stoke the flames. What does a little fatigue matter now? Once we have succeeded against them, you and I will be the greatest benefactors. Don't you wish to reside in lavish homes, dine on roasted chicken, and sip fine wine at the Eagle family, at Hans? If you desire such a life, endure a bit longer. Good days are just around the corner. Under Yamamoto Kenta's fervent exhortation, the team members had no choice but to muster their spirits once more, returning to their tasks. My computer has lost its internet connection. A male member of the group suddenly cried out. Mine too. Oh, the screen has gone black. Another member screamed. My computer has lost control. It keeps flickering. Gradually, all members discovered that their computers were malfunctioning, including Kenta Yamamoto. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. This was the latest workstation from the Eagle family. How could it all be failing? In confusion, he reached out to tap the main unit before him, which seemed to respond with a deafening hum. Then, amidst a cacophony of crackling sparks, all the computers began to emit black smoke, transforming into fiery orbs of crimson. Next door, the server computer, a massive machine, exploded with a thunderous roar, taking the entire server room with it. Thick smoke billowed upwards, carrying debris into the sky. As if tolling the death knell for this clandestine conspiracy, the Eagle family, fortified by their formidable capabilities, had taken precautions. The supercomputers designated as nodes did not explode, but merely severed their connections, leaving darkened screens and dazed operators in a state of silent confusion. Meanwhile, in the streets and alleys of the Eagle family territory, a multitude of simplistic maps began circulating. These maps merely indicated certain locations alongside symbols representing supplies, devoid of any further details. However, each gang leader who received a map instinctively believed it marked the hidden stockpiles of resources by the Easterners. With the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, throngs of marauders rallied under the slogan, "Drive the Eastern vampires away." They equipped themselves with ubiquitous reporters and live-streaming devices, surging towards the locations marked on the maps. Subsequently, several media outlets associated with the Eagle family erupted with a flurry of sensational yet contradictory news reports. Incredible. An old warehouse at the port is filled with living supplies, many of which are nearing expiration, suspected to be hoarded by the Easterners. Marauders suddenly attacked a warehouse belonging to the Daijin family, seizing a significant amount of supplies. AK Group underground warehouse was robbed. Conflict erupted between the Marauders and K Group security personnel, resulting in casualties. Breaking news, the CEO of the life insurance group was attacked by marauders in his secret villa, sustaining life-threatening injuries. In the span of merely 24 hours, tens of thousands have been apprehended across the nation. As this thunderous operation swept through the Eastern Kingdom like a tempest, the internet has erupted with fervor, with trending topics on major social media platforms dominated by related discussions. Each post inundated with countless comments. This morning, my neighbor, Uncle Zhang, was taken away. A netizen posted on the community forum, lamenting that he had helped repair my plumbing just last week. He hardly seemed like a villain. This post triggered a chain reaction. 1/3 of our building was suddenly vacated. And now the elevators are no longer congested. Over 60 individuals, from the CEO to ordinary employees, have been arrested in our company, leaving only a young girl in the finance department, weeping in the restroom. Which company could be so severely affected? XX New Media, among the top 3 in the industry. No wonder. I would argue that there must be innocent parties among those apprehended. Surely, with such a pattern of arrests, some must have slipped through the cracks. By the way, how did you manage to avoid being caught? Me? I merely repair printers and am, in fact, an outsourced worker. Initially, there was a sense of unease among some. Yet gradually, a realization dawned upon the people. Those who spread rumors, incited unrest, and tarnished reputations, who usually scuttled about like cockroaches, had seemingly vanished today. Meanwhile, the state adeptly aired a special program across all platforms, aptly titled "The Rodents Hidden Amongst You." The program commenced in an interrogation room, featuring a young man in handcuffs, weeping profusely, with a caption identifying him as the chief planner of a renowned media company. We produce 30 trending topics daily, with a comprehensive emotional manipulation model that adjusts rhetoric according to real-time public sentiment. The young man sobbed while addressing the camera. They are not journalists. They are factories of misinformation. Wan Xiang, a special advisor from the Information Control Department, appeared on screen, with an electronic display behind him analyzing data. This criminal syndicate manipulates 87,000 self-media accounts, utilizing algorithms to precisely disseminate anxiety. The recent food safety panic and the current supply shortage crisis both bear their fingerprints. Suddenly, the broadcast studio connected to a live feed, revealing SWAT teams dismantling a concealed door of a live-streaming studio. Cases of voice changers and counterfeit press credentials lay scattered across the floor, while a performance chart on the wall noted 16 incidents of looting manufactured that week. Dear viewers, we are currently at the headquarters of Little Wong Takes You to See the World Media Company. The reporter's voice trembled beneath what appeared to be ordinary workstations. Each keyboard was linked to offshore virtual servers. We also discovered directives from abroad on the private computer of the company as president, instructing them to incite chaos during this period, to plunge the entire Eastern Kingdom into turmoil. Utilizing advanced deepfake technology, they distorted traffic accident scenes into depictions of looting. Wan Xiang appeared once more on screen, as the display behind him showcased the hottest video of the past few days. In just 72 hours. This video incited 18 collective incidents, with the instigator, a young man in a detention center marked by acne scars, merely a school dropout and video editor. As the flow of funds chart filled the screen, the audience gasped in astonishment. Intricate arrows extended from domestic accounts to overseas shell companies, ultimately converging into an offshore account. Each rumor garnering over 10,000 likes contributed to this alarming figure. Wanxiang highlighted the soaring curve with a laser pointer, revealing that the recently apprehended financial influencer, Teacher Li, profited 9 million merely by instigating panic over bank runs. The most shocking image appeared at the program's conclusion. The Information Control Department presented a newly developed digital tracing system, capable of generating a relationship map within 60 seconds by simply uploading any online ID. When the virtual facade of a popular internet celebrity was peeled away to reveal the driver's license photo of a scruffy middle-aged man, everyone was left dumbfounded. Through this system, regardless of the number of proxies or layers employed, as long as one remains within the borders of Donghua, we can effortlessly locate you. I urge all those still within Donghua, who mistakenly believe themselves to be citizens, only momentarily led astray into defaming others for ill-gotten gains, to cease their actions. Otherwise, this will be your ultimate fate. The camera shifted once more to the detention center, focusing on the young man in prison garb, weeping inconsolably. The program concluded punctually at 4 in the afternoon, yet the true storm was only beginning. Social media platforms suddenly cleared all advertisements, replaced by incessantly updating self-report announcements. As netizens refreshed the local forum, they discovered that the long-active whistleblowers' avatars had turned dim, leaving only a post from half an hour ago rapidly accumulating likes. I am the retoucher Xiao Li, who participated in fabricating 37 images of looting scenes and false information. I now submit all original materials to the police. Simultaneously, all citizens of Donghua were astonished to find the once barren supermarket shelves once again brimming with goods. The supermarket's large screen continuously displayed a notice: all goods in this supermarket are sufficiently supplied. Customers are advised to purchase in an orderly manner according to their needs to avoid danger. Below the notice, a video showed numerous unloading robots efficiently navigating a well-organized warehouse, delivering truckloads of goods to every corner of the city. At Central C, the Special Situation Response Command Center, Dong Jianing was briefing all members on the operation's results. Through this action, we have effectively severed the foreign tentacles reaching into our borders, dismantling all known nodes. The remaining nodes are either inactive or have fled or turned themselves in. In the short term, our nation's public opinion and information security will attain a remarkably high level, free from any foreign influence or control for the next 2 months. Simultaneously, we have integrated the swearing system into our entire network, serving both as a testing mechanism and a defense against potential cyber intrusions and attacks. Excellent work, everyone. Old Zhu nodded in satisfaction. Only by doing so can we proceed with our next plans. Consultant Li, what do you think our next step should be? Old Zhu turned his gaze towards Li Yunshu, who remained silent, shifting his attention instead to Elder Qian on his right. Elder Qian, do you have any insights regarding the early determination of the traversal sequence? Fear not. I have already made some progress. Despite his weary appearance, a glimmer of excitement shone in Elder Qian's eyes. The key to the traversal sequence lies within the vibrational field of the Higgs boson. I have uncovered potential evidence that could confirm the traversal sequence. Give me no more than half a month, and I shall ascertain it. Splendid. As soon as Elder Qian finished speaking, a wave of elation swept through all present. Resolving this issue would render other challenges trivial. However, at that moment, Elder Qian suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit, covering his mouth with his hand. Elder Qian, are you all right? Li Yunshu hurriedly rose to his feet. It's nothing. It's nothing. Elder Qian waved his hand dismissively, retrieving a few pills from his pocket and washing them down with tea from a nearby cup. Wiping his mouth, he remarked, "It's an old ailment, but I'm fine. This old body can still hold on. I see that my presence here is no longer necessary. So I shall return to the Institute and strive to finalize the determination method as soon as possible." With that, Elder Qian slowly stood up and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, hurriedly exited the meeting hall. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room grew tense, but it was soon broken. Scholar Qian has his responsibilities to fulfill, and we each have our own duties to attend to. Central cleared his throat. Time waits for no one. Let us now discuss whether to initiate the next mobilization efforts and whether to inform the citizens of the details of the crisis. Mobilization order. I am in favor of initiating the next phase of our plan. Elder Zhu was the first to express his opinion. We already have over 30 million grassroots personnel on standby, and with the additional soldiers summoned during this period, We possess ample resources to maintain normal order and support our subsequent actions. I concur with Elder Zhu's perspective. Elder One also spoke up, noting that the militia bases across various regions, along with armed department stations as well as numerous schools and squares, have all been renovated and are ready for immediate activation. Our military is also prepared. We have selected 600,000 veterans from the ranks to serve as military instructors, who can also assist in maintaining order, stated Chief of Staff Ding. So, Advisor Li, what is your opinion? The Central Command turned to the left, addressing Li Yunshu. I too support the advancement of our plan, advocating for the immediate commencement of nationwide training and education, allowing individuals to acquire additional skills, thereby enhancing their chances of survival in the future. Excellent. The Central Command decisively approved the first agenda, commencing nationwide training to confront the impending crisis. Minister Zhu, once the nationwide training begins, it will be your responsibility to find a balance between training and production. Training is imperative, yet the accumulation of supplies is equally vital. One cannot achieve great feats with empty hands. Rest assured, Central Command, we have already devised a contingency plan, Elder Zhu reassured, patting his chest. Chief of Staff Ding, your military must be prepared to confront all external threats during this period, while simultaneously coordinating with the nationwide training. Can you manage that? Absolutely. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. Advisor Li, I request that you monitor the training situation and, leveraging your experience, propose enhancements and suggestions to ensure effective training, enabling our people to thrive in the other realm. Understood. Li Yunshu rose and saluted. Now, regarding the second agenda, does anyone have suggestions? The Central Command surveyed all present. This time, no one spoke up voluntarily. After all, the human heart is unpredictable, and no one could ascertain the potential consequences of disclosing the specifics of the crossing. Especially for Li Yunshu, the chaos from the last crossing still lingered vividly in memory. I propose that we initially share a portion of the truth with the public. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yunshu stood. The human psyche cannot withstand the strain, particularly when facing life and death situations. At present, without a means to confirm the sequence of crossings, the likelihood of resource looting is significantly high. We should judiciously inform the public of certain information to encourage their full participation in training. Once Elder Qian can confirm the crossing sequence and disseminate this knowledge nationwide, we can then reveal the remaining details. Stability supersedes all. Only through stability can we continuously produce the necessary weapons, equipment, and resources, preparing ourselves to meet the challenges in the other world. The conference room fell into a brief silence, the only sound being the faint hum from the central air conditioning vent. I oppose incomplete disclosure. Academician Zhou of the Jiuzhang Computer Center suddenly broke the silence. The holographic projector behind him projected a dense stream of data. According to the Jiuzhang public sentiment model, any incomplete information could lead the public to deduce over 100 possible versions, with 63 likely to incite widespread regional panic. We must either convey the entire truth to the public or refrain from speaking altogether. I would like to add something. Chief of Staff Ding, who had remained silent until now, stood up. He picked up a document and stated gravely, as of the meeting's commencement, our cybersecurity department has intercepted at least 10,000 attacks from foreign intelligence operatives. Intelligence networks from at least 5 nations have already encroached upon our peripheral core regions. Currently, the truth is confined to our small circle, and we are still able to keep the secret. If this circle expands even slightly, I would not be surprised if all information is leaked. While we are indeed prepared to share intelligence with countries around the world, how do we explain our current uncertainty regarding the sequence of traversal? Would they believe us? If they do not, what kind of repercussions could we face? I wholeheartedly agree with what was previously stated by the Central Authority. We must neither overestimate their capabilities nor underestimate their limitations. If our nation cannot maintain normal order without a clear understanding of the traversal sequence, then they certainly cannot. In despair, they would resort to any possible actions. Are we to face a large-scale internal conflict before confronting the challenges of another world? Therefore, I also do not support disclosing everything at this moment. Then shall we say nothing? Elder Zhu furrowed his brow. Setting aside the public's right to know, how can we harness the full potential of our citizens? Are we to rely solely on an empty title? Such an approach would not yield efficiency. For a moment, the entire conference room fell silent again. Let us clarify a few core contradictions, the Central Authority suddenly interjected. First, the essence of whether to disclose is a matter of risk hedging, exchanging partial truths for mobilization efficiency. or maintaining complete secrecy to avoid uncontrollable risks. Second, our time frame. The progress of Elder Qian's team in determining the traversal sequence. The central authority's gaze shifted to the other side of the meeting room. Elder Qian's student at the end of the table quickly stood up. We have at most 4 weeks left, and the teacher will lead us to overcome this dilemma. For weeks, the central authority repeated, tapping his fingers on the table to emphasize the point. This means that within these 4 weeks, we must initiate nationwide training while preventing internal chaos caused by the leak of the truth, as well as countering infiltration by foreign forces. He suddenly looked at Li Yunshu. Little Li, you experienced the chaos following the first traversal. What was the most critical point of uncontrollability at that time? Li Yunshu tensed, memories flooding back. When the granaries in City A were looted, he had personally subdued 3 citizens wielding knives. The mingling of blood and flour within his protective suit is a scent he will never forget. It was the unknown. He gazed intently at the central hub. As the populace noticed their acquaintances disappearing one by one, their mobile signals faltering, traffic being regulated, and soldiers imposing martial law, yet receiving no explanations. Rumors spread faster than any virus. The essence of the panic lay not in the truth itself, but in the fear of the unknown. Suddenly, the holographic projection before academician Zhou shifted into a 3-dimensional model. With a swirling data stream of red and blue hovering in the center of the conference room. These were the core parameters of the public sentiment model. When information transparency fell below 40, the panic index surged exponentially. However, when it exceeded 60, coupled with effective control measures, mobilization efficiency increased by 37. Therefore, the crux lay in how to communicate rather than how much to say. Old Man 1 interjected abruptly. This elder, who had led 3 national emergency drills, opened his leather notebook. During the flood rescue efforts back in the day, we unified our messaging through the extreme weather emergency plan, which not only prevented panic but also mobilized grassroots efforts. We can draw from this model now. He extracted a sheet detailing the 3-tier emergency response plan. The first phase, from today until the sequence of traversal is confirmed, would involve publicly announcing a global ecological crisis alert, framing the training as a national disaster preparedness skills enhancement program, with a strong emphasis on self-rescue in extreme environmental conditions. The second phase, once Old Man Qian's predictions about the traversal sequence proved successful, would gradually unveil the scientific explanations for the anomalies in spatial dimensions, using technical details to counteract the fear of the unknown. The third phase, after all information is disclosed, would unite everyone with a sense of urgency, propelling them into a full-scale preparation for the crisis. Chief of Staff Ding's finger traced the confidential classification on the documents. However, such rhetoric necessitates absolute collaboration among the military, research institutions, and media systems. Particularly, the media must sever the channels of information infiltration from foreign forces. Last week, they had already begun tentatively disseminating rumors about the Eastern nations secretly developing time-space weapons. This poses no issue. Dong Jianing from the Information Control Center rose to respond, stating that, following previous actions, we could at least guarantee 2 months of absolute information security. The atmosphere in the conference room began to ease. An academician Zhou's model parameters shifted to the green safety zone on the screen. The central hub made a decisive resolution. First, the National Disaster Preparedness Skills Enhancement Program would be initiated immediately, with external communications focusing on survival training in extreme environments, refraining from mentioning the truth of the traversal. Second, public sentiment monitoring and emergency drill exercises would proceed concurrently, allowing for the strategic dissemination of alternative narratives online to mislead foreign spies. Third, Old Man Qian's team must establish a method for determining the sequence of traversal within 4 weeks, providing technological support for subsequent information disclosure. Fourth, the military would comprehensively upgrade border and cyber security, launching indiscriminate strikes against any attempts to steal core intelligence. He rose, casting his gaze across each weary yet resolute face. We are not choosing whether to disclose information. We are racing against time. The pressing priority is to unite 1,400,000,000 individuals into a cohesive force, regardless of whether the impending transition occurs in 3 months or the direction we take. The people of the Eastern nation must confront all challenges with an organized demeanor. Upon the conclusion of this meeting, we shall promptly initiate a nationwide mobilization order. Remember, stability is not achieved through the suppression of information, but rather by instilling in the populace a belief in our capacity to safeguard them. On April 1st at 8 o'clock a.m. Eastern Country Time, the training commenced, with a mere 76 days, 15 hours, and 60 minutes remaining until the final crossing day. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds above Huajing, the same news broadcast echoed throughout every region of the Eastern Country. Giant screens in shopping malls and displays in subway stations trembled, as countless individuals froze before their televisions and mobile devices. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m. on April 1st, Eastern Country Time, a nationwide mobilization was announced. Beneath the proclamation, detailed specifics of the mobilization were scrolling. Firstly, all eligible citizens of the Eastern Country are to enter training camps for a 3-month period of combat readiness training. Secondly, all unnecessary consumption is to be curtailed. Public transportation will be regulated, with non-essential travel prohibited, and the nation will enter a state of wartime production. Thirdly, during the mobilization, all debts, regardless of size, will be frozen, halting all non-essential financial transactions with all bank settlements suspended. Fourthly, a rationing system will be implemented, whereby essential supplies will be distributed uniformly by the state until the mobilization concludes. Fifthly, throughout the duration of the mobilization, any losses incurred by enterprises and individuals due to the mobilization will be compensated by the state following its conclusion, with subsidies distributed to everyone based on the average levels from the previous year. The wailing of air raid sirens pierced through the clouds as fully armed soldiers began to appear in the streets, and grassroots workers, long prepared, commenced their duties. They established workstations at every neighborhood and traffic node, disseminating policies to the public, reassuring ordinary citizens, and maintaining order. The announcements looped through the workstation's loudspeakers. Carrying an undeniable authority, residents are requested to remain calm and orderly as they collect their wartime ration cards. Everything unfolded with precision. The citizens of the Eastern Country, having experienced a previous nationwide lockdown, quickly acclimated to the situation. Clearly, the state was well prepared this time, and with the government's backing. Even the most discerning citizens found no fault in the current circumstances. The nation faces challenges, and now is not the time to create further chaos. This sentiment became a shared belief among billions of Eastern Country citizens. Soon, the once bustling Eastern Country fell silent. The ceaseless flow of traffic on the streets vanished, and the vibrant neon lights of major shopping centers lost their former clamor. Only the long lines at various workstations remained, waiting silently for registration. At 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern Country Time, a military training ground in Hanjing gathered 6,000 elite soldiers, all selected from the Armée de l'Armée. Among them were reconnaissance troops with frostbitten cheeks from border outposts, seasoned sergeants bearing shrapnel wounds from peacekeeping missions, and engineers who had permanently lost hearing in one ear due to flood rescue operations. They may not have been the most formidable fighters in their respective units, and some were no longer even part of frontline forces. However, each one of them is exceedingly reliable, having undergone numerous trials and possessing a wealth of experience, willing to dedicate their fervent blood for the people and this nation. Today, they are to undergo 3 days of specialized training here, after which they will become instructors across the country. As the moment approached, a solemn officer clad in a general's uniform stood on the podium, silently gazing at the assembly below without uttering a word. Although the soldiers felt a twinge of confusion, their military discipline and training prevented any outward expression. They maintained a steadfast posture, resembling a row of long spears piercing the heavens, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. Suddenly, a palpable aura of menace swept over them, engulfing the entire training ground. The soldiers braced themselves, their muscles tensing as if ready to spring into action, each sinew charged with latent power. Their pupils constricted sharply, eyes blazing as they scanned for the source of the ominous presence. This sensation was not unfamiliar to them. Only those who had truly fought for their lives on the battlefield, emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, could possess such an aura. Yet this presence was overwhelmingly intense, as if it were the culmination of the bloodshed and brutality from countless battlefields, something only the seasoned generals who had devoted their lives to defending their homeland would exude. The general on the podium appeared relatively young. From where had he forged such a formidable presence? Gradually, several veterans began to discern additional nuances within the menace. This, they realized, was the essence of sorrowful warriors. The eldest among them widened their eyes in astonishment. Within that aura mingled despair, regret, and resentment, a profound sorrow that penetrated to the marrow. As the sense of melancholy and indignation intensified, all the soldiers' eyes glistened with tears. The formation began to tremble slightly. As these steadfast men seemed to envision haunting images, a burning national flag falling into the mire, the bodies of children heaped like mountains, and countless buildings reduced to ashes amidst flames. It was unclear who first bit their lip, but the metallic taste of blood soon spread throughout the ranks. They did not know who the figure on the podium was, nor what he had endured. All they understood was that he bore a military spirit identical to their own, aflame with the collective remorse and indignation of their fallen comrades. He and his legion had failed to protect that which they held dear. Instinctively, the soldiers clenched their fists, teeth grinding audibly. At that moment, the officer, Li Yushu, finally spoke. "Comrades, do you feel it? I have failed. We have all failed. In the impending battle, we lost everything we sought to protect. You may wonder what battle I speak of. I wish to convey that it is of no consequence. There is but one vital question. We wish to endure defeat again? No." The crowd erupted in thunderous roars of defiance. "Then let us rise and fight." Li Yushu clenched his fist and swung it down emphatically. As he moved, dozens of large military trucks arrived at the training ground. Countless documents and equipment were unloaded from the trucks, forming heaps around the soldiers. These materials pertain to the adversaries we are about to confront, along with our devised strategies and weaponry tailored against them. You have 3 days to familiarize yourselves with all of this, after which you are to propose enhancements based on your individual experiences. Ultimately, all that has been refined must be firmly grasped, and you will proceed to various training grounds to impart your knowledge to more comrades and the wider populace. This time, we shall undoubtedly prevail. 23. What on earth do those Easterners intend to do? The furious exclamations of Commander Jonard shattered the tranquility of his slumber once again. What is happening? Which family's treasury has been plundered this time? Or has some unfortunate CEO met his demise at the hands of marauders? Jonard bellowed. How many times have I emphasized the need for uninterrupted sleep? His piercing gaze fixated on Chief of Staff Trace, the flames of ire in his eyes seemingly threatening to engulf his subordinate. Those fools. I have warned them repeatedly. The Easterners have uncovered their clandestine maneuvers and disseminated the information. Those who cannot clean up their own mess ought to perish. Apologies, Your Excellency. It is not as you think. A significant event has indeed transpired. Despite his pallor, Chief of Staff Trace insisted on presenting a tablet to Jonard. With a puzzled expression, Jonard accepted the device and glanced at the screen. In an instant, his countenance froze. Bold crimson letters proclaimed a message. Easterners declare a nationwide mobilization. A nationwide mobilization? Are they truly preparing to confront extraterrestrials? Jonard could not help but exclaim. 10 minutes later, room 3. The atmosphere within was so tense it felt suffocating. The stark white light illuminated the faces of those present, revealing their deep-seated anxiety and unease. How could this be? After years of painstakingly constructing our intelligence network, it has proven utterly ineffectual? An impeccably dressed official abruptly rose, slamming his hands on the conference table, disbelief and fury etched across his features. The last incident could be considered a surprise, but this time, we learned of the Easterners' grand mobilization through their television broadcast. After deploying so many hyenas and expending hundreds of billions of eagles annually, this is the result? Calm down. This is not the time for outbursts. A venerable elder with sharp eyes, Blake, a senior advisor from the intelligence department, interjected. Given the current situation, losing one's temper serves no purpose. We must ascertain the true intentions of that nation. You are all aware of the immense power they could unleash once they initiate a nationwide mobilization, are you not? Jonard furrowed his brow, pacing the room with the tablet still clutched tightly in his hand, as if hoping to glean further secrets from the blood-red proclamation of nationwide mobilization. A human crisis. What precisely constitutes this human crisis? What compels them not only to enter a state of heightened military readiness but also to initiate a total mobilization? Those damned Easterners must be concealing something. Chief of Staff Matt interrupted his contemplation. Commander, let us not dwell on the impending human crisis. Our crisis has already arrived. The actions of the Easterners pose a significant threat to our global strategy, our commercial interests, infiltration plans, and newly established industries and enterprises in that region have all come to a standstill, particularly concerning our stocks. They have experienced their 40th consecutive circuit breaker since Dongwa ceased trading. If this continues, all our shares will inevitably devolve into mere scraps of paper. Enough of that. We have more pressing matters to attend to. Jonard interrupted his chief aide. Normally, he held great admiration for this individual who brought immeasurable benefits to himself and his family. Yet now, focusing solely on such trivialities seemed excessively narrow-minded. If we fail to navigate this crisis successfully, what value do we derive from our wealth? We must devise a strategy to re-establish our intelligence channels and ascertain the true circumstances and intentions of Donghua. Jonard halted, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. What of those covertly cultivated insiders? Have they also lost contact? Indeed, Your Excellency, the intelligence chief replied with resignation. Since the mobilization began, they have intensified internal scrutiny. Our operatives have likely been discovered and dealt with. The last messages we received were nothing but whimsical fantasies, tales of humanity transcending dimensions, the Trisolarans preparing to invade. And the moon being alive, housing apocalyptic weaponry. Such nonsensical narratives resemble the scripts of Hollywood productions in recent years. At this point, Defense Minister Hansen couldn't help but cast a disapproving glance at him, for Hollywood was a significant industry in which his family was heavily involved, having provided numerous scripts. I suspect these tales were deliberately disseminated by the Donghua populace to obscure their true agenda, the intelligence chief continued, disregarding Hansen's glare. Order our allies to exert maximum pressure on Donghua immediately. They must reveal all that they know. Jonard regarded the intelligence chief thoughtfully. However, since the Harvester's initiative, our allies have expressed considerable dissatisfaction with us, and protests abound within their nations, Trellis remarked with some exasperation. What does that matter to us? Let them protest if they wish. Has our family not endured protest before? Jonard rolled his eyes, instructing them to follow his orders, warning that he would not hesitate to advocate for a change in their prime minister if necessary. Moreover, this is not solely our concern. His gaze swept across every individual in the room. Do you not, or does your family not, desire to uncover the truth behind this so-called crisis? Do you not wish to be prepared in advance? Instantly, all present bore earnest expressions. But what if the Donghua populace still refuses to speak? Defense Minister Hansen interjected, unable to restrain himself. Then we shall instigate war to compel them to disclose the truth. Jonard's expression turned menacing. No sooner had he spoken than the meeting room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Hansen's throat constricted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Your Excellency, are you suggesting total war? Hansen's voice quivered. Yet, more than half of our aircraft carrier fleet remains under repair, and the production line for this generation of fighter jets was recently cancelled. The anticipated next-generation fighter jets exist only as mere images. Silence. Jonard seized the crystal ashtray from the table and hurled it against the wall, the shards producing a piercing sound as they scraped against the bulletproof glass. Are you suggesting that our magnificent nation cannot even engage in a minor conflict? My lord, this is far from a trivial war. Should we truly find ourselves at odds with the Eastern nation, it would ensnare the entire world. Hansen let out a wail. Then let it all be ensnared. Jonard bellowed. If we cannot preemptively address the crisis, then no one can. We have no means to sustain our great world, and thus, there exists no purpose in our continued existence. The battle will engraved in our veins. Hanjing, training base. I believe this object warrants armor-piercing rounds. The 5.8mm ammunition would likely struggle to penetrate its exterior. A soldier, marked by a scar beneath his right eye, gestured toward the holographic projection before him. Our standard weaponry, be it the QBZ or the QBU, lacks the lethality requisite to deal with this entity. Not to mention the QCW, which would probably fail to breach its defenses. To engage this adversary, we would need the QJY, complemented by specialized warheads, preferably explosive ones. However, equipping ourselves entirely with the QJY is impractical. It is excessively heavy, and resupply would pose significant challenges. As the General Staff suggested, we must consider scenarios of prolonged supply shortages. Another soldier contributed to the discourse. In that case, we must contemplate concentrated firepower or perhaps rely on mortars. But observe here, the first soldier pointed to the annotations beneath the projection. Clawworm, the most ubiquitous low-tier combatant of the Zerg, often operates in swarms, disregarding typical rugged terrains, with speeds reaching approximately 40 kilometers per hour. This creature operates in numbers. We cannot rely on a numerical advantage and may even find ourselves outmatched. That could prove problematic. I am confident I could take down one of these creatures with a rifle, but facing two would compel me to flee. If 3 or more were present, escaping would likely become an issue, particularly for the new recruits and civilians, the veteran remarked gravely. Our casualty rate would be staggering. I believe you need not fret so excessively, an old soldier approached, bearing 4 crutches on his shoulder despite having only one arm. Hasn't the report indicated that during the initial 3 years, we would not encounter too many of these fiends? Our primary focus should be on dealing with the beasts. Moreover, do we not have exoskeletons and unmanned support systems? Are we truly concerned about running low on ammunition? You would be better off practicing rather than engaging in idle discussions. When the time comes for battle, it is not mere words that will resolve our challenges. Good day, Sergeant. Upon the veteran's arrival, the soldiers immediately straightened their postures and rendered a formal salute. You lads, I refuse to believe you are unaware of the urgency of the situation. Why are you squabbling here? The veteran cast a disapproving glance at them. The scarred soldier sheepishly scratched his head, despite wearing the insignia of a sergeant. He felt as awkward as a fresh recruit in the presence of the veteran. This isn't a matter we can resolve right away. We are merely seeking to keep ourselves occupied through discussion, which can bolster our confidence. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced toward the far end of the training field. At the edge of his sight, thousands of silvery capsules stood in orderly rows, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the bright lights. Most of the soldiers undergoing training were lined up there, many already lying within the capsules, quietly awaiting the commencement of specialized training. The central black control capsule stood out prominently, with dozens of optical fibers extending like veins, connecting to the subordinate capsules. Li Yunshu lay within the main control chamber. The sensors of the brain-computer interface affixed to his temples, gently rising and falling with his breath. This was the latest generation of virtual reality simulation pod developed by the Academy of Sciences, which, through cutting-edge brain-computer interfacing technology, directly extracted information from his memories, subsequently collaborating with other simulation pods to create a virtual world with a realism exceeding 80. Unfortunately, this technology remained in the experimental phase, necessitating vast amounts of electricity and computational power, currently allowing for the simultaneous operation of no more than 1,000 simulation pods. The most crucial training session would unfold within this meticulously constructed virtual realm. In the virtual world, 3 suns hung in the dark purple sky, casting a crimson hue over the desolate expanse. A fierce wind swept across the ground, scattering debris and producing a haunting lament. Li Yunshu stood upon this familiar, yet somewhat alien terrain, the air thick with a scent reminiscent of distant memories, mingled with faint traces of blood and fire, compelling him to clench his fists, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Before him stood 1,000 fully armed soldiers, donned in the latest combat attire, wielding an array of weapons, with individual cloud explosives and handheld anti-air missiles strapped to their backs. Many warriors had various battlefield support equipment beside them. It was their first encounter with this virtual reality technology, exclusive to the laboratory, and the peculiarity of this world instilled both excitement and trepidation within them. All units, form up. At Li Yunshu's command, the soldiers immediately arranged themselves into a precise formation. This virtual world was constructed from the information embedded in my memories, aimed at preparing you for the battlefield environments you may face in the future. The soldiers held their breath, their gazes fixed upon Li Yunshu. He surveyed the assembly. I understand you have numerous questions, but time is of the essence. We must swiftly commence combat training. In this virtual realm, you will encounter simulated assaults from the insectoid foes, their behavioral patterns and combat strategies based on authentic data from my recollections. He waved his hand, and the ground of the wasteland trembled as a dark swarm of insects surged towards them from the distant horizon. The soldiers' breaths quickened, some instinctively taking a half-step back, but they quickly steadied themselves. Remember, fear is a natural response, but do not allow it to govern you. Li Yunshu's voice was resolute. Now training begins. With his declaration, the warriors promptly formed their respective combat groups, while the swarm commenced its relentless assault. The heavy firepower unit advanced to set up the huge Y machine gun at the forefront. Snipers sought elevated positions, and the assault team spread across both flanks, establishing a crossfire network. The swarm moved with astonishing speed, closing within 100 meters in the blink of an eye. The creatures known as blade claw insects, their shells gleaming with a dark luster, left deep gouges in the ground with their 6 razor-sharp appendages, their crimson compound eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty glint. Fire! At the sound of the command, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. The 5.8mm bullets cascaded down like torrential rain. Yet, as previously discussed, conventional ammunition proved inadequate against the exoskeleton of the blade-clawed insects. Only the armor-piercing rounds from the QJY machine gun could rend a breach in the swarm, but it was swiftly filled by the relentless tide of insects. Concentrate fire. Aim for the joints and compound eyes, commanded the squad leader with poise. The soldiers adjusted their firing strategy, focusing their assault on the vulnerable points of the insects. A multitude of blade-clawed creatures fell under the precise barrage, yet an even greater number surged forward to the front lines. Throw grenades. The assault team members swiftly hurled explosives, the violent shockwave temporarily stalling the insect onslaught. However, the sheer number of the creatures soon overwhelmed them once again. At that moment, dozens of drones zoomed overhead, releasing incendiary bombs that erupted in searing flames among the swarm, momentarily halting their advance. Prepare individual cloud detonators. Blow them to smithereens. Seizing the opportunity, the soldiers retrieved their large launchers, unleashing a barrage of plump, black projectiles that trailed white smoke as they descended upon the insect horde. As a thick mist enveloped the swarm, a thunderous explosion consumed them in a massive fireball, decimating over half of their ranks. Yet, the remaining insects charged forward with even greater ferocity. Li Yunshu hovered above, observing the battlefield below with pride as he witnessed the soldiers' commendable performance. Though it was their first encounter with such foes, they lived up to the title of the strongest army on Blue Planet. With ample firepower, they were able to engage insects that outnumbered them by dozens. However, just as the soldiers believed the situation had eased, the ground trembled violently, fissures tearing open. "Watch your feet," someone shouted. In the next instant, a colossal burrowing worm, resembling an exaggerated centipede, erupted from the earth. Its armor was even thicker than that of the blade-clawed insects, its numerous appendages resembling blades. One burrowing worm charged into a strong point, instantly tearing several soldiers apart. Fall back. Create distance. The soldiers swiftly adjusted their formation, but the burrowing worm was lightning fast, shredding 2 more soldiers in the blink of an eye. Sniper. Target its eyes. The sniper, positioned high above, held his breath and squeezed the trigger. The 12.7mm armor-piercing round struck true, piercing the burrowing worm's compound eye and sending green ichor spraying. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing wildly, but another sniper quickly followed up with a second shot, extinguishing its life. Yet, more burrowing worms were advancing, and the distant swarm began to regroup, a dark mass that seemed endless. Li Yunshu's brow furrowed. He understood that in the true theater of war, the insect numbers would only increase, and their tactics would become even more cunning. He needed to prepare the soldiers for the harshest conditions. Thus, he raised his hand. And suddenly, the sky darkened. "What is that?" Someone gasped. High above, dozens of flying beetles with wingspans exceeding 5 meters dove down, their exoskeletons shimmering with an ethereal blue glow, their sharp mandibles glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Anti-air team. Quickly, the warriors swiftly deployed individual anti-aircraft missiles. Yet the speed of the flying insects was astonishingly rapid. Just as the missiles locked on, the creatures had already swooped down upon them. There was no time left. Scatter. The soldiers dispersed in haste, but some were still toppled by the claws of the flying insects. One insect seized a soldier and hurled him high into the air, only to smash him back down to the ground with brutal force. "Damn it!" An old veteran bellowed as he raised his rocket launcher, manually aiming it before firing, shattering the insect into fragments. However, more flying insects had already breached the defensive line, launching indiscriminate assaults on the supporting units stationed at the rear of the formation. "Steady. Don't panic." The squad leader's thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield. The soldiers gritted their teeth, steadfastly reorganizing their defenses. The assault team began deploying incendiary grenades to block the advancing swarm on the ground, while numerous mechanical wolves charged to the forefront, ready to self-destruct once their armaments were expended. Snipers exerted their utmost to suppress the flying insects' onslaught, while the heavy weapons unit concentrated their firepower to obliterate every approaching creature. The battle reached a fevered intensity. The soldiers' stamina waned rapidly, ammunition dwindled, and casualties mounted, yet no one faltered. 1 hour and 37 minutes later, as the final soldier embraced a bomb and perished alongside a burrowing insect, the battlefield fell into complete silence. Li Yunshu stood quietly in midair, surveying the scene below. These were the warriors of the Eastern nation, eternally the most admirable, regardless of time, past or future. Even in their inaugural battle against these insectoids, they exhibited remarkable combat prowess, justifying their title as the mightiest army of Blue Star. Had they not lacked sufficient heavy firepower last time, defeat would have been unthinkable. He could not help but rub his eyes before gently descending to the ground. With the Yunshu's movement, the ravaged battlefield returned to its former state, and many soldiers still holding their combat stances, appeared before him, somewhat bewildered. Although death in the virtual realm does not claim actual lives, the pain and fear felt are palpably real. Many faces were pale, evidently still reeling from the recent fierce skirmish. How does it feel? This is the enemy we will encounter in the future. Of course, this is merely a minuscule fraction of their numbers and capabilities, Li Yunshu remarked coolly. They are undaunted by death and possess overwhelming numbers. Even the slightest vulnerability in your defenses can be exploited. In the future, you will face even more terrifying swarms of insectoids. And you may even encounter creatures as colossal as warships. To validate his words, Li Yunshu summoned a shadow that materialized above their heads, revealing the colossal insectoid he had witnessed in their last battle. A gigantic centipede was seen spewing venom. While around a dozen armed helicopters unleashed a barrage of ammunition upon it, yet it seemed to inflict no damage whatsoever, in comparison to the centipede's immense form. Those armed helicopters appeared as mere moths. This was the largest swarm of insects we have encountered thus far, and as for whether there exists an even larger one, I cannot vouch for it, for we have yet to unearth all the hidden cards of the insect race. Now, I ask you, do you still dare to wage this war? As Li Yunshu spoke, the previously weary warriors straightened their postures, their eyes ablaze with fervor, their fists clenched tightly, producing a resonant crackle. Dare? Why would we not? The soldiers of the Eastern Kingdom have never contemplated surrender. If one company cannot vanquish them, we shall send forth a battalion. If a battalion cannot prevail, we shall dispatch a brigade. As long as we remain unvanquished, we will undoubtedly bring them to ruin. The warriors erupted in a chorus of furious roars, even raising their weapons towards the phantoms in the sky. This is the spirit of our warriors. Li Yunshu could not help but smile, though the expression quickly faded. Then let us continue our training. The time ratio in this virtual realm is 50-1 compared to the outside world. Thus each of you can undergo 10 days of training here daily. During this period, I shall impart all that I have mastered to you. Strive to grasp every lesson, merging your newfound knowledge with your experiences to forge it into something stronger, more effective, and utterly lethal. Then, take the fruits of your training and share them with every willing fighter in the Eastern Kingdom. In the span of merely 3 days. As the exhausted Li Yunshu struggled to rise from the command center, he was immediately assisted by 2 waiting medical personnel. Before them stood an impeccably aligned assembly of 6,000 soldiers. All present, salute, at the command of the 2 senior veterans at the forefront. Every soldier rendered a military salute to the somewhat unsteady Li Yunshu. Commander, your efforts are commendable. All the soldiers gazed at Li Yunshu. No words were necessary, for the camaraderie conveyed everything through their eyes. Having endured over 100 days and nights in the virtual realm, facing various brutal and even despairing battles, they comprehended the weight that Li Yunshu bore. Throughout the training, he had recounted all those indelible battles he experienced, even simulating his past comrades to fight alongside the trainees. Now, each of these 6,000 soldiers had become experts in combat against foreign realms. Naturally, they had also compiled a plethora of improvement suggestions based on their experiences. Unlike their previous encounter in the alien world, where they could only utilize whatever resources were available, this time they were determined to show the damned foreign entities what it truly meant to possess the means to achieve their goals. The trained soldiers gradually departed the training ground, destined for various training centers across the nation to assume the role of instructors. Li Yunshu, too, was urgently escorted by medical personnel to the medical center at the training site. Upon entering, the waiting medical team promptly equipped him with a comprehensive array of monitoring and treatment devices. The head of the medical center, one of the nation's finest doctors, Elder Sun, looked helplessly at Li Yunshu, who lay motionless on the hospital bed, trembling uncontrollably. It was warned that this equipment is still experimental. The operator's burden is immense. It is advised not to exceed 3 hours at a time and not to operate continuously for more than 24 hours. Yet here you are, enduring 4 hours at a stretch for 3 consecutive days. As he spoke, he grasped Li Yunshu's wrist, meticulously checking his pulse before extracting a few slender silver needles and inserting them into Li Yunshu's head. As the needles penetrated, the frequency of Li Yunshu's tremors gradually diminished, and his clenched jaw began to relax. It's nothing, Elder Son. I can still hold on. Li Yunshu managed a faint smile despite his pallid complexion. This equipment has proven immensely useful. We have gathered a wealth of experience these past few days, and the suggestions from my comrades have been invaluable. If we can have a few more sessions, I believe a few more sessions. Li Yunshu's words were abruptly interrupted by Elder Sunday. Do you realize your head was nearly on the brink of exploding? Monitoring reports indicate multiple damages in your amygdala region. Elder Son turned a holographic display toward the bed, revealing 17 areas of hemorrhage within the hippocampal folds. If this continues, it could lead to either a cerebral hemorrhage or brain atrophy. Do not even think about trying again. Even an additional hour could cost you your life. Were it not for the extraordinary strength of your brain waves, your mind would have already been reduced to mere rubble. Elder Son's tone was grave as he spoke, simultaneously administering in 4 drip to Li Yunshu, using a concoction of his own design, which effectively nourished Li Yunshu's neural pathways, providing him with some comfort. However, Li Yunshu still yearned to articulate a thought. There is no however. I will not permit you to use those substances again. Elder Son glared at Li Yunshu, seemingly recalling something. His demeanor softened. I understand your desire to achieve more, to excel, but it is simply not feasible. Li Yunshu, you must heed Elder Son's counsel. As these words echoed, Chief of Staff Ding entered the hospital room. Using those substances is inherently perilous. Had it not been for Old Man Shen's assertion that your brain could withstand it, coupled with Elder Son and the others continuously monitoring your health, you would never have been allowed to proceed. The past 3 days have already been fraught with risk. Do you not realize that Elder Son and the others have been vigilantly watching your life signs without a moment's rest? 3 days is the limit. What? Do you intend to resolve everything in one go? Elder Ding, you know that is not my intention, Li Yunshu replied with a wry smile. I am fully aware. Chief of Staff Ding replied earnestly. He approached the bedside and gently patted Li Yunshu's shoulder. Yunshu, we all comprehend your feelings. However, you must recognize that you are now not merely a soldier. You are the beacon of hope in our fight against the otherworldly. Your experience and wisdom hold paramount importance. Trust in your comrades and us, the seasoned veterans. Elder Son, while adjusting the 4 drip S flow rate, nodded in agreement. The data indicates that your neural pathways are exhibiting signs of excessive fatigue and cannot sustain the demands of the control chamber. Li Yunshu closed his eyes, savoring the coolness of the silver needles, aware that both elders spoke the truth. Yet, the faces of his fallen comrades in the other realm persisted in flashing through his mind. I understand. He gradually opened his eyes. However, I have a request. Chief of Staff Ding and Elder Son exchanged glances. Speak. Could we enhance the simulation system? Although Li Yunshu's voice was frail, his gaze was resolute. We could reduce the realism of the simulations, even minimizing the scenarios and slowing the flow of time, as long as it alleviates the operator's burden. This simulation training system is extraordinarily effective. It significantly increases our chances against the alien races. Chief of Staff Ding erupted into hearty laughter. Yunshu, fear not. Director Ma and the data center team have already commenced work on this very task during your training sessions. Using your data, Director Ma and his team have been burning the midnight oil to develop the second-generation equipment, and they are making substantial progress. It is said that the second-generation equipment is an enhancement built upon the existing virtual headsets, not striving for the construction of scenes or verisimilitude. Achieving approximately 30 to 40% realism akin to mainstream virtual games. There is no longer a need for a human-machine interface. Instead, it directly retrieves the virtual combat scenarios from the past few days. A single server can support hundreds of users online simultaneously, and we can ensure that each training center is equipped with at least one such training system. Li Yunshu's eyes brightened. Although utilizing existing data may lack some variability, the hundreds of battles conducted in recent days are sufficient for training in most situations. The warriors require experience in confronting adversaries and must comprehend their opponent's behavioral patterns and weaknesses. The authenticity of the experience is of little importance. That's splendid, Li Yunshu exclaimed, gazing excitedly at Chief of Staff Ding before him. How does it feel? The pressure seems to have lessened, doesn't it? Chief of Staff Ding said earnestly. In a nation of our vastness, with so many people, being caught off guard could be quite troublesome. However, with preparation in place, the potential for explosive power is astonishing. By the way, take this. It should make you feel more at ease. As he spoke, Chief of Staff Ding handed a tablet to Li Yunshu. Have a look and feel free to share your thoughts. Li Yunshu, somewhat puzzled, accepted the tablet, and as soon as he opened it, his gaze was immediately captivated by the data contained within. First Capacity Adjustment Plan of the Eastern Nation Command Center, as of now. The national count of eligible working population stands at 880 million, with a projected maximum during the mobilization period of 1 billion, a total of 400,000 production lines of various types have been activated nationwide, expected to increase to approximately 1 million within a month. over 2 million newly deployed intelligent auxiliary robots, gradually increasing to 10 million. Current primary production plans include various drones, robotic wolves, and other auxiliary systems, anticipated to elevate production to 1 million units within a month, reaching over 3 million monthly within 3 months. Production of various bullets and shells is expected to reach its limit next month, with bullet production increasing to 20 billion rounds monthly and various shells reaching around 10 million. The approaching shadow of war Li Yunshu grew increasingly agitated as he contemplated the implications of such production capabilities. He understood better than anyone what it represented. Provided that order could be maintained, every individual from the Eastern Kingdom who traversed into this era could be fully armed, equipped with resources sufficient to sustain themselves for at least a month without resupply, coupled with the Sui Rin system's unmanned reconnaissance capabilities. Locating the dispersed members of the Eastern Kingdom at the earliest opportunity would enable the swift formation of a formidable force. Moreover, there were numerous suggestions for improvements concerning the currently deployed weaponry. Chief of Staff Ding pointed at the tablet with his finger. It was somewhat embarrassing to admit, but most of our existing armaments were designed to counter human adversaries, failing to deliver optimal effectiveness against those entities. Based on simulated combat scenarios, the General Staff and the Weapons Design Bureau had provided these modifications for your consideration. Li Yushu scrolled through the screen, his heart racing at the sight of a series of exhilarating improvement proposals. Development of 7.62mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds tailored to counter the characteristics of alien exoskeletons, with an anticipated daily production of 50 million rounds. Enhanced individual cloud explosive devices with an expanded lethality radius of 50 meters. Specifically engineered for engaging clustered small alien units. Portable electromagnetic pulse devices capable of incapacitating the neural systems of medium-sized aliens. Individual anti-aircraft missile backpacks designed for airborne small units. Underground mine-laying vehicles capable of directly implanting conical mines underground, effectively thwarting tunneling worm ambushes. These. Li Yunshu's fingers trembled slightly. If only these had been developed sooner. Chief of Staff Ding placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It is not too late. The research teams from the Light Infantry Group and Northern Industries are working tirelessly to analyze the data you provided, integrating it with simulated combat records. More new weapons will enter mass production next month. Li Yunshu inhaled deeply, gently placing the tablet on the table, his eyes shimmering with a complex mix of emotions. Chief Ding, if we had possessed these pieces of equipment back then. His voice quivered, and his fists clenched unconsciously. After a moment of silence, Chief Ding replied, Yunshu, those events are now in the past. We have a chance to prevent their recurrence. He gestured toward the tablet lying nearby. Look, the entire machinery of the nation is operating for this day. Suddenly, an alarm reverberated throughout the training base. Their expressions altered simultaneously, and Chief Ding swiftly activated the communicator. What is the situation? The Eagle Alliance and the Northern Coalition have jointly declared war on our nation. Came the stern voice of Defense Minister Jiang from the other end of the communicator. Naval fleets have already been observed gathering at bases across neighboring countries. The Central Command requires us to prepare immediately. I am on my way, Chief Ding replied, setting down the communicator with a hint of derision curling his lips. So they have finally made their move, have they? Yunshu, you rest well. I shall confront them. A group of blustering individuals, truly deluded into believing they were still a century in the past. Central C, National Defense Center. What is the situation? Chief Ding hastily arrived at his designated post. The Eagle Nation, along with the corrupted Kingdom, Hans, Iris, and 5 other countries, has jointly initiated a protest against our nation, demanding a detailed explanation regarding the aforementioned crisis within 24 hours, and requiring the submission of all crisis-related documents to the League of Nations. Observations indicate that the Eagle Nation's 3rd, 5th, and 7th fleets are currently assembling, with their sights set on our maritime territories. The bases at Yen Island and Enai Hong are now on high alert. A multitude of satellites from the Eagle Nation are maneuvering into orbit above us, and the operational trajectory of the Star Ring satellite system is being modified, expected to traverse our domain. The corrupted Kingdom, Hans, and Iris are also showing signs of military mobilization. The Red Star Federation has yet to take any action, nor have they issued any announcements. Seemingly in a state of watchfulness, the General Staff quickly compiled the information for him. Chief of Staff Ding let out a cold laugh, his fingers gliding swiftly over the operational command console to display the global strategic situation map. The screen, dotted with numerous red points, illustrated the movements of enemy forces, resembling a tightening net. It appears they are indeed anxious, as we had anticipated. However, Chief of Staff Ding glanced at the nearest red point to the eastern maritime region, noting only a sparse few. Just this little bit? Do they underestimate us? What is the situation with Hong? He pointed to a solitary red point beside Hong. I recall there being many station troops there. Why is only one emerging? Staff Officer Lee stifled a laugh and handed a document to Chief of Staff Ding. What? The Prime Minister of Hong has suffered a severe hemorrhage and is currently in the hospital for emergency treatment. Yen Island has erupted in resident protests. Trapping the military inside? Chief of Staff Ding stared at the document in silence. This Hong fellow is certainly no fool. He knows that emerging at this time would yield no favorable outcome. Yet this performance is overly theatrical. At that moment, the information officer responsible for dynamic monitoring received another update. Report: the Supreme Leader of the Eagle Nation has posted new content on Twitter, stating that should we fail to meet their demands, the use of nuclear weapons against us cannot be ruled out. AFAOD of strength. Chief of Staff Ding snorted derisively. They haven't even begun to fight, and they are already preparing an excuse for themselves? It seems the Eagle Nation is quite aware of the ineffectiveness of their subordinates and their own precarious state. Now realizing that their subordinates are unproductive in times of labor, and that their fleet cannot achieve full deployment, they are likely to lose in a conventional war against us, prompting them to resort to nuclear deterrence as an ultimatum. Who are they trying to intimidate? Chief of Staff Ding slammed the table. Old Ding, do not be complacent. After all, they are historically regarded as the beacon of humanity, the foremost power on Blue Star. At this moment, Defense Minister Jiang, after attending an emergency meeting, arrived at the command center. By the way, I have brought the resolution from Central Command, which was just passed in the meeting. Minister Jiang handed a document to Chief of Staff Ding. Central Command demands that we yield not an inch, that no concessions be made. However, we must ensure that domestic preparations for the crisis remain unaffected. This time, we shall make those arrogant individuals realize that they cannot compel us, the people of the East, to bow down to their whims. It is but a dream. My old comrade, rest assured, we have thoroughly deciphered their behavioral patterns, and we have long prepared our contingency plans. Just wait and witness the unfolding spectacle. Chief of Staff Ding has issued a direct order. Disseminate the information and activate the Jingwei Plan, urging those in the West to temper their arrogance. Furthermore, inform our fleet that the time for concealment has passed. It is imperative that they reveal our new assets and establish a firm area denial, keeping the enemy at bay beyond our territorial waters. Additionally, instruct them to advance the fleet 100 nautical miles into the open sea from now on. That shall serve as our primary line of defense. On April 5th, at precisely 6 o'clock and 3 minutes in the morning, a mere 73 days remained until the commencement of an extraordinary journey. A piece of news, akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantaneously stirred up tumultuous waves across the internet, spreading with astonishing rapidity and engulfing the entire digital realm. The Eagle Nation, in alliance with the corrupted Kingdom, Hans, Iris, and 5 other nations, has brazenly declared war on the Eastern Nation. In an instant, the online sphere erupted into a frenzy, akin to a powder keg ignited. What is happening? Awakening to witness a new coalition of 8 nations? An invasion reminiscent of the 8-Nation Alliance? Do these individuals intend to revert to such archaic tactics? As if we were still soft targets. Indeed, it is the 8-Nation Alliance, but times have changed. We are no longer the decayed and feeble Qing dynasty of yore. To bully us is an endeavor doomed to fail. It is no wonder that our government has suddenly entered a state of heightened military readiness and issued a mobilization order. Having anticipated this situation, we must teach these rascals a stern lesson. Even if I toil in the factory until I am exhausted, I harbor no complaints. I fervently urge our government to continue conscription. If we do not resolve both new grievances and old resentments this time, we shall not deserve to be called citizens of the Eastern Nation. In a fleeting moment, the clamor for war surged within the Eastern Nation, reaching unprecedented heights. Yet amidst the fervor, some pessimistic sentiments inevitably emerged. Have you not seen? This time, it is the most formidable nations on Earth, joined by 7 allies, all intent on confronting us. Those 7 are developed nations. How shall we engage in such a conflict? Indeed, the Eagle Nation has issued threats, not ruling out the use of nuclear weapons. They are a nation that has actually deployed atomic bombs. unlike others that merely utter empty words. Setting aside the question of whether we possess the capability to confront so many nations simultaneously, even if we were to miraculously prevail, should a nuclear war erupt, would it not spell the end for all of humanity? What then shall we do? Are we to raise our hands and surrender? Such thoughts are unthinkable. As the debate raged on the internet, major media outlets suddenly began to broadcast a brand new program. The screen revealed a lengthy underground passage, the location of which remained unknown. Lined with an array of densely packed missiles, fully fueled and poised on their launch pads, resembling a legion of steel behemoths ready to unleash their might. In a single uninterrupted shot, no fewer than 100 missiles were displayed, and this was only one of over 20 such sequences throughout the video. Following this, a powerful and resonant narration commenced. The Jingwei project is a pivotal core of our strategic counteroffensive. Its fundamental objective is to automatically initiate a nuclear retaliatory protocol at the first sign of any nuclear attack against our nation, disregarding any obstructions or delays. A total of 2,000 nuclear missiles will be launched at all designated targets without hesitation. To ensure an infallible counterattack, the Jingwei system will simultaneously activate land-based, sea-based, and space-based forces, akin to the myth of Jingwei filling the sea. Until the goal is achieved, we shall not relent. The scene shifted back to the surface, revealing a highway where dozens of heavy missile transport vehicles were racing in formation. Subsequently, they dispersed rapidly into various routes, concealing themselves within the vast expanse of the Earth. The camera sweeps across the cockpit, where the numbers on the electronic display frantically fluctuate, representing real-time updates of target coordinates. For those well-versed in the field, these coordinates are all too familiar, each pointing to well-known locations. The scene shifts once more, revealing a vast underground naval port. Within the port, several dark submarines lie in silent repose, their massive hulls resembling the backs of ancient beasts, exuding an aura of foreboding. The scene changes again, and the submarines that once occupied the harbor have vanished without a trace, leaving behind an empty dock as if they had never existed. They have silently descended into the depths of the ocean, poised to deliver a lethal strike against their adversaries at any moment. Next, the screen presents a grand production workshop. On various fully automated assembly lines, missile after missile is being meticulously assembled in a tense yet orderly fashion. An engineer, clad in a dark blue jumpsuit, wearing a mask and sunglasses, turns to face the camera. His nameplate reads Deputy Director of Research Institute 918. We have meticulously equipped each missile with 3 independent guidance systems. Even if 2 systems are incapacitated due to an EMP attack, the remaining one can accurately deliver the package to the Western Hemisphere, completing its mission. Finally, the footage showcases a live broadcast of a hypersonic missile launch. In the vast expanse of the desert, a missile ascends, swiftly piercing the sky. Its tremendous thrust leaving the sound of its launch far behind, trailing a long white streak. Shortly thereafter, in a certain maritime region, a fiery line cuts through the heavens, transforming into dozens of beams of light that strike the ocean's surface. As the program concludes, it may seem that aside from introducing the Jingwei project, there is no substantial content. However, upon closer inspection, it appears to unveil everything. Each frame, each narration proclaims to the world, the Eastern nation fears no threat. In the stark white Pentagon, an enraged roar suddenly erupts. Supreme Leader Jonard, consumed by fury, violently hurls his coffee cup at the carpet, shattering it into pieces and splattering coffee everywhere. How dare they? Jonard's face flushes crimson, his eyes seemingly ablaze. We merely issued a slight threat, and they have the audacity to respond in such a manner. Do they not fear the apocalypse? It is madness. Standing by, Chief of Staff Trace wears an awkward, apologetic smile, yet dares not utter a word, silently enduring Jonard's wrath. Before them lies a thick stack of documents, a detailed analysis of the Eastern nation's Jingwei project, now resembling a heavy mountain that leaves them breathless. After venting his frustrations, Jonard collapses into his chair, his hands frantically grasping at his hair, once a source of pride due to its golden luster, now a disheveled mess. Over 2,000 nuclear warheads, damn it. Were they not supposed to possess only 250? Where have these additional warheads come from? Jonard suddenly seized Tress by the collar, demanding, "They are deceiving us, are they not?" Tress, his expression one of bitter resignation, dared not struggle vigorously but stammered, "My lord, we cannot take that risk. Even if they truly possess only 250 nuclear warheads, coupled with that missile they recently disclosed." His trembling finger pointed to the image of the missile broadcasted in the documents, his voice rife with dread and helplessness. almost 10,000 kilometers away. It could reach its target in merely 20 minutes, all while executing multiple agile trajectory shifts, with over 30 re-entry vehicles. Just this one weapon could lead us to our doom. And what of those nuclear submarines? Our surveillance methods have yet to detect their whereabouts. They might very well be lurking right beneath our noses, poised to strike us down at any moment. At this point, Tress could not help but shudder, as if envisioning the incoming missile and sensing the very breath of death. Jeannard released his grip on Tress's collar, slumping back into his chair like a defeated rooster. Damn that Ek. It was his fault for letting that individual go, enabling the Easterners to acquire such terrifying weaponry. Jeannard's expression suddenly twisted into a ghastly grimace, as if possessed by a demon. Isn't it merely mutual destruction? Come on. Who is afraid of whom? Inform Hansen to command the Navy to advance at full speed. Notify our allies. It is time for them to demonstrate their so-called courage and strength for their free world. They should not cower like turtles. Let all our nuclear warheads be set to launch status, and prepare to test fire our latest hypersonic missile, broadcasting it live to the world. I want them to know that we are not to be trifled with. I'm sorry, my lord, but we cannot do that. Tress's countenance darkened further. Cannot do it? Why? Jeannard, like a madman, leapt to his feet, seizing Tress by the collar once more, the veins in his neck bulging. You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Or else. The opposition within the country is quite vocal at present. After witnessing the Easterners' doomsday plan, many legislators, including your former staunch supporters, have been frightened into retreat, Tress managed to articulate, swallowing hard. Your order would be perceived as an escalation of tensions and could likely provoke a full-scale nuclear war. They would never approve it. Furthermore, the plan for a real-time broadcast of the hypersonic missile test is fraught with difficulties. Our current success rate for hypersonic missiles stands at only 1/3. Should the test fail, we would become the laughingstock of the world, and our international standing would plummet. Damn it! Jeannard wearily sank into his chair. Meanwhile, offshore of the Mingshan country, as the first fleet to respond to the Supreme Leader's command and the one closest to the Eastern Kingdom, the 7th Fleet of the Eagle family had long completed its assembly and was now hastily advancing towards the maritime territories of the Eastern Kingdom. Fleet Commander Taylor, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, sat nonchalantly in the captain's seat, a hint of arrogance and disdain gracing his features. Commander, we are 300 nautical miles from the territorial waters of the Eastern Kingdom. Each ship is inquiring whether to continue the advance, reported an officer who hastened to Taylor's side. Proceed until we are 50 nautical miles from the Eastern Kingdom's territorial waters, then swiftly assume an attack formation. Taylor commanded without lifting his gaze, his tone imbued with an air of imperious arrogance. Upon hearing this, the officer hesitated slightly, cautiously articulating, "Isn't that a bit too close? If the Easterners launch an attack, we..." "Fear not." Taylor abruptly rose, sweeping his hand as if to seize the entire world. "We have no rivals at sea. As long as we do not enter their territorial waters, what can they possibly do to us?" He punctuated his declaration with a forceful stamp of his foot, asserting, "Beneath us lies the flagship of the 7th Fleet, a formidable presence that has roamed these vast oceans for over 20 years. Yet, no sooner had Taylor spoken than a piercing alarm reverberated through the air. "Report. We are being locked onto by fire control radar." Howard, the CIC supervisor, urgently relayed through the communicator. "Emergency evasive maneuvers." Taylor's cigar slipped from his mouth as he hastily issued commands, disregarding the burn on his thigh from the fallen cigar. "Activate the jamming systems to full power, hard to port for immediate evasion, and once the lock is released, initiate countermeasures." However, no matter how frantically they implemented their strategies, the ominous sound of the fire control radar lock persisted relentlessly. Half an hour prior, the fleet of the Eastern Kingdom, stationed over 200 nautical miles away, had detected the 7th Fleet's presence through the aerial surveillance of the Tsang-1 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Numerous sensors embedded in the sea were activated, in conjunction with drones and satellites, effectively locking onto each vessel of the 7th Fleet. This was precisely the maritime defense strike system conceived by Elder Qian years ago. Today, after relentless efforts by countless researchers, this grand vision had finally begun to unleash an unimaginable power. In a location 100 nautical miles from the territorial waters of Donghua, the 3rd Mixed Combat Group of the Donghua Xianhai Fleet, led by the flagship Dongshan, a Ruihai-class destroyer, was poised for confrontation. Within the operations center, a holographic projection vividly displayed the situational awareness across a 200 nautical mile radius on the central tactical table. Chief of Operations Zheng Haitao focused intently on the flickering red dots, his throat involuntarily constricting. Captain, is this the fleet of the Eagle family? His voice was laced with incredulity, the words lingering on the tip of his tongue, hesitating as if to avoid offending some sacred truth. Vulnerable? Captain Ding Zhun's lips curled into a faint, enigmatic smile. In his 40s, with silver strands gracing his temples. He cautioned, Haitao, never underestimate them. They are, after all, among the most formidable navies on this planet, possessing unparalleled experience. Their current predicament is not merely due to our element of surprise. It primarily stems from their overconfidence. They have not faced an equally matched opponent in far too long. Preying on novices too often can be detrimental to one's own prowess. Nonetheless, he acknowledged, there remains a substantial foundation. Chaos cannot reign indefinitely. Almost as if to substantiate his assertion, the once disordered 7th Fleet of the Eagles swiftly regained its composure, forming a standard battle formation. Observe. This is the result of decades of experience. They can adapt to any circumstance. Ding Zhun stepped closer to the tactical table, his fingertips lightly tapping to magnify the formation of the 7th Fleet. Look at their speed of reorganization from disarray to battle formation in just 7 minutes and 20 seconds. A note of admiration crept into his voice, recognizing the depth cultivated through years of real combat. After descending into chaos, not only did the fleet manage to regroup promptly, but they also avoided collisions truly commendable for the Eagle family's main force. We must take a leaf out of their book. Indeed, quite impressive, echoed Vice Captain Dong Rue. Even if caught off guard, an opponent of their caliber could easily mount a counterattack or even turn the tide in their favor. Alas, this time they have encountered us. Indeed, it is unfortunate for them that they have crossed paths with us, Captain Ding remarked, almost wistfully, as though mourning the downfall of an idol. All units, heed my command. Open all missile launch hatches and prepare to launch the Shunlight 27 missiles. Target every vessel in sight for a saturation strike. The Operations Center will allocate firepower, ensuring that each target receives no fewer than 10 missiles. Maintain targeting and readiness. Refrain from firing until the enemy breaches our territorial waters or strikes first. We must ensure they cannot fire a second shot. Following the initial chaos, the 7th Fleet of the Eagles, under the command of Tyler, swiftly redeployed, no longer exuding arrogance. He sat at the head of the Operations Center with a demeanor of grave seriousness. With over 30 years of naval combat experience, he could undoubtedly be regarded as a distinguished commander. The peculiar array of information had made it abundantly clear to him that the adversary across the waters was formidable indeed. Howard, can you tell me why the fire control radar warning continues to blare? Have we not yet evaded them? No, the damned lock remains intact, and we cannot even discern its origin. Howard's voice, once filled with urgency, began to stabilize. Is it possible to deduce their location from the lock? Taylor inquired. Unfortunately, not yet. They are likely not locking on to us directly from the fleet, but rather through drones and satellites, or perhaps something lurking beneath the waves. I have detected at least 3 distinct radar waves. Howard responded with a hint of frustration. Underwater? Is it a submarine? Nearby? Unlikely. The signal sources are too numerous and significantly smaller than a submarine. I fear those damned Easterners have deployed a multitude of detection devices in these waters. We have been ensnared. Captain, what are our orders? Oliver, the operations commander, asked through the communicator. The lads are growing impatient. We should strike preemptively. No, we must wait. Taylor firmly countered. We are currently in a locked state. Firing blindly could lead to our own destruction. We must first locate them, notify the fleet to retreat 10 nautical miles, and activate all anti-submarine sonar equipment to stir the waters. Cross, Taylor initiated communication with the Air Wing commander. Send our fine fellows aloft immediately, but direct them to fly in the opposite direction to avoid misinterpretation and premature assault. Have your Tomcat squadron equipped with electronic pods. Remember, he raised a finger, fly low to the water's surface and use the electronic warfare pods to blind them. Once the radar suppression is lifted, the entire fleet will surge forward to engage the Eastern Fleet. With his orders, the 7th Fleet began to alter its course, steering away from the territorial waters of the Eastern nation. Is the Eastern Fleet retreating? Deputy Commander Dong observed the radar blips with confusion. They are entirely locked by us. Any movement will provoke a thunderous strike. What else can they do but retreat? Operations Officer Zheng Haitao remarked with excitement. Keep in mind, they are the formidable First Navy of Blue Star, and now they flee at the first encounter. Do not let your guard down. Captain Ding shook his head. Their commander is Taylor. Though arrogant, he is a proven naval strategist. He will not concede so easily. Indeed, moments later, the intelligence analyst detected signs of the enemy aircraft carrier launching its fighters. It seems they are still willing to engage. Captain Ding's spirits lifted. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Order the Hushan and Haishan class frigates to activate all air defense radars and lock onto the enemy aircraft. Should any approach our vicinity, they are to be shot down. Inform the Changquan aircraft carrier to arm all its onboard fighters for battle readiness. At that moment, alarms suddenly blared in the command room. We are encountering maximum electronic interference and decoys. It is an electronic warfare aircraft. The voice of Zhao Bo, the head of cyber warfare technology, resonated. I have been waiting for you for a long time. A glint of cold light flashed in Captain Ding's eyes. Activate the beacon fire protocol. He commanded decisively. Understood. Zhao Bo swiftly input a series of commands on the console, and the lights on the bridge transformed into a dim red hue. 3 seconds later, the electronic warfare system of the entire fleet emitted a low hum, as dozens of phased array jammers concealed throughout the ship activated simultaneously. Meanwhile, 2 large unmanned aerial vehicles, soaring at an altitude of 20,000 meters, illuminated as their main control computers came to life. Confirm the protocol. Activate the built-in large electronic pods. Commence full-frequency signal suppression. The snowflake patterns on the radar screen gradually sharpened, and Zhang Haitao suddenly exclaimed, "Enemy aircraft detected. Distance, 120 nautical miles. Altitude, 8,000 meters. Speed, 1.2 Mach, approaching our position." Indeed, they were coming. A slight smile played on Ding Zhen's lips as he ordered the Vermilion Bird Squadron to take off for interception. The vessels Hushan and Haishan maintained their vigilance, particularly guarding against ultra-low altitude assaults. Simultaneously, within the Eagle fleet, interference successful. Howard reported excitedly. The enemy radar has developed a significant blind spot. Taylor abruptly stood, declaring, "All fleets, immediately turn for an assault. Oliver, prepare all Harpoon missiles for launch. Target, Dongshan." The 7th Fleet executed a graceful arc, as over 30 warships simultaneously altered course. The vertical launch systems of the destroyers sprang to life, and hundreds of missiles readied for launch. Yet, at that very moment, an unforeseen calamity struck. All electronic devices aboard the 7th Fleet, be it radar or communication systems, first flickered with static, then succumbed to a deafening hiss. We are experiencing full-frequency jamming interference. Communication systems are down. We have lost contact with the aircraft. Howard screamed in despair. Immediate retreat. Taylor suddenly rose, his previously confident demeanor replaced by astonishment. Inform the fleet to withdraw at once, and call back the onboard aircraft. He bellowed. Our communications have been jammed. We cannot establish contact. Howard's voice quivered with distress. Signal flags. Fire signal flares. Taylor shouted hoarsely, panic evident in his tone. In any case, use every possible means to bring the fleet back. Be swift. 29. Good news and bad news. The report states that the 7th Fleet of the Eagle Nation has confirmed its retreat, currently over 300 nautical miles from our position. The voice of correspondent Lei Lijun brimmed with uncontainable pride. Orders were given to all ships to cancel their first-level combat readiness and shift to a second-level state of preparedness. Captain Ding exhaled deeply, as if shedding a monumental burden. He rose to stretch his stiff limbs, the joints emitting soft clicks as they moved. Report. The Zhuke squad has returned. They have captured 2 large fish. The communication from Aviation Officer Yuan Feng suddenly broke the silence. Oh, what is the situation? Captain Ding's interest was piqued instantly, curiosity and anticipation flickering in his eyes as his previously relaxed posture leaned slightly forward. They captured 2 roars, previously disoriented by electronic suppression. These 2 aircraft had lost their bearings and inadvertently drifted towards us, only to be fortuitously intercepted by the Zhuke squad. On board the Changquan aircraft carrier, 2 Eagle Nation electronic warfare planes, escorted by the Zhuke squad, reluctantly approached the landing area like tame beasts. One must commend the exceptional skills of the Eagle Nation's ace pilots. Even when faced with the unfamiliar deck of the Changquan, they executed a landing that could only be deemed flawless. Fully armed rapid response teams swiftly encircled the 2 aircraft. Moments later, 4 dejected Eagle soldiers emerged from the planes, raising their hands in surrender to the rapid response team. Central C, the results of this maritime probe arrived swiftly. It was unexpected that we would manage to pressure the Eagle fleet so soon, remarked Chief of Staff Ding, reflecting on the battle report. Our years of preparation and the many trump cards we employed have truly borne fruit. Though this was merely a probe without any shots fired, it is evident to any astute observer that had the Eastern Nation's fleet harbored such intentions, the Eagle's 7th Fleet would have been reduced to mere debris beneath the waves. Having suffered such a significant loss, with the latest electronic warfare aircraft now in our possession, the Eagles would surely not rest easy, thought Zhu with a mix of pride and concern, his brow furrowing slightly as he perused the report. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build dikes. Chief of Staff Ding proclaimed assertively, slapping the table. I am not afraid. Zhu retorted with a glance. I merely worry that if a full-scale war erupts, it could severely impact our preparations. Rest assured, Chief of Staff Ding reassured him, patting Zhu's shoulder. Had we not achieved such a decisive victory this time, your concerns might indeed have merit. As for now, the fearful ones are certainly not us. Just watch. Those fellows are but paper tigers. As long as you stand firm, they will surely crumble. Just as Chief of Staff Ding had anticipated. Further hostilities did not materialize. The Eagle's 7th Fleet retreated to the Yongdao base, and upon docking, Commander Tyler was promptly summoned by Grand Leader Jonah to report back. Looking utterly disheveled, numerous allies have displayed a myriad of unseemly behaviors, and the joint fleet has yet to complete its assembly. The United Kingdom, under the guise of ship repairs, dispatched merely a solitary sailing vessel, providing the world ample amusement. Upon receiving this news domestically, coupled with prior exploratory results, the populace of the Eastern Nation has experienced an unprecedented surge in morale. Citizens spontaneously lined up in training grounds and factories, with training efficacy and production efficiency soaring by over 30%. Thus, amidst the diplomatic wrangling among nations, 10 days slipped by. As the first phase of nationwide training in the Eastern Nation concluded and preparations for the second rotation commenced, a grave piece of news reached the Special Operations Command Center. What? Elder Qian has fallen ill, and the situation is dire? Li Yunshu, engaged in fervent discussions regarding combat readiness modifications, was momentarily frozen at the sound of this ill-fated news, his voice trembling involuntarily. Without a moment's hesitation, he ceased his work and hurried to the medical center. Upon arriving at the ward, he could scarcely believe that the frail figure lying on the hospital bed was indeed Elder Qian. The elder's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion resembling that of ash, devoid of color, and his body emaciated, as if all vitality had been drained from him, stripped of his former vigor. What on earth has transpired? Li Yunshu shouted at the attending physician by the side. Yet, the doctor merely shook his head silently, his face etched with helplessness and regret, offering no response. Teacher, he was too anxious. At that moment, from the opposite end of the bed, a voice choked with sobs emerged. It was Wang Lisan, a student of Elder Qian, his eyes ablaze with tears as he gazed at Li Yunshu, in pursuit of unraveling the secrets of time travel. The teacher had recklessly conducted experiments, eager to advance time even slightly. Just yesterday, the teacher joyfully informed us that he had finally discovered the key. Only one more experiment was needed to unlock all mysteries. We had prepared the necessary equipment as per his instructions, ready to generate a special energy field, which he claimed would reveal the existence of the Higgs boson. Before the experiment commenced, he expelled all students from the laboratory, instructing us to assist with the equipment outside, claiming that too many people would cause interference, potentially skewing the results. As he spoke, Wang Lisan could no longer contain his emotions, breaking into tears, his shoulders trembling violently. We had no idea that the energy field would be lethal to humans. It was never about affecting the experiment. The teacher was merely trying to protect us. When we finally activated the equipment, the radiation alarm in the laboratory blared, revealing the peril. We attempted to shut down the devices, but the teacher had long since programmed them, rendering our efforts futile. We could only watch helplessly as he smiled, operating within the laboratory filled with deadly radiation. He urged us not to weep, asserting that the experiment necessitated someone to record within the energy field, for the reaction of the Higgs boson was exceedingly feeble, so much so that any interference would obliterate the clues. By the time the experiment concluded, the teacher had long since collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Li Yunshu stood frozen, utterly at a loss for words, merely gazing at the sickbed of the venerable Qian and the inconsolable Wang Lisan. Suddenly, Wang Lisan wiped his tears and cautiously retrieved 2 items from his pocket, a notebook and a bracelet. These were the last possessions the teacher held close, accompanied by a note that he said was meant for you. Li Yunshu accepted the items, trembling as he opened the notebook. Young Li, I shall call you that for now. By the time you read this notebook, I should no longer be here, but do not be disheartened. For I have found the key. Do not mourn for me. I have long been beset by illness with little time left. To have accomplished a task that may save millions in the Eastern nation at the very end of my life, I find it worthwhile. The bracelet is the key. I have discovered the Higgs bosons that continuously accumulate within all human bodies. They are the reason for our ability to traverse in my final experiment. I recorded the changes in the energy field of the Higgs boson, allowing Zhang to establish a model, all of which is contained within the bracelet. By comparing the energy fields contained within the bracelet, we can ascertain the specific sequence of our traversal. The craftsmanship of the bracelet is not complex. With accelerated production, it can soon be supplied nationwide. It is now up to you. Lastly, young Li, I must say this. You have borne much hardship. Carrying it alone must be exhausting, and I, with my frail body, am glad to lighten your burden a little. Clutching the notebook, Li Yunshu was overcome with tears. 30. Countdown bracelet April 16th, 9:01 a.m. Less than 62 days remained until the commencement of traversal. Central C, Special Incident Response Command, 3rd Special Meeting. The air in the conference room felt as though it had solidified, with even the sound of breathing distinctly audible. A profound silence enveloped everyone, their gazes converging on the silver-gray bracelet at the center of the table. This bracelet was the same one that Qian's student had entrusted to Li Yunshu the previous day. In appearance, it resembled an enlarged sports bracelet, yet the display section was significantly thicker than that of a standard sports band, clearly housing more sophisticated equipment. The surface of the bracelet gleamed with a cold metallic luster, casting a faint blue halo under the illumination of the overhead lights. Old Qian had departed early that morning. Sun's hoarse voice shattered the stillness, his wrinkled fingers gently caressing the rim of his teacup. He left with a smile. This statement fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock throughout the room. In truth, Sun inhaled deeply, his voice trembling. For it had been a week prior that old Qian had been diagnosed with late-stage pancreatic cancer. He had specifically instructed me not to inform you all just yet. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly heavy. What was with the expressions on everyone's faces? Li Yunshu suddenly broke into a smile. Though his voice was an octave higher than usual. Didn't old Qian say it? His life has been worthwhile. To accomplish such a significant task in the final moments is far better than lying in a hospital bed, counting the days until death. Isn't it? As he spoke, his voice gradually choked, and a tear uncontrollably slipped from his reddened eyes. Li Yunshu abruptly lifted his head, his shoulders trembling incessantly, as he attempted to stifle the wave of sorrow that surged within him. He was right. The long silent central suddenly spoke, gently brushing over a document on the table. I have thoroughly reviewed the report. This experiment could indeed be conducted using specialized equipment or remote operation. However, the calibration and preparation of this specialized equipment would require at least 2 weeks, while remote operation is susceptible to interference from energy fields, compromising accuracy. Central slowly rose to his feet. Old Qian has, with his very life, secured a precious 2 weeks for us, the billions of people of Donghua. His voice suddenly rose. He walked with purpose. Now, Central's voice was deep and powerful. I declare a 3-minute moment of silence for our old comrade and friend. The conference room immediately filled with the sound of people rising in unison. Everyone bowed their heads towards the direction of the martyrs' cemetery. The wall clock emitted a dull tick-tock, its second hand moving steadily, as if also bidding farewell to this great scientist. After 3 minutes, Central gently wiped his slightly reddened eyes and took a deep breath. All right. Let us now proceed with the special meeting of the Special Situations Command. Everyone, muster your spirits. We cannot afford to waste a single second of the time that old Qian has bought with his life. His gaze shifted to the wristband on the table. Li Yunshu, please elucidate the situation regarding this wristband. Li Yunshu swiftly rose and picked up the wristband. He deftly fastened it to his left wrist and lightly tapped the screen to awaken the system. This is the time travel validation tool developed by old Qian. It can accurately calculate the remaining time for the bearer until the moment of traversal. As he operated it, the wristband's screen illuminated with a ghostly blue glow, and a series of numbers began to fluctuate. 573 days, 16 hours, 42 minutes, and 16 seconds. Old Qian is truly a genius. Li Yunshu's voice brimmed with admiration. As humanity's technology cannot yet directly manipulate the Higgs boson, he took an alternative route, achieving this breakthrough by monitoring the fluctuations of the Higgs field within the human body. He projected a series of data charts onto the wall. After long-term monitoring of myself, Li Chang, and other experimental subjects, Old Qian not only confirmed the existence of the Higgs field, but also established a complete mathematical model to predict the time of traversal. The wristbands can also network, continuously refining predictive results through real-time data comparison with an accuracy of up to 99.9%. By distributing this wristband to the populace, we can minimize the likelihood of the chaos we fear. When the unknown becomes known, we can prepare in advance, and everything uncontrollable becomes controllable. Having finished, Li Yunshu removed the wristband and handed it to Central. Central curiously accepted it and then donned it on his own wrist. As the bracelet closed, a new countdown vividly appeared on the screen. 392 days, 7 hours, 8 minutes, and 11 seconds. The central figure chuckled softly, the wrinkles at the corners of their eyes relaxing. It seemed that this old frame would take the lead before you. The atmosphere in the conference room lightened somewhat as the bracelet was passed among the attendees, each person witnessing their own personal time travel countdown. Elder Zhu's countdown was the shortest, with less than 100 days remaining, while Elder Sun's was the longest, only reaching the final month before crossing over. Old Qian truly was a once-in-a-century genius. The central figure mused while caressing the bracelet. Having him in our Eastern nation is indeed a tremendous fortune. Suddenly, a serious expression crossed their face as they inquired, "Can this be mass-produced? Is there enough time?" "Absolutely no problem," Li Yunshu confidently replied. Aside from the core force field sensing module, any sports bracelet manufacturer could produce the other components. We could even retrofit existing sports and medical bracelets. He brought up another set of data. As for the core force field sensing module, Elder Qian opted for mature technologies and with slight adjustments to the production line. We could commence immediate manufacturing. Excellent, the central figure exclaimed, slapping the table. Oldie, you must immediately coordinate with national production enterprises to expedite the mass production of the bracelets. Within a week, we must achieve a coverage rate of 1 bracelet for every 10 individuals, and within a month, ensure everyone has one. Understood. Minister He, responsible for industrial production, stood up, stating that he had already conducted preliminary research, and the production capacity could easily keep pace. However, he flipped open his notebook, noting that this force field sensing module required a substantial amount of dysprosium. Currently, our country produces over 95% of the global supply of dysprosium, and our existing reserves and production capabilities could satisfy the demand for approximately 3 billion bracelets within 2 months. The module has very high purity requirements for dysprosium. Any impurities would affect measurement accuracy, rendering recycled or secondary dysprosium completely unusable. Minister He adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting a sharp light. Should we consider controlling the export of bracelets and dysprosium? 31. Our Eastern nation formally notifies all countries of the world to control the export of bracelets and dysprosium? Upon hearing Minister Du's words, the central figure fell into contemplation. Although our Eastern nation had ostensibly severed trade with various countries, numerous clandestine transactions still occurred behind the scenes, albeit without the exchange of eagle currency. After all, our nation still requires many essential resources from abroad. Once the bracelets begin distribution, other nations will undoubtedly become aware almost immediately and will seek every means to acquire them. Minister He, is the production process of this bracelet complex? If we were to incorporate an encryption module, could it mitigate the risk of foreign replication to some extent? Minister He shook his head, expressing doubt. It would likely be quite difficult. This bracelet does not employ particularly complex technology, making it relatively easy for other nations to replicate. At the very least, those established industrial nations would not find it arduous to duplicate. We could attempt to add a layer of disruptive camouflage through the Academy of Sciences, but the effectiveness of such measures is uncertain. In light of this, let us dispense with all pretense. With a decisive gesture, the central authority declared that unnecessary disguises serve no purpose other than to incite disdain. We must boldly showcase the wristbands to the world. However, the central authority shifted the tone, designating the rare earth element, dysprosium, as a national strategic resource of the highest order. No individual may export it without special authorization, and the military shall oversee all aspects of dysprosium production. Anyone who attempts to illicitly transport substantial quantities of dysprosium beyond our borders shall be deemed a traitor, facing severe repercussions. The industrial machinery of the Eastern nation began to operate at full throttle. Tens of thousands of wristbands surged from the production lines. an unusual development that immediately alerted intelligence networks across nations. Eagle Nation, are you suggesting that the Easterners are now fully engaged in the manufacture of a highly specialized wristband? Commander Johnard inquired, his gaze fixed quizzically on his chief of staff. Indeed, Your Excellency. Here, take a look at this photograph we procured through special channels, Trees replied, presenting an image of the wristband to Johnard. The Easterners are treating this matter with utmost secrecy, maintaining military oversight throughout the process. We were fortunate to obtain this photo, but acquiring the actual item has proven impossible. Johnard scrutinized the photograph intently. It was exceptionally clear, revealing every intricate detail of the wristband. Difficult to believe it was taken clandestinely. What exactly is this? He pondered, perplexed. It is said to be the key to addressing a crisis. We have tasked our national laboratory with its analysis. But without the physical object, we are unable to reach a conclusion, Trees expressed, raising his hands in exasperation. Johnard's frustration surged. Just a photograph? Is there nothing else of value? Not quite, Trees quickly interjected. Our intelligence personnel have discovered that the Eastern nation has taken control of all rare earth production companies within its borders, raising suspicions about their connection to the wristband's production. Rare earth elements? Johnard furrowed his brow, weary of the Eastern nation's repeated leverage of such resources against him. Indeed, rare earth elements. And our technical experts strongly suspect that the Easterners' target is dysprosium. Although all rare earth elements are under strict control, the production of dysprosium is the most tightly regulated. Furthermore, all transactions, even bartering, have ceased for dysprosium exports. Currently, over 95% of the world's dysprosium is under the Eastern nation's control. Immediately investigate this matter. Spare no effort. Johnard's gaze darkened dangerously as he commanded. Mobilize the military, and once again exert pressure on the Eastern nation. Inform the generals that our previous defeat has left us in a precarious position. This time, no matter the cost, we must not retreat. Yes, Your Excellency, Trees nodded vigorously, preparing to convey the orders. At that moment, Chief of Staff Matt hurriedly burst into the office. Your Excellency, the Eastern nation has issued another announcement, broadcasted globally. In the studio of the Eastern nation's national television, Dr. Wang Leeson took a deep breath and adjusted the emblem on his chest. Under the spotlight, his figure was projected onto billions of screens worldwide. To all the dignitaries and common citizens watching this live broadcast, I am Dr. Wang Leeson from the Eastern Academy of Sciences. Today, I am here to introduce something significant. As he spoke, he retrieved a bracelet from beneath the stage and placed it on the podium. I believe that nations, particularly a few, will find this object familiar. For you have been probing its secrets during this period. Surely, images of the bracelet have crossed the desks of your leaders. There is no need for doubt. That was intentionally leaked by us. Now, I shall unveil the secrets of the bracelet and the crisis that our Eastern nation has foreseen. With that, Dr. Wang revealed a document meticulously compiled by the command center. This document concealed the existence of Li Yunshu while presenting the information he had brought back as a string of codes fortuitously received by the Eastern Observatory, which were subsequently deciphered. Through this code, we learned that all of humanity on Blue Star will randomly traverse to another realm at midnight on June 15th. 60 days from now, over a span of 3 years. Whether this is a jest from an advanced civilization remains unverified. However, the code clearly states that in another world, civilizations will be tested and only the strongest will endure. Moreover, the code foretold of potential natural and man-made disasters that Blue Star might soon face, all of which have been corroborated, reinforcing our belief that this message is no mere jest. Recently, under the leadership of our esteemed academician Qian, we have finally unearthed evidence of the impending traversal, this very bracelet. Dr. Wang then proceeded to don the bracelet on his wrist before the camera. Dr. Qian discovered the fabled Higgs boson, an entity that has only existed in human speculation, now manifesting within each of us, albeit at varying intensities. We suspect that when the concentration of this particle reaches a certain threshold, creating a unique force field that will mark the commencement of the traversal. As Dr. Wang spoke, he showcased the bracelet prominently for the camera. The lens zoomed in, revealing a diminishing countdown visible to the entire world: 79 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 57 seconds, 56 seconds. Following the broadcast, our nation will generously provide a batch of bracelets to various countries. However, due to the intricate craftsmanship and limited materials, this batch will not be extensive. Additionally, through our research, we have gleaned some of the rules surrounding the traversal, which will be shared with all nations. Finally, we invite our central authority to address the world. As the live broadcast transitioned, the scene shifted from the studio to the renowned podium of the Eastern nation. At this moment, the central figure stood solemnly, holding a scroll. The Eastern nation proclaimed to the world. As a global crisis loomed, the Eastern nation chose to disclose life and death information to the public. We seek no accolades or rewards, only the desire for the ember of human civilization to endure. However, should anyone dare to impede or betray us in this critical hour, the central figure's gaze pierced the screen like a sword. Let it not be said that we did not forewarn you. The broadcast from the Eastern nation detonated like a bomb, igniting an unprecedented storm across the globe. Every viewer engaged in fervent discussions, with comments in myriad languages flooding social media like relentless waves. The Eastern nation was resolute. The apocalypse was imminent. A trembling post surged to the top of international forums, accompanied by the Eastern nation's proclamation to all countries. They stated that extraterrestrials were coming to abduct us. This was the claim of the Eastern citizens. A well-known conspiracy theorist fervently shared this, and the comment section brimmed with frantic speculation. What is happening? Who can elucidate the situation? The general populace was thrown into utter disarray, scouring for any morsel of information, only to find that aside from the Eastern nation's brief official announcement, other governments either remained silent or spoke in incoherent denials. Meanwhile, a frenzied trade was unfolding in the international black market. I want a wristband. Who can provide me with an Eastern wristband? I will offer 10 million Eagle Yuan. An anonymous billionaire offered a staggering reward, desperate to acquire a silver wristband issued by the Eastern nation. Yet, aside from the batch of wristbands given to various nations, not a single wristband had emerged from the Eastern nation, as those were tightly grasped by the leaders of each country, never to circulate in the market. In an instant, the already chaotic nations were plunged into further turmoil. As the world descended into disorderly panic, the atmosphere within the Eastern nation was starkly different. Under the tireless efforts of numerous grassroots workers, life proceeded methodically. People trained and worked as if the external tempest were of no concern to them. Beneath the calm lay a meticulously engineered state apparatus operating at high speed. In every training ground, every factory, and even at every grassroots workstation, those coveted wristbands, which other nations could scarcely acquire, were prominently displayed. The Special Situation Command Center equipped each location with a supply of wristbands, allowing any interested citizen of the Eastern nation to freely test their potential time travel capabilities. Beside the wristbands, notices were posted indicating that these were merely prototypes. While they could provide an initial estimation of travel sequences, their accuracy was not guaranteed. Within the next month, a second batch of more precise wristbands would be distributed to everyone, ensuring real-time monitoring and data comparison to guarantee the accuracy of the determined travel times. It was precisely for this reason that order could be maintained within the Eastern nation. A report indicates that the first batch of 5 million wristbands has been distributed across various military districts, facilitating a comprehensive comparison throughout the armed forces to ascertain the traversal time. Once the traversal time is fully confirmed, we will promptly initiate the personnel selection for the Gatekeeper project. Wang Hu strode determinedly into the Special Operations Command Center, reporting his progress to the command staff. The large screen in the command center displayed real-time data transmitted from the military districts, with new wristband determination information being uploaded every second. Technicians remained fixated on the screen, ensuring that no errors occurred, subsequently registering the confirmed times into the database. The entire military is expected to finalize the sequence within the day, allowing us to proceed with the next phase of selection, anticipated to be completed within a month. Wang Hu's voice quivered slightly, revealing an inner turmoil that belied his outward composure. As the leader of the Gatekeeper project, he understood the gravity of this mission more than anyone else. This was not merely a military operation, but an expedition that concerned the very survival of the nation. The Gatekeeper project aims to select the most elite warriors from the armed forces to form two specialized units, the Shinto Squad and the Yulei Squad. These names derive from ancient legends in the Eastern Kingdom, symbolizing guardianship. The Shinto Squad represents the vanguard of the elite, chosen from the earliest warriors to traverse time. They will bear the responsibility of clearing obstacles, uniting the populace, and mapping the terrain. Each member of the Shinto is an expert in combat and wilderness survival, positioned at the forefront to shield millions of ordinary citizens from peril. Only the most intrepid warriors can fulfill this role. Unlike others, they cannot remain in relative safety. They must actively explore their surroundings, potentially fraught with lethal creatures, harsh environments, and threats previously unseen by humanity. If the Shinta serves as a sharp spear, then the Yulei functions as a steadfast shield. The Yulei squad's mission is to transport vital equipment and resources, various apparatuses, quantum computers, gene banks, agricultural seeds, industrial equipment. Each item is of utmost importance, pivotal to the Eastern Kingdom's survival in another world. Consequently, the selection process for the Yulei is even more rigorous than for the Shinto. They must not only possess extraordinary physical capabilities but also possess an ironclad will. Once they enter the alternate realm, they cannot falter. Nor can they lose any trace of essential supplies. After completing his report, Wang Hu gazed at the incessantly fluctuating data on the large screen and could not help but express his concerns to Li Yunshu. I must say, old Li, I can't shake the feeling that something about this traversal seems amiss. Amiss? Pray, elaborate, Li Yunshu inquired while perusing the documents in hand. Indeed. Perhaps it is my intuition as a soldier, Wang Hu nodded. I have a lingering sense that these rules of traversal are rife with malice. Consider the issue of the sudden onset of this traversal. Were it not for you, we might have remained oblivious until the traversal truly manifested. And then it would have been too late. Knowing nothing, I can only watch as those around me vanish one by one, with no explanation whatsoever. Who knows what is truly happening? Furthermore, the randomness of these occurrences seems absurd, appearing as if designed to exacerbate conflict and heighten difficulty. As if an unseen hand fears our unification. Coupled with the resource-carrying rules that compel individuals to fight fiercely, it seems intent on sowing chaos among us. Old Li, having experienced this once, you must have profound insights, right? Wang Hu gazed into Li Yunshu's eyes. Profound insights? Undoubtedly. Li Yunshu recalled the onset of the previous traversal with a lingering sense of dread. It was utter chaos. Old Li, do you think there might genuinely be extraterrestrials orchestrating all of this? Much like the electronic cricket battles and cyber pets we often encounter online. Are they merely amused by our plight? Wang Hu grew increasingly agitated, his tone culminating in palpable intensity. Old Wang, do not overthink it. Li Yunshu set aside the documents and fixed his gaze upon Wang Hu. They had been comrades and rivals for quite some time, and he recognized that old Wang, having long served as the commander of the Blue Army in Hong Kong, habitually pondered the conspiracies lurking behind the scenes. Your speculations were once voiced by others during that time. Yet we have never possessed concrete evidence. Moreover, even if we were to uncover the truth, what could we do? Do we have the means to overturn the table? For now, we must focus on survival and navigate through the immediate challenges. Li Yunshu's voice suddenly deepened with resolve, and as for settling other accounts, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Once we have steadied our footing, we shall address those matters gradually. Test of resource carrying April 20th, 8 o'clock a.m. With less than 56 days remaining until the commencement of the traversal, Lieutenant Li Chong, please secure the specially crafted wristband before us and cooperate with us to complete the upcoming tests. Li Yunshu's voice resonated through the communicator, reaching Li Chong, who stood in the center of the experimental field. As one of the first confirmed soldiers for the traversal, bolstered by his commendable record and recommendations, Li Chong had been selected for the Gatekeeper project. Ascending to the role of captain of the Shinta team, Li Chong grasped the wristband, the metallic chill sending a shiver through him. The device was far heavier than he had anticipated, weighing at least 20 pounds. Unlike those produced in bulk, this wristband was larger and connected to numerous cables that extended to various monitoring devices surrounding him. He glanced up at the control panel, where Dr. Wang Lisan and a dozen researchers were diligently calibrating the equipment, the indicators of various instruments flickering incessantly. Rest assured, this is merely a prototype. Seemingly aware of his confusion, Dr. Wang's voice crackled through the earpiece, accompanied by the static of electricity. This trial aims to ensure the accuracy of experimental data. The final version will be optimized to the size of a standard wristband. Li Chong nodded, inhaled deeply, and pressed the activation button on the side of the wristband. A faint sound of dripping echoed, followed by the surface of the wristband illuminating. The visualization of the Higgs boson field was a resounding success. Dr. Wang's voice suddenly rose in pitch, and the control room erupted in jubilant cheers. Li Yunshu turned his gaze towards the large screen, which displayed a three-dimensional holographic projection of Li Chong, enveloped in a flowing red energy field reminiscent of flames. Commenced the second phase of testing. Li Yunshu redirected his attention back to Li Chong, who was standing beside a standard tactical backpack. Li Chong approached the side of the arena and picked up the standard military pack. The moment he donned the backpack, The red energy field on the screen immediately extended to envelop it, seamlessly merging the two into a singular entity. Please sit down. Upon receiving the command, Li Chang slowly lowered himself. Just as his posterior made contact with the ground, the red energy field surrounding the backpack abruptly receded like a retreating tide, leaving only the energy barrier around his body, while the backpack was excluded from the field. Just as before, Li Yunshu murmured, tapping his fingers lightly on the control panel. Carried items must maintain an upright position. Once seated, they will be excluded. Moreover, it appeared that this determination of standing must involve an actual standing posture, rather than simply being able to rise. This judgment seemed rather rigid, lacking the sophistication one would expect from advanced intelligence. After pondering for a moment, he pressed the communication button to request another backpack. Upon hearing this, Li Chang removed the standard backpack, revealing a massive one several times larger. He struggled to fit the straps over his shoulders, but found himself unable to stand. The backpack weighed at least 400 to 500 kilograms, a burden even for an elite soldier like Li Chang. At that moment, two staff members swiftly approached, one operating a small forklift to lift the backpack to assist Li Chang in standing, while the other placed a support frame beneath it. Now, although Li Chang could not move, he was able to stand upright. On the screen, the red glow symbolizing the Higgs field quickly enveloped both the backpack and Li Chang. Indeed, such a rigid determination. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Li Yunshu's eyes. It was time to proceed with the next experiment. Lieutenant, please make contact with those models in sequence and maintain the contact status. On the opposite side of the testing area, various miniature models were neatly arranged, ranging from ordinary civilian vehicles to main battle tanks, from next-generation fighter jets to aircraft carriers, and even scaled-down military bases and residential complexes. Li Chang approached the first model, placing his palm flat on the turret of the tank. A scene akin to that with the backpack unfolded. The red energy field spread from his palm, swiftly enveloping the entire tank model. However, when he attempted to make contact with the adjacent base model, the energy field only covered the main building, leaving the surrounding walls and auxiliary structures unchanged. Furthermore, he had to maintain contact at all times. Should he cease contact, the field would vanish instantaneously. This was consistent with expectations. Dr. Wang meticulously recorded the data, noting that the force field could only encompass structures in direct contact and objects within those structures, while external entities were effectively excluded. He turned to Li Yunshu and inquired whether they should experiment with a real building. Half an hour later, Li Chang stood before an experimental building at the Academy of Sciences. The premises had been vacated, and now a nearby open area served as the observation point for this experiment. Li Chang pressed his palm against the wall of the building, and the force field emanated from him, much like it had during the model test, spreading throughout the entire edifice. However, similar to the previous tests, the force field only enveloped the building he was in contact with, leaving adjacent facilities entirely unaffected. Subsequently, at Li Yunshu's request, a laboratory technician approached the experimental building. The moment the technician made contact with the structure, Li Chang's force field disintegrated instantaneously. It appeared that the conclusions drawn from their previous experiences regarding the transportation of materials during traversals were largely correct. What had once been mere speculation was now validated through practical demonstration. Li Yunshu set down his communicator, signaling to Li Chang that the testing could be concluded. Li Advisor. This should elucidate the reason behind the transportation of materials during traversals. It is indeed the Higgs force field. Dr. Wang approached Li Yunshu, his face alight with excitement. Now that we can manifest the existence of the force field, we can ensure that every material transported encounters no issues. I shall return to improve the wristbands, and within 5 days, we will have special wristbands equipped with scanning displays, ready to be distributed to our warriors. Li Yunshu, too, felt a surge of enthusiasm. After uncovering the secrets of traversals, the Eastern nation had explored every possible avenue to transport more resources to the other realm. However, the rules governing transportation were based on conjecture, and not every item could be fully transferred, leading to the loss of many critical supplies and a prolonged inability to rebuild their industry. What a pity, Dr. Wang suddenly shook his head. With this Higgs boson force field, we can only observe. We cannot intervene, which would have given us more certainty. Yet, this is already quite remarkable. Li Yunshu chuckled. Achieving this milestone provides numerous opportunities for future arrangements to succeed. Moreover, while we may be unable to control the force field, it does not mean we cannot alter the necessary materials. If the entire base cannot be transported, it is simple. We shall encase it completely. That should suffice as a whole. Meanwhile, far across the Blue Star, the Eagle clan was equally occupied. In the office of the Supreme Leader within the white pentagonal building, Jonard, the Eagle clan's Supreme Leader and the first to receive a wristband from the Eastern nation, wore a wristband, his expression fluctuating as he fixated on the screen of the device. Countdown, 135 days, 11 hours, 37 minutes, and 21 seconds. This sequence of numbers loomed like a grim reaper's decree, each tick resonating heavily against Jonard's nerves. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, reflecting an unsettling uncertainty brought about by the consequences of time travel. Eric, what is your opinion on this matter? After a prolonged silence, Jonard finally spoke, his voice laced with irritation and urgency as he turned to the chief scientific advisor, who was engrossed in examining the intricacies of the wristband. Eric was completely absorbed in the exquisite design of the device, oblivious to Jonard's inquiry. Jonard furrowed his brow, raising his voice to repeat the question. When Eric remained unresponsive, he slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, Eric. This outburst finally snapped Eric back to reality. A remarkable design, my lord. The scientist who created it is a genius. Eric responded, admiration evident on his face as he caressed the wristband in his hand. The concept of devising a method to detect a particle that humanity's current technology cannot discover or control through an alternative approach is truly unparalleled. I did not ask you that. I am inquiring about the reliability of this device. Is what the Easterners claim truly valid? Jonard's voice rose further, nearly a roar. Realizing the commander was furious, Eric reluctantly set the wristband down and adjusted his glasses. My lord, I find it difficult to assure you, as this matter transcends conventional understanding. The only guarantee I can offer is that if the God particle does exist, it must correspond to what this wristband has detected. Are you implying that the Easterners are telling the truth? Jonard's spirits dampened. There is a possibility. Eric nodded. Could it not be that those Easterners are deceiving us? They may have merely discovered a particle that has long existed and created a nonsensical wristband to fool the world. His tone was tinged with both skepticism and a desire for self-reassurance. With all due respect, my lord, Eric shook his head, that is implausible and utterly meaningless. After acquiring the wristband, we conducted numerous tests, and aside from humans, no other animal exhibited this force field, which exists solely within living beings. Do you understand my point? It is only present in the living. Even corpses, having been deceased for mere minutes, show no trace of this force field. Moreover, we even examined a terminally ill patient, who has at most 3 weeks to live, and we could not detect this force field within him either. It is as if by divine intervention. Only those who can partake in that trial may receive a ticket. If this is not the method of a higher dimensional civilization, I can only conclude it to be a manifestation of divine will. Damn it, Jonard despaired completely, casting a feeble glance at the countdown displayed on the wristband before slumping in the grandeur of the commander's throne. Only a little over 100 days left? Jonard murmured, for the first time feeling utterly powerless about his future as the most powerful human on Blue Star. What progress have you made in the realm of time travel research? Is there any means to prevent it? He glanced at Eric, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of final hope. I regret to inform you, my lord, Eric replied, extending his hands in a gesture of helplessness. We are utterly in the dark. Given the sudden emergence of this God particle, it appears we are incapable of averting it. It surpasses our technological capabilities by a significant margin. My lord, rather than dwelling on these matters, it would be more prudent to prepare, akin to the Easterners, after all. That might still offer us a semblance of hope, would it not? Eric suggested to Jonard. Let us take action. Jonard inhaled deeply, as if having made a monumental decision, regaining a semblance of vigor. How many wristbands did the Easterners provide us? 1,000. How long will it take to complete a nationwide assessment? I cannot say. At the current pace, it will take at least 6 months, Eric replied with resignation. Why must it take so long? The Easterners managed to conduct their preliminary assessment within a week. Jonard suddenly grew agitated, rising abruptly to lean over the table, his eyes locked onto Eric's with intensity. My lord, we simply do not possess an adequate number of wristbands, and what? We cannot replicate the Easterners' method of deploying wristbands in densely populated areas for self-assessment. We must rely on military transport, which severely hampers efficiency. Moreover, many citizens are unwilling to accept the wristbands for assessment. They seize any opportunity to destroy them. According to their beliefs, this is a trial bestowed by God. and intervening is a path to damnation. Those wretched fools. Jonard slumped helplessly into his chair, cradling his head in his hands, his fingers digging into his hair. The turmoil within him reaching a crescendo. Immediately commenced the decryption and replication of the wristbands. Within a week, I demand to see 100,000 of our own production. Jonard declared fiercely, "My lord, that may be an insurmountable task. Why? Do not tell me you cannot decipher the encryption of the Easterners. You are the strongest scientific body on Blue Star, equipped with the finest technology. That is not my implication, my lord. The wristbands are not encrypted by the Easterners. Nor is their manufacturing process particularly complex. We can produce them domestically. The issue lies in our insufficient materials. The production of these wristbands requires high-purity dysprosium, which is not available domestically. We have always imported dysprosium from the Easterners, and now they have prohibited exports. In the short term, it is impossible for us to obtain enough dysprosium. Our current stock can only yield another 1,000 wristbands. Again, it comes down to this cursed rare earth. This damned dysprosium, those accursed Easterners." Jonard erupted with unexpected fury, rising abruptly to kick over a nearby chair, cursing vehemently. At that moment, Chief of Staff Trace hurried into the Supreme Leader's office. His forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and he clutched an urgent telegram tightly in his hand. His expression fraught with alarm. "Your Excellency, I apologize for the interruption. The Stoss family, the Kennedy family, the Booz family, the Klingon families, and your own family have united in their request for us to promptly provide at least 10,000 wristbands." Jonah slammed the document onto the desk, the mahogany surface echoing with a resounding thud. 10,000? Do they believe this is a Christmas confectionery? He gritted his teeth, tearing at his tie, and informed them that the entire nation could scarcely muster even 1,000. Trace wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "However, these families have threatened that if their demands are not met, they will conspire to impeach your high office. They even asserted that if you fail to comply within 3 days, what shall they do?" Jonah was beside himself with fury. "They will publicly disclose your medical records and the footage of your treatment on St. George Island." Trace stammered in response. The air in the room instantly froze. Eric discreetly retreated to the corner, feigning interest in the data on the wristbands. "To hell with impeachment," Jonah erupted, hurling a crystal paperweight against the wall, as if the world were collapsing while these fools continued to engage in their political games. "Your Excellency, please calm down." Trace hastily approached Jonah's side. "There is still a way for us to procure a batch of wristbands." "What method?" "The Easterners have their items under tight surveillance." Jonah replied weakly. "There exists a batch of wristbands that are not under the watchful eye of the Easterners." Trace leaned closer to Jonah's ear and whispered gently, "Aren't there numerous wristbands that are transshipped through our aircraft? The Easterners merely leave the items at the port and do not oversee them." We could easily Trace made a fist gesture. The following day, many allies and subordinates of the Eagle family were astonished to discover that the wristbands promised by the Easterners had mysteriously vanished during the transshipment process through the Eagle family. 35. Verification of the grand package. Jonah stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing at the overcast sky outside. The matter of the wristbands and the countdown lingered in his mind. Requisitioning the wristband supplies from allies was something he had long grown accustomed to, though this time the timing was somewhat peculiar. More troubling, however, was the coercion from those families that kept him restless. "Your Excellency, the first batch of wristbands has arrived." Trace entered, lowering his voice to report. 800 have been transshipped to the corrupt nation, 600 to Kangaroo Country, and an emergency seizure of 1,200 from the customs of Mudhong and Mingwa has been successfully stored, along with the previously intercepted portion. We have now provided nearly 8,000 wristbands to the various families. Jonah turned around, his expression softening slightly. "What has been the reaction?" "The corrupt ambassador has lodged a protest, and the Prime Minister's office of Kangaroo Country has called 3 times an inquiry. As for Mudhong and Mingwa, they have not yet reached out, but there is significant public outcry." Tress wiped the sweat from his brow, addressing the inquiries with a premeditated excuse about issues within the logistics system that were currently under urgent investigation. "That's not what I was asking you. I meant those individuals." Jonah shot him an impatient glare. "Oh." Tress suddenly grasped the situation. "The prominent families have entrusted me with their gratitude towards you, asserting their unwavering support for your endeavors. Furthermore, a devastating fire has erupted on St. George Island, reducing the medical center you frequently visited to ruins." Jonah exhaled deeply, lamenting the loss. What a tragedy. That medical center truly possessed exceptional medical expertise, did it not? "Indeed, my lord, Tress replied, his expression tinged with nostalgia, pondering when another medical center of such high caliber would emerge. At that moment, Director Mike of the War Situation Bureau burst in hastily, brandishing a document. My lord, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Eastern Kingdom has just released a statement. They have announced that due to unforeseen logistical issues, they will suspend the transit of wristbands through our nation, opting instead for direct air transport to their destinations. In the special conference room of the League of Nations, a spokesperson from the Eastern Kingdom, Zhao, faced the gathered international journalists with a smile. In light of the unforeseen logistical challenges concerning the majority of wristband shipments, our country has decided to dispatch an additional batch of wristbands to various nations, adopting a responsible approach to avoid a recurrence of such issues. We will be sending transport aircraft directly to each country. We kindly request that all nations prepare to open their airspace and arrange for reception. The swifter the preparations, the sooner the wristbands will arrive. In an instant, the room was ablaze with flashing lights. A journalist from the corrupted kingdom pressed for answers. There are reports suggesting that the previous batch of wristbands was smuggled back by the Eagle clan. What is the Eastern Kingdom's stance on this? Well, it is difficult for us to respond directly to that. Perhaps, as some nations have suggested, unforeseen logistical issues did arise. However, I would like to say this. Zhao sneered coldly. I believe that a truly responsible nation would never resort to seizing vital supplies from its allies in times of crisis, would it? Meanwhile, within the command center of the Eagle clan, Defense Minister Hansen fixated on a satellite map peppered with numerous red dots, each representing protests against the Eagle clan's seizure of wristbands, rallies spanning from the Victory Gate of the corrupted kingdom to the Grand Light Gate of the Abyssal Kingdom. And even the Prime Minister's office in Kangaroo Country was besieged by an indignant crowd. Damn it, that fool Jonah. Austin slammed a fist onto the control panel. Doesn't he realize that our greatest advantage lies in our network of allies? Chairman Carter of the Joint Chiefs of Staff wore a grim expression. Worse yet, the Eastern Kingdom has just announced the initiation of the Global Mutual Assistance Program, promising to airlift wristbands directly to all developing nations. He displayed a video showing Eastern Kingdom's Tian Kuan transport aircraft landing at multiple airports across Black Continent, where local citizens jubilantly welcomed technicians adorned with blue armbands. In a white pentagon-shaped office, Jonah watched the live broadcast of the Eastern Kingdom's leader addressing the world. When humanity faces a collective crisis, unlike certain individuals who would seize the lifeline of their allies, we choose to share the last morsel of bread. This ironically charged statement, conveyed through simultaneous interpretation, made his temples throb with intensity. Your Excellency, the latest polls reveal that our support among allies in the Northern Alliance has plummeted to 31. Tress's hands trembled as he held the tablet. Nations were now disregarding our warnings and unilaterally opened their airspace to the Eastern nation, even dispatching their air force to escort Eastern transport planes directly to the airport. With a resounding crash, Johnard's cup shattered against the screen before him. I wonder if the Eagle leader now regrets his decisions. Sitting in the helicopter, Chief of Staff Ding observed the departing fleet of transport planes in the sky, shaking his head with a smile. Regret? How could they possibly feel remorse? Li Yinshu scoffed. They would only regret having afforded us this opportunity, never for their actions. Let us not dwell on that. Their actions were well within our predictions. Li Yinshu waved his hand dismissively. What matters most now is to execute our grand encapsulation plan. He and Chief of Staff Ding turned their gaze toward the experimental site below. There stood a large military factory, now inactive, encompassing nearly 20 hectares, including all its ancillary structures. The entire site was enveloped by a colossal framework, with countless workers diligently installing vast arrays of solar panels and metal sheets atop it, forming an airtight shell. Moreover, the factory floor itself was covered with metal plates, seamlessly merging with the surrounding structure. Doubts lingered in his mind about the feasibility of this plan. Li Yinshu felt a twinge of anxiety as he gazed at the nearly completed encapsulation. This plan, which he had proposed, had consumed an immense amount of resources. Failure would bring him great embarrassment. It should be fine. Did we not simulate it with the 9 chapters? The success rate exceeded 97%. Besides, even if it fails, what of it? Compared to the last time you remember, we have achieved so much more this time. Chief of Staff Ding reassured him with a casual demeanor. As the final solar panel was welded into place, the encapsulation of the military factory was deemed complete. The helicopter landed before the newly encapsulated facility, which had transformed into a large sphere, with countless drones scanning its surface to ensure not a single flaw existed. Commander Lee, the force field monitoring equipment is in place. Encapsulation checks have confirmed accuracy, and we can proceed to the next phase of experimentation. Dr. Wang Leeson approached briskly, handing a tablet to Li Yinshu. He accepted the tablet and observed the screen displaying a three-dimensional rendering of the entire encapsulation, resembling a flattened egg. The 3D model revealed no signs of breaches. This encapsulation was evidently flawless. We are ready to advance to the next stage of experimentation. With the command of Li Yinshu, Li Chong, who had long been waiting, slowly pressed his hand adorned with a more intricate bracelet against the outer shell of the capsule. As the 36th step of the mountain-moving project commenced, everyone held their breath, fixated on the monitor screens. A crimson ripple emanated from the point where Li Chong's right hand made contact, gradually spreading across the entire encapsulated structure. Ultimately, the red energy field enveloped both the capsule and Li Chong, forming a colossal sphere of light. The experiment was a resounding success. The encapsulation initiative had proven effective. The observation area erupted in jubilant cheers, and Li Yinshu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, releasing the tension that had gripped him. "Excellent work, Yinshu," exclaimed Chief of Staff Ding, rushing forward with fervor, his hand vigorously patting Li Yinshu on the shoulder, his eyes sparkling with elation. "This means our options have multiplied exponentially. As long as we can transport the equipment, reconstructing the production line over there will pose no challenge." A slight smile curled upon Li Yinshu's lips, yet he maintained his composure. "Chief of Staff Ding, let us not rejoice prematurely. Transportation is merely the first step of a long journey. Subsequent installation, debugging, personnel training, and raw material supply. Each segment presents its own challenges." He glanced toward the distant capsule, adding, "Moreover, we cannot ascertain the exact location we may traverse to. It is entirely possible we could end up in a desolate area or a perilous location." "Oh, you worry too much." Chief of Staff Ding sighed in exasperation, playfully draping an arm around Li Yinshu's shoulders. "When it's time to celebrate, we must celebrate wholeheartedly. What remote region? Look at this capsule." He pointed emphatically at the structure before them. "Wherever it appears, that will be our core stronghold in the other realm, the very heart of our eastern nation. Now, let us send out the announcement. Inform the Elder that the encapsulation project has been triumphantly successful. Special Incident Response Command Report. Urgent telegram from Advisor Li Yinshu. The encapsulation project verification has been a complete success." The liaison officer nearly sprinted into the room, his voice trembling with excitement. The Elder, deeply engrossed in his work, abruptly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Quickly, bring it to me." He seized the telegram, his fingertips quivering slightly. "Wonderful, truly wonderful." As he perused Li Yinshu's detailed report, he could not restrain himself from slapping his thigh in delight. "Hurry, notify the others. We shall convene a new round of special meetings in 10 minutes. 5 minutes later, the conference room was filled to capacity. Except for Li Yinshu and Chief of Staff Ding, who had yet to return, esteemed figures such as Elder Zhu, Elder Wan, and Elder Sun had gathered, eagerly perusing the encapsulation project verification report sent by Li Yinshu. The news evidently exhilarated them, their faces glowing with excitement. "Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting. Yinshu and Chief of Staff Ding will return by evening, so we shall not wait for them. Let us begin our preliminary discussions. What are your thoughts on this encapsulation project?" Several elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, and it was Mr. Zhu who spoke first. "This is an excellent plan that could significantly enhance our strength and survival capabilities in the alternate realm. However, we must meticulously devise the order and quantity of the encapsulation, ensuring that it does not disrupt our production and daily life here. After all, although we have less than 50 days before the transition, the majority of our compatriots will continue to reside here for nearly 3 years." "My sentiments align closely with his," Mr. One concurred, rising to his feet. "Our Social Sciences Institute shall promptly establish a grand model through the 9 chapters, seeking a method to strike a balance between the two. Nevertheless, once we initiate the grand encapsulation plan, could we anticipate any changes from the Eagle clan? The scale of this plan is immense and utterly impossible to conceal." "Rest assured," replied Minister Jiang with a smile. "Following the recent incident with the wristbands, the Eagle clan's reputation is now tarnished. Although they have historically shown indifference to such matters, they will lack the resources to interfere with us in the immediate future. I wish to inform you all," he continued, "that under the directive of the command center, We discreetly supplied over 200,000 wristbands to the Eagle clan and other nations through various channels. Most of these wristbands have ended up in the hands of influential families, political leaders, and affluent individuals who are the true architects of their national policies. The wristbands serve as a talisman for their safety. As long as they feel secure, they are less likely to engage in a destructive confrontation with us. Of course, we will also clandestinely provide them with additional wristbands and pertinent information to ensure they do not act rashly. This not only pacifies them, but also allows us to exchange for valuable resources that are otherwise unattainable. Did you know? Recently, we traded 5,000 wristbands for an entire set of the latest lithography system from the Great Barley Nation, which is currently being covertly transported to our homeland. Furthermore, many items they were reluctant to export to us have been offered in exchange for wristbands when their lives felt threatened. Currently, the nations are not united with the Eagle clan, and coupled with the deterrence of the Jingwei plan, the large-scale civil war we were so apprehensive about should not materialize. In fact, one could argue that these individuals are preoccupied with stockpiling supplies and constructing doomsday bunkers, leaving them little time to engage with us. After all, from their perspective, our encapsulation plan, when superficially examined, is quite similar to their endeavor of building doomsday bunkers, is it not? The meeting concluded swiftly. By the time Li Yunshu and Chief of Staff Ding returned, a thoroughly validated plan had already been placed in his hands. Preliminary plan for the Grand Encapsulation 1. Effective immediately, initiate the Grand Encapsulation Plan, codenamed Moving Mountains. 2. Li Yunshu will concurrently serve as the chief commander of the plan, reporting directly to the Emergency Command Center. 3. It is tentatively decided that, without compromising domestic production and daily life, we shall proceed with the encapsulation of various military, production, and medical facilities. Aside from the exceptionally unique facilities that cannot be modified, all other facilities should ideally be transformed into a modular design, facilitating disassembly and transportation. Production equipment that can be replaced with artificial intelligence should be replaced accordingly. The encapsulation materials should primarily consist of metals and silicon plates. Utilizing various materials that are in high demand, while striving to minimize the waste of human resources and material. During the implementation of the encapsulation plan, it is imperative to maintain stringent control over public opinion to avert any potential civil panic. It is recommended that the first batch of encapsulated bodies primarily focus on equipment, medical necessities, and daily living aspects, ensuring sufficient capability to establish a foothold on the other side before considering other encapsulated bodies. Any improvements and adjustments during the specific implementation process shall be determined by the overall project leader, who must promptly report to the Emergency Command Center for discussion. A brief announcement swiftly spread throughout the streets and alleys of the Eastern Nation. The mountain moving plan has officially been initiated and is now recruiting nationwide for construction workers with experience in aerial operations, tower crane operators, skilled welders, rebar workers, and architectural designers. In a mundane training base in the Two Lakes province, Ming Jianxi rubbed his bleary eyes and, having just risen from bed, noticed his dormitory mate, Chen Lifeng, packing his belongings, seemingly preparing to leave. Old Chen, in his 50s, was a seasoned construction worker with a good relationship with Meng Jianxi. "What are you doing, Old Chen? Training is about to start," he exclaimed, suddenly alert as he rushed over. Chen Lifeng paused his actions, his calloused fingers stuffing a faded work uniform into a large woven bag. He looked up, the fine wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxing into a gentle yet resolute smile. "I am leaving, Xiaoming." "Leaving? Why? Are you out of your mind?" Ming Jianxi was taken aback, quickly approaching Old Chen and grabbing his wrist, then pointing at the wristband he was wearing. "With less than 70 days until your transition, you should be training diligently. Are you just going to wait to die on the other side? Have you completed your training or given up?" "I know, Old Chen. You only hit one target in the last shooting practice, ranking last among this cohort of trainees. I have indeed given up." Chen Lifeng chuckled sheepishly. "I really am not cut out for this. Despite training for so long, I have made no progress. Even the newcomers are outperforming me. My presence here is merely wasting training slots and resources. I should let the opportunity go to the younger ones." Taken aback by Old Chen's words, Ming Jianxi found himself momentarily speechless. The training base indeed allowed free entry and exit entirely on a voluntary basis, but it was uncommon for anyone to willingly leave when most were eager to remain. With the transition imminent, wouldn't it be wiser to train more and acquire additional knowledge? thus enhancing one's chances of survival. Observing the earnest expression on old Chen's face, he could only kindly remind him, "You need to think this through. The training camp and factory operate on a 10-day rotation. You have just begun this training. Leaving without cause means you will have to wait at least a month to rejoin. At that time, one might suppose that everything you have trained for has faded from your memory. Moreover, Lao Chen, did you not once mention in our casual conversations that you harbored a dream since childhood, to wield a steel gun, vanquish foes, and become a hero? Have you forgotten all of that?" Yet, to my surprise, Lao Chen shook his head. "Of course, I have not forgotten, and I shall not return to the training grounds." "Why? Do not succumb to despair, Lao Chen. If you do not return to the training field, where will you go? Are you resigned to working in a factory, tightening screws until you transcend this existence? Initially, I did entertain that notion, but now I have a far superior choice." As he spoke, Lao Chen glanced out the window, where a large screen was incessantly broadcasting recruitment announcements for the mountain moving project. Heroes need not always wield guns. At a military training base, Lin Yifei forcefully pushed open the lid of the simulation chamber, staggering as he crawled out, collapsing beside it to violently vomit, his stomach's acidic contents mingling with his breakfast. In the recent simulation, he and his 16 comrades had been mercilessly torn to shreds by a sudden swarm of insects. To test them, the instructor had repeatedly played the gruesome footage of their dismemberment before their eyes, ultimately shattering Lin Yifei's psychological defenses. "What's the matter? Can't take it?" Instructor Tang Shan's scornful voice echoed. "With such meager skills, do you aspire to become a member of the Shinta team? I suggest you abandon that dream. With your capabilities, you would merely meet a futile end in the jaws of the insects, endangering your comrades and those innocent civilians awaiting your aid." Upon hearing Instructor Tang's words, Lin Yifei struggled to rise, wiping the filth from his mouth, and once more opened the simulation chamber's lid to lie back inside. Again and again, he did not know how many times. When Lin Yifei finally emerged from the pile of corpses with an unyielding expression, his gaze had transformed into one of unwavering determination. He no longer required aiming, relying solely on muscle memory. He effortlessly fired 2 shots that shattered the nerve ganglion of a clawed insect. He then skillfully assembled a makeshift explosive from the surrounding damaged weapons, obliterating the burrowing insect before him. The lid of the simulation chamber was lifted once more. "Congratulations, brother, you are now a qualified member of the Shinta team," Instructor Tang Shan said with a smile, extending his hand to Lin Yifei. In Lin City, at a modest maternal and child hospital, within an equally unremarkable ward, a seemingly capable man was cautiously cradling a newborn. The man appeared utterly bewildered, his awkwardness suggesting he was holding not an infant but a bomb poised to detonate at the slightest touch. A muffled chuckle escaped from the mother lying on the hospital bed, unable to contain herself. "What on earth are you doing? Hurry and bring a bao over to me," she chided, rolling her eyes at the man. Once the man fumbled to hand the baby to the mother, witnessing her deftly take the child, swiftly change the diaper, and comfortably nurse, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. "To speak candidly, I have never felt as tense as I did while handling unexploded ordnance in the military." The man chuckled, extending his finger to gently tease the infant's tender face. "If you make a bao cry, I won't let you off easily," said the mother, pushing his hand aside with a hint of annoyance. The man gazed at the mother and child with a silly grin, his face radiating happiness. Time seemed to slip away, and once the baby was satiated, he drifted into a deep slumber, occasionally revealing a sweet smile as if he were dreaming of enchanting visions. The mother lowered her gaze to the tiny life cradled in her arms, his delicate lashes casting fine shadows on his face. After a long moment, she suddenly looked up and asked, "Must you leave?" Abeo hasn't yet reached his first month. The man sighed, removing a bracelet from his wrist and placing it on the baby's small hand. Countdown, 432 days, 17 hours, 21 minutes, and 13 seconds. His eyes sharpened, glinting like a drawn sword. "Tell Abeo that Daddy is leaving to secure a time of peace for him. Rest assured, Daddy is a formidable member of the elite Yulei team. Along with countless uncles and aunts like me, we will ensure he lives in a safe, stable, and happy place." With that, the man gently kissed the foreheads of both the mother and child before resolutely departing the hospital room, indifferent to the mother's heart-wrenching desire to keep him there. 38. Nationwide Comprehensive Inspection, Commander Lee reported. "This is the feedback on the situation since the mountain relocation project commenced 2 days ago." Xinyi handed a stack of documents to Li Yushu. "Honestly, I am genuinely moved. Truly, we can rely on our fellow countrymen in times like these, he remarked with a sense of pride illuminating his usually stoic face. In less than 2 days, over 2 million individuals have registered to participate in the mountain relocation project. Had we not informed enough people at various registration points? That number might have been even more astonishing. Most of them are seasoned construction workers with over a decade of experience, alongside skilled crane operators, rebar workers, and even a few top-tier welders recognized as national craftsmen, ones who have been featured in state interviews. Now, all 1,200 first-phase objectives of the mountain relocation project have been fully allocated, with expectations to complete the encapsulation within a month. Li Yunshu's gaze swiftly moved across the terminal, where numbers and charts transformed in his eyes into a grand tableau, resembling columns that uphold the sky. Subsequently, he shifted his gaze from the terminal to the outside world. In the distance, the construction site was ablaze with lights, the silhouettes of cranes standing like colossal steel giants against the twilight. The faint roar of machinery signaling the commencement of operations for the first batch of engineering equipment for the mountain relocation project. Qingyi, do you know why our ancestors were able to construct the Great Wall? Li Yushu suddenly inquired. Qingyi paused momentarily before responding with a smile. Because of unity? No. Li Yunshu shook his head. It is because they believe they are engaged in an endeavor capable of altering the future. They are convinced that they will erect a colossal wall, isolating danger from the outside, thereby allowing their descendants to live in tranquility. He rose from his seat, moved to the window, and, with his back to Qingyi, continued, Now, we are undertaking a similar mission. The mountain moving project and all our current efforts are aimed at constructing a fortress in this alternate realm, ensuring that our future generations can survive and thrive in happiness. Thus, they willingly embrace this task. Li Yunshu patted the documents before him, stating, Our Eastern nation has never lacked individuals who shoulder all responsibilities upon themselves. At the mountain moving project, site number 1012, Chen Lifeng struggled to fasten his safety harness before cautiously sliding down from the framework's apex along the auxiliary railing. This site was an abandoned nuclear power plant, the vastness of which was compounded by its non-standard shape. Due to safety requirements, its multi-layered exterior made the height exceedingly formidable. Furthermore, its remote location rendered the encapsulation process exceedingly challenging. Old Chun meticulously laid the silicon panels across the framework enveloping the nuclear facility, beads of sweat trickling down the edges of his safety helmet. Squinting through his goggles, he gazed into the distance. The last rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the colossal concrete structure, painting the silent steel behemoth in deep crimson. Old Chen, reinforce the left side, a colleague shouted from below. Chen Lifeng nodded, adjusting his tool belt as he moved steadily along the steel frame. Despite nearing 50, his extensive experience in high-altitude operations rendered him adept in such precarious environments. The encapsulation of the nuclear power plant was no trivial task. They had to ensure that the entire encasement exhibited no flaws and that it would withstand the traversal between two realms without compromising the integrity of the plant's core structure. Particularly crucial was the first requirement. The nuclear facility had to remain a cohesive whole, with each ancillary building playing a vital role. A single missing component during the transition could either incapacitate the entire plant or transform it into an unstable dirty bomb. Consequently, the encapsulation materials chosen were extremely lightweight silicon panels, which possess sufficient resilience, presenting minimal drawbacks apart from their challenging manufacture. However, the construction difficulty was exacerbated by the site's remoteness, lacking adequate tower cranes, forcing workers to rely solely on safety ropes to scale the outer framework for welding tasks. After several perilous welding operations, Old Chen suddenly recalled a past endeavor he had participated in, also involving high-altitude welding. Due to a lack of equipment, progress had been sluggish. Whose ingenious idea had ultimately resolved the timeline? Old Chen quickly immersed himself in deep contemplation. Are you suggesting that a construction worker has provided us with a novel construction method that, through simulations, can enhance efficiency by over 10% while also significantly improving safety? Li Yunshu gazed in astonishment at Dean Wan, who hurriedly approached him. Indeed, take a look at this. Dean Wan promptly activated a holographic projection, unveiling a detailed diagram of a high-altitude work tool. It was astonishing that such a simple structure could wield such immense impact. Dean Wan couldn't help but express his admiration. Are you here to advocate for the swift nationwide implementation of this tool at construction sites? Li Yunshu inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. No, I wouldn't specifically seek you out for such trivial matters. In fact, The tool's efficacy had already been validated and promoted long ago. Dean Wan swiftly shook his head. The primary reason for my visit is this. Upon receiving the tool, I engaged in a video conversation with its provider. He introduced himself as Chun Lifeng, a construction worker in his 50s who participated in the mountain relocation project to contribute to our nation. He mentioned that he felt utterly ineffectual at the training base, as the training proved excessively challenging for him. He expressed his gratitude for the existence of the mountain relocation project, which allowed him to shine and make a difference. As Li Yunshu absorbed this information, understanding began to dawn on him. He turned to Dean Wan. Are you implying that we? Noticing Li Yunshu's dawning realization, Dean Wan revealed his true intent. Isn't it somewhat autocratic to directly implement universal training? We must recognize that individuals like Chun Lifeng are certainly not in short supply across our nation. They genuinely struggle to adapt to combat. Shouldn't we also prepare alternative pathways for them to showcase their strengths? Dean Wan's words jolted Li Yunshu into awareness. Indeed, not everyone is suited to be a warrior. Many excel in other fields. After a moment of reflection, Li Yunshu responded, I understand your perspective. However, foundational training must still be conducted for at least one cycle. It serves as the minimum guarantee for survival for at least a month. Furthermore, we must immediately initiate a comprehensive assessment, encouraging everyone to showcase their greatest talents. Li Yunshu's gaze grew resolute as he contemplated what he had overlooked in his singular focus on the battlefield. He swiftly input commands on his terminal. Chinyi. Promptly notify all departments to launch the 100 Crafts Initiative. We aim to establish a second front for all individuals unsuited for combat but possessing specialized skills. Construction workers, mechanics, welders, farmers, even chefs, teachers, and doctors. Anyone with a unique skill can find their purpose in this new realm. The mountain relocation project is merely the beginning. We aspire to construct a complete civilization. The war potential of ordinary individuals. I possess an exceptional aptitude for operating drones, adeptly maneuvering nearly all models available on the market. My proficiency extends to vehicles as well. I require merely half an hour to master any vehicle, and within an hour, I can perform stunts with it. While I may lack in other areas, decades of experience in mineral exploration have endowed me with an almost instinctual awareness of where mineral veins, particularly coal and iron ore, are likely to exist. A mere glance at the mountains reveals their hidden treasures with remarkable accuracy. Li Yunshu stood before the grand screen in the command center, where countless luminous points flickered across the national map, each point signifying a certified specialist. I have been too narrow-minded, he murmured, reflecting on his previous focus solely on acquiring equipment and energy, nearly overlooking the most invaluable resource. Zhu Lao, standing beside him, remarked, there is still time to adjust. The 100 Craftsman Plan has identified 87 major professional categories, encompassing over 30 million skilled individuals. We have established a database where these individuals' identities are distinctly marked, facilitating their contributions in their areas of expertise. Currently, all training bases and production units have initiated a registration process for specialties. Any skill, once verified, will be promptly added to the database. It is my fault, Li Yunshu lamented. I was too hasty, fixated on enhancing our military capabilities and combat strength, while neglecting the foundation that supports it all. Thankfully, Chun Lifeng's words enlightened me. The memory of the last battle, where the entire army was annihilated, loomed like a heavy stone before Li Yunshu, monopolizing his attention and leaving him little energy to contemplate other matters. Come, I have good news to lift your spirits. Zhu Lao deliberately raised his voice, attempting to dissipate the somber atmosphere in the command room. What good news? Li Yunshu managed a strained smile. Do you remember the drone C strategy discussed with Old Ding and Academician Du? Li Yunshu nodded, thoroughly familiar with the proposal, which he had mentally rehearsed every night. The greatest characteristic of the insect race is their overwhelming numbers and disregard for death, whereas our soldiers are irreplaceable with each casualty. If we could compensate for our numerical disadvantage with a multitude of unmanned equipment, confronting the insects would undoubtedly become significantly easier. However, after formulating this conclusion, several challenges arose, leading to a temporary halt in its implementation. First, the production capacity of drones is substantial. We require a considerable number to combat the insect race, and establishing sufficient production lines in another realm is exceedingly difficult. Second, there is currently an insufficient number of skilled drone operators. As we are unable to produce adequate combat-ready drone AI, operators must control them manually. In the short term, Li Yunshu could not identify enough proficient drone operators. Even with the entire military personnel considered, the maximum would yield fewer than 2 million operators. Hadn't we concluded that the most effective approach against the insect race is to employ unmanned equipment to counter their numerical superiority? Zhu Laobian remarked while retrieving a set of data. Now, both bottlenecks in this plan have been resolved. Resolved? So swiftly? Li Yunshu abruptly sat up, his eyes wide with astonishment. Thanks to the nationwide mobilization, Zhu Laobian chuckled as he swiped the screen, a deluge of production data cascading forth. Through industrial adjustments, our drone production capacity has soared to unprecedented heights. Leading enterprises like Wanyu have generously transferred their core technologies to the state for communal benefit. We are now capable of rolling out 100,000 military-grade drones daily, not mere toys, but formidable instruments ready for the battlefield. It is anticipated that next month, our daily output will double. At that point, not only will it be feasible for each person to have a drone, but even to command a small fleet of drones will be entirely manageable. Li Yunshu inhaled sharply, finally grasping the weight of the title the greatest industrial revolution in human history. In his previous life in a foreign realm, he struggled to establish even a proper production line. Yet now, imagining the scene of a vast swarm of drones overwhelming a tide of insects, his blood surged with excitement. However, he quickly forced himself to regain his composure. What about the operators? No matter how many drones we possess, without sufficient operators, they're rendered useless. In the short term, our artificial intelligence cannot engage in true autonomous combat. At best, it can serve a supportive role. Oh, well? Zhu Laobian smiled mysteriously, tracing an exaggerated arc on the screen. Thanks to the nationwide training and the 100 Crafts initiative, we have discovered numerous grassroots experts. Take a guess. How many skilled drone operators are there nationwide? 5 million? Li Yunshu ventured boldly. If that were the case, tactical options would abound. Incorrect. Try again. Zhu Laobian shook his finger. It seemed he had been overly optimistic, and Li Yunshu shook his head in self-deprecation. Then, 3 million. Why would you guess lower? Zhu Laobian displayed dissatisfaction. Guess higher. Aim for a larger number. Guess higher? I underestimated. Li Yunshu was taken aback. Could it be 10 million? His voice trembled slightly as he hesitantly raised a finger. Close, but add another zero, Zhu Laobian declared, his right fist clenched beside Li Yunshu's outstretched finger. A full 100 million, and this is merely a preliminary estimate. 100 million. Li Yunshu nearly leapt from his chair, his tablet crashing to the floor. He bent down to retrieve it, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. 100 million operators? How can that be? If there truly are 100 million, why was it so difficult to find a few skilled drone operators last time? Often, we had to send soldiers into certain death to gather intelligence on the enemy. At that moment, Zhu Laobian displayed a video. At a training facility, thousands of young individuals in casual attire donned VR goggles, deftly manipulating virtual interfaces. Among them were students, delivery workers, programmers, and even elderly men and women. The gaming industry has played a pivotal role, Zhu Laobian elucidated. Hardcore players of simulation games such as War Thunder and Call of Duty can achieve military standards after just 2 weeks of specialized training. Not to mention the numerous enthusiasts of model aircraft and professional pilots. The scene shifts to a slender boy wearing glasses, whose screen simultaneously displays real-time footage from 8 drones. This boy, named Lin Yuchen, is hailed as the king of drone racing on a certain streaming platform, currently capable of simultaneously controlling 12 drones in coordinated maneuvers. Li Yunshu suddenly recalls a news story he had encountered long ago, where a university student adeptly operated 5 drones simultaneously using a game controller to execute intricate choreography. At the time, it seemed merely amusing. Now, reflecting back, it is evident that this represents untapped potential for warfare. Moreover, he begins to grasp why there had been a shortage of operators last time. These were ordinary individuals, even somewhat reclusive, and under such circumstances, it was unlikely they would survive to the end. Old Wan and his team have developed a collective control system. Old Zhu continues to demonstrate that a top-tier operator can command hundreds of drones to form swarms, while an average operator can simultaneously control 3 to 5 drones. Aided by artificial intelligence and decision-making support. Suddenly, Chief of Staff Ding burst in with great urgency, interrupting Old Zhu's presentation. Yushu, come quickly. I have something remarkable to show you. Before he finishes his sentence, Chief Ding rushes over to Li Yunshu, seizing his wrist and pulling him outside. This unexpected action leaves Old Zhu momentarily stunned, and as he regains his composure, He quickly steps in front of Chief Ding. Old Ding, what is all this excitement about? Why are you dragging Yinshu along? Chief Ding seems to just notice old Zhu's presence. Ah, old Zhu, you're here too? What do you mean I'm here? I've been here all along. Old Zhu replies, irritation evident in his tone. What on earth is happening that has you so exhilarated? To his surprise, Chief Ding does not respond, but instead flashes a mysterious smile, grasping old Zhu's arm. Perfect that you're here. Come. Let's go see what Dean Wan and the others have developed this time. With that, he takes the two of them away without further ado. At the Central Academy of Sciences, the affiliated testing ground. When Chief Ding escorts Li Yunshu and the others to the testing site, it is already teeming with people, all focused intently on something in the center. As soon as the crowd sees Chief Ding and the three of them approach, they part to reveal the object at the heart of the testing ground. It resembles a black box, supported by 6 enormous wheels, while Dean Wan conducts tests beside it. Upon noticing the arrival of Chief Ding and the others, Dean Wan greets them with a smile, proudly gesturing toward the large box. This is the Xiangzhang unit, a multifunctional modular self-assembly platform for varied terrains, our civilian application of space station technology. He forcefully patted the shell of the multifunctional modular self-assembling platform, producing a dull sound. Under the sunlight, this 3-meter square behemoth, entirely jet black, showcased its extraordinary off-road capabilities with 6 massive all-terrain tires. Zhu adjusted his glasses and circled the device, exclaiming, Old Wan. This contraption resembles something straight out of a science fiction film. It is far more practical than those visually appealing yet useless gadgets in movies. Director Wan snapped open the control panel, and a ghostly blue holographic projection immediately unfurled a 3-dimensional schematic in the air. Observe this configuration. An 800V semi-solid battery pack paired with a 100-liter range-extending generator, allowing for a range of up to 2,000 kilometers. The 6-wheel independent hydraulic suspension, combined with solid tires made from memory foam, enables it to conquer even the steepest slopes devoid of paths. The outermost layer of the shell is composed of the most efficient perovskite silicon tandem solar cells currently available, capable of partially replenishing the energy consumed by the units. Li Yunshu noticed the neatly arranged universal hook system on the side of the device. What are these interfaces for? Excellent question. Director Wan's eyes lit up. This is the essence of it, modular assembly. He called up a demonstration video, revealing that each unit could be disassembled and reconfigured at will. 2 such units could seamlessly combine to form an emergency shelter in the field, equipped with water purification and air filtration systems, accommodating up to 10 individuals for short-term habitation. If 3 were linked, they could transform into an articulated transport vehicle with a load capacity exceeding 20 tons, capable of lateral movement and sharp turns. In the video, several units connected with precision-like building blocks, forming various shapes through hydraulic connectors and clasps. We have conducted tests. Director Wan pointed to the deployable auxiliary track module at the bottom of the device, and even in extreme environments like dense forests or wetlands with no roads. Activating the track module allows this machine to operate seamlessly. At that moment, an engineer on the sidelines added, its main processor is the Raylene chip, featuring L3-level autonomous driving, capable of multi-vehicle coordination via 5G. As long as there is a mid-range signal station, it can synchronize all connected platforms within the network. Zhu, stroking his chin thoughtfully, remarked. So, regardless of the environment, this device can function effectively? Absolutely. Director Wan interjected. 2 units in parallel form an engineering platform that can accommodate a truck-mounted crane and a demolition hammer. When deployed individually, it serves as a mobile command station, raising a 6-meter-high communication mast and capable of launching and landing drones. Should we assemble 20 or more units, we could even create a moderately sized survival center, capable of supporting the lives of thousands with ease. The greater the number of units, the more intricate the constructions achievable with the Xiangzhuang units. With 1,000 units, constructing a miniature city from scratch is entirely feasible. This technology was initially developed for use in our space stations, and after simplification, it evolved into the Xiangzhuang units. We plan to devote our remaining time to the full-scale production of the soil units, ensuring that as many of our personnel as possible are transported to the alternate realm. Li Yunshu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he circled around the soil unit, examining and touching it, even experiencing the automated operation within the unit. This creation is truly remarkable. He couldn't help but exclaim. With this device, we can swiftly establish a foothold in the alternate realm, significantly enhancing our initial survival rate. However, the production of this unit poses challenges, does it not? He cast a hesitant glance at Dean Wan. Indeed, Dean Wan's smile immediately faded. Currently, most production lines are incapable of producing the soil unit directly and can only manufacture a portion of its components. I have calculated that, even under the most favorable circumstances, we can produce only about 10,000 units by June 15th, maintaining a daily output of 100 units thereafter. Thus, we can provide only a select few of our elite team, the Shinta Squad. Noticing Li Yunshu's expression darkening, the elderly Dean suddenly smiled mysteriously. However, we do have an alternative approach. As he spoke, Dean Wan handed his tablet to Li Yunshu and opened a document, a simplified version of the soil unit. By omitting the overly complex components of the main soil unit and producing the outer shell separately, we can combine it with most civilian vehicles currently available, thereby creating a simplified version of the soil unit. These simplified units can enhance the durability and off-road capability of civilian vehicles. The shell of the soil unit is equipped with a transmission-assisted track, which can be powered by the vehicle's engine. The simplified soil unit can also achieve some basic functions through modular assembly. Dean Wan pointed at the screen and explained that although the functionalities are reduced, the advantage lies in its rapid mass production. Coupled with the existing stock of vehicles in our country, we can significantly elevate its prevalence, providing greater assurance for more adventurers. On May 1st, Hanjing time, just 45 days before the commencement of the traversal, Li Yunshu stood in the open testing grounds of the Central Academy of Sciences, observing the mobile fortress constructed from the soil units before him. These mobile fortresses demonstrated commendable defensive capabilities and mobility, easily disassembling and reassembling as needed. Dean Wan stood beside him, the tablet in his hands displaying real-time data. The simplified soil units had completed compatibility tests with various types of vehicles. He swiped the screen, pulling up a video. Look, after installing the outer shell, the vehicle's traversability across simulated terrains of the alternate realm improved by 67. With armor thickness equivalent to 30 millimeters of homogeneous steel. We have also specifically enhanced the sealing of the simplified soil units, unless confronted by highly intelligent adversaries, such as ordinary beasts. The sealed soil unit can evade 90 of aggressive intentions. With the life support modules and supplies integrated into the soil unit, the driver can hide and await rescue without issue, capable of enduring for several days at the very least. Li Yunshu nodded, his gaze drifting to the distant horizon of the testing ground. There, 20 various models of civilian vehicles are undergoing a simplified soil unit assembly test. The simplified soil unit, prior to assembly, resembles an unfolded box. Once the vehicle drives atop it, the track conveyor apparatus automatically secures the tires, subsequently propelling the track into motion with the aid of the tires. Following this, the surrounding partitions of the simplified soil unit rise automatically, enveloping the entire vehicle within. The partitions are filled with high-density self-expanding material, sealing the gaps between the vehicle and the partitions, thus integrating the vehicle with the unit. According to Dean Wan's explanation, the conventional soil unit can accommodate large SUVs at its maximum and is compatible with compact minicars at its minimum, effectively covering the vast majority of civilian vehicles in the Eastern nation. It is said that there are also specialized simplified soil units designed for use with buses and long-distance coaches. What is the current production status of the simplified soil units? Li Yunshu inquired. Our daily output has reached 5,000 sets, Dean Wan replied. However, the critical issue lies in battery supply. The production line for semi-solid batteries is still in the testing phase, currently prioritized for military versions. The civilian simplified units must temporarily rely on traditional lithium batteries, reducing the range to a mere 200 kilometers. Li Yunshu frowned. We must find a way to enhance production capacity. Ordinary citizens may face prolonged periods of supply shortages after the transition. Inadequate range could prove fatal. We are optimizing the process, Dean Wan stated. Additionally, many battery engineers have been discovered through the Baigong initiative, which could, to some extent, increase the output of semi-solid batteries. Just as Li Yunshu was about to speak further, the emergency communicator suddenly chimed. It was a call from Qinyi. Commander Li, the 3rd, 7th, and 9th fleets of the Eagle family are once again advancing towards the waters of the Eastern nation. Qinyi's voice resonated with anger. Chief of Staff Ding requests that you immediately proceed to the Emergency Command Center. At the Emergency Command Center, the movements of the Eagle family fleet were marked in real time on the large screen. Chief of Staff Ding stood before the tactical map, tapping his fingers on the table. Upon seeing Li Yunshu approach, he directly transmitted the relevant data to him. This is their final probe, Chief of Staff Ding remarked. According to intelligence, chaos reigns within the Eagle family. Their leader's approval rating has plummeted below 20, and they can only divert attention through military adventures. Li Yunshu observed the red dots on the map, noting, this time, they have indeed brought a considerable force. Not only the 3 fleets of the Eagle family, but numerous nations have deployed their navies, particularly Kangaroo Nation, which has mobilized its entire military. As Minister of Defense Jiang remarked, according to our insider information, their primary objective this time is to exert pressure. Theoretically, they do not intend to escalate the situation, merely hoping to compel us to acquiesce to their demands. They are overly optimistic. Chief of Staff Ding sneered. They cannot fathom the magnitude of the power that will be unleashed when we enter a state of total mobilization, uniting the entirety of the Eastern nation in concerted effort. Perfect, we shall use this opportunity to test our mettle, serving as a grand rehearsal before our transition. Minister Jiang nodded and turned to the communications officer. Order the Xianhai fleet to venture into the open sea and deploy the drone swarm to thoroughly assess our training outcomes. Activate the swearing system to establish a closed-loop drone swarm empathy network protocol to prevent any interference. Let Jiotian take action from the skies, this time. I want them utterly subdued from beginning to end. Furthermore, warn the Eagle family commander, Minister Jiang enunciated with deliberate clarity. Crossing the 100 nautical mile red line signifies war. This time, we shall exercise no restraint. Soon, aboard the flagship of the Eagle family's 7th Fleet. Admiral Taylor gazed at the radar screen, densely populated with East Country drones, his palms clammy with cold sweat. Sir, the drone fleet from the East Country is approaching. The radar officer's voice trembled, with an estimated number exceeding 100,000, all equipped with heavy firepower modules. We attempted to disrupt their operations, but to no avail. We suspect these drones utilize a specialized communication protocol. Taylor swallowed hard, recalling intelligence reports indicating that the East Country was ramping up production of various drone models. Yet, he had never anticipated such a staggering number. Commander, the corrupted nation's fleet is changing course. They are retreating. Hans, Iris, their fleet is also falling back. Taylor rushed to the porthole, witnessing the distant corrupted nation fleet altering its trajectory, several destroyers emitting black smoke in their desperate escape. These unreliable cowards. Taylor cursed inwardly. Though he contemplated retreat, he recalled the Supreme Commander's irrevocable orders issued prior to their departure. Announced to the entire fleet, all close-in defense guns prepare to fire. And all carrier-based aircraft launch immediately. Let the Nihu and Ming Country fleets advance as the vanguard. All destroyers, fire your harpoons. Targeting the areas of densest signals, there lies the drone mothership. Open fire. With Taylor's command, innumerable fire snakes erupted from each allied warship, racing towards the East Country waters. While a multitude of carrier-based aircraft simultaneously took flight, trailing behind the harpoons. We're encountering large-scale, full-frequency signal jamming. Our communication with the harpoons has been severed. The information warfare officer cried out in despair. It matters not. The harpoon's targets have already been programmed. Even amidst signal suppression, they will strike their mark. As the harpoons and aircraft ascended, the drone swarms hovering in the distance immediately sprang into action. They moved like a swarm of bees, tracing bizarre trajectories as they charged toward the Eagle family joint fleet. Report. The drones are approaching with great speed. The radar officer's voice was steeped in hopelessness. All vessels. Target the drone swarms. Unleash all close-in defense guns. Launch missiles equipped with anti-radiation and graphene warheads, detonating them directly in the vicinity. Hurry. With the concentrated firepower of all warships' close-in defense systems, the drone swarm above erupted in a series of fiery blossoms. The explosion of anti-radiation missiles and graphene missiles was capable of clearing a vast expanse within the drone swarm in a single strike. However, more clusters of drones surged forward, gradually encroaching upon the Eagle Alliance fleet. Reports indicated that over 50% of the vessel's close-in weapon systems had overheated and could no longer engage. The fire control officer bellowed. They are coming. Evasive maneuvers. As Taylor beheld the sea of red dots advancing relentlessly, he let out a piercing scream. The continuous explosions, coupled with violent jolts, hurled him from the captain's chair. When he finally managed to rise, the shrill alarms from various systems filled the air. Hull under attack. Hull under attack. The flight deck is entirely compromised, and the port side is damaged. We have lost 30% of our propulsion, and all arrestor wires are incapacitated. Aircraft cannot land. The RAN ship signaled distress, while the Bright vessel reported it had lost combat capability and requested to withdraw from the operational theater. The Mihong fleet had suffered over 80% casualties, with more than half of its vessels sinking. The Mihong snow wind has sunk. The Iris Nation fleet urgently requested immediate retreat. Before Taylor could fully assess the extent of the losses, the radar operator screamed once more, "They're coming again." The radar displayed yet another swarm of red dots, another drone cluster, even more numerous than before. How can there be so many? How many drones have the Easterners manufactured? Taylor roared in frustration. Damn it, what has happened to our harpoons and aircraft? Why haven't we sunk their command ship? Their drone swarms are overwhelming. The observant radar officer reported. They occupy nearly all aerial corridors. Our harpoons were shot down before reaching their target, and our aircraft stand no chance of breaking through. The Eastern Fleet issued an ultimatum, demanding our immediate surrender and cessation of all hostilities. In your dreams, we are the Eagle Alliance fleet, the mightiest armada on this planet. Taylor fumed. The drones are entering combat mode. The radar officer nearly wept. Taylor gazed out the viewport at the ominous mass of drones hovering above the fleet. Reminiscent of the sword of Damocles. A bead of sweat trickled into his eye, bringing with it a searing sensation. Order the fleet to cease fire. Signal with flags. We surrender. Taylor slumped helplessly to the ground, removing his cap, his voice suddenly aged by a decade. Inform the Supreme Leader that I have failed to execute his orders. We cannot breach the Easterners' defensive network. A multitude of drones circled ominously among the Alliance fleet, vigilantly monitoring every vessel. Any hint of movement would provoke their merciless assault. High above the battlefield, at an altitude of 20,000 meters, hundreds of Ju-Tian drone motherships hovered, having previously deployed the second wave of drone swarms to the combat zone. Meanwhile, in a command center 1,000 miles away, Li Yunshu, Minister Jiang, and Chief of Staff Ding closely observed the entire course of the battle. Through the swearing system and the Jiutian drones above, they were able to capture every detail of the battlefield. Is this victory? Their opponent is the Eagle family. The joint fleet of the Eagle family, the most formidable fleet that has dominated this planet for countless years, our primary adversary that we have prepared against for years. Chief of Staff Ding's expression was complex and somewhat subtle, and he could not help but mutter to himself. ISNT winning a rather ordinary outcome? Minister Jiang, however, remained composed. Given our extensive preparations and the unprecedented concentration of power, combined with the Eagle family's limited desire for battle this time, accompanied by a group of disloyal allies that could manage to win small skirmishes, but to triumph in a conventional war against us now? That would be mere folly. Do not underestimate the complexity of this battle. Over a third of the drones produced during this period were deployed. Nearly 100,000 elite drone operators meticulously selected from the entire national military were involved. Coupled with our strategic advantage and the well-prepared battlefield, this victory was achieved. It is crucial to remember that our ambitions extend to the entirety of the otherworld. Our preparations reflect this. If we cannot defeat the Eagle fleet under these circumstances, then what hope do we have? Li Yushu gazed at the screen displaying the surrendering Eagle fleet and suddenly laughed. It seems our preparations were even more thorough than anticipated. Chief of Staff Ding's expression also lightened. Well then, the last stumbling block before our journey through dimensions has been cleared. Having suffered such a significant loss, these fellows should be subdued for a few days. We can now dedicate ourselves fully to preparing for the impending traversal into the otherworld. The thought of the drone swarms just consumed pains me. They were produced through the tireless efforts of the entire nation, and now they have been squandered in senseless combat. We must quickly replenish these losses. The Eagle family is committing a crime against the fate of humanity. This is far from a trivial battle, Li Yunshu remarked. Given the Eagle family's consistent nature, this clash was nearly inevitable, and the consumption thus far has been quite commendable. Chief of Staff Ding smiled, cutting him off. I am well aware that this battle was necessary. I merely harbor a sense of reluctance. Fortunately, it has finally come to an end. No, this is merely the beginning. Minister Jiang interjected. He turned to the world map, promptly activating the Dongfeng contingency plan, instructing all overseas personnel to prepare for evacuation while notifying each combat zone to brace for battle. Guarding against a cornered enemy. Better safe than sorry. The command center immediately sprang into action. At that moment, Qin Yi rushed in. Latest intelligence. The leader of the Eagle family has announced his resignation, prompting the Eagle National Assembly to invoke emergency legislation. Furthermore, over 27 nations have discreetly sought dialogue with us. Minister Jiang exchanged a glance with Chief of Staff Ding. It seems our drone display has garnered favorable attention, Chief Ding remarked with a smile. In the eerie calm that followed the storm, the world found itself enveloped in an unusual tranquility following the conflict in the outer seas. The Eastern nation merely issued a symbolic public declaration on its official website, condemning various countries for encroaching upon its territorial waters, demanding explanations and apologies from them. The Eagle family, too, released a statement, asserting that friction had occurred with the Eastern nation in international waters, yet remained cryptic about the actual circumstances and the outcomes of this friction. However, the resignation of the Eagle family leader made it evident to astute observers that the Eagles had likely sustained significant losses this time. Although there were those who vocally called for a nuclear strike against the Eastern nation, such individuals would swiftly vanish from prominent positions, replaced by more rational successors. After all, the majority do not wish for death, particularly those who have already made extensive preparations. The representatives from the Red Star Federation have arrived, bringing resources equivalent to 1/10 of the national reserves, alongside a regular supply agreement, consenting to provide the Eastern nation with all their resource output for the next 3 years. Aside from their own needs, they hope the Eastern nation can furnish sufficient support in wristbands and industrial goods. They also presented various weaponry data and seeds from the permafrost zone in exchange for the design blueprints of the soil units. As they departed, the representatives from the Red Star Federation emphasized their hope to become neighbors in this alternate realm. The delegation from the Eagle family arrived surreptitiously, bearing a private message from the newly appointed leader, apologizing to the Eastern nation for the reckless actions of Jonard and assuring that such issues would not recur. They also brought an entire suite of the latest chip manufacturing equipment and 100 million advanced chips. Naturally, they departed with 10 million outdated wristbands from the Eastern nation. Nations such as the corrupt nation, Hans, and Iris, through various means, have clandestinely approached the Eastern nation, signing numerous contracts before discreetly departing. In a fleeting moment, countless cargo ships set sail from around the globe towards the Eastern nation, delivering vast quantities of advanced products that had previously been prohibited for export to the Eastern nation, while also taking with them a multitude of goods they desired. On May 21st, with a countdown of 25 days remaining, the 1,000th target of the Eastern nation's mountain-moving project is nearing completion. Chen Lifeng perched atop a tall framework, his welding gun emitting a pale blue flame as he welded the final pieces of the casing. A young technician beside him held up a blueprint, exclaiming, "Master Chen, this casing interface doesn't T-match." "The blueprint is incorrect," Chen Lifeng replied, tapping the steel frame with his welding gun. "Trim the left rear support by 5 millimeters and give it a try." When the silicon wafer clicked into precise alignment, the technician's eyes lit up. "How did you know?" After 30 years as a welder, Chen Lifeng wiped the sweat from his brow. The patterns on the steel plates seemed to whisper secrets. He lifted his gaze toward the banner overhead in the workshop. Every rivet is a seed of civilization. The countdown had begun, with only 20 days remaining until May 25th. The Door God project had completed the selection of the Shinta team, amassing a total of 200,000 individuals. During the Shinta team's oath-taking ceremony, Captain Li Chang raised several bullets. "This is an armor-piercing explosive round, designed to combat the insectoid species. This is a signal flare, intended to mark coordinates. And this is a blank round." He paused. "If fortune favors you, and you survive to the end, use it to celebrate." His voice echoed in the ears of every participant. "You are the first sparks of hope. Remember, your mission is not to fight, but to survive. Survive to establish the first communication node. Survive to map the territory. Survive to locate all the lost citizens of the Eastern Kingdom. Survive to set up temporary bases. And survive until the main forces arrive." On May 30th, with only 15 days left, training bases across the nation were conducting the final round of training before the traversal. At a base in the southwest, an elderly teacher wearing a hearing aid was instructing a group of young individuals on identifying edible plants. In the northeast heavy industry base, engineers were etching machine blueprints onto metal sheets, preparing to transport them to another world. In a production factory in the central region, workers were hastening production. After today, this factory would be sealed, becoming a cornerstone for the Eastern Kingdom's foray into the alternate realm. In every training base and factory, countless metal walls towered prominently, known as the Glory Wall, etched with the names of every individual who had contributed their efforts. On June 10th, with only 5 days remaining, the selection for the Yulate team concluded. Today marked the moment when the first members of the Yulate team would depart for their respective supply depots. "Attention!" General Wang, who addressed each Yulate member, poised to board the aircraft. "Every grain of rice, every drop of oil you carry is a spark of human civilization. Remember, as you step onto foreign soil, your footprints will serve as the boundary markers of the Eastern Kingdom. Safeguard your provisions, survive. Deliver them into the hands of the main forces. I await the moment of our reunion." Now, board the aircraft, and embark on your journey. On June 13th, only 3 days remained before the traversal commenced. On this day, the Eastern Kingdom suspended all training and production, unusually declaring a nationwide holiday. After nearly 3 months of intense labor, the citizens of the Eastern Kingdom returned to their homes to spend what could be their last cherished day of reunion with their families. All modes of transportation, entertainment facilities, and public spaces were open, welcoming anyone wishing to partake. However, nearly all citizens chose to remain at home, cherishing the company of their loved ones. People unanimously began to prepare dumplings, adorning their surroundings with vibrant paper cuttings and well-wishing phrases, featuring peonies, koi fish, and predominantly, the characters for peace. The date was the 14th of June, a sunny day with a gentle breeze and temperatures ranging from 21 to 35 degrees. In the year of the wood horse. On the day of the wood tiger, it was deemed auspicious for travel and expansion. The entire blue planet was enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility. Every individual, in every nation, anxiously gazed at their wristbands, if they possessed one, fixated on the continuously broadcasting special programs, and looked towards the distant Eastern nation. They were all waiting, anticipating the arrival of a moment fraught with an unprecedented crisis for humanity, or perhaps the birth of the most absurd joke in human history. In the Eastern nation, at the Special Emergency Response Command Center, the clock struck 8 in the morning. The command center was filled with personnel, and large screens were actively monitoring the situation at critical points across the nation. Li Yushu sat at his post, instinctively clasping his hands into a ball to support his chin. This was a habit he had developed in his previous life, a gesture he resorted to when overwhelmed by anxiety. To be honest, even at this crucial juncture, Li Yushu still harbored a faint disbelief. He questioned his own reality, fearing that perhaps this was all a figment of his imagination, and that the so-called transmigration did not exist. If that were true, he would be the greatest criminal in the history of the Eastern nation. Sensing Li Yushu's tension, Chief Strategist Ding approached him and firmly patted his shoulder. "What's the matter? Are you getting anxious at this point?" He reassured. "Rest assured, we have done all we can. There will be no issues." However, Li Yushu replied, "But what if my memories are indeed flawed? What if the transmigration does not happen?" He voiced his fears to Chief Strategist Ding. "If that were the case, wouldn't that be even better?" Ding chuckled in response. "If it truly doesn't occur, think of how many lives we would save. That would be a blessing. Are you still worried about being blamed for a mistake?" Hearing Ding's words, Li Yushu suddenly felt a sense of relief. Indeed, if nothing were to happen, that would be a positive outcome. In comparison to the lives of countless citizens of the Eastern nation, what did his own personal honor or disgrace matter? Just then, news came from one side of the command center. Report: the final wristband network verification has concluded. All wristbands nationwide have been integrated into the network, currently verifying field data in real time at a rate of once per minute, ensuring that there are no discrepancies in the verification of the transmigration sequence. Excellent. Notify all units to maintain their positions and report any changes immediately. Li Yushu promptly stood up. This was not the time for frivolous thoughts. "Is there any change in the calibrated transmigration sequence?" he inquired, approaching the staff responsible for recording the wristband transmigration order. "None," using Lieutenant Li Chong as the anchor point. The first batch of transmigrators, totaling 152,714 individuals, has been fully marked. Currently, the initial cohort of traversers is making final preparations for their journey. Various units are observing this group of traversers, ready to modify subsequent plans accordingly. "How are the reactions from other nations?" Li Yushu inquired. "As of now, everything appears normal, aside from a few skeptics. Other countries are preparing for the impending traversal. Of course, most of their attention remains focused on us." "Excellent. Continue monitoring and report any anomalies immediately." "Understood." At 2:30 in the afternoon, Captain Li Chong was inspecting all his weaponry and equipment along with 500 team members. As the leader of the elite Shinda team, he felt an immense weight of responsibility. They would be equipped with 400 Shirong units and 100 Swearin systems, serving as the vanguard. Beside them, a group of diligent staff members were making final adjustments and maintenance to the equipment of this cohort of Shinda team members. A total of 100 Yulei team members had also arrived at their designated supply locations. These vital supplies had already been securely packaged, with a perimeter established to prevent any mishaps. In addition, over 50,000 soldiers were making their final preparations in their respective barracks, all part of the first group of traversers, poised to become the most reliable support for ordinary citizens of the Eastern Kingdom in another realm. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Beijing time, only 4 hours remained until the traversal commenced. Throughout the streets and alleys of the Eastern Kingdom, information platforms were continuously broadcasting the final countdown. People gathered around their loved ones, who were about to embark on the journey, offering blessings, assisting them with their gear, and helping to steady their nerves. Each traverser carried the latest model of emergency backpack, equipped with various weapons issued only after the completion of their training. They were using the last moments to diligently memorize the survival manual for the otherworld, which they had thoroughly studied during training. Those who could drive were fine-tuning their vehicles, which were already outfitted with makeshift Shirong units resembling bulky boxes. At 11 o'clock in the evening, traditionally, by this hour, much of the Eastern Kingdom would be in a state of slumber. However, tonight, not a single citizen had succumbed to sleep. Tension filled the air as people anxiously surrounded the first group of traversers, their wristbands now glowing red, watching the countdown tick away second by second. In the Special Situation Response Command Center, Li Yunshu gulped down his fifth cup of strong tea for the day. "How's the situation?" he asked, his eyes slightly red and his voice hoarse. "Everything is normal. Order is stable across the board, but aside from special departments, everyone else is waiting around the first group of traversers for the countdown to conclude," the intelligence analyst replied. "That is acceptable." Li Yunshu waved his hand dismissively. "What is the status of other nations?" "There is some confusion, but it remains within manageable limits." Li Yunshu glanced at the bracelet on his wrist. In less than 30 minutes, the countdown displayed would reach its final moments. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the tense faces in the command hall. The large screen flickered with real-time images from across the nation. Crowds in the squares, soldiers lined up in military camps, medical teams poised in hospitals. Everyone awaited that unknown moment. Time slipped away steadily, drawing ever closer to midnight. The bustling blue planet had never been so silent. Every nation had come to a standstill. People waited, prayed, and gazed, anticipating the arrival of the final moment. With 10 minutes remaining, the countdown displayed across the entirety of the Eastern nation turned crimson. The first batch of citizens preparing for the transition found their bracelets pulsating with red light, accompanied by a series of urgent beeping alarms. At 5 minutes, all soldiers loaded their weapons and entered a state of combat readiness, nerves taut and senses alert to their surroundings. With 3 minutes left, all energy units ignited, preparing for any potential impacts. 1 minute. Every individual held their breath, silently counting down in their hearts. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. At the precise moment the countdown reached 0, the first group of travelers vanished without a sound, disappearing before the watchful eyes of those around them. Thus, nearly 8 million inhabitants of the blue planet embarked on their journey to an alternate realm. In the first battle of the Eastern nation in this new world, Li Chang felt as though he had been tossed into a turbulent washing machine, and a leaky one at that. Just a second ago, he had been on high alert with his comrades, and in the next instant, he found himself engulfed in blind chaos, overwhelmed by intense shock and dizziness. Time lost its meaning until, at last, the world around him brightened, a blinding light striking his face. Dismissing the overwhelming vertigo, he reached out to his side, and upon confirming the familiar touch, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sui Rin number 1 was still there. He vigorously shook his head, regaining a semblance of clarity. Good grief. The simulation training never mentioned how harsh the sunlight could be. Li Chang squinted, swiftly removing his backpack. Before him lay not the familiar base, but an entirely foreign world. 3 dim suns hovered in a triangular formation in the sky, surrounded by an endless expanse of grasslands. The sky bore a hint of purple, and even the grass was of a variety he had never encountered. Observing the scenery partially familiar from the simulation training, Li Chang was utterly convinced this was indeed another world. Low bushes surrounded him, and in the distance, small creatures he could not name watched cautiously as Li Chang and Sui Rin number 1 materialized from nowhere, ensuring that there was no immediate danger in his vicinity. Li Chang swiftly deactivated the exoskeleton power supply at his waist, placing it into a dormant state. He then glanced at his wristband. The display indicated that merely 3 minutes had elapsed since his traversal. Discounting the time spent surveying his surroundings, it seemed that although the sensation of time felt prolonged, the actual crossing occurred in the blink of an eye. The communication module indicated an inability to connect to the service, and the weather module was devoid of any information, with only the function searching for nearby wristbands actively running, yet yielding no results thus far. Maximizing the search power of his wristband, Li Chang approached the Swearin device. pressing his right palm against a sensor on the side of the container. With a sound of metal scraping, the entire container swiftly unfurled, causing the small creatures that had gathered nearby to scatter in fright. Once the swearing system was fully deployed, Li Chong immediately initiated the pre-programmed sequence, launching dozens of metallic balloons that began to disperse into the surroundings. At that moment, to his astonishment, the communication module of the swearing system displayed that 3 additional wristbands were online in the vicinity. Wristband ID M1021007634, located 126 kilometers to the northeast. Wristband ID M07827533732, located 121 kilometers due west. Wristband ID M0000463847, located 63 kilometers to the southwest. Noting the identifiers, he realized that the owners of these wristbands were ordinary individuals, not his comrades. Just as he was preparing to connect those wristbands to the communication system, the closest wristband's indicator began to flicker violently. Without hesitation, Li Chong initiated a call through swearing to the nearest wristband. Yet no matter how he attempted to reach out, he could not establish a connection. The flickering frequency of the wristband intensified, clearly indicating that its owner was in a perilous situation. Without pausing to contemplate further, he pressed the activation button beside him, and a high-speed drone was immediately ejected, soaring swiftly toward the southwest. Meanwhile, Su Qianxia was desperately fleeing, her lungs aflame with pain, the thunderous sound of her heartbeat ringing in her ears. The putrid stench behind her grew ever closer, as the 2 armored monstrosities caused the ground to tremble with each step they took. Her right arm was already numb, a gaping wound on her upper arm allowing warm blood to drip onto the alien grass beneath her. Why me? This thought screamed in Su Qianxia's mind. Just 10 minutes prior, she had stood on familiar streets, receiving heartfelt farewells from her loved ones. And now she was being pursued by creatures resembling a grotesque hybrid of crocodiles and hippos. As one of the first batch of traversers, she had prepared thoroughly. Before her transition, she had wielded the issued rifle, carried the latest emergency backpack, and donned the simplified exoskeleton provided by the state for ordinary citizens. However, upon arriving in this alien realm, she had barely recovered from the shock of her crossing when she was ambushed by 2 terrifying beasts. A creature, resembling a bizarre hybrid between a crocodile and a hippopotamus, lay beside her, seizing the moment of her inattention to pounce. Had it not been for Su Qianxia's instinctive reaction to raise her rifle before her in a daze, she would have undoubtedly been torn to shreds by now. Nevertheless, her predicament was scarcely improved. The rifle had slipped from her grasp during the initial attack, and her backpack was lost in some muddy pit. Her only solace lay in the muscle memory forged over 2 months of rigorous training, which enabled her to continue fleeing. Coupled with the assistance of a rudimentary exoskeleton, the 2 grotesque beasts struggled to keep pace with her. Yet, consumed by the urgency of survival, she paid no heed to anything else, not even the flashing communication symbol on her wristband. In this moment, Su Qianxia loathed her past self for her lackadaisical attitude during training. Had she dedicated herself more, honing her skills within the virtual system, she would not have found herself so utterly helpless. Suddenly, one of the beasts unleashed a spray of bony shards toward her. The sharp projectiles grazed her calf, tearing her training suit asunder. Although the exoskeleton promptly stabilized her stance, preventing a fall, it also impeded her speed. The 2 creatures, seizing the opportunity, lunged at her. Time seemed to freeze as they leapt simultaneously, revealing their gaping maws lined with barbed teeth still stained with remnants of some unfortunate prey. Instinctively, she raised her bloodied right arm, letting out a desperate shriek. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the air. The first 20mm round obliterated the head of the leading monster into a mist of crimson, while the second round precisely pierced the spine of the other. The creature's proud bony armor proved utterly futile against the 20mm caliber, as one beast collapsed before her and its putrid innards rained down like a macabre shower. She realized she was still alive. The whirring of rotors echoed overhead as a drone, shimmering with light, hovered above her. Upon recognizing the familiar insignia on its belly, she crumpled to the ground, her trembling lips finally managing to articulate, "D. Dongwu soldier. This is the Shinto squad of the Dongwu army." A steady male voice resonated from the speaker, its static unable to obscure the sense of reassurance it conveyed. "Hold on, comrade. Reinforcements are on the way." 45. 2 Worlds at 035 on June 15th, Blue Star. Dongwu Special Incident Response Command Center. 35 minutes had elapsed since the first incidents of crossing phenomena began. Li Yunshu rubbed his throbbing temples and downed another cup of strong tea. Within the command hall, dozens of monitoring screens flickered simultaneously, casting a kaleidoscope of data streams that illuminated his profile in shifting light. Commander Lee, the data from the first group of crossers has been compiled. Qin Ye's voice called out, accompanied by hurried footsteps. The resolute agent, beads of sweat on his forehead, had evidently rushed back from the bustling data analysis room. Li Yunshu swiftly navigated the data streams within the holographic projection, the soft azure light dancing upon his lenses. Each digit silently attested to the accuracy of predictions, 100 precision. A synchronization error of less than 0.001 seconds, and a material delivery integrity of 99.98. But what of Shintu and Yulei's team? A hint of tension crept into Li Yunshu's voice as his fingertips unconsciously tapped the console. All personnel have traversed safely. Qin Yi retrieved the final segment of surveillance footage, revealing fully armed soldiers who saluted in unison just before their disappearance. The 12 capsules of the Ishan project were successfully transported as well. Seizing the moment while Li Yunshu perused the data, Qin Yi began to elaborate. The first batch of domestic travelers has completed their transition, with the exact number aligning perfectly with the predictions of the wristbands. There were no citizens who crossed outside the anticipated order. Our observations indicate that all individuals vanished precisely at midnight on the 15th, with virtually no time discrepancies. Utilizing the large observational equipment set up nearby, we detected an eruption of the Higgs boson field, though it dissipated almost instantaneously, preventing any further observation. Li Yunshu nodded in agreement. Recognizing that this was the most ideal scenario he had envisioned, nothing had deviated from the plan. It seemed to be progressing smoothly. But were there any anomalies reported from various locations? He inquired casually. An anomaly? One actually occurred. Qin Ye's response was unexpectedly revealing. What anomaly? Li Yunshu pressed for clarification. Qin Ye feigned a look of exasperation. The situation unfolded thus. Many of the first batch of travelers had relatives bidding them farewell. Among them was a couple, whose bond was perhaps too strong or too reluctant to part. They clung to one another until the very last second of their transition. And guess what? Qin Ye deliberately paused for effect. Li Yunshu shook his head, not particularly adept at guessing such matters, and awaited Qin Ye's answer. Because the couple had embraced so tightly, they did not let go until the transition began, which ultimately interfered with the force field. Without further hesitation, Qin Ye revealed the outcome. Whether due to the interference of the force field or some other reason, the transition encountered an unforeseen complication. The male member of this couple, one of the travelers, managed to bring nothing with him except for himself. You mean? Li Yunshu initially struggled to comprehend, but soon grasped Qin Ye's implication. Yes, as you surmised. The supplies and equipment the male had prepared remained in the embrace of the female, including his entire set of clothing. He traversed over in a state of complete undress. Upon hearing this, Li Yunshu could hardly process the information. He thought Qin Ye was jesting. A man of Qin Ye's caliber would never trivialize the safety of an ordinary citizen, if such a situation indeed existed. The individual in question must be in an exceedingly perilous predicament. Ah, you old Qin, you've started to make such jokes, Li Yunshu chided with a smile. Qin Ye chuckled in response. I noticed the atmosphere here was rather heavy, so I thought to lighten it a bit. However, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor, adding, but it is not entirely a jest. There indeed exists a couple, though they are not from the Eastern nation, but rather from the Western realm. The male counterpart has indeed traversed dimensions, leaving behind his garments, while the female is left perplexed, clutching his clothing, utterly bewildered by the occurrence. Our technical department speculates that at the moment of the transition, two entangled Higgs fields generated fluctuations akin to quantum entanglement, resulting in the complete detachment of all non-living attachments from the male traveler. It appears that the interference between the bosonic fields is even more pronounced than we had anticipated. Li Yunshu pondered deeply. Immediately notify the technical department. All subsequent travelers must maintain a safety distance of no less than 3 meters. And the equipment for the Yulei squad must be fitted with field stabilizers. Understood. Qin Ye replied swiftly. By the way, Commander Lee. Qin Ye suddenly recalled some pressing matters as he was about to leave with Li Yunshu's orders. 10 minutes post-transition, our diplomatic lines have been inundated. Nations worldwide are eager to establish mutual assistance agreements with us. They express a desire for an ample supply of wristbands and other resources, willing to meet all trade conditions set forth by the Eastern nation to the best of their ability. Meanwhile, in another realm, Li Chang was maneuvering a transport drone to bring the rescued Su Qianxia to his location. He couldn't stray too far from the Swearin No. 1. and Su Qianxia was clearly unable to sustain herself any longer, necessitating her immediate relocation. Fortunately, despite her injuries, she was still capable of movement, utilizing the exoskeleton's interface to secure herself beneath the drone. The other two wristband bearers had also been contacted. Thankfully, neither had encountered any perilous beasts and were currently safe. Moreover, one of the wristband holders, Wang Lei, had brought along a pickup truck equipped with a rudimentary soil unit and was en route to the location of another wristband as per Li Chang's instructions. Li Chang gazed at the screen before him. As the reconnaissance balloon expanded, a significant portion of the surrounding area was being mapped out. The holographic map on his screen was progressively refined with each scan of the balloon. Light blue contour lines flowed across the surface outline, rendering the terrain within a 200-kilometer radius in its entirety. He noted a flickering green dot 70 kilometers to the northwest. It was the pickup truck driven by Wang Lei, emitting a recognition signal from its onboard soil unit. Suddenly, the wristband projected a communication interface, revealing Wang Lei's oil-stained face within the image. "Brother Chang, I've got them," he exclaimed with palpable excitement. In the background, another wristband holder could be seen slumped in the back seat of the truck, tightly clutching his emergency backpack. "That lucky fellow only scraped a bit of skin after falling into the bushes. We're heading over there to rendezvous with you now." 46. The first temporary stronghold. "Wait a moment," Li Chang called out to Wang Lei, who was preparing to set off. "Stay right there and do not move. I will reconfigure a route for you." As Li Chang gazed at the screen before him, the reconnaissance balloons collected data from their surroundings, and the Swearin-1 had already established a detailed three-dimensional map. On the map, less than 10 kilometers ahead of Wang Lei, there was a significant group of creatures resembling those encountered by Su Qianxia earlier. If Wang Lei continued along the original path, he would undoubtedly collide with them. The ammunition he had brought was not particularly abundant. Saving even a little would be prudent. Soon, Li Chang sent a newly planned route to Wang Lei's wristband. "Follow this route, and be cautious along the way. Rest assured, Brother Li Chang, my driving skills are top-notch, especially with this equipment provided by the state," replied Wang Lei, as the sounds of him striking the shell of the resonating soil echoed through the communicator. Subsequently, the green dot representing Wang Lei began to advance along the new route on the holographic map. Li Chang smiled and redirected his focus to the Swearin system. At this moment, the search range of the first batch of reconnaissance balloons had expanded beyond 200 kilometers, nearing half of what Swearin-1 could control. Li Chang set a portion of the balloons to continue exploring outward while directing the others to return along their original path for a more detailed scan of the area within a 200-kilometer radius. Unfortunately, the area of a 200-kilometer radius was still too small, compounded by the incomplete reference map provided by Commander Li. Swearin-1 was still unable to ascertain its precise location. Lost in thought, the sound of rotors filled the air as the drone sent to retrieve Su Qianxia returned. Li Chang hurried out of the control room, where the emergency transport drone had safely landed with Su Qianxia aboard. Fortunately, this location was free of large aerial predators, and the journey had been relatively uneventful. At that moment, Su Qianxia's face was extremely pale, yet her mind remained clear. Li Chang swiftly retrieved emergency medical supplies to dress her wounds and handed her a bottle of military electrolyte drink. Su Qianxia took the drink, her trembling fingers barely able to grip the bottle. Noticing this, Li Chang helped her twist off the cap. She nodded gratefully and tilted her head back to take a few sips. The cool liquid slid down her throat, bringing a moment of clarity. "Thank you," she whispered weakly, her voice hoarse and barely audible. "No need to thank me. It is my duty," Li Chang replied dismissively. At that moment, the alarm of Swearin-1 blared sharply, shattering the silence. Li Chang sprang to his feet and dashed back to the control room, where he saw a massive red dot moving rapidly just 5 kilometers from Wang Lei's route. "Damn it," Li Chang cursed, promptly activating the communicator. "Wang Lei, turn immediately. A large creature is approaching from your 3 o'clock position." The communicator crackled with Wang Lei's astonished voice. "What? Brotherly, what's happening? What large creature? Forget about that. Adjust your route immediately," Li Chang shouted. The green dot on the map swiftly altered its trajectory, yet the red dot moved with greater speed, the distance between the two diminishing rapidly. Li Chang deftly manipulated the console, deploying nearby reconnaissance balloons for a more detailed scan. The screen revealed the specific form of the creature, a colossal reptile, exceeding 10 meters in length, with robust limbs and a back adorned with hard scales. Advancing towards Wang Lei at an astonishing pace. "Wang Lei, come to a halt immediately and activate the secure mode. That creature is too fast. You won't shake it off. There's no time." Li Chang's voice, tinged with urgency, was somewhat hoarse. Hurry. From the communicator, Wang Lei's sharp intake of breath was audible, followed by his stammering response. Li Chang, this. Do not hesitate. There is no time left. As the red dot drew ever closer, Li Chang seized the communicator and shouted. The green dot representing Wang Lei finally came to a stop, and then, after a series of hydraulic clicks, the communicator fell silent. The makeshift sealing unit closed all gaps, enveloping the entire pickup truck in a secure state, while the undercarriage tightened completely, rendering the vehicle akin to a massive stone. Wang Lei and another occupant inside the truck dared not breathe, helplessly fixating on the lone illuminated wristband, awaiting their fate. Fortunately, the secure mode proved effective. The monstrous beast noticeably slowed its advance, sniffing the air in confusion, extending its neck to survey the surroundings. However, it could not locate the prey it had previously locked onto. After a while, the creature appeared to grow weary, raising its neck to roar, proclaiming its territory to all within earshot before departing in another direction. Only when the beast had ventured a considerable distance did Li Chang exhale in relief, picking up the communicator to contact Wang Lei and the others. The beast has left. Hurry over following the new route I sent you. Remember, make no loud noises on the way. I fear there may be more of its kind. Just to be safe, I have dispatched a drone to trail the pickup, vigilant against any potential threats. This world is far more perilous than I had anticipated. No wonder Commander Li Yunshu mentioned that most of the individuals who traversed here perished in the first year. Given the few beasts we encountered, I cannot fathom how ordinary people, unarmed, could survive their pursuit. Even with all the preparations made this time, without the presence of the fire starter and myself, the others would likely have met the same fate. An hour later, as Wang Lei's pickup truck slowly approached the side of the fire starter one, Li Chang awakened Su Qianxia, who had unknowingly fallen asleep, and the two made their way to the pickup. The door swung open, revealing a somewhat stocky middle-aged man and a pale young lad descending together. Li Chang, brother, we owe you our gratitude this time. The middle-aged man exclaimed with delight upon seeing Li Chang in military attire. I am Wang Lei, an outdoor sports blogger, and this young man is Sun Qiming, a university student. My name is Li Chang, affiliated with the Eastern Country Army. Li Chang first introduced himself, then turned to the side to address Su Qianxia. I am Su Qianxia, an ordinary office worker, she quickly added. After hearing the introductions of the three individuals, Li Chang sighed in relief. The information registered in his wristband aligned perfectly with what they had shared. None of them had lied, and their details posed no issues. He slightly lowered the alert status of the machine wolf, which had been on standby beside him. The swear number 1 is of utmost importance, and we cannot afford any risks. Li Chang then looked solemnly at the three somewhat bewildered ordinary individuals and said, This is the Eastern Country's temporary outpost number 1 in the Otherworld. On behalf of the Eastern Country military, I welcome your participation. 47. Preparations before the second traversal. We are currently in a special period, so I will be brief, Li Chang continued, observing the trio. I trust you have gathered some understanding of the situation. This is indeed another world, and our communication with the original realm has been completely severed. Previously, I scanned the wristband signals within a 200-kilometer radius. If all goes as expected, we 4 are the first batch of Eastern Country travelers within that range. This will serve as our initial temporary outpost, governed under military management. And I hope for your cooperation. We must swiftly establish a basis for survival and preparation for the compatriots who may arrive. Upon hearing Li Chang's words, the three did not deliberate for long and readily agreed. Excellent, then let us commence. Li Chang clapped his hands. Wang Lei, please unfold all the solar panels of your pickup truck. We need to ensure they are fully charged. Furthermore, you will be responsible for all the solar panels here. It is imperative to maintain their condition, as they are our lifeline. Understood, Brother Li Chang. Wang Lei nodded in affirmation. Sun Qiming, you can operate drones or weather balloons. Correct? Li Chang turned to him. Yes, I have some experience and underwent additional training at the base, Sun Qiming replied. Good. I will grant you operational authority over a batch of weather balloons. Please utilize them to thoroughly survey the surrounding environment. Document all unique terrains, animals, and plants accordingly. Is that clear? Absolutely. As for you, Li Chang looked at Su Qianxia. You have an injury. Please assist Sun Qiming in documenting, especially focusing on edible flora and fauna, ensuring they are clearly marked. Comradely, Sun Qiming seemed to have something to say. Do not call me comrade. Simply refer to me by my name or as comrade, Li Chang chuckled. Then I shall call you instructor Li. as you are about the same age as our instructor during training at the base." Upon hearing Li Chang's words, Sun Qiming appeared considerably more relaxed. "Instructor Li, are you saying that we are the only 4 individuals within a 200-kilometer radius?" "Indeed, I have scanned the signals from all wristbands within a radius of 200 kilometers, and only yours have responded." Sun Qiming was taken aback. He recalled that the announcement stated that the first batch of traversers constituted about 1,000th of the human population, with only 4 individuals in this 200-kilometer area. If this were truly random, the scale here would be quite extraordinary. Li Chang's eyes sparkled. It was evident that Sun Qiming possessed analytical skills that were now incredibly useful. "How vast do you think this area might be?" he inquired as he approached Sun Qiming. Years ago, Li Yunshu and his companions had failed to grasp the entirety of this realm, resulting in an incomplete reference map. After contemplating for a moment, Sun Qiming responded, "If it is indeed entirely random, then the distribution of individuals across each region should be relatively uniform. Instructor Li, are there others here besides us from the Eastern Nation?" He emphasized the term Eastern Nation with particular weight. "Yes, and quite a few," Li Chang replied, casually activating his wristband. "This is what I discovered during my earlier scan. Since they were a considerable distance away, I did not pay them much heed." The display on Li Chang's wristband revealed several images: Caucasians driving cars, Africans exploring their surroundings, bewildered individuals of mixed descent, and even a gruesome sight of human remains being devoured by beasts. "Shall we not rescue them?" Sun Qiming's voice trembled slightly. Li Chang shook his head. "With our current capabilities, we can barely ensure our own safety. My foremost duty is to protect our compatriots from the Eastern Nation." He gazed at Sun Qiming, stating, "Survival must come first before we can contemplate aiding others." Sun Qiming turned his gaze away, forcing himself not to dwell on the horrifying images. Despite having undergone over 2 months of training, the impact of those scenes was still overwhelming for a university student from a peaceful nation. "Instructor Li, do we have an estimate of how many individuals from other countries have been discovered thus far?" "That is difficult to ascertain. I have only conducted a rough scan of the surrounding area. They do not possess wristbands like yours, so they cannot connect to our system for precise scanning. However, based on sporadic observations, their density appears to be similar to ours." "In that case," Sun Qiming pondered, "from the current population alone, the overall area here must be at least 2 to 3 times that of Blue Star. Nevertheless, I have only a single data point, making it hard to ensure this is not an anomaly. I require more data." He looked at Li Chang. "More data, you say?" Li Chang raised his arm to check the time. "Not long now. In less than 12 hours, the second wave of traversers will arrive. Blue Star has experienced 12 hours since the commencement of the traversal." Li Yunshu rubbed his weary eyes, having been awake for nearly 30 hours. Unable to establish contact with their compatriots who had traversed, they found themselves incapable of confirming the situation on the other side. They could only speculate based on whether the supply deliveries were completed. This time, Dean 1 intended to equip the second batch of traversers with the latest quantum communication devices, hoping to send some messages back. "Commander Li, you should take a moment to rest," Qi Ni remarked with a hint of concern as he observed the fatigue etched in Li Yunshu's eyes. "It's of no consequence. I can still endure," Li Yunshu replied, dismissing the suggestion with a wave of his hand before downing a cup of strong tea beside him. "Have preparations for the second group of personnel been finalized?" he inquired, setting his cup down. "Indeed, the screening for the second group has been completed, and they are already within their respective regions. The latest experimental communication devices have also been distributed to some of the soldiers for this round. By the way, Dean 1 asked me to inform you that all obstruction experiments during the first round of traversal were unsuccessful. Currently, our technological capabilities do not allow us to render the Higgs boson ineffective. They tested Faraday cages, high-energy electromagnetic fields, multiple shielding chambers, and powerful interference, even resorting to various folk esoteric methods, yet none yielded any results. He fears that breakthroughs are unlikely in the near future." Li Yunshu waved his hand dismissively. Although he had not harbored high hopes from the outset, the actual outcome still left him somewhat disheartened. Taking a deep breath, he stifled his rising frustration and approached the holographic projection, calling forth a real-time data map of the nation. Countless red dots represented the personnel poised for traversal, their numbers comparable to the first group. Qi Ni informed the heads of all military districts to conduct a final confirmation of the equipment list. Li Yunshu's voice was hoarse. Particularly regarding those specialized devices, not a single item could be overlooked. "Understood." Qi Ni promptly turned to relay the directive. At that moment, the communicator suddenly blared with an urgent ring. It was a call from Chief of Staff Ding. Li Yunshu's heart skipped a beat as he quickly connected the call. What is the situation? Yushu, a large-scale riot has erupted in the Kingdom of White Elephants. The Central Command has alerted us to be wary of a potential influx of refugees and the extreme reactions from the kingdom, Ding reported. Why is this happening? Li Yushu exclaimed instinctively. Despite his usual disdain for that peculiar nation, it seemed implausible that chaos would arise so swiftly. Even the last upheaval in White Elephants had endured for at least a month. As for the reasons, a weary sigh escaped Ding's lips. I am utterly confounded by their thought processes. It's too complicated to explain over the phone. You must come here at once. Central Command demands that we present a viable plan without delay. Upon his hurried arrival at the command center, Li Yunshu encountered Chief of Staff Ding unleashing his fury upon a pile of documents. Upon seeing Li Yunshu, Ding's expression became even more complex as he thrust the materials into Li Yunshu's hands. Take a look for yourself. Li Yunshu, perplexed, began to peruse the documents. And after only a few pages, he couldn't help but rub his temples. The source of the unrest in White Elephants was, astonishingly, the proliferation of millions of homemade wristbands within their territory. A month prior, the Eastern nation had indeed supplied nearly 100 million obsolete wristbands to White Elephants in exchange for over 10 million tons of fragrant rice. However, the avaricious elite of White Elephants had swiftly turned around and clandestinely sold off the majority of the wristbands, retaining only a scant few for their own use. In a bid to placate the populace, they manufactured tens of millions of substandard wristbands, selling them at exorbitant prices to the citizens. The core of these wristbands, meant to sense the force field, was hastily crafted from recycled dysprosium and its waste materials. True to the White Elephant's customary approach, functionality was the sole criterion, after all. The majority of users were of mixed heritage, presumably accustomed to such treatment. Thus, these wristbands were utterly ineffectual? Li Yushu sighed deeply, casting a glance at Chief of Staff Ding, who wore an equally helpless expression. Ineffectual? If they truly were, that would be a relief. Chief of Staff Ding, caught between laughter and tears, explained that while the wristbands could indeed sense the force field and display test results, the damned results were entirely random. Random? Li Yunshu nearly choked on his own saliva. The crux of the issue lay here. Chief of Staff Ding rubbed his temples. During the first wave of crossings at midnight yesterday, those who had used the White Elephant wristbands to detect their crossing sequence had no inkling that their life-saving devices, purchased at great expense, were nothing more than a deception. Individuals marked as about to cross remained stationary, while many deemed safe were inexplicably transported away. As the initial wave of crossings concluded, chaos erupted within the entire White Elephant. A panicked crowd began to frantically seize everything in sight. Yunshu, I now finally comprehend the hellish scene you spoke of earlier. Chief of Staff Ding pulled up additional data, consisting of satellite images from the Eastern nation, revealing the current state of the White Elephant. Li Yunshu gazed intently at the satellite imagery, his fingers instinctively tightening as the hauntingly familiar scene stirred long-buried memories. Once thriving cities now lay in ruins, streets choked with smoke, as marauders rampaged like wild beasts. Even more alarming were the numerous instances of stampedes, where individuals attacked one another in a desperate scramble for any visible resources. Yet, this was not the worst of it. Chief of Staff Ding retrieved another set of data, revealing that signs of mutiny had emerged within the White Elephant military, with some troops beginning to seize standard wristbands. And even incidents of soldiers killing officers had occurred. Li Yunshu's attention was suddenly drawn to a photograph. Wait, focus on this. He pointed to a group at the edge of the image, burning wristbands. What were they doing? This is the most ironic aspect. Chief of Staff Ding offered a wry smile, explaining that a counter-wristband movement had arisen among the citizens of the White Elephant, who believed these devices to be the creations of malevolent forces, with some extremists even beginning to assault those wearing the wristbands. Li Yunshu stared at the rioters incinerating the wristbands, a wave of absurd coldness washing over him. He recalled those unprepared citizens of the White Elephant. Randomly transported to a foreign realm, they might now be aimlessly surveying a strange wilderness, oblivious to the reasons for their current plight. Chief of Staff, Li Yunshu's voice trembled slightly. We must act immediately. Before he could finish his thought, the door to the operations room was suddenly flung open. A communications officer stumbled in, breathless. Report. The Northern Military District of the White Elephant has just launched 3 tactical missiles towards our border. The air in the room instantly grew heavy with tension. General Ding, the Chief of Staff, abruptly rose to his feet. What is the status of the interception? The missile had not breached our airspace but had detonated 100 kilometers from the border. However, the communications officer swallowed hard, fearing this was merely the beginning. Suddenly, General Ding's terminal vibrated violently. He glanced down at the latest intelligence, his pupils constricting in shock. The White Elephant Presidential Office had just issued a statement, accusing us of intentional murder with the substandard wristbands we provided, demanding the immediate surrender of all technical documents and compensation for damages. Otherwise, the next wave of attacks would not cease mid-course. This was utterly absurd. General Ding slammed his fist onto the table, knowing full well it was their own doing. At that moment, Li Yunshu found himself at a loss for words. He understood too well the modus operandi of this neighboring country. When internal conflicts are insurmountable, the best diversion is to fabricate external conflicts. This time, however, they had chosen to provoke a nation with absolute military superiority, namely the Eastern nation. Moreover, this peculiar country always acted on a whim, believing itself to be the chosen one, capable of anything, no matter how outrageous. Frankly, if there were any nation on the entire blue planet daring enough to employ nuclear weapons against the Eastern nation, the White Elephant would surely be among them. Prepare for a counterattack. We must incapacitate all of the White Elephant's long-range capabilities in one fell swoop. General Ding stood up, his face stern. He was acutely aware that given the White Elephant's nature, they were entirely capable of following through on their threats. Not to mention the catastrophic consequences if even a single missile slipped through. Even a successful interception would be a harrowing experience. Come now, Lao Ding, don't be so irritable. Minister Jiang chuckled as he entered the room. Our strategic reserves are limited, and it would be a pity to waste them on such absurdity. Lao Jiang, how can you still smile at a time like this? General Ding shot him a glare. Do you understand that the White Elephant is launching missiles at us? They are doing what even the eagles would not dare. Rest assured, Lao Ding, I am fully aware of the situation. I came here precisely for this reason. Minister Jiang interrupted General Ding and switched the command center's main screen to a specific channel. Calm down. Let us enjoy a good show together. When there are reckless madmen attempting to drag everyone down with them, there will inevitably be those who step forward to thwart them. Just watch. In the White Elephant Presidential Office, President Naviji was seething with rage. Why were our missiles programmed to self-destruct? My command was to strike within the Eastern nation's territory. They need not be aimed at specific targets, but they must land within the Eastern nation, even if just by 1 kilometer. Naviji berated his military commander. And now you allow the missiles to self-destruct so far from the eastern borders? This renders my deterrent a complete farce. Before him, the military commander, Gupta, bowed his head, too intimidated to offer any rebuttal. It was only after Naviji had nearly exhausted his fury that Gupta finally stammered a response. Mr. President, I assure you, I have not altered any of your commands. Those missiles, they went out of control on their own. Naviki was taken aback. And then his anger surged. Those are our latest missile models. Before he could finish his sentence, Foreign Minister Anand rushed in, visibly flustered. Mr. President, we have dire news. The Supreme Leader of the Red Star Federation has suddenly announced that due to our reckless and malicious use of missiles, which poses a threat to the safety of the entire blue planet, they are terminating all technological cooperation agreements with us. They have also declared that all codes for jointly developed missiles and fighter jets are now locked. Damn it, Gupta leaped up. This must be the reason for the missile's self-destruction. All 4 missiles were developed in collaboration with the Red Star Federation. Silence. Naviki interrupted harshly before Gupta could finish. He looked disdainfully at this commander, who possessed no merits beyond loyalty. Was this really the time for such considerations? Immediately issue the sternest warning to the Red Star Federation. Inform them that this is a grave betrayal of an ally. Naviki shouted at the foreign minister. Furthermore, promptly announced to the entire nation that the Eastern country and the Red Star Federation have jointly launched an attack against us. Since the Eastern country has not served as the primary target for diverting conflict, then let the Red Star Federation assume that role. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the presidential office began to flicker incessantly. Suddenly, all phones, as well as computers and televisions throughout the presidential office, turned on automatically. Before they could comprehend the situation, the Minister of National Defense Information Security came rushing in, drenched in sweat, shouting, "Mr. President, all our networks and satellites are under attack. Both military and civilian networks have been compromised, and phone lines are down. I had to come to inform you." At that moment, the screens that had been illuminated displayed footage, the upper echelons of the White Elephant selling vast quantities of handbands to various nations, along with the entire process of transporting the enormous resources acquired through those handbands back to their homes. Not only that, but there was also footage detailing the production of substandard handbands, showcasing familiar images and locations that every white elephant citizen recognized, unmistakably from the factory of the wealthiest family. Naviki stared in shock at the endlessly repeating footage, completely oblivious to the uproar outside the presidential office. In just half an hour, everything that transpired in the White Elephant was broadcasted through specific channels to every qualified nation. Well, the spectacle has concluded. What are your thoughts? Minister Jiang turned off the main screen, regarding Chief of Staff Ding and Li Yunshu with a smirk. From the moment the White Elephant launched the missiles, within 10 minutes, they controlled the missiles in orbit and then initiated their self-destruction. Within a span of 3 hours, control was exerted to immobilize all relevant missiles within the territory of the White Elephant, rendering them utterly incapable of launch. Furthermore, through various means, every interconnected intelligent device within the White Elephant was hijacked and commandeered, all accomplished within a mere 2 hours. Ultimately, all that the White Elephant believed to be discreet was laid bare, to the extent that they could not even prevent its dissemination. This, indeed, is the splendid performance they wished to present to us. A momentary silence enveloped the command center. By the heavens, Chief of Staff Ding suddenly exclaimed, uttering a curse he had not spoken in many years. This spectacle is utterly riveting. They have not only rendered us a favor, but are simultaneously delivering a poignant admonition. The missile launch, without a doubt, was orchestrated by the Red Star Federation, while the network control and information exposure are clearly the handiwork of the Eagles. Minister Jiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, setting aside the missiles purportedly co-manufactured by the White Elephant and our own, it is entirely normal for them to be under control. The Eagles are demonstrating their technological prowess. They possess the ability to incapacitate a nation's military and civilian systems in a short time frame. This capability, he paused, surveying the assembly, implies that they can launch similar cyber attacks on any nation at will. We have contemplated this issue long ago. Chief of Staff Ding interjected. All core military systems are entirely developed in-house, with no backdoors. But what of the civilian sector? Minister Jiang countered. Chief of Staff Ding fell silent. Minister Jiang sighed. This is precisely what concerns me. Currently, at least 30% of intelligent devices nationwide employ technology from the Eagles. Although we have been seeking solutions to this dilemma, time is no longer on our side. The Eagles are asserting that even without warfare, they possess the capability to disrupt our plans. How is it that those individuals cannot alter their nature? Chief of Staff Ding pounded his fist on the table before him. This is to be expected. After all, they are the Eagles, are they not? Minister Jiang remarked with a hint of lament. Given the substantial setback we previously experienced, it would be peculiar not to seek a way to regain face. Let it be. We shall confront whatever comes our way. If force does not suffice, then perhaps a gentler approach will suffice, Chief of Staff Ding scoffed, but they are mistaken if they think we will yield easily. At that moment, Minister Jiang's phone appeared to have received a notification, prompting him to reactivate the main screen of the command center. Displayed on the screen was a special address by a representative of the Eagles at the League of Nations. In light of this crisis affecting all humanity, we shall invite the Eastern Nation, the Red Star Federation, and other nations to jointly discuss the establishment of a new coalition government, whether here or beyond. I believe that through our collective cooperation, we can navigate this adversity and forge a path to peace. 50. The second wave has arrived. Blue Star Time, June 15th. 2000 hours, Otherworld. Despite having been engaged for a full 8 hours, Le Chang remained resolute, unwilling to entertain even the slightest relaxation. He gazed up at the unfamiliar sky, where the passage of time mirrored that of Blue Star, yet the cycle of day and night was entirely inverted. According to the temporal markers, Blue Star had long since descended into night, while here, in this other realm, the sun was just beginning to rise. Sun Qiming and Su Qianxia, report your findings. Li Chang rubbed his tired eyes and turned his attention to the two individuals busy organizing data. Sun Qiming had indeed handled the operations of the reconnaissance balloon with considerable skill, and with Su Qianxia's meticulous records, they had collaboratively produced a detailed map. Upon hearing the request, Sun Qiming promptly rose, pointing at the virtual map. A river had been discovered 15 kilometers to the northeast, its waters crystal clear. The balloon had observed various animals quenching their thirst along the bank, indicating the water was likely potable. However, he hesitated, indicating several red markers, where numerous large animal tracks had been found along the riverbank, the largest resembling the size of a basin, rendering the potential danger indeterminate. Water sources are crucial. Our food supplies are relatively ample, yet potable water is scarce. Would you be able to accompany Wang Lei in the pickup truck to investigate? I apologize, but I cannot leave this location at the moment. I must trouble you. Li Chang expressed his regret. Certainly, it's no trouble at all. We shall depart at once. Sun Qiming readily agreed, while Wang Lei, who was still maintaining the pickup, signaled his assent. Soon after, he climbed into the truck and started the engine. Please ensure your safety. I will provide drone surveillance for your protection, Li Chang instructed. Furthermore, do not consume the water collected directly. We possess purification equipment. At that moment, Su Qianxia opened the meticulously annotated map and continued her report to Li Chang. We have cataloged the flora and fauna within a 30-kilometer radius. And through scanning and comparison with the database, we have identified several edible plants and fungi that require further verification. I have also marked these on the map. It would be prudent to document food sources in advance, allowing us to gather them when we have sufficient manpower. Li Chang nodded in acknowledgement. The number of animals here is astonishing. There are no fewer than 10 species of beasts that have attacked me, and I have documented them as well, Su Qianxia continued. Additionally, there exists a colossal creature exceeding 10 meters in length. Its nest appears to be situated 70 kilometers to the northwest. However, based on my observations, this creature possesses a strong territorial instinct, albeit within a limited range. As long as we maintain a distance of 10 kilometers, we should not provoke an attack. Upon hearing Su Qianxia's words, Li Chang pondered for a moment. It is best to avoid provoking them for now, as we lack sufficient manpower and our weaponry reserves are limited. For the time being, we shall observe. By the way, this is your backpack. As he spoke, Li Chang handed Su Qianxia an emergency backpack. It was retrieved earlier via drone. The bag's seal is intact. Although it is caked in mud, it remains undamaged, and the supplies within are unharmed. The contents of this backpack are vital, especially the medications and ammunition, as resupplying these essentials in the near future is unlikely. We must strive to recover what we can. Additionally, I have located your rifle. However, it is utterly destroyed and can only be salvaged for parts as spares. Su Qianxia took the backpack with an expression of delight, never having anticipated its recovery. Thank you, she said softly. It was my responsibility, Li Chang replied, waving his hand dismissively, before turning his attention to Sun Qiming and Wang Lei. At that moment, they were finalizing preparations for departure. A large foldable water tank was already set up in the back of the pickup truck. What is the status of the battery? Li Chang inquired, glancing at Wang Lei, who was securing the water tank. No issues. The current charge is at 80%, which is ample for us to fetch water and return. Wang Lei reassured him, patting his old companion, the pickup truck. Li Chang nodded. Remember, obtaining water is secondary. Safety is paramount. If anything seems amiss, retreat immediately. Understood. Sun Qiming and Wang Lei responded in unison. After checking their gear, they drove the pickup truck slowly away from the camp, heading towards the river in the northeast. Li Chang swiftly returned to the control room of Swearin No. 1, maneuvering a drone to follow above the two men. Thanks to prior reconnaissance and planning, they encountered no dangers along the way, and Wang Lei successfully navigated the pickup to the designated riverbank. As the truck came to a gradual stop less than 20 meters from the shore, Sun Qiming eagerly jumped out, gazing at the clear river water. He felt a surge of excitement and was about to approach for water, but he was abruptly yanked back by Wang Lei. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You dare to approach this unfamiliar water? Wang Lei looked at Sun Qiming in disbelief. How were you trained at the training base? Have you forgotten about the terrifying creature we nearly encountered earlier? At that moment, Sun Qiming recalled the horrifying entity they had faced earlier, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. He sheepishly scratched his head. Sorry, I got too excited seeing the water source. Just then, as if startled by their commotion, the surface of the water nearby erupted with ripples. Before the two could react, a colossal aquatic beast leaped from the depths, charging towards the pickup truck. With a decisive action, Li Chang, who had been monitoring the situation, activated the drone's 20mm cannon, obliterating the beast's head into fragments. The two men snapped back to reality, watching the headless creature convulsing in front of the pickup truck. Thank you, Sun Qiming stammered into the communicator, still shaken. No problem. Just be cautious. This area is more dangerous than anticipated. Li Chang's voice came through the communicator. Fortunately, the aquatic beast appeared to be solitary, and no others emerged. The two men filled the water tank with long pipes and quickly departed from the riverbank. By the time they returned to the temporary base, nearly 3 hours had passed. The water in the tank was confirmed to require only simple purification for human consumption, a revelation that undoubtedly lifted their spirits. With sufficient drinking water and the surrounding flora and fauna available for sustenance, this location could indeed serve as a true stronghold. After a brief respite, Li Chang re-entered the Swearin, one control room, readying himself as the clock approached midnight on June 16th. Soon, the second wave of travelers would arrive. At precisely midnight on Blue Star time, Li Chang, fixated on the communication module, felt a jolt as 7 new bracelet signals materialized on the screen. Among them, one signal was less than 30 kilometers away, while the furthest was nearly 200 kilometers distant. His attention was swiftly captured by one particular bracelet. Number J0000035282, a special designation indicating the arrival of a comrade. He promptly established communication with the device. Calling, this is the temporary base of Swearin. 1. I am Commander Li Chang. Please respond if you hear me. The call was soon connected, revealing a steady male voice on the other end. Reporting, sir. I am Private Zhao Mingwei of the Eastern Army. Please proceed. Please inform me of your current status and equipment configuration. Report. All systems normal, weapons operational. I am also equipped with a cat car and ready to engage immediately. Excellent. I will send you 2 coordinates. They designate ordinary civilians who have crossed over with you. Proceed to retrieve them at once. I will deploy a drone to assist you. Exercise caution and maintain communication throughout. End of transmission. Without delay. The coordinates were dispatched to Zhao Mingwei's bracelet, accompanied by a concise 3-dimensional map indicating the route and hazardous areas to avoid. Received. Commencing mission now. The distinctive startup sound of the cat car echoed as Zhao Mingwei set off toward the nearest coordinate. Li Chang dispatched a drone toward Zhao Mingwei's direction and subsequently connected with the other 6 bracelets. This time, fortune seemed to favor them, as all 7 new travelers remained unharmed during their initial moments. In addition to essential emergency packs, 2 individuals were equipped with vehicles fitted with rudimentary soil units, one an SUV, the other a sedan. After instructing them to maintain concealment to avert unforeseen circumstances, Li Chang initiated the next phase of the retrieval operation. Meanwhile, Wang Lei drove the pickup truck toward the nearest coordinate, while Sun Qiming operated a reconnaissance balloon to monitor the surroundings of each bracelet, ensuring their safety. Su Qianxiao was tasked with maintaining real-time communication with all bracelets, providing reassurance while reporting their statuses. Half an hour later, Wang Lei reached the location of the nearest bracelet. In 45 minutes, Zhao Mingwei rendezvoused with one of the travelers and began their advance toward the second coordinate. After an hour, the 2 travelers with the rudimentary soil units joined forces with another individual. At 1 hour and 7 minutes, Li Chang maneuvered the transport drone to hover before the most distant traveler. 3 hours later, as Zhao Mingwei's vehicle brought 2 traversers to the temporary stronghold, all 7 traversers from the Eastern Kingdom had finally gathered. Before them stood the Swearin No. 1, adorned with the fluttering national flag of the Eastern Kingdom atop its antenna. The vibrant red of the flag provided a comforting sense of home in this unfamiliar world. The newly arrived traversers quickly calmed down and began introducing themselves. To Li Chang's surprise, among them was a seasoned geography professor and a physician. Professor Han, please assist Sun Qiming and Su Qianxia in creating a topographic map. We need to gain a deeper understanding of our surroundings. It would be even better if we could analyze the distribution of local flora and fauna and potential mineral resources. Li Chang requested of the elderly man, whose weary expression suggested that the journey had taken a toll on him. Nevertheless, he readily agreed to Li Chang's request. Li Chang then approached a woman who introduced herself as Dr. Zhou, a pediatrician with less than 5 years of experience. Dr. Zhou, for now. We will rely on you for medical matters in the stronghold, Li Chang said. Dr. Zhou appeared somewhat flustered. But I'm just a pediatrician. Don't worry. You are a professional, which is far better than my novice knowledge, Li Chang reassured her, gesturing towards Su Qianxia, who had bandaged a rather chaotic wound. I can only provide basic first aid for minor injuries. With so many people here, we will need your expertise should anyone fall ill or get injured. All right. I'll do my best, Dr. Zhou replied with a hesitant nod. After organizing the 2 professionals, Li Chang turned to the remaining 4 traversers. They were all ordinary citizens, 2 of whom were the owners of the vehicles equipped with rudimentary soil units, Zhang Hai and Chen Ziyuan. Zhang Hai, Chen Ziyuan, your vehicles are now crucial to our stronghold's mobility. We need to ensure they operate reliably, Li Chang stated. Are you familiar with vehicle maintenance? Zhang Hai scratched his head. I know a bit about basic maintenance, but anything too complex might be beyond me. Qin Ziyuan, however, appeared more confident. I worked at an auto repair shop for a few years, so I'm fairly familiar with machinery. I can give it a try. Excellent, Li Chang nodded. You two will be responsible for the daily inspection and maintenance of all vehicles in the stronghold to ensure they are always ready for use. Understood, they replied in unison. The remaining two traversers, Lin Xiaoyu and Wu Hao, seemed a bit anxious. Lin Xiaoyu was a young kindergarten teacher, while Wu Hao was a fitness coach. You will assist in the construction of the stronghold like the others, Li Chang encouraged, patting their shoulders. Lin Xiaoyu, you can help Dr. Zhou look after everyone's mental well-being, as you have a better understanding of how to soothe emotions. Wu Hao, your physical strength can aid us in transporting supplies and reinforcing the stronghold's defenses. Both nodded, and Lin Xiaoyu softly said, I will do my best to help. Wu Hao clenched his fist and displayed a confident smile, proclaiming, no problem, leave the physical tasks to me. After organizing everyone, Li Chang approached Zhao Miwei, who had been attentively monitoring the real-time feedback around the stronghold, ever vigilant for any signs of disturbance. Welcome, comrade. Li Chang extended his fist for a fist bump with Zhao Mingwei. I am entrusting you with the control of these two mechanical wolves, henceforth. The security of this temporary stronghold is in your capable hands. To the death, I shall fulfill the mission. Zhao Mingwei snapped off a crisp military salute and received the control permissions for the mechanical wolves on his terminal. By the way, Chief, Zhao Mingwei seemed to have something to say. Just call me Captain, Li Chang interrupted. Very well, Captain Li, Zhao Mingwei complied with the request. It is like this. On my way here, I encountered a peculiar structure. Given the urgency of our task, I did not approach it. But I estimate it to be located over 100 kilometers to our northeast. Should we conduct further reconnaissance? 52. The Eagle family's refuge. A peculiar structure? Li Chang paused, recalling that previous searches had not revealed such an anomaly. Yes, how should I describe it? Zhao Mingwei gestured with his hands. It resembles an upside-down beehive, roughly the size of a basketball court. What is that thing? Li Chang's curiosity was piqued. Let us go take a look. He promptly led Zhao Mingwei into the control room of the Swearin No. 1 and dispatched reconnaissance drones in the direction indicated by Zhao Mingwei. Before long, the drone located the structure Zhao Mingwei had described. From a distance, it indeed resembled a half-turned beehive, albeit far more even in shape. This structure must have appeared suddenly, Li Chang remarked, pulling up a recent scan that confirmed its previous non-existence. Let us approach and investigate further. He maneuvered the drone closer to the beehive-like structure for a clearer view. At that moment, a small window at the pointed top of the structure abruptly opened, and a drone, instantly recognizable to both men, emerged. It's the Sky Sprite from Wanyu, last year's latest model, exclusively for export, Zhao Mingwei exclaimed. The drone began to explore its surroundings, inadvertently locking eyes with the reconnaissance drone operated by Li Chang. Subsequently, the drone accelerated towards the beehive structure at a speed several times faster than before, but whether due to its haste or a miscalculation, it collided with the small window from which it had launched, ending up as a heap of scrap metal. The small window swiftly closed, and silence ensued. I believe I have deduced what that object is, Li Chang stated. So do I, Zhao Mingwei replied with a wry smile, shaking his head in resignation. At this point, how could the two of them still be oblivious to the fact that the peculiar structure that had suddenly emerged was an apocalyptic bunker that had arrived alongside this latest traveler? It was uncertain from which wealthy nation it hailed, but it was most likely either from the Eagle Nation or the Red Star. Never mind, it was irrelevant to us. Since there was no signal from the second-generation wristbands, it was evident that they were not affiliated with us, and thus, we need not concern ourselves with it. Li Chang remarked nonchalantly as he prepared to recall the drone. Inside the refuge, Architect Lucas from the Eagle Nation was fixated on the screen before him, hardly daring to breathe. The display had long since ceased to change. It was the last image transmitted from the crashed drone. A drone, unmistakably not of civilian origin, hovered in the air, its insignia glaringly prominent. Easterners, Lucas murmured to himself, unable to resist the urge to touch the pistol at his waist. Beside him lay a corpse, its lifeless eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. This was also one of the reasons Lucas refrained from engaging with the Eastern drone. The body belonged to the true master of this refuge, the renowned real estate magnate from the Eagle Nation, Brooke. To seize this refuge, which he had painstakingly constructed, Lucas had hidden for a full 7 days in a secret chamber he had built in the shadows. Just thinking about the final moments before the transition, when he stood brandishing a pistol, suddenly appearing before Brooke, who was anxiously awaiting to claim his masterpiece, filled Lucas with an unparalleled sense of satisfaction as he recalled Brooke's shocked and contorted expression. However, why on earth had this accursed body come along as well? Meanwhile, Li Chang had recalled the drone and, alongside Zhao Mingwei, exited the control room of the flintlock. Regardless of whose apocalyptic bunker it was, it had nothing to do with them, and it seemed evident that the owner of the bunker did not wish to establish contact with them either. What happened? Is everything all right? Inquired Wang Lei, who had been waiting outside. The earlier hurried entrance of the two into Flintlock 1 and the subsequent deployment of the drone had understandably caused some concern among the others. Oh, it's nothing. We merely discovered a peculiar building. We just conducted a reconnaissance, and it appears to be an apocalyptic bunker from some nation, situated at a considerable distance from us. So we need not engage with it for now. An apocalyptic bunker? Professor Han suddenly expressed interest. As a geographer, he possessed considerable knowledge about unique structures across various nations. Here, this is the one, Li Chang said, producing a photograph and handing it to Professor Han. It's the Eagle Nation's single-person refuge, a luxury valued at over 100 million Eagle dollars. Professor Han instantly recognized the building depicted in the photograph. Given its distinctive double-arc design, it should be the Hope Manor of Brooke, the real estate tycoon from the Eagle Nation, which began its design and construction a few years ago. It is quite a renowned structure in our circles. It was rumored to have just been completed last month. I cannot believe we would encounter it here. It is said that this bunker can withstand a nuclear blast, with sufficient supplies for one person to live for 20 years. Wang Lei whistled in astonishment. So this fellow must have struck it rich. Upon traversing into an alternate realm, one finds themselves residing in a lavish mansion. The expansive area is more than sufficient for a comfortable existence. Professor Han shook his head, expressing skepticism towards such notions. After all, the idea of a solitary individual concealed within such a space raises concerns. Should any calamity arise, no one would be the wiser. Even if one could indeed survive for 2 decades within a bunker, what distinction would that bear from death? Humanity is not inherently equipped for solitary survival. Who can fathom the thoughts of the affluent clan of Eagles? On Blue Star, a similar sentiment echoed from Chen Lifeng, who was enjoying his dinner at the construction site's cafeteria. The television broadcasted a special program on the Eagles. A renowned millionaire from the clan enthusiastically showcased the apocalyptic bunkers produced by his company. He repeatedly emphasized their safety and durability, while also introducing the Eagles' latest initiative for a series of doomsday shelters. This program emerged following the Eagles' announcement to form an alliance with the Eastern Nation and the Red Star Federation in the World Union, primarily to present the various strategies devised by nations to confront the impending crisis from another world. While the Eagles have indeed reached the pinnacle of personal protection, Chen Lifeng and his colleagues remained perplexed as to why the conditions for individual survival had to be exaggerated to such an extent. Would it not be more beneficial to utilize those resources and time to prepare provisions for the greater populace? Moreover, they seemed solely focused on transporting supplies and weapons, never contemplating production, as though they were preparing to retreat into a shell in the alternate realm. As Chen Lifeng picked up a piece of braised pork, he gazed at the impeccably dressed millionaire on the screen, who incessantly boasted about the absolute security of the bunkers and could not help but scoff, in essence. This contraption is merely a metal coffin. What use is grandeur? Beside him, his colleague, old Zhang, mumbled through a mouthful, exactly. Confined within, one could develop ailments without ever being sick. I'd rather reside in our shipping container on the construction site. At least we can chat with each other. Laughter erupted in the cafeteria. The millionaire on the television continued, our bunkers are equipped with the most advanced life support systems and integrated virtual reality entertainment devices, fully capable of meeting the mental needs of the inhabitants. Nonsense. One worker slammed his chopsticks onto the table, exclaiming, if we truly end up in another realm, what good is VR when there is not a living soul in sight? Humans are social creatures. Prolonged isolation would surely drive one to madness. He then glanced with concern at Chen Lifeng. I say, old Chen, the Eagles have invited our center to discuss strategies and mentioned sharing and exchanging technology. Surely, we want to follow in the Eagles' footsteps and create those doomsday bunkers, will we? Impossible. Chen Lifeng scoffed. Our center would never dabble in such futile endeavors. If we were to engage in anything, it would be to focus on practical matters, not frivolous encapsulations. Such notions are merely the Eagle's wishful thinking. Just wait. After the discussions, you'll see. 53. A distress signal from the League of Nations, a closed-door meeting. What I mean is, Our nations could indeed establish a new coalition government and subsequently create an administrative body, whether here or in that realm. The newly appointed supreme leader of the Eagle Nation, Davis, spoke with fervor. I firmly believe that united, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Yet, despite his words, Davis's gaze remained fixed intently upon the Eastern Nation's core. We can certainly manage everything collectively, can we not? The prime minister of the corrupt nation did not voice an opinion but silently observed the Eagle leader. While the chief of the Red Star Federation appeared to be in a meditative state, though his peripheral vision remained on the Eastern Nation's core. Manage everything collectively? The Eastern Nation's core echoed slowly, a commendable suggestion. However, how do you intend to proceed? He turned his gaze towards the Eagle leader. A preliminary proposal has already been drafted, Davis indicated to his assistant to distribute the encrypted documents. The gilded cover boldly inscribed with the title Charter for the Governance of the Interdimensional Coalition Government in Eagle script. The new government will establish a 7-seat decision-making committee, allocating seats based on comprehensive strength, certainly taking into account historical contributions and current responsibilities. You cannot be suggesting that you occupy 3 seats while leaving the remaining 4 to us. The chief of the Red Star Federation opened his eyes, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. Of course not. Davis waved his hand dismissively. While I believe my nation is entirely capable of bearing this responsibility and possesses the requisite qualifications to demonstrate sincerity, I would like to invite the Eastern Nation. He deliberately stood and gestured towards the Eastern Nation's core. To each of our nations, we shall undertake 2 seats. The committee will oversee all actions concerning the otherworld, including but not limited to the allocation of human and material resources, governance of otherworldly development, and projects of technological cooperation among nations. Moreover, as before, any large-scale plans involving multiple nations must receive the approval of more than half of the committee members to pass. Simultaneously, any proposal can be vetoed with 2 dissenting votes. The Eastern Nation's core lightly tapped the table with his fingertips, opening the document with the gilded cover. His gaze sweeping over terms frequently mentioning the committee as the leading executive body and the prioritization of strategic resource allocation, suddenly chuckling softly. Mr. Davis. It seems this charter lacks some critical elements, such as, how shall disputes be resolved when committee decisions conflict with national sovereignty? The atmosphere in the conference room abruptly thickened. The prime minister of the corrupt nation adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. The Irish prime minister paused momentarily in his pen's rotation, while the chief of the Red Star Federation leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. For the survival of all humanity, I believe they would not object. Davis asserted with an air of inevitability. After all, without us, how many of them would survive in the otherworld? An intriguing proposal indeed. The Eastern Nation's core snapped the document shut with a decisive clap. However, I do not agree. We, the people of the Eastern Nation, are accustomed to conducting affairs in our own manner, and it may prove challenging for us to adapt to your theoretical framework. Moreover, it is likely that the citizens of your respective countries would be reluctant to heed the directives of someone from the East. It would be prudent for us to proceed according to our own methodologies. Nevertheless, I concur with the notion of mutual exchange of technology and information among nations. And I also endorse the idea of assisting one another in foreign realms. As for other matters, we shall address them in due course. Davis's smile abruptly froze on his face, though it quickly returned to its usual demeanor. A chuckle escaped from the position of the supreme leader of the Red Star Federation, yet he maintained an air of normalcy. There are numerous matters at home that require my attention. I must excuse myself, he declared. With a sharp click, the holographic projection of the supreme leader vanished from his post, yet a ripple of laughter lingered in the air from the vacated space. I too shall take my leave, stated the Eastern Nation's central authority as they exited the conference room. The chamber was left with only a visibly perturbed Davis, whose expression darkened amidst the laughter, alongside the 2 prime ministers who were uncertain of how to respond. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Nation's Special Situations Command Center, it appeared that the meeting had concluded without any substantial agreements, as Minister Jiang quipped. It was never likely that anything fruitful would emerge, given their nature. The agenda for this discussion was glaringly apparent, remarked Chief of Staff Ding with a dismissive air. To expect to acquire what cannot be attained on the battlefield through diplomatic dialogue is akin to chasing phantoms. Let us cease this discussion. It is a complete waste of time. Until they find themselves in a true predicament, those individuals will never genuinely unite. Yushu, please share the progress on your end. Has the new communication device developed by Dean Wan and his team yielded any results? Li Yushu, who had been waiting beside a piece of equipment, shook his head in resignation. It still does not function. Even with the quantum communication device, we are unable to receive any messages from that direction. Dean Wan and his team dispatched over 2,000 communication devices with the second batch of travelers, yet not a single receiving terminal has been activated. In the foreign realm, at the temporary base of Swearin No. 1, Li Chang and Zhao Mingwei were gathered around a device that had just been unloaded from a transport vehicle. Zhao Mingwei carefully adjusted the knobs on the device according to the instructions, while Li Chang pressed his ear against the speaker, anxious not to miss any signal. However, despite Zhao Mingwei's diligent manipulation of the knobs, there was no response whatsoever. This device is ineffective, Zhao Mingwei lamented as he released the knob. I had high hopes for this prototype quantum communicator when I brought it here, but it seems it is futile. The academicians at the Institute of Science claimed that it could bypass obstacles and transmit signals to the nearest communication device, and even relay signals back to the receiving terminal on Blue Star through multinode resonance. Why then is there not a single sign of activity? Li Chang smiled slightly, pondering the complexity of their predicament. The vastness of this eerie place and its distance from Blue Star remained a mystery. Attempting to establish contact through a single experiment seemed an audacious thought that even Dean Wan and his colleagues would hesitate to entertain. Patience was essential, for a solution would eventually manifest. At that moment, a faint sound unexpectedly emanated from the previously silent speaker. Li Chang promptly gestured for silence, pressing his ear against it. This is Gung Yunlong, a member of the Dongwushenda team. We are in grave danger and require immediate assistance. I repeat, we are in dire straits and need support. There's a sealed container at 54, sending a distress signal. Li Chang swiftly grasped the transmitter, shouting into the microphone. Tell me your location. Where are you? Yet, all that responded was the crackling of static and the roar of engines, offering no reply. Zhao Mingwei, realizing the urgency, rushed to the instrument panel and exclaimed, there to the west, approximately 300 kilometers away. Head east, directly towards them. We'll come to your aid. Li Chang continued to shout into the microphone. It seemed his efforts bore fruit, although no reply came from the speaker. Zhao Mingwei observed on the screen that their direction had shifted. We must devise a plan to assist them immediately. Recognizing the absence of a reply, Li Chang understood their perilous situation. The operational range of the balloons and drones was limited to 200 kilometers. I'll take the cat car, Zhao Mingwei declared, sprinting toward the parked vehicle. That won't suffice, we're out of time. Given the terrain, it would take at least 3 hours to reach them. And they can't wait that long. Li Chang scanned the surroundings, inspiration striking him. I will go. You safeguard Swearin No. 1. He activated the exoskeleton power button at his waist and retrieved an emergency drone remote control from a compartment of Swearin No. 1. Mimicking the earlier rescue of Su Qianxia, he secured himself beneath the transport drone and tucked the positioning device under his arm. Turning to Zhao Mingwei, he urged, quickly, operate the drone to take me towards their direction. Zhao Mingwei immediately complied, maneuvering the transport drone to lift Li Chang from the ground. Once airborne and traveling westward for a distance, Li Chang utilized the remote to command the attack drone to follow suit. Approximately 290 kilometers from the temporary base of Swearin No. 1, a cat car sped eastward, carrying 2 individuals. A pack of monstrous beasts resembling armored wolves relentlessly pursued them. At the helm of the cat car sat a youth, his eyes bloodshot. Gripping the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity, his foot firmly pressed on the accelerator. Indeed, that is correct, young one. A frail and hoarse voice emanated from behind him. Do not weep. Keep your gaze fixed ahead, grip tightly, and press the accelerator to the floor. The cat vehicle is easy to maneuver, rest assured. I shall ensure your survival. Behind the youth in the vehicle, a soldier from the eastern nation encouraged him, clad in a combat uniform similar to that of Li Chang. At that moment, sweat poured down his face, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His legs had been severed at the knees, blood having thoroughly soaked his clothing, and the floor of the cat vehicle was awash with crimson. The soldier leaned against the driver's seat, one hand bracing himself against the vehicle's edge, while the other wielded a rifle. Occasionally, he squeezed the trigger, firing at the horde of armored wolves pursuing them. However, due to his severe injuries and the overwhelming number of wolves, numbering in the hundreds, his aim was compromised, even as he managed to eliminate a few with each burst of fire. A multitude of wolves continued to close in. The distance between the armored wolves and the cat vehicle diminished rapidly, and several impatient wolves began leaping towards the vehicle. Should any succeed in boarding, given the current state of the 2 occupants, their fate would be all but sealed. Keep driving, do not look back. Fulfill the mission entrusted to you. Suddenly, the soldier removed a wristband and tossed it beside the youth. Tell my comrades that I could not complete the task. Carry my wristband forward. As he spoke, he switched his exoskeleton battery to a short-circuit state. Hurry! One of the armored wolves leapt into the vehicle's compartment, only to be caught by the soldier, who clamped its neck with his arm, and they both tumbled out of the vehicle. Boom! The overloaded exoskeleton battery erupted into a massive fireball, creating a barrier between the wolf pack and the cat vehicle. The youth bit down hard on his lip, tears unwittingly spilling from his eyes. His right foot pressed down firmly on the accelerator, refusing to relent, while he could only catch a glimpse of the fading flames in the rearview mirror. For the moment, the distance from the wolves had widened. Gripping the steering wheel with determination, he followed the instructions emanating from the machinery beside him, continuing eastward. 280 kilometers. 270 kilometers. The cat vehicle drew ever closer to the coverage range of the Swearin. Yet the wolf pack was once again in pursuit. The youth dared not look back. He pressed forward, having cast aside thoughts of life and death, solely focused on accomplishing the mission entrusted to him. The wolves closed in once more, preparing to leap onto the cat vehicle. A howling sound resonated from above, and the nearest horned wolf's head exploded in a mist of blood. Approximately 70 kilometers away, Li Chong hung suspended in midair from a transport drone, emergency remote control in hand. With the sudden explosion of the fireball, he finally pinpointed the location of the cat vehicle. Li Chang swiftly adjusted the remote control, as the 20mm cannon adeptly locked onto the pack of wolves, unleashing a torrent of human wrath. A series of crimson explosions erupted behind the cat-like vehicle, accompanied by anguished screams, causing the armored wolves to finally retreat. Once the last of the armored wolves was split in two by a single shot, the young boy driving the cat-like vehicle finally came into Li Chang's view. Upon seeing Li Chang descend from above, the boy released the pressure from the accelerator, trembling as he brought the vehicle to a stop. Before Li Chang could utter a word, the boy handed over a blood-stained wristband. He introduced himself as Gung Yunlong, a member of the Shinta team. He had risked his life to save me, but the boy faltered, crouching down and weeping. Li Chang gazed at the wristband with a complex expression, solemnly stowing it away in his pocket. This is not the place for conversation. Let us return to our base, he said, extending his hand toward the boy who remained on the ground. At that moment, the boy seemed to recall something, hastily rolling up his sleeve to reveal another wristband beneath. This one, resembling Li Chang's but marked with a unique art-shaped emblem, was unmistakably a wristband belonging to the Yulei team. Li Chang's pupils dilated as he grasped the boy's hand, scrutinizing the emblem on the wristband. Indeed, this was the distinctive wristband of Yulei. The boy raised his other hand, pointing towards the direction they had come from. He is over there, at the bottom of that valley, guarding something of great importance. 2 hours later, at the temporary base of Swearin No. 1, the boy had been entrusted to Dr. Zhou for treatment of his wounds, while Lin Xiaoyu sought ways to soothe his distress. In the control room, Zhao Mingwei observed the 2 wristbands brought back by Li Chang in silence. Captain Li, this comrade must also be a member of the Shinta team, just like you, Zhao Mingwei remarked softly, picking up the blood-stained wristband. He too carries the latest quantum communicator. He is likely among the second batch that traversed through. How could it be? In less than a day, even I, who failed to be selected by Shintu, have survived, yet he. Zhao Mingwei's throat tightened, words unspoken remaining lodged within, as he silently saluted the direction of the west. Comrade, may you rest in peace. Li Chang remained silent, lifting the other wristband belonging to the Yulei team. After entering the military's unique code, the screen on the wristband illuminated, revealing the voice of a middle-aged man. The situation is dire. It seems I and the encapsulated entity have fallen into a valley teeming with chaotic beasts, and we appear to have attracted their attention. As per protocol, I have locked the activation function of the encapsulated entity, recorded the precise location, and launched it via a small reconnaissance balloon. They are beginning to approach the encapsulated entity, preparing for an escape. These matters are indeed quite troublesome, particularly due to their aggressive nature. Merely evading them has consumed the greater part of my day. Comrades, should I fail to break through, the encapsulated entity shall rest upon your shoulders. Another presence approaches. It must be the second wave of traversers, fortunate indeed to be so near. How splendid! They are from the Eastern nation, yet it appears to be just a child. The situation grows increasingly perilous. The malevolent entities within this valley have caught the scent of other traversers and have now marked us as prey. We are drawing perilously close to the valley's exit. Cursed be it, we have been locked on, and they are tightening their encirclement. I have resolved to break through in another direction to divert their attention, allowing the child to escape first. If you can activate the wristband, you must be my comrade. I entrust the encapsulated entity to you. The voice of the middle-aged man abruptly ceased as a trajectory appeared on the wristband screen, detailing the complete path taken by the encapsulated entity to this point. To the southwest, approximately 400 kilometers away, lies the encapsulated entity. Li Chang scrutinized the trajectory record on the wristband, his brow furrowed. Captain Li, we must find a way to assist him. Zhao Mingwei leaned closer. Not to mention the encapsulated entity, he is Yu Lei, our esteemed senior in the military. However, Li Chang gritted his teeth and shook his head. No. The distance is too great. Moreover, according to the message on the wristband, we do not know how many ferocious beasts await there. We lack sufficient firepower and personnel. The encapsulated entity is safe. The first rule of the Yu Lei squad is that the entity can only be unlocked in a secure and controllable environment. He has already secured the encapsulated entity. Ordinary beasts would show little interest in a metal shell. Despite his verbal reassurances, Li Chang's hands involuntarily clenched into fists, the tension visible in the bulging veins, revealing his inner turmoil. Captain, Zhao Mingwei attempted to interject further. No more discussion. Our primary task is to safeguard Swear and One and protect this temporary stronghold, Li Chang interrupted. But there are no buts. Li Chang's voice rose sharply as he fixed an intense gaze upon Zhao Mingwei. The atmosphere within the control room grew heavy. At that moment, a hesitant voice from outside interrupted. It was Lin Xiaoyu. Instructor Li, the child has calmed down. Let us proceed, Li Chang remarked, patting Zhao Mingwei's shoulder. Inquire about the specifics and investigate how Gung Yunlong perished. I refuse to believe that Arshinda squad members would die without purpose. With that, he stepped out of the control room first. Outside, in the makeshift tent, Sun Shin was sipping from a cup of hot tea, taking small sips. Though his complexion remained somewhat pale, his demeanor had evidently settled. Upon seeing Li Chang and Zhao Mingwei in military attire enter, he hastily set down his cup and rose to his feet. Uncle Soldier, are you going to rescue Uncle Wei? His voice was filled with excitement, and even his pale face showed a hint of color. Li Chang pressed him back into his chair, urging him to calm down. First, please tell us what you have experienced, so we can prepare ourselves. All right then, Sun Qing said, slightly disappointed, yet he began to recount his ordeal. I was part of the group that crossed over yesterday. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a dim valley surrounded by unfamiliar trees. I was utterly panicked. He shook his head in self-deprecation. To be honest, I was quite looking forward to this adventure at first. I truly believed I would become an invincible superhero upon arriving here. Isn't that how it's portrayed in novels and television? Moreover, I am an exceptional player in both combat scenarios and survival games, and armed with my issued weapon, I thought it was finally my moment to shine. However, when that unknown beast charged at me, I couldn't even fire my gun. I abandoned my weapon and backpack and fled, but it still caught up with me and knocked me to the ground. It was Uncle Wei who saved me. He suddenly appeared and killed the beast. Later, he led me in and escaped from the valley, assuring me that once we were out, we would find other teams. Yet, at the mouth of the valley, we were surrounded by a pack of beasts. Uncle Wei handed me his wristband and instructed me to seek out soldiers like him, telling me to hide in a tree while he drew the beast away. I ran desperately toward the valley's exit, finally managing to break free. After that, I randomly chose a direction and ran, wanting nothing more than to distance myself from that valley. At this moment, fear washed over Sun Cheng's face, clearly recalling the next events vividly. At some point, I suddenly fell into a deep pit, and something at the bottom awaited my descent. I screamed for help. And just as I was about to fall completely in, Uncle Gung leaped in, grabbing me and tossing me out, but he was dragged down by the creature. Uncle Gung shot the monster at the bottom of the pit, but his legs were gruesomely mangled. 56. Waiting. Sun Qing suddenly broke down in tears. When Uncle Gung crawled out with his bloodied legs, his first words were to ask if I was hurt. He mentioned that he was also part of the second group to cross over, and it took him a considerable effort to find me after hearing my cries for help. His off-road vehicle was parked at the edge of the pit, with the engine still running. He had jumped directly from the vehicle to save me. To stop the bleeding, Uncle Gung had me use a knife to sever his 2 legs. Sun Qing trembled as he extended his hands, as if he could still feel that moment. The surrounding people fell silent, with Su Qianxia and Lin Xiaoyu even sobbing, while even Dr. Sun and Sun Qiming couldn't help but wipe away tears from the corners of their eyes. Later, Uncle Gung instructed me to move to the back of his vehicle and taught me how to drive. Sun Qing paused for a moment before continuing. Perhaps due to the sin of blood, I had yet to master the skill when a multitude of wolves surged toward us. Uncle Gung urged me to drive while he fired at the approaching wolves from within the cabin. However, the number of wolves only increased, prompting him to use the vehicle's communication device to call for help, yet there was no response. Just as I was on the verge of despair, a voice emanated from the machine. Sun Chung gestured towards Li Chong, who stood nearby. Subsequently, Uncle Gung tossed his wristband to me and leaped onto a wolf, rolling off the vehicle and causing an explosion. Sun Qing began to weep anew, his voice trembling as he recounted how the wolves suddenly perished. And he soared through the air to stand before me. He suddenly shouted, his voice choked with tears, "Why didn't you arrive sooner? If you had come earlier, Uncle Gung would still be alive." Lin Xiaoyu hurried over to comfort Sun Chung, although she herself was also in tears. Wang Lei and Zhao Mingwei turned away, gazing up at the distant sky. "Comrade, may your journey be peaceful." After a long while, Sun Qing regained his composure. He looked at Li Chang with hopeful eyes and asked, "Uncle, can we go rescue Uncle Wei now?" Zhao Mingwei quickly turned to look at Li Chang, his eagerness barely contained. "No," Li Chang slowly shook his head. "At least not now." "Why?" Sun Qing, filled with emotion, stood before Li Chang. "Aren't you comrades? Aren't you comrades?" His questions pierced Li Chang's heart like a sharp thorn. Li Chang's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning pale as he slowly turned away, his eyes swirling with unspeakable pain. "It's too far, and according to your description, there are numerous wild beasts in that valley. Our current strength is simply insufficient to confront them. What purpose would it serve to send just a few people to march to their deaths?" Tears continued to stream down Sun Cheng's face, but he bit his lip, refusing to cry out. He fixed his gaze on Li Chang, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "Are we to simply wait? Wait for Uncle Wei to meet the same fate as Uncle Gung?" Li Chang's breath hitched slightly as he closed his eyes, as if suppressing a tumult of emotions. Finally, he took a deep breath, crouched down, and met Sun Cheng's gaze. "Listen, kid. It's not that I don't want to save him, but seeking death does not equate to saving someone, understand? Moreover, Old Wei has probably already sacrificed himself." "No, he hasn't," Sun Chen shouted. Li Chang grasped his shoulders firmly, enunciating each word. "It's time to grow up, kid. Old Wei has already fallen. When he handed you the wristband, he likely prepared himself for the ultimate sacrifice. The wristband is the sole means of communication and tracking. Without it, locating someone in that valley is utterly impossible. Do you think Old Wei was unaware of this? He had long since entrusted his solitary hope for survival to you." Sun Chen was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Li Chang, his lips quivering yet unable to utter a single word. "Captain, you may be going a bit too far. He is merely 14, still just a child." Zhao Mingwei's words were abruptly interrupted by Li Chang. "Child? What child? There are no children in this cursed place. To survive under such conditions and in this environment, one cannot remain a child. You go rest. Tomorrow, you will work alongside others." With that, Li Chang strode out of the tent. Zhao Mingwei let out a bitter smile, patted Sun Chung on the shoulder, and hurried after Li Chang. Not far from the tent, Li Chang was cleaning the bloodstains from the cat cart that Sun Ching had driven. The remnants of blood in the cart had nearly coagulated, and the metallic scent of blood was overwhelmingly pungent. If this odor was allowed to linger, it would inevitably attract various beasts, jeopardizing the safety of their stronghold. Li Chang first covered the bloodstains with dirt, then tirelessly kneaded it until the remnants of blood and earth were amalgamated. He excavated the blood-soaked earth and filled it into a large hole that had already been dug. Zhao Mingwei, who had followed him out, assisted him. "Captain, you really went a bit too far just now," Zhao Mingwei remarked while filling the earth, casting a glance at Li Chang. "I understand your intentions, but, Sai? Never mind." Shaking his head, Zhao Mingwei continued with his task. After a considerable time had passed, as the blood-soaked earth appeared to be adequately dealt with, he could no longer contain himself. "Captain, is there truly no way to save Old Wei? He might still be alive." Li Chang sighed, his voice heavy with helplessness. "No. With our current state, it is simply impossible. I wish I could save him. Yet, the reality is stark. Our resources are limited, our personnel insufficient, and we know nothing of the situation in the valley. Acting recklessly would not only fail to rescue Old Wei, but would also endanger everyone. Are we to do nothing then?" Zhao Mingwei spoke with anguish. "No, there is much we can do." Li Chang added more loose earth to the filled hole, then stamped it down firmly. "We can improve our stronghold, repair the various instruments within, charge the solar batteries, and organize all our weaponry. And then we shall wait." Li Chang pressed down the last bit of protruding earth, speaking in an eerily calm tone. We shall wait for the next wave of travelers to join us. We shall wait for more weapons and equipment to arrive. We shall wait for other teams to locate us. We shall wait until we can eradicate every last beast from that accursed valley, leaving not a trace. 57. Special Travelers. All right, enough talk. Go tend to your tasks. There is little time left before the next batch of travelers arrives. Li Chang patted Zhao Mingwei on the shoulder before leaping into the small vehicle to drive it to the perimeter of the base. With this addition, the base now boasted 5 vehicles, though only 4 individuals were adept at driving. This vehicle would serve as a spare at the temporary tent, apart from Sun Cheng. Everyone else had left the tent to assume their respective duties. Professor Han continued to annotate the surrounding map with Sun Qiming and Su Qianxia, while Wang Lei and his team were busy transporting water. 5 large collapsible water tanks had already been set up at the base, ensuring a week's supply, even with additional personnel. Wu Hao struggled to move the gathered supplies to enhance the base's capabilities. 3 vehicles equipped with makeshift soil units were stationed in 3 directions, forming the first line of defense around the central point of Swearin No. 1. Instructor Lin Xiaoyu hurried over. It seemed that, for some time now, everyone in their group, except Zhao Mingwei, referred to Li Chang as instructor. The young man had already rested, appearing weary from the lack of sleep since he learned he would be among the first groups to traverse. In truth, the boy had endured much. Dr. Wu had examined him and found numerous bruises and contusions all over his body, even a few minor fractures, yet he showed no signs of distress. Li Chang waved his hand, interrupting Lin Xiaoyu. Rest assured, I am aware. The boy had completed the entrusted task, after all. Li Chang gazed at the bustling crowd in the distance, his expression calm and profound. The fact that he has persevered until now is already a testament to his strength. He spoke softly. When he awakens, please convey these words to him. Understood, Instructor Li. Lin Xiaoyu saluted, albeit imperfectly, before jogging off to assist Wu Hao in organizing the camp. Li Chang smiled and began his own tasks. Blue Star Time, June 17th, 23:50, Swearin No. 1 temporary base, Captain, I am ready. Zhao Mingwei's voice emerged from the communicator. He was fully armed, seated in the driver's seat of the small vehicle, poised for departure. In the other 3 directions, Wang Lei and Wu Hao were also prepared to set off, each operating their respective vehicles. Maintain communication and stay alert to the target's position. Li Chang instructed, his focus unwavering as he scrutinized the screen before him. He had deployed reconnaissance balloons across various nodes and had prepared emergency drones for launch. The third wave of travelers was about to arrive. As seconds ticked by, 2 red dots suddenly appeared on the screen. M00438212235 and T001423547 Li Chang's eyes widened at the sight of the 2 identifiers. The T designation. It was located 91 kilometers southwest of Swearin. He immediately seized the communicator. Zhao Mingwei, proceed to the coordinates I have sent you, and take Dr. Zhou with you. Exercise caution and move swiftly. Zhao Mingwei was momentarily taken aback by the command. Yet he swiftly regained his composure, pulling the somewhat bewildered Dr. Zhou along as they proceeded towards their objective. Li Chang attempted to establish communication through another wristband. As soon as it rang once, the line connected, and a slightly flustered male voice emerged. Hello, I am. Stay calm. This is the Swearin No. 1 outpost of the Eastern Army. I am Commander Li Chang. Is there any danger in your vicinity? No, none. Do you have a vehicle or any other means of transportation? None either. It seemed that Li Chang's voice instilled a sense of courage in the other party. As his tone gradually steadied, then please remain in place without moving, ensuring your safety. We will be there shortly. Stay vigilant as per your training. Okay, no problem. But please hurry. After concluding the communication, Li Chang immediately contacted Wang Lei. Wang Lei, there is another individual located 108 kilometers to the southwest. He has no vehicle. Please go with Sun Qiming to assist him. Drones will provide full cover for you. Rest assured, brotherly, leave it to us. With Wang Lei's boisterous voice, he and Sun Qiming set off towards their target. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingwei drove the vehicle at full speed. Although Dr. Zhou was uncertain about the reason for his involvement, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Soon, the target appeared before them, a gray, box-like structure standing over a meter tall, entirely devoid of seams or any visible contents. Zhao Mingwei parked the vehicle beside the box, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Once assured of safety, he led Dr. Zhou to the side of the box. Before Dr. Zhou could inquire, Zhao Mingwei reached out and unfastened several special latches around the box, subsequently lifting its lid. A wail erupted from within. Recognizing the familiar sound, Dr. Zhou hurriedly peered inside to find a modified NICU incubator housing an infant, no more than a few months old, who was crying inconsolably. Meanwhile, at the Central C, the Special Emergency Command Center, Li Yunshu wore a grave expression as he examined the report in his hands. Just moments ago, the third batch of travelers had set forth, but notably, among them were 5 infants under 1 year of age. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the sight of the 5 little ones in the photographs weighed heavily upon him. These infants possessed no survival capabilities, without immediate assistance from others. Their chances of survival were grim. "Yushu, do not worry," Chief of Staff Ding approached and patted him on the shoulder. "You have done your utmost, and we have executed all possible preparations. These little ones will be safe. The enclosed shell does not attract any beastly attacks, and the life support system within can ensure their survival for 3 days. Trust in our warriors." Li Yunshu took a deep breath and gently placed the report on the table. "Chief of Staff Ding, you are right. This is significantly improved compared to our previous situation." Meanwhile, at the temporary outpost of Swearin 1, Zhao Mingwei had brought the infant back along with the box. Dr. Zhou carefully lifted the baby from the incubator, soothing him gently. The child's cries gradually transformed into soft whimpers, his large, curious eyes surveying the unfamiliar faces around him. What a resilient little one. Lin Xiaoyu, with reddened eyes, gazed at the infant's tiny face, reflecting on such a young age. Li Cheng stood nearby, his usually stern expression softening with rare tenderness. "The child is fortunate. The landing was not far from us." 58. Hope and Crisis. Although everyone understood that this infant would only bring complications to the current outpost, no one displayed any sign of impatience. Li Cheng stepped past the crowd to the box, quickly disassembling the entire outer shell with the skill he had honed in training. Although he was aware of the existence of such a device, he had not anticipated encountering one so soon. Inside the box, apart from the now empty NICU incubator, was a life support system and a package. The life support system contained prepared breast milk, connected via a silicone tube to a nipple situated beside the infant's head, allowing him to feed with a slight turn of his neck. Surrounding the incubator were bags serving as padding, containing vacuum-sealed formula, seemingly enough to sustain the little one for 6 to 8 months. Li Cheng opened the package to find some baby clothes, among which lay a wristband inscribed with the name Qinshin, along with a photograph. In the picture, a young couple held the baby, smiling blissfully at the camera. The back of the photo bore a letter. "His name is Qinshin. He is just 2 months and 7 days old. Kind-hearted person, whoever you are, please save him. If you can rescue him, I am willing to serve you for a lifetime. I beg you." The handwriting was somewhat blurred, as if soaked in some liquid. Li Cheng's fingers instinctively tightened around the photograph, causing the paper to crinkle slightly as he stared at the couple's joyful smiles, his throat tightening. "Captain, this is..." Zhao Mingwei leaned in from the side, his gaze falling upon the photograph in Li Cheng's hand. Meanwhile, the infant in Dr. Zhou's arms had fallen asleep, his chubby cheeks flushed, breathing steadily, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Li Cheng took a deep breath, solemnly tucking the photograph into his inner pocket. When he turned to face the others, his voice had grown cold. "Does anyone have any objections regarding this infant? He cannot contribute to our stronghold and will, to some extent, be a burden to us." Li Cheng's words instantaneously froze the air around them. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, and even Dr. Zhou, holding the infant, took a few steps back. Lin Xiaoyu spread her arms wide, resembling a mother hen shielding her chick, standing in front of Dr. Zhou to obstruct Li Cheng's gaze toward the baby. "Li, Instructor Li, I will take good care of this infant. I promise he will not cause any trouble. I beg you, please do not expel him." "Indeed, brotherly, he is merely a baby. It is unreasonable." Wang Lei chimed in, and even the newcomer he had just brought back, still bewildered by the situation, instinctively positioned himself beside him. Except for Zhao Mingwei. Nearly everyone in the stronghold gazed at Li Cheng with pleading eyes, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift slightly. "This is how we, the people of Donghua, should be." Li Cheng took 2 steps back, revealing the contents of the box. "Then I entrust you with his care. These are provisions and clothing prepared for him. By the way, his name is Qinshin. Remember to call him that." He then stepped forward again, approaching Dr. Zhou, extending his hand to gently touch the baby's small face with his fingertip. "Do not worry, little one. You shall surely meet your parents once more. You must persevere." Uncertain whether the infant understood Li Cheng's words or was merely dreaming sweetly, the baby lay in Dr. Zhou's embrace, breaking into a delightful smile. That smile radiated like a ray of sunshine, warming the hearts of all present and instilling a glimmer of hope. Time flew by swiftly. and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The temporary camp of Swearin No. 1 had undergone a remarkable transformation, truly taking on the appearance of a fortified settlement. Surrounding the camp were 15 vehicles equipped with rudimentary earthen units, along with 2 standard earthen units and 4 cat vehicles, 2 of which were outfitted with firepower modules. The stronghold was no longer as it had once been. It had evolved into a structure centered around Swearin No. 1, with several wooden cabins radiating outward. Throughout the past week, the Swearin No. 1 stronghold had welcomed 37 individuals from Donghua, 4 of whom were military personnel, including 2 members of the Shinda team. To the left of the stronghold, several patches of vegetable gardens had been planted, brought by an agricultural expert who had arrived a few days prior, featuring seeds that might adapt to this otherworldly environment. To the right lay a large array of racks, piled high with the game hunted and plants foraged in recent days. A large water reservoir had been excavated in the center. This was accomplished by a member of the Shinta team who arrived on the 5th day, utilizing the earthen unit he brought along. It was already filled with fresh water. Beside the reservoir, an earthen unit was purifying the water and transferring it into several large foldable tanks nearby, less than 3 kilometers from the stronghold. A considerable number of foreign traversers had congregated, nearly 100 in total. After being denied entry into the Donghua camp, they established their own encampment adjacent to it. They are not devoid of weapons and equipment. However, the surrounding sentry units and the drones and mechanical wolves patrolling the area are sufficient to dissuade any nefarious intentions. Those foreign traversers unwilling to approach the outpost of the Easterners have congregated around that doomsday bunker. The proprietor of the bunker has lured many individuals with provisions and supplies, forming a camp that encircles the stronghold. Li Chang and his comrades have not entirely neglected those foreign traversers. Once they amassed sufficient manpower, they cleared the surrounding beast horde, even vanquishing a colossal creature, thus allowing for the presence of so many people. Regrettably, despite the passage of 9 days, Li Chang has yet to establish a connection with other Swearin systems. This world appears to be far larger than they had anticipated. Due to the variable number of traversers appearing, Sun Qiming has been unable to ascertain the precise dimensions of this realm. However, even using the most conservative estimates, it is evident that this place exceeds Blue Star's size by at least 2-fold. On June 24th, at 6 o'clock in the evening, Li Chang, deep in thought within the control room of Swearin 1, was abruptly roused by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Before he could respond, Sun Qiming's anxious voice resonated from outside. "Instructor Li, come quickly. We have discovered a very dangerous sign. 59, cause of the beast tide. Instructor Li, look." Sun Qiming retrieved a segment of video footage he had recorded via a reconnaissance balloon during this period. The video depicted a multitude of various otherworldly creatures racing in frenzied unison toward a common destination. Initially, there were only a few smaller animals, but soon their numbers swelled. And these creatures, typically predatory in nature, were coexisting without conflict. Professor Dong, an expert in animal ecology who had arrived at the outpost 5 days prior, asserted that this was unequivocally abnormal. Li Chang quickly scrolled through several clips that Sun Qiming had captured over the past few days. Indeed, it began with just a handful of small creatures exhibiting no peculiarities, but as the numbers escalated, a mingling of species became evident. Location? How far away? To the southwest. Approximately 200 kilometers, Sun Qiming promptly pulled up a map. Li Chang scrutinized the marked position on the map, his brow furrowed in concern. 200 kilometers to the southwest lies an expansive plain teeming with ferocious beasts. The armored wolves that had previously pursued Sun Qing and his group were one of its notorious residents. At the edge of that plain is the valley recorded by Old Wei's wristband. Did Professor Dong mention what might have caused this phenomenon? Li Chang inquired in a low voice. Sun Qiming shook his head. Professor Dong only stated that this occurrence defies natural laws. Predators and prey cannot coexist peacefully without reason, nor can they migrate collectively. He suspects it may be due to some common threat, one substantial enough to suppress their inherent instincts. Li Chang's fingers lightly tapped on the map, his expression growing increasingly grave. A common threat. He softly echoed Professor Dong's words. A myriad of possibilities flashing through his mind. The phenomenon that could cause diverse species to flee en masse, even suppressing their predatory instincts, could not possibly be attributed to a mere natural disaster. Although the ecology of this other world differed from that of Earth, the fundamental behaviors of its inhabitants still adhered to the law of the survival of the fittest. Unless, attention everyone, immediate heightened vigilance is required, especially in the southwestern defense. Li Chang decisively seized the broadcasting equipment to issue orders. Tang Yao and Zhao Mingwei. You two take the armored vehicle to scout the area closest to these coordinates. Bring ample ammunition and portable drones and depart at once. Exercise caution. Soon. Tang Yao and Zhao Mingwei maneuvered the firepower-equipped vehicle toward their target, while another member of the Shinta team, accompanied by two comrades, began fortifying the southwestern perimeter of the camp. They utilized 2 units of the resting soil as nodes, linking them with 10 makeshift units, and strategically placed 3 layers of barbed steel netting connected to a power source in between. Li Chang monitored the situation from above with an attack drone, remaining vigilant to everything around them. The area near the outpost had been cleared of various animals, allowing for rapid progress. Within an hour, they were nearing their objective. Captain Li, you called for me? At that moment, Professor Dong entered the control room. He was an elderly man with a head of silver hair, renowned in the East for his expertise in animal ecology. Professor Dong, your timing is impeccable. Li Chang gestured for him to take his place at the screen. What do you believe is the most likely cause of the animal migration phenomenon observed by Sun Qiming? Professor Dong squinted at the screen as Tang Yao and his team were approaching the designated location. Adjusting his glasses, he scrutinized the video. In the footage, herds of otherworldly creatures were charging forward with astonishing order, including species that were natural enemies. This reminds me of the Great Migrations on Earth. Professor Dong pointed at a corner of the screen, but the crucial distinction is that migrations on Earth are seasonal behaviors, while these creatures are evidently fleeing for their lives. He then pulled up another segment of infrared imagery. Observe the fluctuations in these animals' body temperatures. They are exceedingly elevated, far surpassing the usual observations. This indicates their adrenaline levels are extraordinarily high, potentially injuring their bodies. It is sufficient proof that the threat they face is profoundly terrifying, compelling them to disregard their own physical harm in a desperate flight. On the other side of the screen, not far from the beastly tide, what in the world is happening? Zhao Mingwei exclaimed, eyes wide on the armored vehicle as he beheld the torrential wave of beasts. Herds of otherworldly creatures were racing forward at an alarming speed, many of them natural foes, with several animals already frothing at the mouth, showing no signs of halting. Occasionally, one could witness some ferocious beasts collapsing, trampled into mere pulp by the surging horde. Tang Yao, maintain vigilance of the surroundings. Zhao Mingwei, operate the drone to scout the source of the beast tide. The communicator relayed Li Chang's orders. Tang Yu promptly mounted the vehicle's machine gun, while Zhao Mingwei began maneuvering the drone towards the direction in which the herd of beasts was stampeding. The drone's footage was transmitted to the control room screen via the vehicle's system. Li Chang and Professor Dong intently observed the real-time images relayed by the drone. As the drone ventured deeper, the scale of the beast horde became increasingly astonishing. Thousands of otherworldly creatures seemed to be driven by an invisible whip, frantically fleeing forward. Among them were not only armored wolves but also numerous colossal beasts exceeding 10 meters in size. At the rear of the horde lay an ever-expanding black line. Any creature, be it armored wolf or giant beast, caught by that line would collapse in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Get closer. Li Chang's voice was hoarse, a foreboding feeling creeping over him. The camera zoomed in, and the black line gradually became indistinct, ultimately transforming into countless small black dots. These were myriad tiny beasts, surging forward like a tidal wave, capable of devouring a massive otherworldly creature to the bone in the blink of an eye. Damn it, it really is that cursed thing. Both Li Chang and Professor Dong exclaimed in unison. Li Chang had witnessed it during the initial training, while Professor Dong had participated in discussions regarding countermeasures against these high-risk otherworldly creatures. This was the most deadly ordinary creature in the memory of Li Yinshu, one that disregarded all obstacles in its path. Any being pursued by it would be consumed in the blink of an eye. Numerous human settlements had perished under the onslaught of this creature. Tang Yao, retreat immediately. Do not draw the attention of the horde. Sun Qiming, mobilize all nearby reconnaissance balloons for comprehensive monitoring of the herd's movements. Calculate the speed of their advance and prepare for the worst. 60, Black Tide, Mo. Damn it. According to the data, it is not even the breeding season for Mo. Why are they appearing? Professor Dong murmured. Instructor Li, we must take immediate action to divert the Mo away from the camp, or the losses will be catastrophic. He quickly glanced at Li Chang. Li Chang did not respond but remained fixated on the screen before him. Mo was the term for those black little beasts, notorious for their insatiable appetite, consuming any organic matter indiscriminately and fearlessly. As the reconnaissance balloons were positioned, the trajectory of the horde was calculated, moving from the southwest towards the east. If they did not alter their course, they would not pass by the camp. He breathed a sigh of relief, only to furrow his brow again. That direction was precisely where the Eagle family's doomsday bunker was located. Li Chang calculated that if the current direction and speed continued, the horde would reach the doomsday bunker within 3 hours at most. Send a message to the bunker, informing them that a horde will be passing through their location, and advise them to prepare in advance. A message has reached us from those Easterners, indicating that a beast tide is approaching, urging us to prepare for evasion. At the perimeter camp of the doomsday bunker, a burly Caucasian dialed a direct line to the outside of the bunker. Beast tide? What in the world could that be? Lucas on the other end furrowed his brow. Ensure the camp is on high alert. I shall investigate with a drone. No problem, boss. Observing that Lucas did not open the bunker's main door but instead launched a drone from the ejection port, the burly man's eyes flickered with disappointment, though he did not express it. Once Lucas hung up the phone, he could not help but scoff. Beast tide? What psychological warfare are the Easterners engaging in now? He turned towards the bunker's surveillance room, his fingers impatiently tapping the drone control panel. The real-time footage transmitted by the drone flickered on the screen. At first, it merely showed a vast throng of various beasts galloping wildly. Lucas adjusted the focus, and the image gradually became clearer. What in the world? His brow furrowed further. On the screen, a black tide was moving with astonishing speed, and wherever it passed, the pursued beasts vanished as if erased by an eraser. Lucas zoomed in on the image, finally discerning the true nature of these creatures, countless fist-sized black entities resembling mutated rats, yet possessing 6 legs and a pair of sharp pincers. Their mode of movement was chilling. As those in the front devoured all organic matter, those behind immediately followed, akin to a tide that consumed everything in its path. Damn it! Lucas's complexion turned pale in an instant, and he scrambled away from the drone control station in a panic. Meanwhile, the burly man, who had been waiting by the phone, received no response from Lucas. As he idly whistled and observed the camp's inhabitants at play, the doomsday bunker before him suddenly stirred. All ventilation openings sealed automatically, and even the drone ejection port closed without waiting for the drone's return. Boss. The burly man hastily grabbed the phone. But no matter how he dialed, there was no response from the other side. In a fit of rage, he smashed the direct line phone against the outer wall of the bunker. At this point, he could hardly be oblivious to the fact that the damned turtle had no intention of caring for their lives. Just when he was on the verge of deceiving that fellow into opening the shell, this calamity occurred. The burly man glanced around. His earlier actions had not drawn much attention, so he quietly sought out a few of his staunch subordinates. Before long, he and 5 of his lieutenants commandeered the camp's 5 available vehicles, fleeing in the opposite direction under the pretense of going hunting. At the Swearin-1 base, everyone is fully prepared as copious amounts of food are being loaded onto vehicles equipped with rudimentary soil units. 15 makeshift units form a vast square, with 2 soil units positioned at the forefront. These 2 units have been combined and have entered a completely sealed state. The elderly and infants within the camp have already taken refuge inside. Should the situation turn dire, all makeshift soil units will also seal themselves. The actions of the beasts are swift. They do not linger in areas stripped bare, nor do they exhibit any interest in the metallic materials that comprise the shell of the soil units. 3 kilometers away, another nation's camp has received the news and is now relocating in a direction away from the beast tide. Li Chang remains in the control room of the Swearin-1, which has reverted from its deployed state back to that of a container. He is intently observing the advancing direction of the beast tide, which is moving at approximately 60 kilometers per hour, maintaining its course toward the doomsday bunker camp. The images relayed by the reconnaissance balloon leave Li Chang momentarily stunned. The camp appears chaotic, with no evident preparation against the approaching tide. A sudden, urgent roar awakens the sentinel responsible for observing the surroundings. Before he can fully rouse from his stupor, he sees a wave on the horizon surging toward him with astonishing speed. "Oh my God!" the sentinel exclaims, desperately sounding the alarm. The people in the camp finally realize something is amiss as the ground begins to tremble, the intensity increasing. With a thunderous crash, the stampeding beasts demolish the camp's outer makeshift barriers, rushing through. The inhabitants, paralyzed by terror, brace for death, only to discover that these once ferocious wolves and titanic creatures do not assault them. Rather, they merely rush past, preoccupied with their own escape. Aside from a few unfortunate souls trampled underfoot, most suffer no severe injuries. Yet, before they can fully comprehend their narrow escape, the ominous shadow trailing the beast tide surges in. Without even a scream, The inhabitants of the Doomsday Bunker vanish from this world, like snowflakes falling into boiling water. The black tide sweeps through the entire camp, but a small portion remains, encircling the Doomsday Bunker as if sensing the food within. In an inconspicuous corner of the bunker, a breach has already been created. It is an external sewage outlet, and within the murky waters below, a half-decayed corpse emits an odor that draws the black tide. 61. You reap what you sow. Boss, are we really just leaving like this? One of the subordinates in the speeding vehicle cannot help but inquire of the burly white man. Tom has located the sewage passage of the bunker and has opened a breach. If given 2 more days, he is certain he can gain entry. Although they were ostensibly subordinates, the 5 of them were not acquainted with one another. Upon entering Lucas's encampment, they swiftly recognized each other amidst the throng. They shared an unmistakable essence akin to hyenas. They were kindred spirits. The most well-equipped and robust among them, Andrew, naturally ascended to the role of their leader. Their allegiance to Lucas's camp was solely driven by the ambition to seize his Doomsday Bunker. Stay here and await death? Andrew, the burly white man, scoffed. Despite being a coward, he possessed a keen instinct for danger. The last time, when the Easterners downed a drone, he had incessantly lamented it. This time, with no concern for retrieving the new drone, did they truly intend to remain in the camp and await their demise? Moreover, could they not see what lay ahead? Andrew gestured towards the approaching horde of beasts. Yet to abandon it? Tom expressed his reluctance. That bunker represents a fortress of survival. Securing it would alleviate our struggles for a considerable time. He was acutely aware of the substantial price he had paid to locate the sewage passage. Abandon? Never. Andrew chuckled. Once the fools in the camp are eradicated, that man will inevitably seek assistance to understand the outside world. We can easily return then. And where shall we flee? Another subordinate inquired. The farther from the camp, the better. Once everything settles, we shall return. Should we not seize the opportunity to lure those creatures towards the Easterners' camp? The same subordinate suggested, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Do you wish for death? The Easterners have declared that any unwarranted approach to their camp will be treated as an act of hostility. Andrew pointed to the sky. Above, several attack drones circled ominously over the Easterners' encampment. Any movement within a certain range would provoke merciless retaliation. Let us depart. The Easterners are not our current concern. Our priority is to secure that Doomsday Bunker. By the way, Tom, your entrance will remain undiscovered, correct? That shall be our gateway into the bunker. Discovered? Impossible, Tom assured with a thump on his chest. The opening is no larger than a fist, and I have camouflaged both sides meticulously. No ordinary person would ever detect it. Even if they did, they would merely assume it to be a hidden ventilation shaft of the bunker. However, Tom remained blissfully unaware of the dire situation surrounding the seemingly foolproof entrance. The area around the Doomsday Bunker was densely encircled by a swarm of monstrous creatures, their agitation palpable as they were enveloped by the pervasive scent of decaying food emanating from the colossal stone before them. Yet, no entrance could be found, driving them to a frenzy. They scoured every inch of the bunker, and suddenly, one creature's sharp foot became ensnared in a flipped cover. A more intense aroma of food wafted forth from the partially opened aperture. The horde of ink gluttons momentarily ceased all activity, then scrambled eagerly into the suddenly revealed opening. Within the bunker, Lucas sought to reassure himself. It's all right. This bunker is my masterpiece. As long as it remains sealed, those creatures cannot possibly enter. He continually bolstered his spirits, gradually restoring his composure. Gurgling sounds echoed as Lucas furrowed his brow and clutched his abdomen. The tumultuous emotional upheaval and pressure rendered his stomach exceedingly uneasy. After a moment's hesitation, he made his way to the bunker's restroom. Sitting upon the toilet, he endeavored to relax. The restroom was exquisitely designed, with a ventilation system swiftly expelling any unpleasant odors. Yet, today's scent struck him as peculiar. Perhaps it is merely the stress, he murmured, pressing the flush button. I shall order you more food. Lucas fixated on the vanishing waste. Brooke's body had been discarded in the receptacle below, awaiting its transformation into organic fertilizer along with the refuse. The sound of rushing water filled the air, but soon after, he discerned an unusual noise, like countless tiny claws scuttling along the interior walls of the bunker's piping. Lucas froze, abruptly rising and fixating on the toilet. Impossible. This cannot be happening. His voice quivered. In the next instant, a surge of black tide erupted from the toilet, an overwhelming swarm of ink gluttons. Lured by the scent from the sewer pipes, they had traversed through the hole excavated by Tom and infiltrated the bunker's waste recycling system. Now, they had found their exit. Lucas let out a terrified scream and dashed toward the restroom's exit. However, the ink gluttons were swifter. Several larger ones had already leapt onto his calves, their sharp appendages piercing through his trousers and into his flesh. The excruciating pain causing him to stagger perilously close to falling. Get away! Get away! He frantically swatted at the ink gluttons on his legs. But more continued to surge forth from the toilet, cascading across the floor like a tide of black ink. Stumbling out of the restroom, Lucas desperately fled deeper into the bunker. Thousands of ink gluttons pursued him, unwilling to relinquish this imminent feast. Lucas felt a profound loathing for his past self, having insisted that Brooke agree to forego any sealed doors within the bunker for the sake of easier ambush. Now, he was left to reap the bitter consequences of that decision. As the swarm of ink gluttons closed in on him, a sudden spark of inspiration struck Lucas. He charged directly into the wall ahead. A folding door swung open, and he vanished into the wall. Inside the secret chamber, Lucas gasped for breath. This was the clandestine refuge he had constructed to seize the doomsday bunker, and in a flurry, he secured the folding door, collapsing onto the floor. Outside, the disoriented horde of ink gluttons stirred restlessly, resembling headless flies as they searched in vain for any trace of their previous quarry. At this moment, the swarm of Moda suddenly identified a more exquisite target, the bunker's storage facility, filled with an abundance of resources sufficient to sustain an individual for over 2 decades. An extensive array of provisions within a sealed environment transformed the bunker into a new sanctuary for the Moda swarm. They arrived with astonishing swiftness and departed just as quickly, vanishing from sight like a dark tide within a mere 2 hours, leaving behind a stark white expanse. At the Swearin No. 1 camp, Li Chang, who had been vigilantly monitoring the movement of the black tide, finally exhaled in relief, thanks to timely sealing and the considerable distance. This particular black tide did not target their location. Professor Dong, the Moda swarm leaves immediately after consuming an area, rarely lingering for long. Li Chang conveyed as he transmitted his observations to Professor Dong and subsequently issued the command to lift the lockdown. As per Li Chang's directives, the previously sealed units of the Shi Rang opened one by one, reverting to operational status. The group emerged from the units, gazing apprehensively in the direction from which the Moda had vanished. This creature is truly terrifying, Sun Chiming shuddered involuntarily. If only we could procure a few samples. Professor Dong lamented. During their strategy discussions, they had only devised a temporary plan for dealing with this entity. Without physical specimens, it was challenging to formulate a comprehensive response. Wang Lei and his companions shook their heads vigorously, clearly wishing to avoid another encounter with such a creature. Professor Dong sighed, acknowledging the improbability of that. It was evident that this area lay within the hunting grounds of the Moda swarm, making a future encounter highly likely. We must find a way to obtain a few specimens and swiftly develop a countermeasure, he urged. Unfortunately, the Moda swarm would not squander any food. Despite some sustaining injuries or even perishing during the hunt, all remnants vanished into the mouths of their kin. Rest assured, Professor Dong, if the opportunity arises, we shall certainly assist you in acquiring a few Moda samples, Li Chang reassured as he joined the crowd. Behind him, Swearin No. 1 was gradually unfolding. The signal control range of the containerized Swearin No. 1 was limited to less than 100 kilometers, and with blue star time approaching midnight, preparations needed to be made promptly. Over 100 kilometers away, Andrew and his team were hastening towards the doomsday bunker. We must accelerate. We need to seize the bunker during this window, Andrew urged his subordinates. With midnight imminent, the Easterners would be occupied with welcoming their newcomers, presenting the ideal opportunity for them to take the bunker. Tom, take those with you and breach the entrance swiftly. I will divert that creature's attention, Andrew instructed. Once they entered the bunker camp, Andrew's team immediately split into 2 groups to commence their operation. Tom and his team proceeded towards the entrance, while Andrew seized the internal phone to contact the bunker's owner. Though the unusually pristine camp struck them as peculiar, they could not afford to dwell on such thoughts at the moment. Hello, is this the boss? Are you all right? We are the only survivors from the camp. How are you holding up? Andrew spoke directly into the receiver. However, the line that was usually connected now only emitted a busy tone. And no matter how many times Andrew redialed, there was no response. Meanwhile, Tom quickly arrived at the cave entrance with 3 others. The sight before him left Tom astounded. The entrance he had covered with a loose sheet was now exposed, and its size appeared larger than he remembered. What's wrong? One of his subordinates inquired upon noticing Tom's astonishment. Oh, it's nothing. It seems the sheet has fallen, but the entrance remains, Tom replied hastily. Hurry up. Boss Andrew can't hold on for long. If that coward notices, it will be trouble. If we fail to secure the bunker, Boss Andrew won't spare you," warned the subordinate. Tom couldn't help but shiver at the thought of Andrew's methods, feeling a tightening dread. "Rest assured, it will be fine. However, this is a wastewater treatment pool, so don't complain when you have to go in," Tom said, pressing his face against the entrance, preparing to widen it further. Yet, the usual acrid smell did not waft out as expected. Just as Tom felt puzzled, a shadow suddenly lunged out from the entrance. A piercing scream erupted, startling Andrew, who was still dialing the phone. It was Tom's voice. In an instant, Andrew recognized Tom's distinctive tone. What had happened? Had they breached the tunnel and encountered that coward? Andrew hastily dropped the phone, grabbing his weapon and rushing toward the source of the scream. Upon reaching the cave entrance, the scene that greeted him sent chills down his spine. Tom lay on his back, a gaping wound torn into his face. The other three subordinates were frantically firing into the entrance, bullets sparking in the darkness. "What is going on?" Andrew demanded sharply. "Something charged out from the cave. Tom has been taken down," one subordinate replied, his voice trembling. Andrew quickly glanced at the entrance, unsure if their overwhelming firepower had temporarily deterred whatever had emerged. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the doomsday bunker before them suddenly erupted with a deafening roar, and all vents and passageways swung open. Before they could react, countless shadows poured out from the bunker, knocking them to the ground. 5 minutes earlier, while Andrew began to make contact through the internal phone, Lucas in the secret chamber was engulfed in profound despair. He had not prepared any surplus food or water in the secret chamber. The last provisions had already been consumed. Moreover, he had sustained an injury to his leg, as the barbed appendages of the creature had seemingly ruptured a blood vessel, rendering the meager supplies within the chamber utterly insufficient for staunching the bleeding. The sounds emanating from outside indicated that the monsters had no intention of departing. The scraping of their limbs across the floor echoed like a death knell in Lucas's ears. At that moment, he heard Andrew's voice through the intercom from the adjacent room, followed shortly by the distant sound of gunfire from the sewage circulation pipes. An idea struck him. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and made his way to a button within the secret chamber. This button was designed to open all the passages of the bunker, a precaution Lucas had devised in case he failed to eliminate Brooker, and now it served its purpose. He pressed the button urgently. Indeed, the sounds of scraping limbs outside quickly faded, as the monsters had evidently found new prey. After a brief wait, ensuring that no further sounds emanated from outside, Lucas hastily opened the concealed door of the chamber. He intended to tend to his wound while seizing the opportunity to reclaim his bunker. However, he was taken aback by the scene outside. Everywhere he looked, there were dense clusters of eggs, and a creature, significantly larger than the ordinary, was glaring at him with blood-red eyes. "Welcome to Camp Sway Rin No. 1. I am Commander Li Chong." At the camp entrance, Li Chong, clad in military attire, saluted the 5 new arrivals with a precise military gesture. "You are indeed fortunate," Wang Lei remarked nearby. To be honest, had these compatriots arrived even slightly earlier, before the black tide had fully receded, I shudder to think of the circumstances they might have faced. The 5 individuals nodded in agreement. Upon their arrival, they had received communication, followed by the assistance of fellow compatriots, culminating in the existence of this camp. Was this not sheer luck? They gazed at Li Chang with gratitude, especially at the hint of red on his uniform's chest. "Wang Lei, I entrust you with the task of familiarizing them with the camp and integrating them into its construction efforts." Understanding the implications of Wang Lei's words, Li Chang refrained from voicing them explicitly and simply instructed Wang Lei to take care of them. The 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women, were ordinary people. As per their self-introductions and the data on their wristbands, 2 workers, a grassroots staff member, and 2 freelancers. They had brought 2 vehicles containing makeshift soil units, raising the total number of such units at the camp to 17. "Captain, you need to see this." Tang Yao suddenly approached with a serious demeanor, holding a drone controller. Without further ado, he handed the controller to Li Chang and pointed at the screen. "We might be in serious trouble." The screen displayed the doomsday bunker to the northeast of the camp, which was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. The perimeter fence of the camp lay in ruins, and even the temporary tents and wooden cabins within were in a state of disrepair. However, the vehicles belonging to the camp remained untouched outside, exhibiting no signs of damage. Strangely, the entrances and passages of the doomsday bunker, which had never been opened before, were now all ajar. "Captain, we have been closely monitoring the movements of this bunker camp. Recently, those vehicles that had evaded the black tide returned to the camp, and then Tang Yao retrieved a segment of surveillance footage. In the video, Li Chang witnessed Andrew and his group leaving and returning, as well as their division into two groups heading towards the Doomsday Bunker in different directions. Suddenly, an alarming scene unfolded before Li Chang's eyes. The bunker's passageway burst open, and countless ink creatures surged forth, engulfing Andrew and his companions before swiftly retreating back into the bunker. They had so many hiding inside that bunker, Li Chang exclaimed. In the control room of the Sui Rin No. 1, Li Chang and his team were intently watching the screen as they operated a small drone to scout the current situation of the bunker. There, descend, enter through that opening, Zhao Mingwei instructed, recalling his previous experience as he piloted a drone from the bunker's launch point. Li Chang and Professor Dong gathered beside him, observing the video feed transmitted in real time. The unfolding scene soon sent chills down their spines. Inside the bunker, countless ink creatures lay in a semi-dormant state, nearly occupying every inch of the floor. Seemingly startled by the drone's intrusion, many of the ink creatures awoke, waving their front pincers at the airborne device. Proceed further inside, but avoid getting too close to the ground. Maintain a safe distance from those creatures, Li Chang urged, feeling a surge of anxiety. Fortunately, the bunker was spacious enough, and with Zhao Mingwei's adept handling, the drone navigated past all the ink creatures, delving deeper into the bunker's interior. More and more ink creatures stirred awake, chasing the aerial intruder, which in turn roused even more of their kin. As the drone ventured deeper, the density of the ink creatures reached an astonishing level. They began to stack upon one another, attempting to reach the drone hovering above. Suddenly, at a corner, a multitude of ink creatures cascaded down from above, striking the drone and sending it crashing to the ground. The camera captured the last image before the drone fell, an expanse of tightly packed eggs, with a massive ink creature emitting a silent howl directed at the drone. The group stared at the now motionless screen, silence enveloping them for a long moment. Professor Dong, you are the expert in this area. What is your assessment? After a prolonged pause, Li Chang finally spoke, his voice hoarse. The ink creatures inside the bunker must be remnants left by the last black tide. They have evidently built a nest within the bunker, Professor Dong replied. Professor Dong's expression was exceedingly grave. From the video just witnessed, the number of ink monsters observed exceeded several thousand. If we were to factor in their eggs, the potential quantity would be even more alarming. This was akin to a ticking time bomb. Once those eggs hatched, this horde of ink monsters would undoubtedly launch an assault on everything around them. Professor Han, is there any way to seal those ink monsters within the bunker, preventing their escape? Li Chang inquired, glancing at Professor Han. It is quite difficult, Professor Han replied. The apocalyptic bunker has more than one exit, and many are concealed. From the footage, it is evident that all exits of the bunker have been opened, making it exceedingly challenging for us to locate and block these exits. Not to mention the substantial risk involved. Is there any method to directly eradicate those ink monsters? Li Chang pressed further. That is also quite challenging. Professor Han shook his head. While it may appear to be on the brink of collapse, the bunker truly lives up to its apocalyptic moniker. It can withstand a considerable degree of assault. Given the weaponry we currently possess, delivering a decisive blow to the bunker is virtually impossible. We cannot act recklessly. Professor Dong interjected. If we cannot strike with lethal precision, any provocation of those ink monsters will surely result in a chaotic surge towards us, potentially even attracting the black tide once more. Our understanding of the ink monsters is limited. We are unaware of their behavioral patterns, and we may inadvertently exacerbate the situation. The materials provided by Commander Li only include the appearance and danger level of the ink monsters. He too lacks an in-depth understanding of these creatures. Are we simply to ignore this situation? Li Chang furrowed his brow. You have all seen those eggs. Once they hatch, they will pose a significant threat to us, and we cannot afford to be complacent. I have a suggestion, Professor Dong said, gazing intently at Li Chang. I propose we capture a few samples of the ink monsters to facilitate research into countermeasures against these creatures. 64. Capturing samples must be done with utmost caution. We must not provoke the ink monsters, especially ensuring that we do not lure them towards the camp, Professor Dong reiterated beside Li Chang. Li Chang did not respond. He was wholly focused on piloting the transport drone towards the location of the apocalyptic bunker. Unlike previous flights, this time, the drone was suspended beneath a massive crate, repurposed from the box that had been brought along with Chen Chen. The material of this crate was exceptionally sturdy, capable of withstanding the gnawing of the ink monsters, making it suitable for capturing ink monster samples. Inside the crate lay the corpse of a mechanical wolf, strategically placed as bait to lure the ink monsters. Fortunately, Among the two workers who had joined the camp earlier, one was an 8th-level machinist, skilled in his craft. He had effortlessly constructed these tools. Not only the crate, but he had also devised a remote-controlled mechanism with simple tools, allowing the side panel of the crate to either open or lock shut. With precise control, it would be possible to trap any ink monsters lured inside. Li Chang maneuvered the drone to hover above the apocalyptic bunker, lowering a box at one of its exits. As one side of the box opened, the scent of the armored wolf's carcass wafted into the bunker. Before long, movement was detected in the corridor. As several nearby Mo Tiao surged forth, the target has appeared. Li Chang fixated on the screen, anxious not to miss the moment. I require at least 3 specimens. He heard Professor Dong whisper nervously beside him. Meanwhile, the other members of the Swearin 1 camp stood ready, all awaiting instructions within their makeshift earthen units, prepared to respond immediately should any unforeseen event arise. Soon, 2 Mo Tiao entered the box, beginning to tear into the armored wolf's body. Its formidable shell rendering as futile as paper before their ravenous assault. As the carcass was shredded into pieces, more Mo Tiao emerged from the corridor, rushing toward the box. The number of Mo Tiao that had entered the box rapidly exceeded 5, while over 10 remained clustered at the entrance. It's nearly time. Li Chang prepared to press the button to seal the Mo Tiao inside. Just then, a creature far larger than the ordinary Mo Tiao burst forth from the corridor. The other Mo Tiao seemed to cower in its presence, parting to allow it passage. The giant Mo Tiao approached the box and opened its mouth toward those still devouring the armored wolf's remains. In an eerie silence, the Mo Tiao ceased their feeding, even retreating deeper into the box, leaving the wolf's flesh exposed. The massive Mo Tiao closed its mouth and climbed into the box, joining the fray, where 4 Mo Tiao, 1 large and 3 small, were now present. Now is the moment. Li Chang would not let such an opportunity slip away. He immediately pressed the trigger. The hatch on one side of the box fell instantly, sealing it shut. In response to this sudden change, the large Mo Tiao opened its mouth again. Yet no sound emerged, inciting chaos among the surrounding Mo Tiao. They swarmed toward the box in droves. As the Mo Tiao drew nearer to the box, Li Chang swiftly ascended the drone, lifting the box skyward. Within the bunker's corridors, hordes of Mo Tiao rushed forth, heading directly for the box's location. The 3 Mo Tiao inside began to panic, frantically biting at the box, attempting to create an opening. Meanwhile, the giant Mo Tiao remained motionless, simply holding its mouth agape and tilting its head back. Continue ascending, do not alter your course, Professor Dong urged, sensing something amiss. Li Chang, determined not to return to the camp with the swarm of Mo Tiao, controlled the drone to rise vertically. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. Until he approached the upper limit of the transport drone's altitude at 2,000 meters, the Mo Tiao swarm at the bunker finally quieted. They looked around in confusion. And after waiting in vain for any response, they all retreated back into the bunker. Meanwhile, in midair, the 3 ink gluttons continued their frenzied gnawing at the box, showing no signs of cessation. After a considerable amount of time had passed, the temperature inside the box dropped significantly, causing the 3 ink gluttons to collapse beside it. Exhausted from the cold and their own fatigue, the largest ink glutton lay with its head tilted back and mouth agape, exhibiting no further changes. Li Chang maintained the drone's altitude until he could no longer see any ink gluttons outside the bunker, at which point he directed the drone towards the Swearin 1 camp. The camp had long been prepared, with one standard clay unit converted into a laboratory state, parked in an open area behind the camp. Professor Dong and his team awaited there, anxiously anticipating the arrival of the ink glutton samples. Li Chang gradually lowered the drone's altitude, while Tang Yeo kept a vigilant watch on the movements at the Doomsday Bunker, fearful that descending below a certain height might incite a frenzy among the ink gluttons. Fortunately, there were no changes until the box touched down. The 3 small ink gluttons had evidently exhausted all their vitality, showing no reaction whatsoever, while the interior of the box was marked with various scratches and bite marks. Fortunately, the box was constructed from exceptionally sturdy materials, showing no signs of damage apart from minor markings. As soon as the large ink glutton landed, it stood upright once more, opening its mouth in a silent roar. However, Li Chang and the others could hear no sound. Quickly move the box inside. Professor Dong immediately ordered the box to be transported into the clay unit. He then adjusted the soundproofing settings to the maximum, letting out a sigh of relief. This large ink glutton could issue special sound wave commands to the others, making it the most valuable research specimen. Humans would be unable to hear these sound waves, but the ink gluttons could. Fortunately, the range of these sound waves was limited, not exceeding a straight-line distance of 2,000 meters. Captain Lee, please remain vigilant for any changes at the bunker. We must not allow any ink glutton to come within 2,000 meters of our camp. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Additionally, please arrange for the deployment of probe balloon nodes within a 2,000-meter radius of the camp to prevent the emergence of other ink glutton populations. Lastly, Captain Lee, please assign me an assistant. I need to uncover the physiological habits and characteristics of these ink gluttons in the shortest time possible. 65. Continue advancing. Soon, the carefully selected research assistants chosen by Li Chang presented themselves before Professor Dong, who introduced them one by one. Li Yusho, an experienced anesthetist skilled in the use of knives, would prove invaluable whether dealing with incapacitated ink gluttons or assisting in dissection. Zhao Wen, a university student with nimble hands, had previously assisted in university laboratories and was proficient with most instruments. Pan Ying, a herbalist with unique insights into plants, was expected to be of assistance. Tang Yao, my teammate, was responsible for maintaining order and safety within the laboratory to prevent any accidents. Observing the expression of sheer disbelief on Professor Dong's face, Li Chang felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, given the limited number of individuals present at the camp, it seemed rather challenging to find additional genuine research assistants. Yet, Professor Dong recognized the current predicament. Assembling this group was already commendable. After all, the terrifying appearance of the Mo Tao had driven most people to keep their distance, let alone engage in research. Moreover, since the capture of several Mo Tao, they had visibly exhibited signs of lethargy, and it was likely that if they waited a few more days, they would lose their research value completely. Firstly, I extend my gratitude to all of you willing to assist me in this research. However, I must convey a word of caution. This specimen is exceedingly rare and vital. It may very well enable us to confront the Mo Tao with ease in the future. Since none of you are professional biological researchers, I ask that you adhere strictly to my instructions. Please, do not act on your own accord. Injuries are trivial compared to the grave consequences of the experiment subject's demise or the potential triggering of a new black tide, which would indeed be inexcusable. Adjusting his glasses, Professor Dong's gaze swept across the faces of the assembled group. They exchanged glances, yet soon nodded in agreement. No problem, Professor Dong. We understand the significance of this matter and will fully comply with your directives, Li Yusho declared, taking the lead. Indeed, Professor Dong, I have assisted my mentor on numerous occasions and shall not act independently, added university student Zhao Wen. Pan Ying remained silent, merely nodding vigorously in agreement with Professor Dong. Very well, let us proceed. With a wave of his hand, Professor Dong ascended into the experimental unit known as the Shi-Rang. The group followed suit, with Tang Yao taking the driver's seat and steering the Shi-Rang away from the camp. The Mo Tao's behavior was exceedingly perilous, and they could not afford such risks within the confines of the camp. The experimental area was designated on a hillside 5 kilometers away from the camp. Strategically located between the camp and the Doomsday Bunker, this ensured that even if a black tide were provoked, it would not directly threaten the camp. Zhao Mingwei and Su Li parked a cat vehicle nearby for security, while Sun Qiming operated a reconnaissance balloon, vigilantly monitoring the surroundings of the laboratory. Inside the Shi-Rang, Professor Dong and the others prepared for the experiment. Comrade Tang Yao, I entrust you with the security of the laboratory. Should any of the Mo Tao slip from control, you are authorized to eliminate them to prevent harm. Professor Dong indicated towards the 3 listless Mo Tao. As for this one, he gestured toward the larger Mo Tao. Please endeavor to ensure its survival. Unless the situation becomes life-threatening, it is best not to harm it. Tang Yao, fully armed and stationed in a corner of the laboratory, twitched slightly at the corners of his mouth, but ultimately acquiesced. Then, let the experiment commence. Professor Dong approached one of the smaller Mo Tao and secured it to the platform with a restraint device. Dr. Lee, please attempt to anesthetize it and ascertain which medication is most effective, as well as its resistance to drugs. Li Yusho felt somewhat at a loss. This was the first time he had encountered such a creature. How was he to administer anesthesia? Let us not dwell on the fact that he is merely an anesthetist serving humans, not a veterinarian. Given the appearance of this creature, one must ponder what substances and dosages are appropriate. Sensing Li Yusho's bewilderment, Professor Dong calmly remarked, "Fear not, Dr. Li, proceed as you see fit. This experimental specimen is not particularly precious. Its survival is not imperative. Simply adjust the dosage in accordance with its body size." Adjust by body size? This is not akin to drinking plain water, murmured Li Yushu, yet he hesitated not in his actions, firmly administering a vial of milk into the waiting maw of the creature on the shelf. Blue Star, Eastern Nation Special Situations Command Center. How is the situation assessment proceeding? Without lifting his gaze upon Qinya's entrance, Li Yushu inquired directly. As of now, a total of 10 batches of travelers have successfully crossed over, amounting to over 68 million individuals, among which there are 13,456,839 Easterners. Qinyi paused, then responded fluently. Currently, there are 10,000 members of the Shinta team and 500 from the Yulei team who have entered the alternate realm, with the number of ordinary soldiers surpassing 100,000. These are elite forces, equipped with a substantial arsenal, including 500 encapsulated units and 800 fire-starting systems. Regrettably, we remain unable to establish any communication with them. Otherwise, we would be apprised of their progress, Qinyi lamented. According to predictions from the Academy of Sciences, they should have begun establishing a network and initiated a rudimentary communication system. Let us hope so, Li Yushu mused. What of the situation in other nations? So far, matters remain under control. While there is a degree of chaos among the populace, it remains manageable, except for the white elephant, correct? Li Yushu retorted with a cold smile. Qinyi offered a wry smile in acknowledgement. Indeed, it is the white elephant. The entire white elephant is currently in a rather peculiar state. The last incident was dismissed by their president through an absurd justification, yet this has led to detrimental outcomes. Presently, 1/3 of the populace still adheres to President Venaji's commands, while another third follows the rival of Naviji, contesting every resource available. And the remaining third? They are ensconced around various villages and sects, patiently awaiting the arrival of the final trial. Li Yushu found himself momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Qinya's account, yet this behavior aligns perfectly with the white elephant's characteristics. Does this affect us? Not in the slightest. Then let us disregard it. Li Yushu waved his hand dismissively, having never anticipated relying on the white elephant. As long as they do not bring trouble, that suffices. Cause trouble? The network and communications within the white elephant remain non-functional, and even their electricity is compromised. It is miraculous enough that they have not exploded. How could they possibly cause us trouble? Qin could not help but scoff. Oh, I nearly forgot the pressing matter. He suddenly straightened his expression. Commander Li, the Central Command has informed you to attend a meeting to discuss the next steps of our traversal plans. As Li Yushu entered the conference room, the atmosphere was already charged with fervent discussion. Now that Yushu has arrived, we shall officially commence our meeting, announced the central figure, who then clapped his hands, bringing an immediate hush to the room. Today's agenda comprises 2 primary points, as indicated by the banner beside him. First, we will summarize the preparatory work conducted thus far. Second, we shall propose improvements and suggestions for the upcoming phase of the traversal arrangements. Let us begin with the first item. I believe everyone possesses some understanding of this topic, though it may not be exhaustive. I have gathered all the relevant data, which I will now present to you. Director Zhou, please display the data. Upon the Central Command's directive, Director Zhou activated his personal terminal, and the main screen began to scroll through the summary data of the initial phase. As of now, our nation has produced and stockpiled 2 billion rounds of various ammunition, half of which consists of specialized warheads. We have constructed 18,000 primary energy units, all of which have been allocated to the warriors involved in the traversal. Additionally, over 10 million simplified energy units are being distributed in accordance with the traversal sequence. We have built and distributed more than 50 million drones, including over 200,000 large-scale UAVs. The production of mechanical wolves and various exoskeletons is now sufficient to equip all our traversing compatriots, with the latter being issued 1 per individual. With the advancement of our automated production chain, we can gradually reduce the workforce on the production line while enhancing their training duration. Currently, the ratio of training time to work time stands at 3:1. The training content is also being refined based on its effectiveness, ensuring that every trainee is equipped to respond to unforeseen circumstances. Our food reserves are ample. In addition to provisions for each traveler, a substantial quantity is prepared in sealed containers, ready for dispatch to other realms. The development of new weaponry is progressing smoothly, aided by covert technological exchanges with certain nations. More specialized weapons have been developed ahead of schedule and are undergoing practical testing, with distribution to the military to follow shortly. As Li Yushu absorbed this stream of information, he felt a surge of inspiration. His gaze remained fixed on the data displayed on the screen. each figure representing the tireless efforts of countless researchers and workers, embodying the formidable cohesion and execution capabilities of our nation in the face of unknown challenges. This is the most compelling assurance that the people of our nation can thrive in foreign realms. It appears our preparatory efforts have yielded remarkable results. The central figure surveyed the astonished audience with a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Comrades, I can proudly declare that in less than 3 months, our nation's industrial output has accounted for over 90% of the total on Blue Star. At this moment, we have made history. We have taken a significant stride on the path of altering our destiny. Thus, I stand here on behalf of the Eastern Nation, representing the countless citizens of our realm, to extend a heartfelt acknowledgement to all of you, especially to those who have steadfastly dedicated themselves to their posts, laboring tirelessly. Thank you for your hard work. The central figure rose, bowing deeply not only to the attendees but also to the millions of Eastern compatriots afar. The 90-degree bow lasted a full 3 seconds, and the applause thundered, with several elder generals visibly moved to tears. The applause in the conference room was incessant, everyone clapping fervently. As the central figure resumed his seat, his hands crossed upon the table, his expression grew increasingly solemn. However, the challenges we face have only just begun. He spoke in a low tone, stating that although the crossing had been confirmed, as of now, we remain unable to acquire any intelligence from the other realm. We are unaware of the effectiveness of our preparations thus far. We do not know the current condition of our warriors and compatriots in that other world. We have no insight into whether our strategies are effective there. Therefore, let us commence the second agenda, addressing the arrangements for the next phase of the crossing. Are there any suggestions for improvement? Allow me to begin. Elder Zhu was the first to rise. In light of the confirmed crossing, I propose that we increase the number of preliminary capsules. Only with sufficient supplies can we establish a firm foothold there, laying a solid foundation for what is to come. I oppose this. As soon as Elder Zhu finished speaking, Chief of Staff Ding interrupted. I understand, Elder Zhu, that you wish to alleviate the suffering of our warriors there, to enable them to experience a life of abundance sooner. However, have you considered whether our strength can safeguard those capsules sent ahead? If we cannot protect them, the loss of those capsules would be an irretrievable regret. Therefore, I suggest we may increase the number of capsules judiciously. But we must take into account the limits of our warriors' endurance. While we cannot ensure absolute safety, we should guarantee that at least 90% of the capsules remain under our control. Yinshu, what are your thoughts? You are the most familiar with that situation. I would like to hear your opinion. Chief of Staff Ding turned his gaze toward Li Yushu, filled with anticipation. My opinion? Li Yushu also rose, but before responding, he posed a question. How many combustion systems have been completed during this period? The combustion system? Chief of Staff Ding pondered. If I recall correctly, as of now, a total of over 1,300 combustion systems have been completed. Excluding the 800 systems already sent over, we have 500 units in reserve. I propose we expedite the integration of the combustion systems and have all remaining units transported by the next batch of crossers. Yunshu's words plunged the conference room into a brief silence. The central figure nodded slightly, encouraging him to continue. At that time, we were lacking weapons, food, water, and ammunition, seemingly devoid of everything. Yet, in reality, what we were most desperately missing was communication. Thus, I propose that we first dispatch all remaining swearing systems via the next batch of travelers, ensuring that at least 100 swearing systems accompany the travelers each day. This practice can persist until we ascertain that communication has been established or the communication network has been fully constructed. Establishing contact is our lifeline. Li Yunshu's voice reverberated through the conference room. The lessons learned from the first batch of travelers, paid for in blood, remind us that if the dispersed citizens of the Eastern Nation fail to establish timely communication, they will be as vulnerable as fortifications on the beach, easily dismantled one by one. I wholeheartedly concur with Comrade Yunshu's perspective, declared Chief of Staff Ding, rising from his seat. The swearing system is not only the core node of our communication network, but also the foundation upon which we shall build our information-based combat system in the alternate realm. Each additional swearing system deployed in advance increases the chance of survival for our compatriots. A murmur of discussion arose in the conference room. The Central Command gently tapped the table, shifting his gaze to the head of the Industrial Department. Minister He, can the production capacity of the swearing system be enhanced? Addressed directly, Minister He promptly stood. Report to Central Command. All production lines are currently operating at full capacity. If we urgently allocate resources, we can elevate the daily output to 200 units within a week. However, this would necessitate a temporary reduction in the production of other tasks. Then that shall be our course of action, Central Command decisively announced. From today onward, the production priority of the Swearin system will be elevated to the highest level. Furthermore, he turned to Chief of Staff Ding, Old Ding, ensure that every soldier is proficient in the rapid deployment process of the Swearin system. We have been doing so. Chief of Staff Ding replied, thumping his chest. All soldiers responsible for carrying the Swearin systems are the elite among the elite. They must complete no fewer than 2,000 simulation deployment exercises before traveling. The average deployment time for current trainees has now been compressed to 1 minute and 38 seconds. As long as they are not trapped in a situation of certain death, our soldiers can undoubtedly execute the deployment of Swearin. Then this resolution stands. Does anyone have any further opinions? You may present them now. Central Command surveyed the assembly. We would like to propose some minor improvements. Dean 1 raised his hand. Instantly, all eyes in the conference room converged upon him. Regarding the Swearin system, we have recently conceived some additional ideas. Dean 1 activated the holographic projection. Please observe. This is something we have recently succeeded in experimenting with. We call it the Hongyan. The image displayed an ordinary reconnaissance balloon, albeit with a long string of objects resembling bombs suspended beneath it. This is a special type of explosive, Dean 1 pointed to the bombs, which we have modified based on DRFM technology. Its function is precisely the opposite of conventional DRFM. Rather than interfering with detection, it creates a robust signal source, instantly leaving a trace on the searcher of the Swearin system. As Director 1 elaborated, the balloons on screen began to release explosive devices, each detonating into a radiant orb after descending a certain distance. Subsequently, several Swearin systems appeared on the split screen of the holographic projection, with every explosion registering a luminous point on the system's detector. We also integrated a program capable of estimating the approximate distance based on the intensity of the detected signals. Typically, after 3 to 5 detonations, we could pinpoint the distance with an error margin of within 10 meters. Moreover, the signal balloon itself functions as a feedback system, confirming the location of the Swearin systems within a considerable range, extending nearly 1,000 kilometers, far exceeding the range of the systems themselves. It is well understood that due to the uncertainties of interdimensional transport, we cannot guarantee that each Swearin system is spaced at specific intervals. It is very plausible for numerous systems to be clustered within a certain area, while another region may have none at all. This discrepancy can easily lead to vulnerabilities in the communication network or render it inoperative. Through this Hongyan system, they can straightforwardly ascertain the distribution of Swearin systems in the vicinity. More importantly, Director 1 added, the Hongyan system can actively guide the deployment of the Swearin systems. When soldiers detect a signal blind spot in a certain area, they can swiftly locate the nearest Swearin node by launching a Hong-In and adjust their deployment strategy accordingly. The conference room fell into silence as everyone fixated on the flickering signal points on the holographic projection, deep in thought. The Central Command nodded slightly. This design is quite innovative. However, what are the production costs and deployment challenges associated with the Hongyan system? Director 1 was well prepared. The costs are quite low. The primary materials are readily available. The signal balloons can be mass-produced, and modifying the explosives for DRFM is not complicated. During testing, we easily assembled thousands of Hongyan units. Regarding deployment, it can be carried and launched by a single soldier, requiring minimal training. Chief of Staff Ding's eyes brightened. If Director 1's claims hold true, this could significantly enhance the networking efficiency of the Swearin systems. I recommend immediate field testing. Minister, he nodded in agreement. We can allocate some production lines to prioritize the manufacturing of the Hongyan system in conjunction with Swearin deployments. According to Director 1's introduction, we can complete the production line modifications within half a day, and we are confident that we can quickly elevate the daily output to over 10,000 units. Central Command pondered for a moment, surveying the assembly. Since there are no objections, we shall place the Hongyan system into the priority production sequence, advancing it in tandem with the Swearin systems. He paused before adding, Director 1. Please ensure your research institute provides a detailed technical manual for troop training at the earliest opportunity. No problem. Director 1 responded with unwavering confidence. Excellent. Let us act immediately and strive to distribute the Hongyan system before tonight's interdimensional traversal commences. In the other world, at Swearin Camp No. 1, Instructor Lee. This marks the 6th batch of MO Tau samples. Sun Chiming maneuvered the drone, directing yet another box of ink mice towards the laboratory. The experiments on the ink mice had persisted for over half a day, with more than 20 ordinary specimens dispatched to the lab. Regrettably, aside from the initial unique individual, none had been encountered since. I have completely lost the initial sense of trepidation towards these creatures, Sun Qiming remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Their intelligence is even inferior to that of fish. They exhibit no semblance of behavioral memory, and the same methods consistently yield results. I have never found fishing to be this effortless. Do not let your guard down, Li Chang cautioned as he patted Sun Qiming's shoulder. Every sample transportation must adhere strictly to the established protocols. It is better to proceed slowly than to incite any unrest among the ink mice. As he spoke, Li Chang's wristband chimed, and upon checking the time, he noted it was nearly midnight by Blue Star standards. I leave this in your hands. Please continue providing samples as per Professor Dong's requirements, and remember to prioritize safety. Rest assured, Instructor Li, I will fulfill the task, Sun Qiming responded with a military salute, displaying a commendable semblance of discipline. Li Chang smiled and quickly exited Sun Qiming's tent. Attention all units, the time is approaching. Prepare to welcome our new compatriots. 68. Shining like sparks. Professor Dong, the new batch of ink mice samples has arrived. Tang Yao called out to the bustling group in the laboratory as he observed the drone descending from the sky. Splendid. Comrade Tang, please assist us in bringing the new samples inside, Professor Dong shouted without pausing his work. At that moment, the laboratory had transformed. Transparent containers filled with soaked ink mice body parts were scattered throughout, while a corner was filled with hollowed-out ink mice carcasses. The protective suits worn by Professor Dong and his team were stained with the blue bodily fluids of the ink mice, lending them the appearance of sinister scientists amid the chaotic environment. Tang Yu swiftly unloaded the newly captured ink mice specimens from beneath the drone. The transport box contained 6 live ink mice, desperately thrashing within, producing piercing sounds against the box's walls. This batch exhibits excellent vitality. Pan Ying, donned in protective gloves, carefully took the box from Tang Yao and measured the temperature with a thermal gun. The surface temperature was 2 degrees higher than previous batches, indicating they had been captured recently. Professor Dong finally set down his dissection tools and approached the new specimens. Zhao 1, log the time. Li Yuzhou, prepare the anesthetics, adjusting the dosage to 1.2 times that of the last experimental data. The laboratory bustled with activity. The unique large ink mouse was isolated within a reinforced glass chamber in the corner, obscured by dark one-way glass, preventing it from perceiving its surroundings. It maintained its posture of looking upwards, though its body had noticeably emaciated. Professor Dong first placed the new ink mouse into another glass chamber, then pushed it adjacent to the unique individual, pressing a button that caused the one-way glass surrounding the unique specimen to lower, allowing it to see its counterpart. It appeared that a new specimen of the had been discovered, causing the unique individual to immediately open its mouth. In an instant, the 6, which had previously settled into silence, erupted into a frenzy, violently colliding against the cabin walls in a desperate attempt to reach the special entity. The instruments surrounding the unique specimen began to record and analyze the unfolding events. Professor, the analysis of the vocal organ of the special sample is complete, Zhao Wen announced, calling forth a set of data. We have discovered it emits a broad frequency sound wave ranging from 30 to 120 kHz, with the 80 to 100 kHz band having a significant controlling effect on other. Moreover, through numerous experiments, we found that ordinary do not use their eyes to identify prey. Rather, they rely on their sense of smell and hearing. Their auditory sensitivity is remarkable, allowing them to detect sounds exceeding 200 kHz. While they possess vision, it does not decisively guide their behavior. Merely seeing the special individual does not elicit any response from the ordinary. They will only act upon receiving a command. Professor Dong nodded and beckoned to Li Yuzhou, who promptly retrieved a canister of halothane, aerosolizing it before injecting it into the glass chamber containing the 6. Soon, it collapsed in a disoriented manner. Under 1.2 times the dosage of anesthetic, an ordinary would lose its ability to move within 30 seconds. Li Yuzhou glanced at the timer on his wristband and then prodded with a metal rod inside the glass chamber. There was no immediate display of feigned death or camouflage intelligence, but caution was still warranted. As he spoke, he and Pan Ying worked in tandem to extract each, securing them on a platform nearby. Tang Yao stood vigilant, rifle in hand, monitoring the condition of each to prevent any sudden attacks. It was not until the last was secured that Tang Yao finally exhaled in relief, lowering his weapon. We are ready to conduct the harm assessment. I will rely on you this time, Comrade Tang, Professor Dong remarked, his gaze fixed on Tang Yao. We need to ascertain the weak points of these creatures and determine the most effective means of eliminating them. Tang Yao nodded, drawing his military dagger from behind him. He was quite adept at this task, exhibiting no hesitation. Just then, his wristband emitted a notification, signaling an incoming message. Is something amiss? Zhao inquired, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Oh, it's good news. Tang Yao waved his hand dismissively. Is it time for another traversal? The captain had just messaged me, indicating that we have another teammate arriving. Member of the Shinda team, Cheng Run, reporting for duty. A robust soldier with dark skin stood resolutely before Li Chang. He was one of the 9 individuals from the Eastern Nation who had traversed to the vicinity of the Swearin No. 1 camp. And he was indeed the teammate Tang Yao had just mentioned. Unlike the previous Shinda team member who had arrived at the camp, he brought with him a special piece of luggage. Outside the camp, another unit was slowly delivering a massive container, accompanied by a convoy of 5 makeshift units. It was a brand new fire system, and it was imperative to find the right direction for its deployment to avoid wastage. Li Chang clutched his head, pondering how to position this new device. Currently, none of the 4 surrounding directions had successfully connected with other fire systems, likely due to being outside the network range. Perhaps, once this new system was properly established, it could link with others. But which direction should he choose? Selecting the correct path to connect with additional fire systems would yield significant rewards. However, if he chose incorrectly, it could be an indefinite wait before encountering another new system. Oh, I have a new proposal regarding this matter, Cheng Run interjected, seemingly sensing Li Chang's confusion. A new proposal? Yes, it was just distributed to me recently. Specifically designed for situations involving clusters of fire systems. The container has also just arrived, Cheng Run stated as he led Li Chang to the side of the container. He first unfurled the fire system he had brought and pointed to a part that differed from Fire System 1, saying, "This is it, the new Hongyan system. I can't explain the specific principles, so let's get started." As he spoke, Cheng Run activated the Hongyan system, and a large metallic balloon rapidly inflated, rising into the sky with a string of round spheres trailing behind it. From a distance, it resembled a cluster of ripe grapes awaiting harvest. One by one, the ripe grapes fell, bursting into luminous orbs. Just as Li Chang was engulfed in confusion, the fire system emitted a series of beeping sounds. A massive light spot flickered incessantly on the search screen. Shortly thereafter, the Hongyan system began to emit a buzzing sound, and a large scanning image gradually appeared before them. It was a celestial map, with 6 light points shimmering like sparks across the expanse. 69. Prepare to supplement the network. Is this the distribution map of other fire systems? Li Chang's voice trembled with unmistakable astonishment as he observed the scene before him. The map not only indicated the locations of the fire systems but also noted their distances from the Hongyan, except for 2 closely positioned light points. The remaining 4 were situated far away. 1 lay to the northwest, 2 to the southeast, and 1 to the south. The farthest was nearly 1,000 kilometers away to the northwest, while the closest was less than 400 kilometers to the south. Crucially, the light point to the south and one of the southeast fire systems were evidently less than 200 kilometers apart, suggesting a strong possibility that they had already established a network connection. If another fire system could link Fire System 1 with the one to the south, it would create a communication network comprising at least 4 fire systems. This position, Li Chang murmured, instinctively placing a finger between the 2 light points. 10 minutes later, in the central clearing of Fire System 1's camp, all the soldiers from the Eastern Nation and ordinary citizens had gathered, except for Tang Yao and his team, who were engaged in tasks within the laboratory. Li Chang connected the terminal to the projector, and the distribution map of the beacon system reappeared on the wall. This positional diagram was constructed using the new equipment brought by Lieutenant Cheng Run. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe the current distribution of the beacon system around us, and take note of this location. He marked a red dot approximately 200 kilometers to the south. If we establish a beacon system here, we can connect our camp with the 2 camps below, forming a larger command network. The camp fell silent, with all eyes fixated on the flickering red dot on the wall. "What are we waiting for, Team Leaderly? Please issue the command," exclaimed another member of the Shinta team, Chen Jinping, with palpable excitement. "Once we transport the beacon brought by Cheng Run, we can complete the networking, allowing our compatriots in the entire region to receive assistance promptly. Indeed, Team Leaderly, let us depart immediately. 200 kilometers can be traversed in no more than 10 hours, and we can certainly complete the network before the next group of compatriots arrives," Cheng Run concurred. Li Chang gazed at the map, deep in thought, his fingers gently tapping the table. Chen Jinping, how many personnel can we mobilize from the camp? Counting myself and Cheng Ran, we can dispatch a maximum of 7 soldiers, with about 5 to 10 civilians, Chen Jinping calculated swiftly. Though he acknowledged that this might disrupt the camp's daily operations. No, we must ensure the camp has sufficient personnel. Li Chang shook his head. Tangyo may still require support. We cannot take unnecessary risks. He stood and approached the projection, scrutinizing the position of the red dot. What is the terrain like here? Do we have detailed data? According to the reconnaissance report from the last reconnaissance balloon, this area is hilly, with a dry riverbed that can serve as a route for movement. Zhao Mingwei pulled up the terrain map, revealing 3 potential danger zones that would require detours. Li Chang traced a winding route on the map with his finger. If we take this path, how much will the actual distance increase? Approximately 30 kilometers. Zhao Mingwei replied swiftly, but it will allow us to avoid all known threats. To transport the beacon, we will need at least 5 simple units and 1 support vehicle. And to ensure safety, we should also bring 2 firepower units, which will require 10 people. Li Chang pondered for a moment, then turned to address the ordinary citizens within Camp Beacon 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I now require 5 volunteers who are proficient in driving simple support units to assist in completing the network. Please be advised that due to the large size and cumbersome nature of the beacon system, you may not be able to escape danger in a timely manner. Although this area has undergone basic reconnaissance, the situation is uncertain following the previous black tide. The risks involved in this mission are substantial, and I cannot guarantee your safety. You are not soldiers, and you are entirely free to refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of responses erupted around him. I will go. I have become quite familiar with this environment, and my old comrade is most suited for this task, Wang Lei exclaimed. And I. Zhang Hai pushed to the forefront. His usually reticent demeanor replaced by eyes ablaze with emotion. Next month it will be my son's turn to traverse. His fists clenched tightly. Turning pale at the thought, if there were no communication network, if he couldn't find us after crossing. Team Leader Li. I too wish to enlist. Almost immediately, a girl with braided hair emerged from the crowd. My name is Zhong Miao Miao. I assist in vehicle maintenance daily. And my driving skills are on par with theirs. Yes, and I. Qin Ziyuan also stepped forward, voicing concerns over the extensive journey ahead. What if the vehicles break down on the way? We must have someone who can repair them, mustn't we? Me too. I. Almost every driver in the camp rushed to Li Chang, eager to volunteer. Their fervent pleas rising as if this were not a perilous mission risking their lives, but rather some delightful endeavor. Li Chang observed the impassioned crowd before him. His throat tightened as he took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. All right, he replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. Wang Lei, Zhang Hai, Zhang Miao Miao, Qin Ziyuan. Lu Jiangwo, prepare yourselves to board. The rest will remain at the camp to maintain normal operations. The 5 named individuals beamed with joy, while the others sighed in disappointment. Li Chang turned to Cheng Run and Chen Jinping. You two will lead the team. Depart in 10 minutes. Remember, our primary objective is to establish a communication network. Safety must be our utmost priority. Understood, they replied in unison. 10 minutes later, at the camp's entrance, the 10-member team was ready to set forth. 5 makeshift vehicles, linked to the Swearin system, were flanked by 2 armored vehicles providing escort. Li Chang firmly grasped Cheng Run's shoulder, his grip almost bone-crushing. Ensure the safe delivery of the Swearin. Rest assured, Team Leader Li, Cheng Run saluted sharply. As long as we are alive, the Swearin will be too. Li Chang then approached Qin Jinping, who was at the helm of the lead armored vehicle. Exchanging a fist bump. Exercise caution on the road. I will provide support with the drone. His voice dropped to a whisper, audible only to the 2 of them. Above all, make certain we bring our compatriots back. 70. Danger approaches. All monitoring systems are functioning normally. No anomalies detected thus far. Reported Sun Qiming, who had been intently observing the reconnaissance balloon. 5 hours had elapsed since the reinforcement convoy had departed, covering over 110 kilometers southward. Perhaps due to the preceding dark tide, not a single fierce beast nor even a small animal had been sighted along the way. Continue observations and maintain contact with them. Li Chang instructed from the drone operation station, poised to deploy the emergency drone at a moment's notice. The convoy advanced slowly across the parched riverbed, the wheels crunching over the cracked earth, emitting a dull thud. Wang Lei gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze sweeping the undulating hills on either side. Ahead, a right turn awaited in 50 meters, leading around the riverbank. Chen Jinping's voice crackled through the communicator. "We have just confirmed that there is a risk of collapse in that area." "Received," Wang Lei replied, gently applying the brakes as he guided the convoy to turn slowly. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something gleaming on the right bank. "Wait, what is that?" Before he could finish, a section of rock crumbled, and several ferocious beasts, coated in mud, surged forth, lunging towards the convoy. "It's a hippopotamus crocodile. Everyone be cautious," Wang Lei shouted urgently. This creature had previously ambushed Su Qianxia, earning its name due to its resemblance to both a hippopotamus and a crocodile. Before the beasts could reach the convoy, two streams of fire erupted from the front and rear of the armored vehicles, their combined firepower reducing the creatures to mere fragments. "This place is unsafe. Quickly leave the riverbank," Xi Jinping bellowed. As if in response to his warning, the entire riverbed began to tremble, more and more mud heaving upward. As one hippopotamus crocodile after another emerged from the earth, their murky eyes fixated on the convoy, drooling with rancid saliva. "Move quickly." The two armored vehicles swiftly repositioned themselves, forming a barrier between the convoy and the advancing beasts, unleashing a torrent of fire to suppress the creatures. The entire convoy adjusted its direction, no longer advancing but instead heading for the riverbank. Fortunately, the movements of the hippopotamus crocodiles were somewhat sluggish and not entirely normal, coupled with the formidable firepower from the mounted machine guns on the armored vehicles. For the time being, none of the creatures could breach the defensive fire. With a resounding roar, the armored units finally dragged the convoy up onto the riverbank, while Cheng Run and Xi Jinping hastily maneuvered their vehicles to follow suit. As soon as they left the riverbed, the frenzied hippopotamus crocodiles seemed to lose their target, remaining stationary and bellowing incessantly. "It seems this dry riverbed is their lair." Professor Dong's voice echoed through the communicator. To ensure the smooth execution of the supplementary network operation, Li Chang had intentionally shared the aerial balloon's perspective with another armored unit, allowing Professor Dong to provide timely assistance. They appeared to have regarded the convoy as intruders, launching attacks to protect their nesting ground against a convoy many times their size. "It's likely that this stretch of river is similarly infested. You must reroute." The convoy took a brief pause on the riverbank, all eyes anxiously fixed on the group of hippopotamus crocodiles prowling below. The mud-caked beasts continued to emit low growls, their sharp claws leaving deep gashes on the cracked riverbed. "It seems we must replan our route," Xi Jinping remarked, frowning as he unfolded the electronic map. "If we circumvent this riverbed, we will need to travel at least 30 kilometers more." Wang Lei wiped the sweat from his brow. "Better than forcing our way into this crocodile den. These creatures appear to be acting strangely, as if provoked. What could possibly provoke them? Did you think we were going to raid their lair?" Zhang Hai suddenly interjected into the convoy's communication channel. I could empathize with their sentiments. In such a state, retreat was utterly impossible. There was no choice but to take a detour. Xi Jinping swiftly made a decision, and the feline vehicle began to lead the convoy in a different direction. After they had traveled a considerable distance, the once roaring hippos and crocodiles in the river ceased their cacophony, retreating back into their previous burrows. They even went so far as to excavate mud from the depths of their lairs to seal the entrances completely. However, all the hippos and crocodiles that had sustained injuries during the prior battle, even the slightest scratch that would not jeopardize their lives, conspicuously refrained from returning to their dens, instead congregating in the center of the river. As the metallic scent of blood gradually dissipated with the wind, a dark line emerged in the distance. Meanwhile, after adjusting their course, the convoy continued towards their objective. Fortunately, the journey was exceptionally smooth, with no threatening encounters apart from a few oblivious small creatures. At 21:17 Blue Star time, the convoy finally arrived within 10 kilometers of their destination. They halted on a relatively flat highland, preparing for their final rest. The real-time images relayed by the reconnaissance balloon depicted a complex hilly terrain ahead, rife with severely weathered rock columns and various crevices. What kind of place is this? Cheng Run couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight before him. Everyone, be cautious and remain vigilant of your surroundings. Xi Jinping, driving the feline vehicle, boldly entered the hills. Fortunately, despite its eerie appearance, there were no animals present, only the stark rock columns and fissures. They were nearing the predetermined location. The convoy cautiously navigated between the stone pillars and gaps, the tracks crunching over the severely weathered gravel, producing a faint sound. The reconnaissance balloon's visuals indicated that the designated supply network coordinate was just 50 meters ahead. Prepare to deploy the ignition system. 5 vehicles equipped with rudimentary units disengaged and spread out, encircling the one containing the earthen unit. Cheng-Run activated the hoisting arm of the earthen unit, carefully placing the container housing the ignition system and then quickly rushing over to place his right hand on the sensor. As a metallic sound resonated, the container began to unfold, and the new ignition system was on the verge of being deployed. At that moment, a piercing alarm blared from everyone's wristbands, followed by the anxious voice of Sun Qiming. Attention, a large number of ink beasts are moving towards your position from 2 kilometers to the south. Please evacuate immediately. Repeat, a substantial number of ink beasts are approaching you and are expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. 71, network formation. Evacuate immediately. Chen Jinping shouted. No, the swearing system is currently unfolding and will require at least 2 minutes. During this time, movement is impossible. Reversing the unfolding procedure outside may damage the system. You must leave first. Beads of sweat appeared on Cheng-Run's forehead as he swiftly manipulated the sensor, endeavoring to assist the system in shutting down unnecessary steps to expedite the Suerin's deployment. At a distance of 1.7 kilometers, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Hurry. Sun Qiming's anxious voice crackled through the communicator. Damn it. Chen Jinping surveyed his surroundings and quickly leaped onto the cat vehicle. Cheng-Run, you need to resolve the Suerin system quickly. Zhao Mingwei, Zhang Shui, Tan Song, follow me. The rest of you, immediately enter the simple unit and activate complete lockdown mode. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jinping and his comrades drove the cat vehicle toward the encroaching black tide. In less than a minute, they reached the front of the black tide. Facing the ominous mass, even Chen Jinping felt an unsettling chill run down his spine. Find a way to divert their attention and alter their course. Chen Jinping gripped the steering wheel tightly, driving the cat vehicle alongside his comrade Zhao Shuti, while 2 other comrades unleashed firepower from the mounted machine gun at the black tide. However, the sheer volume of the black tide rendered their attacks as ineffective as a stone cast into the ocean, barely stirring the surface. The black tide did not change its course, merely splitting into 2 branches that surged toward the positions of the 2 cat vehicles. 1 minute remains until deployment. Sun Qiming's voice trembled with urgency. At the deployment location, Wang Lei and the others had already entered the simple unit and activated lockdown mode. Yet Cheng-Run was still anxiously working on the Suerin system. There is no time left, Captain Cheng. You must hurry to the nearby Shirang unit. Sun Qiming's anxious voice echoed from Cheng-Run's wristband. Yet, Cheng-Run remained unfazed, focusing intently on his task. At last, the Suerin system had unfolded to a sufficient extent, revealing the control room within. Cheng-Run swiftly entered, yet instead of ordering the Suerin to retract, he continued the unfolding process. Captain Cheng, what are you doing? You must close it. No, given the current situation, closing the Suerin will take at least 2 minutes. During that time, those creatures could breach our defenses, potentially damaging the equipment and rendering the Suerin ineffective as a node. Cheng-Run calmly stated as he continued his operations. As long as the deployment is completed, even if it sustains some damage, it will not compromise its functionality as a communication node. I must see it through. This is my mission. But if you do that, Sun Qiming's voice quivered to the brink of despair, as he could already discern the distant black line from the reconnaissance balloon. The thought of what would become of Cheng-Run when the black tide approached was too unbearable to contemplate. Chen Jinping and Zhang Shui desperately maneuvered the cat vehicle, repeatedly darting in front of the black tide in an attempt to draw its attention. However, aside from the increasing number of ink monsters dispersing from the black tide to launch their assaults, the primary trajectory of the black tide remained unchanged. Moreover, as the encroaching ink monsters multiplied, his situation grew increasingly perilous. Damn it! Zhao Jinping abruptly twisted the steering wheel to evade an ink monster that lunged towards the rear firing position. The jarring sound of metal scraping echoed as the side of the vehicle was marred by 3 deep gashes from the ink monster's sharp claws. On the other side, Zhang Shui and his companions hurriedly adjusted their weapons, clearing a breach in the throng of encircling ink monsters. This cannot continue. The vehicle is nearing its limits. A comrade's furious voice crackled through the communicator. Chen Jinping bit down hard on his lip, his peripheral vision catching the distant, unfurling signals of the ignition system. Prepare to retreat. We must move. He forced the words through clenched teeth. The black tide was now less than 100 meters from its deployment position. Once they ceased their containment, the ink monsters would only require 10 seconds to surge through. At that moment, a drone suddenly soared from the horizon, heading straight for the front of the black tide. Tang Yu, act now, Li Chang shouted. After a long wait, Tang Yu swiftly severed the front paw of a large ink monster with his dagger. The creature opened its mouth, emitting a silent yet heart-rending howl. This cry was transmitted directly to the drone via the specialized equipment before it. Instantly, the entire black tide stirred, every ink monster seemingly struck by an invisible whip, halting their advance. The black tide writhed restlessly, akin to solidified black tar. Effective, Tang Yu exclaimed with excitement, inflicting another wound on the other front paw of the large ink monster with his dagger. The drone amplified the anguished cries, continuing to envelop the entire black tide. At that moment, those unique entities hidden within the black tide grew frantic, attempting to roar at the surrounding ink monsters to regain control of their movement. However, in the now stationary black tide, their actions were too conspicuous and were promptly targeted by the drone above. Bang, 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 with each deafening roar of the 20 millimeters. A special entity, along with the surrounding ink monsters, was obliterated into mere pulp. Soon, the black tide was completely immobilized, and no unique entity dared to reveal itself. Seeing that the time was ripe, Li Chang quickly maneuvered the drone to lower its altitude and fly in another direction. The vast black tide, under his guidance, flowed away into the distance. With a sigh of relief, Chen Jinping and his companions, whose nerves had been tightly strung, finally halted their beleaguered vehicle, sinking into their seats. The bodies of the two vehicles were riddled with claw marks left by the ink monsters, and several clumps of viscous black tissue clung to the edges of the tires. Meanwhile, Chung Run had finally completed the deployment of the ignition system. With a roar of machinery, the enormous communication antenna began to operate, sending a series of probing balloons soaring into the sky. As the signal was detected, the Swerin 1125 requested to connect to the grid. The moment Li Chang issued the command to authorize the connection, the screen of Swerin 1 displayed a dramatic reduction in the mapped area, only to be immediately replaced by a vast expanse of new territory. Swerin 055 successfully connected. Swerin 541 successfully connected. Swerin 391 successfully connected. Network formation complete. The Regional Joint Communication Command System is activated. In total, there were 72 solitary compatriots, contrary to Li Chang's expectations of 2 units. In addition to Chung Run-S Swerin 1125, 3 units had integrated into the network, exceeding their predictions by 1. The additional unit appeared in the southeast, likely a result of others completing the network connection. Within the Regional Joint Command System, 231 luminous points flickered incessantly, representing the glow of wristbands. Most of these lights congregated around several command nodes, with only a sparse handful encircling the newly established 2 Swerin units. Moreover, adjacent to the 2 already connected Swerin units in the southeast, a uniquely numbered identifier stood out conspicuously, F00019. This was the emblem of a capsule, indicating that they had successfully merged with one of the encapsulated units. Gazing at the densely packed points of light on the Regional Joint Command System, Li Chang felt his eyes well with tears, trembling fingers enlarging the map. Each flickering point symbolized a compatriot struggling to survive on an alien world, and at that moment, they were no longer solitary sparks in the darkness. Once he calmed his fervent emotions, Li Chang activated the communication system. This is Swerin 1 camp. Please respond. This is Swerin 055 camp. Received. A heavily accented male voice responded first. Following this, a young female voice chimed in. Swerin 541 reporting. Received. Communication status good. Swerin 391 reporting. Comrades, how are you? The rising tide of communication voices ignited the command room, erupting into a chorus of long-suppressed cheers. Chung Run emerged from the control room of the Swerin system, his face glistening with sweat, yet unable to conceal his smile. He wiped his forehead and gazed at the spinning communication antenna overhead, murmuring, "Finally, it's accomplished." Before he could finish his thought, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind. "Brother Chung," Wang Lei rushed over with others from the makeshift unit. "You were far too reckless just now. If it weren't for Brotherly and the others arriving in time, you might have." Wang Lei's voice brimmed with anxiety as he firmly clasped Chung Run's shoulder. Others gathered around, their eyes reflecting admiration and lingering fear. "Well done, comrade," Li Chang's voice echoed from the communicator, "but it was too dangerous. Do not do that again." Feeling a bit sheepish, Chung Run scratched his head and chuckled. "The situation was urgent. I couldn't think too much. Besides, didn't it succeed? Ah, you." Li Chang sighed in exasperation, yet soon adopted a serious demeanor once more. Immediately proceed with the further expansion of the Swearin base and prepare the drones, allowing Qin Jinping and his team to assist you. A coordinate distribution map appeared on Qin Run's wristband, displaying a dozen bright points that flickered incessantly. These represent the wristband coordinates of individuals surrounding you. They are our compatriots who have become separated from us. Now, it is time to welcome them. Yang Yifan loosened the rope tied around his waist and rubbed his weary eyes. He first surveyed the area beneath the tree, confirming it was devoid of danger, before uncovering the branches piled atop him and slowly rising to a seated position. Surviving another day, Yang Yifan stretched his somewhat stiff limbs and retrieved an emergency food ration from his hidden backpack, chewing it laboriously. It had been nearly 5 days since he had traversed to this wretched place, and he still felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. As a recent high school graduate, he should have been preoccupied with filling out college applications, but a sudden series of events had altered everything. The nation first declared a state of emergency, followed swiftly by a nationwide mobilization, which dragged his frail body into a training base for rigorous drills. Just as he began to show some improvement through training, he found himself transformed into a time traveler, akin to characters he had only read about in books. At this thought, Yang Yifan couldn't help but chuckle at his own predicament. To be honest, he had often fantasized about becoming a time traveler, conquering realms and amassing wealth. However, reality proved to be exceedingly cruel. He had indeed crossed over, but unlike the tales, he remained an ordinary citizen of the East, devoid of any special powers or systems, only surrounded by ferocious beasts eager to consume him and the standard-issue weapons and backpack. Fortunately, the training at the base had enabled him to scale this once unimaginable tree. Otherwise, he might have already become a mere pile of fertilizer. He had spent these days concealed among the branches, tightly securing himself with ropes, to the extent that he dared not descend even for basic needs. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps jolted Yang Yifan from his reverie. "Kid, don't move. I see you." A coarse voice in broken English called from beneath the tree. Had it not been for his decent grasp of the language, he might have struggled to comprehend. Yang Yifan hastily reached for the automatic rifle beside him, but a bullet struck a nearby branch, rendering him motionless. "Kid, I told you not to move. If you make another move, I'll blow your head off." Below, a burly white man clad in ragged clothing leveled his rifle at Yang Yifan, uttering the threat with malevolence. "Now, come down immediately, bring your backpack, and first, toss your weapon down. I warn you, any sudden movements, and you're as good as dead." Yang Yifan felt a void in his mind, his heart racing uncontrollably. This was the first time someone had pointed a gun at him, and the assailant radiated a palpable aura of menace. What should he do? Yang Yifan was on the verge of tears. He had studied relevant courses at the training base and was acutely aware of the direst possibilities in such a situation. Yet, he could not conceive a way to break the deadlock. "Huh, John, you've caught quite a big fish this time. Seems like he's from the East." And they are all prime targets. Almost as if drawn by their voices, another individual, resembling the first, arrived in a dilapidated pickup truck beneath the tree. He gazed up at Yang Yifan, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Hey, little yellow-skinned monkey, behave, and we won't harm you." The newcomer grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "If you hand over your supplies, we might even take you along." Yang Yifan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. He recognized that these men were lying. The instructors at the camp had repeatedly stressed that, in such an environment, isolated survivors from other nations could be more perilous than wild beasts. I'll come down now," he replied deliberately in broken English, while quietly unfastening the safety rope from his waist. Bang! Another shot rang out, striking a branch beside him. "Kid, don't play tricks, and don't dawdle. I won't hesitate to shoot you dead and then search your corpse," the burly white man bellowed. "Now, drop your weapon immediately. I'll count to 3. If you fail to comply, I'll blow your brains out. 1, 2, 3. Just as Yang Yifan closed his eyes and lunged for the rifle, another gunshot echoed, though this one sounded far more powerful. 73. Cease operations. Lay down your weapon and surrender immediately. The familiar language of the East resonated in his ears. Slowly, Yang Yifan opened his eyes. The burly white man, who had been holding the gun, now lay in a pool of blood, a gaping wound at his chest, while the yellow-toothed driver of the pickup quivered on the ground, hands raised above his head, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Beside him hovered a sleek black drone, its barrel still smoking, and the familiar red insignia on the side made Yang Yifan unable to hold back his tears. As the drone and various vehicles returned to the Swearin No. 1 camp, solitary compatriots from the east were brought inside. Due to the overly complex environment near Swear in 1125, coupled with the potential re-emergence of the black tide, the control room at 1125 was sealed off after searching the surrounding crowd, serving solely as a communication control node. Consequently, the recently rescued compatriots were accommodated at the nearest number 1 camp. Although their duration of isolation was merely 10 days at most, they appeared utterly drained, as if they had expended the entirety of their life's energy. Upon entering the camp, many individuals collapsed to the ground, overcome with grief, while others frantically rushed to any tent or makeshift unit adorned with a flag, desperately bowing their heads or kissing the ground. Dr. Zhou, accompanied by several assistants, was tending to the wounds of 3 soldiers, all of whom had traversed to this area during this tumultuous period, managing only to gather a few ordinary civilians. Watching the crowd within the Sui Rin No. 1 camp, their faces were etched with regret and guilt. One young soldier even wept bitterly, cradling his head in despair. Lin Xiaoyu stood nearby, offering them solace. "Brave soldiers, you have done your utmost, truly." She gently reassured the young soldier, her voice soothing as she patted his shoulder. "You have survived and protected so many. That in itself is commendable. Returning to the camp is akin to coming home." The young soldier raised his head, his eyes reddened, voice hoarse with emotion. "But there are still many of our compatriots alone out there. We know they are, but we cannot find them. We cannot." His voice faltered, despair evident in his tone. Dr. Zhou, skillfully bandaging another soldier's arm, interjected, "Without long-range communication, relying solely on radios. The fact that you have managed to locate and protect so many is nothing short of heroic." Within the camp, cries of sorrow intertwined with shouts of joy. Some sat listlessly on the ground, staring vacantly at the sky. Others clutched their companions tightly, as if fearing that letting go would result in their disappearance. While some knelt before the national flag, foreheads pressed to the ground, shoulders trembling violently. Li Chang stood quietly at one side of the camp, observing the scene, flanked by Cheng Run and Qin Jinping. Judging by the numbers at Camp No. 1, there should have been at least 30 individuals from the 1125 sector. Yet only 16 remained. Li Chang's voice was low as he scanned the faces of those who had survived the ordeal. However, all normal bracelet signals had been accounted for. The rest were either damaged or... Qin Jinping did not finish his thought, but the others understood his implication. "I did manage to capture a fellow. According to the young one who nearly perished at his hands, he referred to us, the Easterners, as sheep, indicating he must know the whereabouts of those missing, at least some of them. Yet no matter how I pressed him, he refused to divulge anything." Cheng Run, visibly agitated, rubbed his temples, dried blood still staining his knuckles, a testament to the measures he had employed to interrogate the prisoner. "That man possesses emergency medical supplies we distributed to the civilians. He must have knowledge." It seemed that he refrained from speaking out of fear, aware that once we uncovered evidence, his fate would be dire. Qin Jinping's face hardened, his eyes glinting with menace. "I have a solution." After a moment of silence, Li Chang finally spoke. "However, this method can only be employed once, so you must be prepared." "You mean an emergency awakening?" Cheng Run suddenly grasped the implication. "Yes, precisely that." Upon finishing his words, Li Chang led the 2 individuals to the control room of Swear in No. 1. "I will now connect with Unit 1125 and prepare to initiate the emergency awakening protocol for these 2 designated areas." Following Li Chang's command, all wristbands within the jurisdiction of the 2 Swearin systems activated a hidden program. This program functioned as a temporary positioning module, designed to operate under circumstances where the main program of the wristbands was inoperative or had been shut down, utilizing a reserve power source. However, this module could only sustain itself for a brief period, serving as a last resort. Soon, the screen illuminated with 11 faint indicators representing the wristbands. 3 clustered together while the others were dispersed at considerable distances. The trio was situated in the northwest, approximately 150 kilometers from Unit 1125, while the remaining were scattered in the southeastern vicinity. He swiftly marked the coordinates, noting one that was the closest, situated less than 30 kilometers due north of 1125, the very direction from which the black tide had previously emerged. Cheng Run immediately turned. "I shall lead a team towards the northwest of 1125. The 3 should be together." Qin Jinping nodded. "I will take another team to the southeast. Every find counts. Be cautious on the way. I will have Zhao Mingwei and the others provide drone cover for you." After the 2 set off, Li Chang himself piloted a drone towards the wristband's nearest coordinate. That area was plagued by the black tide, and under the circumstances of uncertain safety, no personnel could be dispatched. Before long, the drone arrived at the location of the wristband signal. In the sight before Li Chang caused his breath to hitch, there lay a depression riddled with countless openings, dominated by a massive shipping container. The entire surface of the container was marked with tiny scratch marks, unmistakably the handiwork of the Mo Tiao. Embedded at a height just below a person's reach on the side of the container was a military dagger, deeply thrust into it, with a wristband long ceased to function, dangling from the hilt, swaying gently in the breeze. 74. As the east wind releases 1,000 trees of blossoms, it also brings down stars like rain. It was an unactivated swearing. Li Chang's finger hovered over the control panel, trembling slightly. The live feed from the drone revealed the red-numbered swearing 0116 gleaming with a sanguine light under the setting sun, as if sensing the drone's presence. Several Mo Tiao emerged from the holes surrounding the container, retreating back into their lairs upon failing to find prey. Li Chang cautiously maneuvered the drone closer to the wristband's location, and as the image drew nearer, the sight tightened his heart further. Beneath the wristband, faint traces of blood clung to the exterior of the container, alongside scattered metal fragments and remnants of fabric, uniforms from the Shinta team, akin to his own. Not far from the container, a solid-state battery lay forcibly shut down, evidently torn from an exoskeleton. In an instant, a vivid scene resurfaced in Li Chang's mind. A member of the Shinta team had appeared in this depression, accompanied by the swearing. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was abruptly surrounded by a swarm of Mo Tao. Those accursed creatures surged forth from the earth, pouncing on the Shinta team member, who could hardly mount a defense before suffering severe injuries. In a moment of desperation, he struggled to detach the exoskeleton's battery and cast it aside, preventing an explosion that could damage the swearing. He then affixed his wristband to the exterior of the swearing. Without deployment, the swearing could not be located. Li Chang's throat tightened as he gazed at the footage transmitted by the drone. In the final moments of his life, that team member continued to fulfill his duty, protecting the swearing, even at the cost of his own existence. After a brief silence, Li Chang activated the Joint Command Communication channel. "This is Camp Swearing 1. Comrades, I require your support." Soon, commanders from various camps joined the channel, all falling silent as they viewed the video Li Chang had sent. "Comrade, may you rest in peace." 30 seconds later, Li Chang spoke first in the channel. "Our mission now is to devise a means to retrieve that swearing. We cannot allow our comrade's sacrifice to be in vain. That location is likely one of the Mo Tao's nests, without knowledge of how many of those creatures lie within. We must not approach recklessly. We need to find a way to divert or eliminate the Mo Tao there before we can reclaim the swearing. We can discuss strategies. But if we are unable to proceed now, we shall postpone until we possess sufficient strength." The channel fell silent for a moment before Commander Bai Yuan from Camp 055 suddenly spoke up. "I have a suggestion regarding this." An hour later, above swearing 0116, 3 Type 50 heavy helicopters gradually descended. They approached the containers on the ground, deploying a massive electromagnet onto the top of one through a joint lifting mechanism. The gusts generated by the helicopters whipped through the caves below, prompting many Mo Tao to emerge, only to be swept into the air by the violent winds. The roar of the rotors was deafening, and the electromagnet firmly adhered to the container's apex. Li Chang and his team piloted the drones, remaining vigilant to their surroundings. Liftoff preparations complete. Came the comm report from the pilot through the communicator. The 3 helicopters simultaneously increased their power, the steel cables gradually tautening. The container swayed slightly, dirt cascading from its edges. As the container ascended, more Mo Tao surged from the caves, battling against the winds that pressed them down, rushing towards the container. "Now," Li Chang commanded decisively. The drones that had been circling the container instantly dispersed, positioning themselves above the Mo Tao nest. Pre-recorded audio played from several drones, plunging the Mo Tao below into chaos. Containers soar ever higher, while on the ground, the number of ink beasts steadily increases, with a significant number of unique individuals attempting to regain control over the herd. The dark tide is gradually taking shape, and even larger specimens have emerged, their roars overpowering the broadcast of drones. At this moment, alongside Camp Swearin 055, 3WS, 3 rocket launchers have been strategically positioned, including the previously deployed helicopters. These are all combat resources stored within the encapsulated unit F00019, and the time for their deployment has arrived. The cloud explosive warheads have been equipped, awaiting the guiding signal. With the drone signal successfully established and the target confirmed, the command to launch is given, with a warning for all unrelated personnel to evacuate to safety. Bai Yuanen's voice resonates through the communication channel. Li Chong fixates on the surveillance screen. Observing the real-time footage transmitted by the drones, the dark mass of ink beasts has coalesced into a nearly 100-meter-wide vortex at the original location of the containers, where those unique individuals are attempting to reorganize the herd. It is time. 3, 2, 1, launch. With Bai Yuanen's command, the 3WS, 3 rocket launchers simultaneously unleashed brilliant tails of flame as 18 cloud explosive shells streak through the sky towards their predetermined coordinates. All drones ascend. Li Chong commands immediately. The drones rapidly elevate, and 2 minutes later, the first cloud explosive detonates precisely 30 meters above the ground. The blinding white light instantaneously illuminates the entire depression, followed by a deafening explosion. The high-temperature, high-pressure shockwave radiates outward from the epicenter, engulfing everything in its path within the hollow. Subsequent cloud explosives detonate in succession, transforming the ink beast nest into a hellscape, where those unable to burrow underground vaporize in the intense heat, while those further away are torn apart by the shockwaves. This marks the first roar of anger from the Eastern nation in a foreign realm, as well as the inaugural flame of tribute for fallen comrades. With the mission accomplished, all drones return to base. Comrades, did you see? We avenged you. 75, there's no one here. Qing team, what was that sound just now? It sounded somewhat familiar. Queried Tin Song, who had been preoccupied with driving. Zhang Shui, responsible for guarding the firing position, perked up his ears, clearly intrigued as well. In the compartment behind Tan Song, Chung Run's Huang, who had been watching the live broadcast with anticipation, let out a sigh of relief. Familiar sound? It would be strange if it weren't. That's the explosion of our WS-3 special warhead. Which soldier from the Eastern nation isn't acquainted with it? WS-3? Rocket launcher? Since when did we acquire such equipment? Tan Song asked, his face brimming with excitement. I heard it was provided by Camp 055. Didn't they discover an encapsulated unit? That must be where it came from, Chung Run remarked. Tan Song whistled. With these resources, things will be much more convenient moving forward. Of course. Otherwise, all our preparatory efforts would have been in vain. Enough chatter. Focus on your driving. The target lies ahead. Chung Run interrupted, preparing himself for battle. With a mere 10 kilometers remaining to the coordinates of the 3 wristbands, silence enveloped the group. Tan Song grasped the steering wheel tightly, bracing for any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, Chun Run and Zhang Shui readied their machine guns, while the drone, under Zhao Mingwei's control, descended in altitude. As they approached the target, a cave emerged before them. Chung Run raised his hand, signaling the team to halt, squinting to scrutinize the dark entrance of the cave. The opening stood approximately 3 meters high, revealing clear signs of human activity, with soot stains marking the top, yet no figure was visible within the vicinity. The signal from the wristbands emanated from within. Zhang Shui lowered his voice, gesturing towards his wristband. On the screen, 3 red dots blinked rhythmically deep within the cave. Tan Song positioned the off-road vehicle horizontally at the cave entrance as cover, retrieving 2 activation devices for the mechanical wolves from the trunk. With a couple of soft clicks, the silver-gray mechanical wolves rose slowly with the sound of hydraulic operation. As per our usual protocol, Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 will lead the way. We will follow in tactical formation, Chung Run declared, flipping off the safety of his assault rifle. Zhao Mingwei, lower the drone just beneath the cave ceiling to illuminate our path. Zhao Mingwei maneuvered the quadcopter down, and its spotlight illuminated the cave brilliantly. The rock walls bore distinct signs of human modification, with what appeared to be claw-like markings, while the ground was strewn with the remains of unknown creatures, emitting a foul odor from the cave's depths. The cave was profound, yet no sound echoed from within. The 2 mechanical wolves advanced in a tactical formation, their locked wheels making faint noises upon contact with the ground. Chung Run and his companions followed closely behind in an inverted triangle formation, their weapons sweeping across every nook and cranny. Just as they ventured about 15 meters in, a warning suddenly flashed on the drone's interface, causing Zhao Mingwei's pupils to constrict. Thermal imaging revealed 3 indistinct humanoid shapes concealed behind the right rock wall, evidently poised to ambush them. Zhao Mingwei swiftly activated the small light at the drone's tail, signaling 3 long flashes followed by 2 short ones, indicating caution against an ambush. Chung Run and his team immediately halted, crouching low. Chung Run signaled, and Tan Song and Zhang Shi quickly moved towards the flanking rock walls. The mechanical wolves received their orders, silently lowering their bodies into a state of alert. 3 targets behind the right rock wall. Zhao Mingwei's voice came through the earpiece. Pitch low. Chen Run nodded, gesturing towards Tan Song. Tan Song acknowledged, guiding the 2 mechanical wolves in that direction. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Tan Song deliberately activated the rhythmic walking mode, enabling the mechanical wolves to produce sounds reminiscent of human footsteps. Suddenly, 3 shadowy figures emerged with a ghastly cry from a concealed crevice in the rocks, unleashing a frenzied barrage of gunfire towards the source of the footsteps. Most of the bullets whizzed harmlessly above the mechanical wolf, with only a few striking it, producing mere sparks. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of the gunfire, Chung Run and his companions decisively returned fire, eliminating 2 of the shadows with precise shots to the head, while a third was struck in the shoulder and thigh. Collapsing to the ground and shrieking in agony, Tan Song rushed forward, first kicking the assailant's weapon aside, then pinning him to the ground with the barrel of his rifle pressed against his forehead. That's it, just these 3, Zhao Mingwei's voice crackled through the drone. Chung Run and Zhang Shi relaxed their combat stances and hurried to assess the situation. Illuminated by the drone's spotlight, Chung Run discerned the pitiful figure of the captive on the ground, a middle-aged Caucasian man with a grotesque visage, blood oozing from wounds in his left shoulder and right thigh. The man was clad in a ragtag assortment of clothing, his expression fierce, and he continued to utter curses through gritted teeth. "You damned Easterners," he spat, his voice contorted by pain. Tan Song jabbed the rifle barrel into the man's wound, eliciting a fresh scream of anguish. "Enough of this nonsense. Where are the people you captured?" Tan Song inquired coldly. The man remained tight-lipped, yet his eyes involuntarily darted towards the depths of the cave, a subtle movement that did not escape Chung Run's keen observation. "Zhang Shi, keep an eye on him," Chung Run instructed, holstering his weapon and exchanging a knowing glance with Tan Song. "Let us venture deeper." The 2, accompanied by the mechanical wolf, pressed further into the cave, where the stench of blood grew increasingly potent. Chung Run's brow furrowed tighter, his grip on the rifle instinctively tightening. Upon rounding a corner, the sight that met their eyes compelled both men to gasp in horror. 7 or 8 mangled bodies lay heaped together like refuse, devoid of any sign of life. Among the dead were men and women of various ethnicities, though 3 appeared to be Easterners. They had been stripped bare, their hands bound behind their backs, and the wounds upon their bodies bore testament to the cruel torment they had endured in life, particularly the women, whose injuries were harrowing to behold. Tan Song's fists clenched audibly, and Chung Run's expression darkened ominously. "These wretched beasts." Chung Run's voice was laced with icy fury. On the opposite side of the corpse pile lay a chaotic assortment of items, various articles of clothing, damaged weapons, open food containers, and several torn emergency backpacks. Among them were 3 deactivated wristbands, mingling with the debris. Chung Run knelt to retrieve the blood-stained wristbands, carefully tucking them into his pocket. He then produced a Molotov cocktail, setting the timer before placing it atop the heap of bodies, his face a mask of cold resolve as he and Tan Song retraced their steps. "Captain, what's the situation?" Zhang Shi, stationed outside, hurriedly inquired upon seeing the 2 approach. However, before he could finish his words, Chung Run swiftly approached the burly man and thrust the rifle he held directly into the gaping mouth that had been twisted into a sneer. In an instant, the man's laughter transformed into a whimper, his eyes reflecting sheer terror and a plea for mercy. Bang! The viscous brain matter splattered against the nearby cave wall, and Chung Run grimaced as he flicked the muzzle of his weapon, as if it had become tainted by something foul. There was no one here, not a single soul. 76. The Joint Command node was established. 11 wristbands, devoid of any response, lay silently before the crowd, silently narrating the fate of their owners. These devices, once pulsating with life signals, were now utterly still. Some shells lay shattered and deformed, as if savaged by the claws of some wild beast. Others were crusted with dark red coagulated blood, glinting ominously in the sunlight, yet others emitted a putrid stench, causing those in the front row to instinctively hold their breath. All members within the Swearin No. 1 camp gathered around the wristbands, none daring to utter a word, their gazes solemnly fixed. A similar scene unfolded in Camp 391. Without excessive dialogue, those who beheld the current state of the wristbands seemed to mature significantly in that moment, their resolve solidified. The Regional Joint Command System convened its inaugural online Joint Command meeting. In light of the current situation and the stipulations of the Migratory Bird Plan, I propose the immediate establishment of a joint command node to lay the groundwork for future developments, Li Chang articulated first in the channel. I concur with the establishment of the joint command node, Bai Yan, commander of Camp 055, promptly responded, suggesting the immediate activation of wartime communication protocols, intelligence sharing among all camps, and a 24-hour readiness duty for everyone. Camp 391 echoed the sentiment, with Commander Chi Yu joining the channel, adding that the varied qualifications and professions of personnel across different camps made it challenging to meet all requirements. Facilitating personnel exchanges could resolve this issue, especially now. With the availability of 50 helicopters, personnel movement would be exceedingly convenient. Camp 541 also agreed, with Commander Su Ziyang stating, moreover, I suggest that each camp form rapid response teams based on their distinctive characteristics and delineate tasks accordingly, maximizing individual capabilities and preemptively planning to avoid conflicts. I too agree, especially since we must unite to safeguard our compatriots. Suddenly, Cheng Run's voice emerged beside Li Chang. Where have you been? You're late for the meeting. Li Chang inquired in a hushed tone. Nothing much, just dealing with some refuse. Cheng Run casually shrugged, his hands still bearing traces of drying blood. I will handle the trash I brought back myself. I shall not allow it to contaminate our camp. Li Chang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained himself, offering a wry smile as he formed 4 words with his lips. This shall not happen again. I am Cheng Run, commander of Camp 1125. Cheng Run announced as he stepped up to the microphone. Based on my recent observations, our original nation, having enjoyed an excessive tranquility, has overly shielded its ordinary citizens. Although many have undergone a rigorous training period, numerous compatriots still struggle to adapt to the realities of this world. They remain oblivious to the existence of entities that do not possess human qualities, which regard them as mere prey. I propose the establishment of a specialized task force dedicated to addressing this matter, capable of rescuing our fellow citizens while simultaneously conveying to those non-human entities that there are consequences for preying upon our Eastern compatriots. As soon as Cheng Run's words fell, a brief silence enveloped the communication channel. Li Chang noticed that the icons of several camp commanders flickered with green indicators, signaling their intent to speak, only to extinguish almost instantly. I support Commander Cheng's proposal, interjected Chi Yu from Camp 391, her voice tinged with suppressed fury. Our search team previously uncovered a den filled with those beasts. A muffled thud resonated through the channel, reminiscent of a heavy object striking a table. Chi Yu's breaths grew labored as she continued. We rescued 2 compatriots, but 3 more. We only found their wristbands. Those beasts have even hung the wristbands as trophies on their walls. I propose forming a rescue and retaliation squad specifically for this situation. Cheng Run's voice was icy. Each camp should allocate 2 members with combat experience, equipped with heavy weaponry and tracking devices. If possible, I am willing to take on the role of leader. Cheng Run clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, as a blood-stained wristband seemed to materialize before his eyes, adorned with the image of a pink cartoon bear, an indelible memory of the last moments of its owner. Agreed. 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 Li Chang's Adam's apple bobbed as his gaze swept across Cheng Run's bloodshot eyes, suddenly recognizing the depth of unspoken rage and resentment harbored by his comrade. I concur as well. However, I have a suggestion. The squad should carry sufficient medical supplies for transport, striving to bring our compatriots back. Moreover, should we encounter resistance or aggression, there is no need to take prisoners. The meeting swiftly concluded, and the large screen of the unified command system began to rapidly compile statistics on the resources and special talents from each camp. According to the tally, there were currently 52 military personnel across the entire network, including 15 members of the Shinta team and 1 from the Yulei team. Additionally, there were 167 ordinary civilians and 2 infants. Li Chang and his team meticulously categorized the data from the pre-registered Baigong plan within the wristband system for efficient mobilization as needed. The various supplies extracted from the F-00019 containment unit had begun to be distributed to each camp. This batch included, apart from helicopters and the WS-3 type, complementary unmanned combat assistance systems, along with ample emergency food, medicine, and munitions. These supplies have perfectly addressed the pressing needs of various camps, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. According to the newly established plan from the command node, the helicopter from Camp 055 is transporting the recovered Swerin 0116 to the designated deployment site. where a new communication node will be established. This method not only accelerates the speed of deployment, but also maximizes the avoidance of danger. Chung Run and several selected warriors from various camps have formed a rescue and revenge team. Once the communication node is deployed, they will promptly initiate a search for all wristband signals throughout the region. This communication node has been strategically placed near a valley in the southwest, creating a command network that will cover a substantial portion of the valley, with ample manpower and equipment. The time has finally come to recover the capsule hidden within that southwestern valley. 77 metals and third-generation wristbands. Blue Star, Hubei Province, an ordinary residential community. All right, Xiao Zhao. This is where I get off. Chen Lifeng unfastened his seatbelt and addressed the driver, Xiao Zhao, who had been escorting him home. What are you saying, Master Chen? Xiao Zhao nimbly jumped out of the driver's seat, assisting Chen Lifeng in opening the car door. Your tireless work on the mountain-moving project deserves more than just this ride. As he spoke, Xiao Zhao deftly retrieved Chen Lifeng's luggage from the trunk. Chen Lifeng gazed at the familiar entrance of the community, feeling a tinge of strangeness after 2 months away. The hibiscus at the entrance had bloomed with pink flowers, gently swaying in the twilight, and he inhaled deeply, savoring the long-missed scent of home. By the way, Master Chen, this is a gift from our commander, Xiao Zhao said thoughtfully, pulling out an exquisite box from the passenger seat and handing it to Chen Lifeng. Taken aback, Chen Lifeng was about to decline, but Xiao Zhao had already dashed back to the military vehicle and started the engine. That is rightfully yours, so don't refuse. Hurry home. I'm sure your wife is eagerly waiting. With that, Xiao Zhao waved goodbye, and the vehicle slowly departed from the entrance of the community. Standing in place, Chen Lifeng watched the retreating silhouette of the car, a smile creeping onto his lips. He glanced down at the box in his hand, feeling its weight and wondering what it contained. Eager to return home, he stuffed the box into his backpack and began walking briskly in the direction of his home. After 2 months away, everything in the familiar hallway seemed slightly foreign. He stood before his door, took a deep breath, and gently knocked. Inside, hurried footsteps approached, and the door was suddenly flung open. His wife, Lin Xiu, stood at the threshold, her eyes slightly red, holding a spatula in her hand. Old Chen, her voice trembled. Come in quickly, I made your favorite lotus root fritters. After dinner, Chen Lifeng reclined in a lounge chair, watching his wife's silhouette as she tidied up in the kitchen. He couldn't help but reflect on the sacrifices made by himself, his colleagues, and countless busy soldiers like Xiao Zhao, all striving tirelessly for this very moment. He instinctively touched the bracelet on his right wrist, and a countdown immediately appeared. 3 days. 6 hours, 57 minutes, and 21 seconds. In just over 3 days, he would have to commence that peculiar journey of traversing dimensions. It was precisely for this reason that his commanding officer insisted he return home, due to the remote location he was stationed in. The officer even dispatched a military aircraft to bring him back. To be honest, this was Chen Lifeng's first experience aboard a chartered flight, and the sensation was indescribable. Dad, let me help you pack. You should just rest. A voice interrupted Chen Lifeng's reverie. It was his son, Chen Xiaofei. The once rebellious little rascal now bore a semblance of maturity, standing before him with a backpack in hand. Chen Lifeng smiled, ruffling his son's hair. All right, it seems you've become more sensible. Chen Xiaofei instinctively attempted to push his father's hand away, but paused and allowed the gesture to continue. Dad, you must take good care of yourself when you cross over. Live well, and once Mom and I join you, we'll come to find you. As he spoke, he opened the backpack, his voice barely above a whisper. Chen Lifeng nodded, offering no further words, instead gazing fondly at his son. Chen Xiaofei felt a bit bashful under his father's gaze and took a few steps back. In doing so, a box tumbled out of the backpack. The box rolled on the ground, revealing its contents, a dazzling golden badge. Curiously, Chen Xiaofei picked it up. The badge was palm-sized, adorned with the familiar emblem and national flag of the Eastern Nation, along with the words Eastern Nation Honor Medal. The back of the badge bore an inscription, in tribute to the heroes who strive for the continuity of human civilization. Comrade Chen Lifeng, Central. Ah, Chen Xiaofei exclaimed. And Chen Lifeng quickly took the badge from his hands, scrutinizing it closely. The badge shimmered warmly under the light. And as Chen Lifeng's fingers lightly traced the engraved words, a surge of complex emotions welled within him. He had never imagined receiving such an honor, let alone at this moment. Dad, this is a medal awarded by the Central? Chen Xiaofei's voice brimmed with astonishment and admiration. You actually received a national-level honor. Snapping back to reality, Chen Lifeng smiled and carefully placed the badge back into its box. I merely fulfilled my duties, he said nonchalantly, not wishing to elevate his own significance in his son's eyes. At that moment, Chen Xiaofei appeared to discover something new. He grasped Chen Lifeng's hand, revealing the bracelet. Dad, why is your bracelet different from ours? Oh, this? It's the third-generation bracelet, which I hear was just recently developed. Currently, it's only distributed to those about to embark on their journeys. It's said to have many additional special functions, though I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. I've been told that wearing it suffices. Rest assured, you all will have your turn, and by then, it may very well be the 5th or 6th generation. Chen Lifeng chuckled. The Special Emergency Command Headquarters. Yunshu, the distribution of the third-generation wristbands is nearly complete. All compatriots scheduled to traverse within the week have been issued the new wristbands. Old One handed a stack of documents to Li Yunshu. The third-generation wristbands enhance battery life and the robustness of the casing, providing a degree of resistance against damage. Furthermore, per Old Zhu's request, they now incorporate an automatic recording feature that activates in cases of severe physiological reactions or significant emotional fluctuations, transmitting the audio promptly to the nearest swearing system. At this point, Old One could not help but sigh, remarking on the current circumstances and how those individuals still seem oblivious to the larger picture, wishing they could be a bit more considerate. As he spoke, Old One's gaze shifted toward the command room, and Li Yunshu's eyes followed suit. There stood a mathematical model, recently constructed by Old Zhu and his colleagues. The impact of various countries' information guidance and current situations on the safety of Eastern nation traversers. At the bottom of the model, a colossal red exclamation mark was striking. 78, Swearin 0116, requesting to connect to the network. Days prior, Eastern nations' intelligence agencies had uncovered a troubling phenomenon. Numerous nations, particularly the Eagle Nation, had seen the emergence of peculiar organizations among the populace. Both overtly and covertly, they disseminated various messages targeting the citizens of the Eastern nation. Ordinary people from the Eastern nation are incapable of fighting. They are merely naive souls, each carrying substantial supplies. The current calamity faced by all humanity is a consequence of the Eastern nation's defiance against divine will, thus incurring heavenly retribution. As long as one avoids Eastern nation soldiers, their ordinary citizens are entirely unguarded, particularly against us. A few words can easily deceive them. Stay discreet. Who knows what one has done? Just ensure no one sees you. Perhaps if the Eastern nation is cleansed, God will allow us to return home. Various messages flooded these organizations, all maliciously targeting the ordinary people of the Eastern nation. The Eastern nation promptly recognized this situation and issued warnings to various countries. However, while nations verbally committed to clarifying the facts and preventing the spread of related rumors, no substantial punitive actions were taken. Particularly, the Eagle Nation, during the League of Nations meeting, downplayed the issue, claiming it was merely a matter of free speech, asserting that the government had no authority to intervene. Furthermore, they stated that no citizens of the Eastern nation had been attacked during this period. Minister Zhu immediately collaborated with colleagues from the Academy of Social Sciences and the Academy of Sciences to establish a relevant model, concluding that the probability of ordinary citizens from the Eastern nation facing attacks had escalated by over 300%. It is precisely for this reason that the third-generation wristband has emerged. These individuals, when faced with obstacles, resort to covert measures. If the official channels fail, they turn to grassroots efforts. Have they ever considered channeling their energies for the benefit of humanity as a whole? Observing the red lines on the model, Mr. One felt a surge of indignation. After all these years, Mr. One, have you not yet grasped their true nature? They have always behaved in this manner. Li Yunshu remarked with a cold smile. Moreover, it is likely that many of them now believe they are adequately prepared, viewing the other world as a vast new colony. Intent on seizing the largest share, they perceive that Donghua has gained a significant advantage in the preparatory stages, which is why they permit these rascals from the grassroots to hinder our progress. When the time comes, they can easily conceal those miscreants or cast them aside, perhaps even offering them to us as a favor while distancing themselves entirely from the situation. It is time to place a shackle on those jackals. Soon, a new announcement from Dong was swept across the entirety of Blue Star. In this announcement, Academician Wang Lisan solemnly introduced to the world the third-generation wristband, featuring an automatic recording function, an active photography capability, and real-time transmission. It can even relay information to other wristbands when temporarily outside service areas. Doctor, Wang Lisan emphasized at the conclusion of the program that all information would be conveyed to the military of Donghua, ensuring that no bloodstained message would go unnoticed. Whether it be voice or photographs, they would undoubtedly identify the perpetrator, blood for blood, without limitations of time or means. The moment Donghua's announcement was released, it ignited a tremendous uproar globally. The grassroots organizations in countries like Eagle Nation were evidently taken aback by Donghua's resolute counterattack, leading to a frenzy of public discourse. In an underground forum in Eagle Nation, an extremist group known as the Free Pioneers convened an emergency online meeting. Are the Donghua people truly serious about this? A member with the ID Falcon voiced a panicked audio message. What is there to fear? The forum administrator, Blackjack, coldly replied, they are merely bluffing. It is just a wristband. How could it possibly possess such formidable capabilities? At that moment, a member suddenly sent a frantic message, claiming that the Donghua people were distributing samples of the third-generation wristband worldwide, and it was rumored that its functions were even more exaggerated than they had stated. No sooner had the message been sent than several members who had been online but silent abruptly logged off, as if they had never been present. Soon, Blackjack was left alone, the only one still displayed as online. Cowards! Damn Donghua you! In a fit of impotent rage, Blackjack gazed at the now empty forum, releasing a howl of defeat. With the public unveiling of the third-generation wristband and the collected information from various grassroots sources, the exclamation marks on Minister Zhu's large model gradually diminished, eventually transforming into a green wave line. In the otherworldly realm, at the Swearin No. 1 camp, Cheng Run was unaware that the nation had already devised corresponding strategies as he made his final preparations. Before him stood 6 elite warriors, each selected from various camps, designated as the inaugural members of the Rescue and Vengeance team. Like Cheng Run, they were seasoned soldiers who had previously participated in the search bracelet operation, their eyes gleaming with an intense ferocity. At that moment, they awaited on a hillside, where nearby ferocious beasts had been eradicated, while a helicopter transported Swearin No. 0116 to the predetermined deployment site. Cheng Run held a bracelet in his hand, the very one left behind by a fallen comrade who had sacrificed themselves to protect Swearin No. 0116, serving as a locator. Although other Shinta bracelets could activate the Swearin system, Cheng Run was determined to use this one. Now fully charged, the bracelet's screen emitted a flickering glow, brimming with anticipation. As the rumbling sound drew nearer, the helicopter arrived, bringing Swearin with it. Cheng Run hastily tucked away the bracelet, shielding his eyes as he sprinted toward the designated location. His comrades swiftly formed a defensive formation, vigilant against any imminent threats, while 5 drones scanned the surrounding area. Soon, a massive container slowly descended before Cheng Run, stirring up a gust of air. As the electromagnetic clamp atop the container was removed, he dashed forward, gently tracing the marks left by a dagger with his hand. Then, he pressed his right hand, along with the bracelet, against the sensor of Swearin No. 0116. Verification successful. Swearin No. 0116 ready for deployment. The long-awaited message illuminated beside the sensor. Accompanied by the sound of hydraulic mechanisms, the container, marred by claw marks, gradually unfolded. Cheng Run entered the control room of No. 0116, placing the bracelet atop the main controller, which seemed to shine even brighter at that moment. Swearin No. 0116 deployment complete. Requesting to connect to the network. 79. Initiating the first Joint Command Operation. Request approved. Welcome to the Joint Communication Command System. Swearin No. 0116, network connection successful. As the notification of network integration echoed, the command system's map control range expanded, swiftly enveloping a significant portion of the valley. Attention all units, attention all units. A new command resonated within the Joint Command System. Communication team, immediately commence contact with the bracelets based on the last-digit classification principle, confirming their current status. Rapid response team, based on feedback from the communication team, proceed to the target area without delay. Observation team, begin mapping the valley's environment and situational distribution. Preparing for the next phase of the plan. Cheng Run squad, proceed to fulfill your duties. Now, let everyone spring into action. With the command given, the warriors who had long awaited this moment, alongside the drones, advanced toward their objective, while members of the communication team promptly reached out to their comrades who had become isolated in the new area, devising measures based on the circumstances. In the control room of the Swearin 0116, Cheng Run first released all the probe balloons and drones, subsequently transferring their control permissions to the command network. He then initiated the emergency wake-up protocol for the area. Observing the sudden emergence of 10 red dots on the screen, Chung placed his comrade's wristband before the main display and departed from the control room. Outside, the team members were already prepared for departure. Except for the 3 in the valley, the coordinates of all other targets had been shared to your wristbands, allowing each member to select their objectives based on their respective positions. Remember, act according to the predetermined principles. Depart. 3 minutes later, the communication team had successfully established contact with all operational wristbands and reported the situation to the rapid response team. 10 minutes later, 6 rapid support drones had secured the vicinity of 6 high-risk targets, while transport drones began their approach. 30 minutes later, the safety of all targets was confirmed, and helicopters alongside the rescue vehicles commenced their operations to retrieve the lower-risk targets based on proximity. 1 hour and 45 minutes later, the last survivor boarded the rescue vehicle, preparing for the return to the camp. 3 hours and 8 minutes later, with the sound of a gunshot, Chung Run's team completed their mission. All 13 compatriots from the newly expanded area and 7 wristbands had been successfully retrieved. The deployment site of the Swearin 0116 system had transformed into a new temporary camp, where previously rescued compatriots were brought to receive preliminary treatment from the medical team. The current medical team was no longer what it once was, sustained solely by Dr. Zhou. Since integrating into the United Communication Command System, medical resources had been significantly replenished and optimized. Chen Jinping stood outside the control room in the temporary medical area, observing the busy doctors moving between makeshift beds. He had become the commander of the Swearin 0116 camp, responsible for related affairs. Dr. Zhou was quietly discussing something with 3 newly joined doctors, while 2 nurses skillfully and gently changed the bandages of a survivor with a leg injury. How is the situation? Chen Jinping approached Dr. Zhou and inquired softly. Dr. Zhou looked up, a weary yet content smile gracing his face, much better than anticipated. Of the 13 surviving compatriots, only 2 require urgent attention. Most others are merely suffering from mild dehydration or severe exhaustion and will recover after a few days of rest. Chen Jinping nodded, his gaze sweeping across the medical area. The surviving compatriots had changed into clean clothing, sipping hot soup in small sips. Their eyes, though still somewhat dazed, no longer reflected fear. At the entrance of the camp, 5 Shirang units were undergoing final adjustments and resupply, destined to be the primary force for tomorrow's valley exploration. The observation teams from various camps were making the final delineations of the valley, having completed the preliminary map, and were now marking all living organisms within the valley using infrared observation devices. The Regional United Communication Command System, Swearin No. 1 Camp Node. Li Chang's gaze fell upon the newly generated map within the command system, which was continuously updating the 3-dimensional terrain of the valley in real time. As the observation team persisted in their scanning, a multitude of red dots began to emerge on the map. These denoted the marked anomalous biological clusters. The density of life forms within this valley was exceedingly high. The team leader, Zhang Xiangxue, reported via the communication system that these entities exhibited extreme aggression, even launching attacks against drones and reconnaissance balloons. Li Chang furrowed his brow. The red dots projected on the valley map numbered well over 1,000. If they were to enter the valley under such conditions, it would likely result in a fierce battle. Although he doubted that these creatures could breach the armor of the Shirang unit, the effort required to eliminate such a plethora of beings in order to create a conducive environment for the encapsulated entity would demand an exorbitant amount of ammunition. Have we located the encapsulated entity within the valley? Li Chang inquired. Indeed, it is situated precisely at the coordinates you provided, Zhang Xiangxue replied, magnifying a photograph and sending it to Li Chang. It depicted a colossal metallic structure, the fully closed encapsulation shell resembling a gigantic metal cocoon, silently standing in the heart of the valley. The surface of the encapsulated entity bore traces of biological excretion and movement, along with a plethora of fallen leaves and remnants of fruit, yet the shell exhibited no signs of damage, affirming that the contents within remained intact. The resources contained within the encapsulated entity were essential, serving as the foundation for all subsequent developments. However, was it prudent to assault it directly? Aside from the ammunition expenditure, there loomed the risk of igniting a wildfire, which could potentially damage the contents within the encapsulation. Li Chang found himself momentarily vexed, as the commanders at other nodes also struggled to propose a viable strategy. Moreover, with the arrival of a new wave of travelers imminent, The exploration of the valley necessitated ample time and manpower. They could only proceed once this batch of compatriots had successfully arrived. At that moment, the door to the command room swung open, and Tang Yaowei, who had been assisting in the laboratory, entered, appearing somewhat disheveled, carrying a metal-sealed box. "Captain, Professor Dong has made some progress in his research. This is the information he asked me to convey to you. Everyone, please take a look. This is the plant I discovered within the valley." Dr. Dong presented a seemingly ordinary shrub to the camera. "Initially, I found it peculiar that the black tide was approaching the vicinity of the valley, and upon observing the biological density in the scanning images, my suspicions were further solidified. Theoretically, a valley rich in organic matter should be the prime target for the Moteos, yet they have not ventured even a step into the valley, which is decidedly abnormal. I requested Comrade Tang Yue to collect all plant samples within the visual range near the valley's entrance for comparative experiments. Indeed, all Moteos exhibited a pronounced aversion and fear towards this particular plant. Dr. Dong called up a video in which a Moteos was confined within a glass chamber, initially displaying no movement whatsoever. However, as Panning gently extended a plant specimen into the glass chamber from the opposite side, the ink-eating monster suddenly convulsed violently. Its previously tranquil body twisting as if electrocuted, seemingly resisting something. It frantically recoiled until it collided with the other side of the glass chamber, producing a jarring sound of friction. "Did you see that?" Dr. Dong's voice resonated from off-screen, tinged with suppressed excitement. "Its reaction is even more intense than we anticipated. This plant exerts a formidable deterrent effect on the ink-eating monster, possibly serving as a natural insect repellent. Pan, the herbalist, extracted a unique volatile oil from this plant, and preliminary analysis revealed a rare compound within that could directly disrupt the monster's nervous system." As Dr. Dong spoke, he brought up the laboratory's analytical data. "Moreover, this compound appears to be nearly harmless to humans and other animals." Panning also appeared on screen, her voice laced with enthusiasm. "We have conducted tests on the small animals we captured, and there were no adverse reactions. For humans, this compound is akin to the floral waters we commonly use. Aside from minor irritation, it shows no other effects in the short term." Panning extended an arm, revealing her inner forearm meticulously marked with zones, each smeared with varying concentrations of the extracted compound. Even in the area marked with the highest concentration, her skin merely exhibited slight redness, devoid of any other changes. "Although long-term impact tests remain unperformed, based on my experience, this compound should pose minimal danger to the human body. Yet, for the ink-eating monster, when the concentration of this compound reaches a certain threshold, it becomes lethal." Panning retrieved a test tube containing the purified plant extract, aerosolized it, and injected it into the aforementioned glass chamber. Within a mere 10 seconds, the ink-eating monster collapsed, frothing at the mouth, subsequently losing all vital signs. Panning conducted several similar experiments, each yielding comparable results. Even the strongest of the monsters succumbed in no more than 20 seconds. The research findings of Professor Dong and Panning swiftly circulated throughout all camps, prompting researchers in various locations to conduct experiments that led to similar conclusions. Furthermore, a bolder plan gradually took shape through these repeated experiments. 5 transport drones flew in a neat formation, gliding slowly along the valley entrance, while below them, a container released a substantial amount of aerosol mist. This was a passive organic solvent from the emergency reserves, capable of undergoing enzyme-catalyzed reactions with most volatile compounds, rendering them inert and diminishing their properties for a period. Originally intended to ensure the survival of traversers in toxic environments, this time, it was repurposed for another use. Experiments have demonstrated that it can briefly react with the compounds produced by that particular plant, rendering them ineffective. However, this process can only be sustained for a few hours, as it will gradually revert and lose its efficacy over time. With the spraying of the drone mist, the distinctive odor emanating from that shrub has noticeably diminished. The mist gradually begins to spread throughout the valley, while another swarm of drones prepares for the next phase of their operation. Approximately 20 kilometers from the initial location of the entity designated as 0116. 3 drones equipped with high-powered sound devices begin broadcasting the silent screams of the special individuals towards the earth riddled with cave entrances. In an instant, like a pot boiling over, countless entities known as Moda emerge from the cave, rushing towards the direction of the drones. Soon, more special individuals appear from their respective caves, managing to control the somewhat chaotic swarm of Moda. At this moment, although the drones have ceased their broadcasts, they begin to emit a scent that is profoundly repugnant to the Modu, compelling them to move in a specific direction. The throng of Moda quickly coalesces into a dark tide, surging toward the valley. The swarm of drones hovers at low altitude, continuously releasing the odor that the Moda detest, forcing them to advance along the predetermined path. Meanwhile, the passive mist within the valley continues to spray, ensuring that the Modu remain oblivious to the impending danger. They have entered. The observer at the monitoring station fixates on the screen, their voice quivering with excitement. On the screen, the dark tide resembles a serpentine river, flowing languidly into the valley. Under the guidance of the special individuals, the Motu maintain an orderly formation, yet they exhibit signs of unease in their surroundings, with their front pincers quivering as if on high alert. However, soon enough, the aroma of food dispersed throughout the valley captures their full attention. Although there are still some unpleasant scents lingering in the vicinity, they pale in comparison to the allure of the food before them. The dark tide begins to accelerate. This time, there is no need for prodding or inducement, as thousands upon thousands of Motu surge into the valley. How long can the effects of the passive agent last? Li Chang stands in the command center, his gaze fixed on the live feed. At most, 3 hours. Professor Dong quickly computes the figures. The reversion reaction has already commenced, and the concentration is gradually rising. That will suffice. Li Chang takes a deep breath. The plan to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf has been executed successfully. An increasing number of Moda enter the valley, beginning to devour every prey they encounter. The herds within the valley have never faced such an adversary as the Moda. After several struggles, they reluctantly succumb to becoming their food. The abundance of sustenance here is overwhelming, so much so that the Modu scarcely have time to consume the plants. As they sweep through the entire valley under the direction of the special individuals, this place will become their new lair, allowing their population to expand even further. Numerous ferocious beasts attempt to escape the valley, yet they are obstructed by the Modu, only to be engulfed in the black tide. Gradually, the entire valley falls silent, with only the rustling sound of the Moda's limbs moving. Finally, the 3-hour duration comes to an end. 81. The encapsulation has unfolded, and the mission is complete. Gradually, the passivator began to lose its efficacy, and the special compounds that pervaded the valley were once again reduced. The feeding swarm of Mo-Tau suddenly froze, rising upright in unison, then began to thrash desperately. Countless Mo-Tau fell into a frenzy. The once orderly black tide shattered into disarray. The first to encounter the reduced compounds convulsed violently, their foreclaws flailing uncontrollably, inflicting deep gashes on the exoskeletons of their comrades. Special individuals hidden within the herd began to howl, attempting to rally the black tide to surge out of the valley. However, drones concealed throughout the valley simultaneously commenced broadcasting the same sound at maximum power. The black tide became even more chaotic, dispersing into numerous small factions that commenced attacking everything in their vicinity. At the mouth of the valley, a substantial collection of urgently gathered shrubs was piled high, exuding an aroma that repelled the Mo-Tau from approaching. The situation within the valley had descended into utter turmoil, as the concentration of the reduced compounds increased. Compounded by the cacophony of drone and special individual sound waves, the Mo-Tau descended into complete madness. In the center of the valley, a special individual, markedly larger than its kin, attempted to regain control of the situation. Yet, just as it gathered a small group of Mo-Tau, several ordinary individuals, driven to madness by the drone sound waves and compounds, launched an attack against it. The controlling Mo-Tau froze, its eyes shimmering with confusion, until it was torn into fragments by the audacious, ordinary individuals. "Splendid!" exclaimed Li Chang, who had been observing the unfolding situation. "They have begun to attack the special individuals." Blue bodily fluid erupted from the wounds of the special individual Mo-Tau, seemingly containing some form of pheromone. Those Mo-Tau that came into contact with the blue blood became even more frenzied, no longer distinguishing friend from foe, attacking any moving object within their sight. One after another, Mo-Tau were pinned down by their peers, their foreclaws gruesomely severed, blue fluid splattering everywhere. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the valley. The hierarchical structure within the Mo-Tau swarm collapsed entirely. The once fearsome collective behavior that instilled dread in other creatures had vanished. They were now merely a horde driven by chaos and hormones, even devoid of the most fundamental instinct for self-preservation. One Mo-Tau, after shredding its kin, began to gnaw at its own flesh. In the infrared observation imagery, the tiny dots representing the Mo-Tau glowed a fierce red, their body temperatures soaring to an extreme state. A massive cluster of red dots began to converge, then extinguished en masse. Each extinguished dot signified the death of Imhotep. When the number of red dots in the valley dwindled to a minimal extent, 5 Sheryang units, which had been waiting at the valley's entrance, commenced their advance toward the target. The valley was awash with the blue bodily fluid and severed limbs of the Imhotep. The stench so potent that the warriors piloting the Sheryang units contemplated activating their protective systems. Although the odor was exceedingly unpleasant, it bore no genuine toxicity and would not significantly affect the human body. The convoy, composed of 5 engineering vehicles, advanced unwaveringly towards the location of the encapsulation unit, crushing any obstacles in its path and establishing a broad thoroughfare. The once menacing beasts of the valley had been nearly devoured by the earlier voracious creature, and those few that escaped were deterred by the sin of its bodily fluids, too frightened to approach the valley. Soon, the convoy arrived at its destination, revealing the encapsulation unit before their eyes. The vehicles came to a gradual halt, and the soldiers swiftly formed a defensive perimeter. Half an hour later, a helicopter descended in front of the encapsulation unit, and Li Chong, wearing Old Way's wristband, leapt from the aircraft. Password verification successful. Wristband detection confirmed. Unlocking encapsulation unit F00003. Unlocking successful. Encapsulation unit F00003 opened, accompanied by the roar of hydraulic systems and machinery. The shell encasing the encapsulation unit began to disengage. Layer by layer, it unfolded like petals, ultimately stacking neatly on the ground in orderly arrays. A profound silence enveloped the command channel as the soldiers from various camps quietly observed the unit's unveiling. "I know, the first batch of the Yulei team, veterans among veterans," came the gentle voice of Bai Yuan, commander of Camp 055, over the channel. Were it not for this extreme environment, Old Way would undoubtedly have managed to safeguard the encapsulation unit on his own. We previously received signals from his small reconnaissance balloon, but alas, the distance was too great. And with insufficient manpower, we were unable to assist him. Today, at last, Bai Yuan's voice trembled, and he could not continue. "Rest assured, my comrade. Your mission has been accomplished," he silently affirmed within himself, as the final metal plate clattered to the ground. The entirety of the interior of the encapsulation unit was revealed to all. It was a vast warehouse, framed and organized, housing 5 neatly arranged C-50 heavy helicopters along with their accompanying maintenance components, 10 WS, 3 rocket launchers, and an array of compatible warheads. Additionally, there were copious supplies of weapons, food, medicine, clothing, fuel, and various tools, in accordance with the mountain-moving plan. The early batches of encapsulation units were designed thus to enhance the survival probabilities of initial personnel. Far from the encapsulation unit, atop a colossal tree, lay the skeletal remains of a human clad in military garb. The bones were notably missing both legs and the left arm, clearly having sustained severe injuries before death. A rope firmly bound the skeleton to the tree's branches, positioning it to face the encapsulation unit. In the relatively intact right arm of the skeleton, an automatic rifle was tightly secured, deliberately aimed at the encapsulation unit through its scope. It seems that a certain looseness has emerged. As the final metallic plate of the capsule clattered to the ground, Li Chong opened the warehouse door, and the rope binding the rifle finally snapped. The steadfast rifle, which had endured until the end, plummeted, landing upon a branch beside the skeletal remains, startling a few unknown birds into flight. There, a military dagger had been plunged into the earth beside the bones, bearing the emblem of Yulei, reflecting the military insignia adorning the skull. 82. Bidding farewell to Blue Star, the training base in Hunan province, Chen Lifeng surveyed the crowd around him and glanced at his own distinctive combat uniform. Although he had long since prepared himself mentally, a tinge of anxiety was inescapable. The time for his imminent journey was drawing near. The square of the training base was filled with compatriots on the brink of transition and their loved ones, engaged in heartfelt farewells, in an effort to minimize chaos and unforeseen events. Nearly all of the East Country individuals preparing to traverse had been uniformly organized for their journey at this base since the third batch of travelers. Here, designated personnel would distribute essential supplies and provide intensive training before departure. His wife, Lin Xiu, and son, Qin Xiaofei, were assisting him in organizing his backpack. Although the emergency pack typically contained standard provisions, there remained a little space for personal items. Lin Xiu carefully placed a family photograph taken the day prior into Chen Lifeng's favorite book. tucking it into the inner compartment of the backpack alongside a talisman she had once sought at the temple. Though Chen Lifeng had never believed in such things, she stubbornly held onto the conviction that this charm would safeguard their family's reunion. Standing nearby, Chun Xiaofei clutched a medal, the East Country Honor Medal awarded to his father. Old Chun had entrusted the medal to his son. Seizing the moment while his father gazed sentimentally at his mother, Chun Xiaofei stealthily slipped the medal into the backpack, convinced that it was far more valuable than his mother's talisman. He dared not reveal to Lin Xiu that the talisman bore a striking resemblance to one he had seen in an animated series. Once Lin Xiu had finished arranging the backpack, she handed it to Chen Lifeng. Taking a deep breath, he opened his arms and embraced his wife and son. Attempting to appear nonchalant as he reassured them, "Do not worry. I will scout ahead and find a suitable place for you to join me later. Xiaofei, make sure to listen to your mother. Help her out while I'm gone, and focus on your training. I've heard you're among the best shots in your battalion. You're a fine young man, far better than I ever was." Chun Xiaofei nodded earnestly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, though he resolutely held them back. Standing tall, he mimicked his father's authoritative demeanor and declared, "Dad, don't worry, I will take good care of Mom. You must wait for us, you must." Lin Xiu clutched Chen Lifeng's sleeve tightly, her fingertips turning pale with tension. She stifled a sob, retrieving a small pouch embroidered with a peace knot from her pocket. Inside, it contained soil from their hometown, along with a strand of my hair. If you ever yearn for home, just... Chun Lifeng accepted the pouch and gently kissed his wife's forehead. In the distance, the sound of a gathering buzzed, prompting him to take a deep breath and sling his backpack over his shoulder. A mechanical voice, familiar to all citizens of the Eastern nation, echoed, "Attention, all personnel. Attention, all personnel. There is only 1 hour remaining until the time for crossing begins. Please check your wristbands to ensure you do not miss the crossing time. All compatriots preparing to cross should proceed to the departure preparation area, where personnel are available to assist you with your final preparations. Please remain behind the designated lines if you are sending off friends or family to prevent disturbances or other dangers." Chen Lifeng waved farewell to his wife and child, then followed the crowd along the marked path to the preparation area. This space was divided into square grids, with each individual preparing to cross standing in their designated spot according to their wristband numbers. Each grid contained various supplies, tailored to the needs of every person. The soldiers responsible for maintaining orders swiftly entered, checking each wristband to ensure accuracy, then distributing the stored weapons and equipment to all. At the front of the preparation area stood a large screen, where an instructor was reiterating the precautions to take after crossing. Upon crossing, please conceal yourselves immediately and observe your surroundings. Remember, the highest casualties typically occur within the first few minutes after crossing. Stay vigilant, keep your guard up, and recall everything you have learned at the training base. Chen Lifeng tightened his grip on the rifle, the cold metal offering him a semblance of calm. He glanced around and noticed many others, like him, meticulously checking their gear. This was the foremost task emphasized by their instructors during training. Once safety was assured, they were to pay immediate attention to their wristbands. If contacted by our soldiers, please follow their instructions, as this is the quickest way to obtain assistance. Should your wristband momentarily lose signal, do not panic. Seek a secure place to conceal yourself and survive. Our soldiers will undoubtedly find you. Remember all the warnings given during training, for they will determine your safety. 10 minutes remaining in the countdown. Please prepare for crossing. Chen Lifeng felt his heart racing as he trembled, securing his backpack as instructed during training, ensuring that supplies could be accessed readily. 5 minutes remaining. Please check your weapons and maintain a readiness to fire at any moment. The preparation area resonated with the sound of bolts being pulled, as soldiers assisted each person with a final inspection of their weapons before swiftly departing the preparation area. The surrounding crowd gradually fell silent, interrupted only by the occasional stifled sob. The instructor on the large screen ceased his explanations. 2 minutes remaining. Attention, everyone. The commanding voice of the officer resonated through the speakers, urging them to tighten their nerves and strive to survive. 1 minute remaining. Chen Lifeng, adhering to orders, raised his rifle with his left hand and anxiously surveyed his surroundings. In the distance, beyond the warning line, he spotted his wife and children, desperately waving at him. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lifeng forced a smile that he believed to be reassuring. 30 seconds remaining. A peculiar sensation enveloped him, and in that fleeting moment, he felt as though he were about to depart from this world. 10, 9, 8. Chen Lifeng cast one last glance toward his family. etching their faces deeply into his memory. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, the entire preparation area became eerily empty. Outside the warning line, the onlookers lingered, reluctant to leave. Lin Xiu gazed at the spot where her husband had vanished, whispering softly, "You must return safely." In another realm, amidst a whirlwind of confusion, Chen Lifeng abruptly opened his eyes to find himself standing in an unfamiliar forest. Struggling against discomfort, he crouched down, raising his rifle and scanning the surroundings warily. On his right wrist, his device emitted a faint beeping sound. Signal search failed, unable to connect to network. 83, my dear, times have changed. Chen Lifeng observed his surroundings with growing anxiety, even finding it challenging to breathe. The area was filled with nameless trees, with strange shadows flitting through his line of sight. He forced himself to take deep breaths, the cold air filling his lungs and offering a slight clarity. Fortunately, despite his emergence in the woods, he did not encounter any large animals or visible threats. First, conceal yourself, Chen Lifeng muttered to himself, striving to recall the key points from his training. Luckily, not far from him was a protruding rock, mostly concealed by dense shrubs, a perfect hiding spot. Without a moment to lose, he hurried over, maneuvering through the prickly underbrush with his tactical gear, clumsily climbing onto the rock. Only then did the tension he had been holding begin to ease. On the backside of the rock, there was a hollow just large enough for a person. Chen Lifeng curled up inside, gasping for breath. Truth be told, he had never felt such anxiety, not even while welding on a high frame at a construction site. He lifted his hand to check the now silent device, its warning of network disconnection eliciting a bittersweet smile from him. It seemed his luck had run dry, as he had not appeared near the eastern stronghold. The surroundings offered no signs of human presence, and Chen Lifeng doubted his ability to navigate through this dense, primordial forest alone. He gently removed his backpack and inspected its contents: emergency rations, water purification tools, a first aid kit, fire starters, and his favorite book, which he surmised must have been placed there by Lin Xiu. Instinctively, Chen Lifeng grasped the book in his hands, and a photograph slipped out from between the pages, fluttering to the ground. It was a family portrait, the smiles of the three individuals eliciting a pang in his heart, yet he quickly shook his head. This was not the time for sentimentality. Just then, a sudden rustling of dry leaves reached his ears from a distance. Chen Lifeng immediately crouched low, gripping his rifle tightly, peering through the gaps in the bushes. Richard was traversing a familiar path, searching diligently. A new batch of crossers had just arrived, and he anticipated the presence of newcomers. As someone who had been in this realm for 5 days, he felt it was his duty to welcome them properly. This forest was relatively small and devoid of overly dangerous beasts, making it a suitable stronghold for him. He deftly pushed aside the obstructing vines, his boots crunching softly on the damp leaves beneath. Suddenly, Richard squinted, examining the fresh footprints on the ground. Someone had just passed through here. A novice. A cold smile crept across his lips as his right hand instinctively brushed against the pistol at his waist. Over the past 5 days, he had received supplies from 3 batches of newcomers, which had afforded him a rather comfortable existence here. Behind the rock, Chen Lifeng held his breath, peering through the foliage. He spotted a burly foreign man approaching, clad in camouflage and wielding a weapon, moving with the precision of a seasoned soldier. Not someone from the Eastern nation. Chen Lifeng's heart raced, and his finger quietly engaged the safety on his rifle. During the pre-crossing training, instructors had repeatedly emphasized that in unfamiliar environments, the greatest threats might not be the beasts, but rather other crossers. Richard suddenly halted, squinting at a nearby rock, a location he knew all too well. Most novices would take that spot as a hiding place. He had found 2 out of 3 of his previous quarry there. "Come out. I see you," he called in accented eagle tongue. As he spoke, he retreated behind a large tree, a position he had carefully selected, perfectly concealing him from the view of the rock's recess. Soon, movement emerged from behind the rock, a figure seemingly struggling to locate the source of the sound. The familiar attire of the figure made Richard's desire to whistle nearly irresistible. An Eastern national, a prime target indeed. He licked his dry lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Easterners' backpacks were always brimming with practical supplies. The last unfortunate soul's backpack had been the key to his current comfort. He slowly raised his rifle, aiming towards the rock, and shouted in broken Eastern tongue, "Come out. Drop your pack." The figure atop the rock appeared increasingly flustered, and Richard could even hear the rapidity of their breath. A true novice among novices, he muttered disdainfully, asserting that within a mere 3 minutes, He could shatter the opponent's skull, and they wouldn't even come close to grazing the hem of his garment. Richard stepped forward, exposing half of his body beyond the trunk, intending to lure the novice adversary into launching an attack, thus revealing his upper body for a swifter resolution. The novice would never fathom that, given the rock's position. It would be utterly impossible to aim in his direction. Just then, a peculiar buzzing sound suddenly emanated from the vicinity of the rock. What on earth? Richard furrowed his brow and peered toward the rock, only to behold an odd thermos wobbling and soaring towards his position. Boom! Chen Lifeng listened intently to the explosion and the abrupt cessation of a wretched scream from that direction, instinctively tightening his grip on the badge in his hand. Upon hearing that individual's voice earlier, he had genuinely panicked. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, although he was armed. He knew he could never hit a target so distant, especially with a large tree obstructing his view. Clearly, the individual across had identified him as a target, and once he exposed himself, he would likely be attacked. Yet, even hiding here was not a viable solution. The other party evidently knew he was concealed in this spot and would eventually force him out. In a state of frenzy, Chen Lifeng contemplated tossing his backpack aside and fleeing. In his flurry, he attempted to extract a few portable items from his backpack to aid his escape, when suddenly a hard object lodged itself against his fingers. It was a badge that should not have been in his backpack. Chen Lifeng paused. Then his attention was captivated by what lay beside the badge. Although they had all undergone brief training, it amounted to little more than the ability to wield a firearm, hardly sufficient for dealing with even the most benign wildlife, let alone malevolent professional adversaries. A segment of the instructor's final briefing before their crossing flashed before his eyes. In such a situation, do not even contemplate engaging them in gunfire. You are no match for them. We have prepared this for you. The instructor had produced a thermos. Quite simple. Confirm the hostile target, direct it towards their location, and press the button at the base. 84, third-generation wristband. After what felt like an eternity, Chen Lifeng's racing heart finally began to steady. Although he had merely pressed a switch, this was indeed his first act of aggression against another human, and judging by the sound, it was likely that the opponent had perished. Taking a deep breath, Chen Lifeng suppressed the turmoil in his stomach and cautiously crawled over the rock. Peering at the previous position, scattered around the explosion site were charred fragments and a twisted, deformed firearm, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. At that moment, Chen Lifeng could no longer contain himself. He collapsed onto the rock and retched violently. He had encountered corpses before, having spent decades in construction and witnessed many shattered bodies. Yet this one was, after all, a consequence of his own actions. Chen Lifeng heaved, nearly expelling his bile, his throat burning with pain. He wiped the corner of his mouth, forcing himself to regain his composure. This was not a moment for weakness. The forest might still harbor more predators like Richard. Seizing the opportunity while the sounds of explosions and the scent of blood had yet to attract any unwanted entities, Chen Lifeng swiftly packed his backpack and departed the area. The revised training manual advised that when one inadvertently creates a significant disturbance, one should promptly vacate the scene, but not stray too far, while remaining vigilant for potential communication. After approximately half an hour, Chen Lifeng discovered a suitable hiding place, a dead tree with a large hollow at the top, ample enough to conceal a person. This location was roughly 2 kilometers from his previous position, which should not be considered too distant. With the aid of his exoskeleton, he laboriously climbed the decayed tree and nestled himself in the hollow, cradling his firearm. After forcing down a few emergency rations to quell the discomfort in his stomach, he closed his eyes, hoping to rest briefly. Perhaps it was the accumulated stress or the exhaustion from narrowly escaping death that finally overwhelmed him. For Chen Lifeng drifted into a fitful slumber within the tree hollow. Time passed unnoticed until he was abruptly awakened, instinctively reaching for his rifle and scanning his surroundings. Fortunately, all was calm, with no sign of any lurking dangers. At that moment, a peculiar phenomenon in the distant sky captured his attention. Far on the horizon, points of light flickered incessantly. Although the distance rendered the sounds inaudible, Chen Lifeng immediately recognized it as explosions occurring in the air, reminiscent of a similar sight he had witnessed while at a construction site for a containment unit on Blue Star. The lights persisted for 2 to 3 minutes before vanishing completely. Glancing at his wristband, he noted that over 3 hours had elapsed since his arrival in this realm. The device still indicated no network connection, nor were there any signs of communication incoming. It seemed unlikely that any compatriots would locate him in the immediate future. And with a resigned shake of his head, Chun Lifeng clutched his rifle and curled back into the hollow. Meanwhile, approximately 300 kilometers away at Camp 0179, Commander Guanshan reviewed the previous records from the Hongyan system. He drew a circle on the map before pointing to a location on its periphery. This is the spot. If we deploy Flame 1176 here, it will connect with the area, establishing a new communication network. Lu Weitian, Zhang Xiangqian. You are to depart immediately and ensure the new Flame deployment is completed within 2 hours. Many of our compatriots in that region are awaiting our rescue. The helicopter crew was already prepared, lifting Flame 1176 and heading towards the designated target. In the forest, less than 30 kilometers from Chun Lifeng's hiding spot, Li Lingtong was affixing a metallic strip to a small reconnaissance balloon before releasing it into the air, hoping for a successful outcome. Li Lingtong gazed expectantly at the slowly ascending balloon, beginning to manipulate the controls on his wristband. This was a modest camp, housing 6 East Country individuals aside from Li Lingtong, among whom were 2 soldiers, having traversed from another realm. Li Lingtong was fortunate enough to establish contact with his compatriots upon arrival, swiftly being welcomed into the camp. The encampment was small, centered around a single Yangshang unit, with a few individuals constructing 2 makeshift shelters from the core for habitation. Upon realizing that there was no communication network available and that contact could only be made via radio within a limited range of approximately 10 kilometers, compounded by the fact that the sole drone had been damaged due to the complexities of the forest environment, he volunteered to tackle this challenge. As a member of the East Country Radio Enthusiast Association and a seasoned radio aficionado, Li Lingtong was well-versed in methods to expand the range of radio receivers. He swiftly disassembled the damaged drone, extracting the transceiver and utilizing a roll of metal tape he carried to fashion a rudimentary amplifier, which he then attached to the probe balloon before releasing it into the sky. As the balloon ascended higher, the radio receiver on his wristband gradually emitted a crackling sound. "Don't move. Kneel down obediently." 2 men brandished firearms at Chun Lifeng, one of whom commanded in broken East Country dialect. Chun Lifeng stiffened, slowly raising his hands. Acutely aware of the cold barrel pressed against the back of his head, cold sweat instantly soaking his shirt. Moments ago, these 2 had shadowed him, seizing the opportunity to ambush him when he was unguarded. By the time he comprehended the situation, he had already fallen into a perilous predicament. They had snatched his backpack and dragged him down from the tree, aiming a gun at his head. Just as the assailant poised to pull the trigger, his companion seemed to notice something and hastily redirected the gun's muzzle. "What are you doing, Yamashita? Are you really going to spare this East Country man? I don't recall you being so benevolent," he exclaimed. Yamashita, however, remained silent, his face etched with terror as he stared at the wristband on Chun Lifeng's arm. At that moment, the screen on the wristband had automatically activated, capturing everything around through its camera, and the video was currently playing on the display. A 3rd-generation wristband. "Damn it. This device is recording our appearance and voice patterns. Park Jun, you can't kill him. Otherwise, it will attract that East Country butcher." Yamashita trembled uncontrollably. Haunted by the memories of the previous day, the East Country butcher and his comrades had stormed their camp with a swarm of drones and mechanical wolves, executing the owner of the recorded message with a shot to the head after playing it back. Under the overwhelming show of force, no one in the camp dared to move. The butcher's warning still echoed in Yamashita's ears. "Should I receive any news of you shedding East Country blood, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth and slay you." 85. The butcher. The companion known as Park Jun wore an expression of displeasure. "What is this nonsense about a 3rd-generation bracelet? Yamashita, have you lost your mind? If we kill this guy and leave that wretched bracelet on his corpse, once the beasts arrive to devour both him and the remains, who would ever discover it?" As he spoke, he raised his gun, preparing to aim it at Chun Lifeng's head. "Absolutely not," Yamashita exclaimed, urgently pulling him aside. "Can't you see? Our appearances and voices have been transmitted to the other Easterners via that device. If the bracelet cannot detect his life signs, we will become the targets of that butcher's wrath. No camp or stronghold would dare shelter us. They would eagerly present our heads to the Easterners in exchange for a reward. You, not being one of us, cannot fathom the butcher's madness. The reason so many have flocked to this area in recent days is due to their fear of him. Trust me, stop this at once. We have not yet stained our hands with blood. There is still time." Park, somewhat intimidated by Yamashita's words, lowered the gun, casting a dubious glance at the bracelet on Chun Lifeng's wrist. "Is this thing truly that remarkable?" Yamashita nodded vigorously, resembling a frightened chick. but it states that it is not connected to a network. How can it send messages? Huh. At Park's words, Yamashita was taken aback, hastily leaning closer to examine the bracelet, and indeed, he spotted the flickering text. His face shifted through shades of pale and red, visibly entering a state of alarm. Yamashita's teeth chattered as he suddenly slapped himself across the face, the sound startling Park. Damn it, we've been played. There's no signal here. Those messages could never be sent. The butcher cannot possibly know our situation. Kill him, Park, do it now. Then we can smash that bracelet to pieces. And there will be no further risks. Yamashita, enraged and humiliated, shouted at Park. Caught off guard by Yamashita's sudden shift, Park soon wore a sinister grin. He raised the gun once more, the dark muzzle aimed at Chun Lifeng's forehead. Eastern pig, dare to toy with us? Park's finger rested on the trigger, his eyes gleaming with sadistic delight. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the bracelet on Chun Lifeng suddenly emitted a crackling sound. Hello, can you hear me? This is Li Ling. Please respond if you hear me. The unexpected turn of events left all three, Park, Yamashita, and Chun Lifeng, stunned. As a large prompt materialized on the bracelet, message sent successfully. Park and Yamashita stood frozen, resembling two wooden figures. Park's pupils constricted, his fingers still on the trigger, yet he lacked the strength to press it down. Meanwhile, Yamashita's complexion shifted from red to white, cold sweat trickling down his temples, dripping onto the ground before him. It is inconceivable. Yamashita's voice was hoarse, having clearly detected no signal moments prior. The incessant crackle of the wristband persisted as Li Lingtong's voice intermittently broke through. Can you hear me? This is Li Ling. We are. If you require assistance, please inform me of your location. The signal appeared to be weak, allowing only fragmented snippets of sound to reach him, while the noise from this side failed to transmit at all. Damn it, deceived once again. This is shortwave radio. The range cannot be too far. We simply need to eliminate this individual and then deal with that Li Ling character as well. The data transmitted from here can only reach that Li Lingtong's wristband. We shall take them both out together. At this moment, Yamashita's expression twisted into one of utmost ferocity as he snatched the gun from Park's hands, aiming it at Chun Lifeng. The shadow of the butcher loomed, nearly suffocating him. He had to sever any potential means of drawing the butcher's attention. Yet, at that very instant, Chun Lifeng's wristband flickered once more, displaying a new successful connection message. More? Li Lingtong, just wait. Once I eliminate this guy, I will settle the score with you. Prepare to meet your end. Yamashita howled frantically at Chun Lifeng's wristband. You want me to prepare for my demise? Excellent. I relish such a formidable adversary. The voice emanating from the wristband suddenly sharpened, delivering a tone that was both frigid and mocking. The butcher. Yamashita's countenance drained of color in an instant. This voice represented his most dreaded nightmare. No, it cannot be. His hands began to tremble, the gun wavering slightly. This wretched wristband had no signal. How could this be? Unbeknownst to him, less than 200 kilometers away, a new lighting system had been successfully deployed. Lighting System 1176 successfully connected. From that moment forth, all lighting systems in the vicinity were interconnected, creating a vast communication command network that enveloped the entire area. Meanwhile, at another lighting camp, Chung Run gazed intently at the roughly 10 wristband coordinates that had newly appeared on his screen. Among them, the wristband representing Chun Lifeng blinked urgently, indicating that its owner was under immense psychological strain and likely in a perilous situation. Chung Run promptly initiated contact with this wristband, but before he could speak, he was met with Yamashita's roar from the other end. In an instant, Chung Run grasped the gravity of the situation on the opposite side. He signaled to a nearby comrade to immediately contact the nearest rapid drone and dispatch it to the coordinates. He then swiftly adjusted his demeanor, lowering his voice to a deep, chilling timbre, and spoke into the communicator. He aimed to apply pressure on the other side, striving to buy time. It seems you have yet to reach your final step. Continue. Would you like to see if I can shatter you into pieces behind you? Yamashita's complexion turned ashen as he anxiously scanned the surrounding forest, as if those swaying shadows of the trees might at any moment unleash a vengeful specter upon him. Considering that your hands remain unstained with blood, I shall grant you an opportunity. Chung Run's cold voice continued to resonate through Chun Lifeng's communicator. Release the owner of the communicator, and I will spare your lives. You have 3 minutes to ponder your course of action. Yamashita and Park stood frozen, caught between the desire to flee and their palpable hesitation. The fleeting 3 minutes vanished swiftly. Get out immediately. Chung Run's voice sliced through the air like an icy blade, causing Yamashita and Park to tremble uncontrollably. Otherwise, I shall make you regret ever drawing breath in this world. Yamashita swallowed hard, his gaze flickering towards Park. What if? Silence. Park suddenly bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. Do you think that if we relent now, the butcher will spare us? Don't be naive. He abruptly aimed his gun at Chun Lifeng's head again, his fingers turning pale from the exertion. Butcher, listen closely. We are not afraid of you. We are not afraid. I shall kill for you right now, bang. Park's upper body erupted into a crimson mist as a high-speed drone whizzed overhead. Yamashita was splattered with blood, staring blankly at the remnants of Park's body collapsing to the ground, the warm liquid staining his trousers and seeping into his boots. He emitted a sound that resembled a wail of despair, dropping his gun to the ground and staggering back 2 steps before abruptly turning to flee. Flee? Chung Run's voice echoed from the communicator. Do you think you can escape? Just as Yamashita took a few steps, a tree trunk exploded ahead, sending splinters flying. He halted in terror, witnessing the smoking crater before him, as Chung Run's ghastly voice echoed in his ears. Kneel, Chung Run commanded. Yamashita's legs buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his forehead pressed against the earth. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I was wrong. Chun Lifeng struggled to sit up, observing the dramatic turn of events. The voice from the communicator chimed in. Comrade, are you all right? Apologies for our tardiness. Truth be told, everything that had transpired today was too swift and exhilarating, leaving Chun Lifeng in a state of disbelief. His mind was in disarray, unable to discern north from south. However, one thing he was now certain of, gazing at the drone hovering above him and hearing the term comrade through the communicator, was that he had been saved. At that moment, the drone, which had been suspended in the air, slowly descended toward the kneeling Yamashita. The drone's probe flickered with red light, its smoking cannon almost touching Yamashita's head. Wasn't it said to clean my neck and wait? Come on, continue. Yamashita trembled uncontrollably, as if shaken like a sieve, desperately banging his head, yet unable to utter a coherent sentence. Did you think that without a network, the wristband could not send messages? Dream on. The information was transmitted successfully the moment it was generated. How do you think we arrived here so swiftly? The drone pressed down further, and the gale produced by its retractable rotor ruffled Yamashita's hair, revealing his bloodied forehead and the mingling of tears and mucus on his face. In light of your initial attempt to prevent others from harming my compatriots, I shall allow you to leave this time. Bow 3 times to my compatriots, and then get lost. Remember, there will not be a next time. Upon hearing Chung Run's words, Yamashita felt as if a great pardon had been granted. He scrambled to Chun Lifeng, his forehead crashing heavily onto the ground, producing a dull thud. Yes, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Yamashita's poorly articulated East Asian language was laced with a sob, his face smeared with tears and snot. He trembled as he lifted his head, meeting Chun Lifeng's complex gaze. Chun Lifeng looked at this adversary, who just moments ago had been arrogant, now kneeling before him like a lost dog, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. Enough, go away. Chung Run's voice from the drone resonated again, filled with menace. Only then did Yamashita scramble to his feet and turn to flee, even stumbling and face-planting into the ground due to his speed, neglecting to wipe away the blood from his nose as he crawled away into the depths of the dense forest. The drone ascended slowly, beginning to survey the surroundings. Inside the wristband, Chang Run's voice echoed once more. Comrade, are you all right? Our support team will arrive shortly. Chun Lifeng attempted to move his body, though sore all over. He was fortunate not to have sustained any serious injuries. He looked up at the drone hovering above and croaked into the wristband. Thank you. If it weren't for you, it is our duty. Chung Run's tones softened considerably. Rest where you are. Do not move around. Our people will be there soon. Understood. Seeing that Chun Lifeng appeared to be relatively unharmed, Chung Run finally exhaled in relief. He switched off the microphone before turning to his compatriot, who was still constructing the model. Expert, how was my performance just now? Not bad, though your acting was somewhat exaggerated. However, given the state of the other side, they likely wouldn't mind. Wang Chengcheng finally completed the construction of the model. She was one of the first groups of psychological experts who had arrived here, tasked with developing a psychological model conducive to the survival of isolated compatriots. According to my calculations, the butcher's reputation has now spread to most of the surrounding areas. And with the patch provided by the fellow we just let go, The efficacy of the third-generation wristband should be improved by an additional 15%. The surrounding camps are also attempting to disseminate news that anyone who assists isolated East Asians and brings them to our camp will, to some extent, gain our friendship and receive a certain amount of supplies. Li Chang added from the side, as long as the actions are not excessively extreme. Ordinary individuals who observe compatriots adorned with wristbands will contemplate the cost of their actions, thereby significantly mitigating the associated risks. Captain Chung Run. Wang Chengcheng gazed earnestly at Chung Run before her. We must ensure that those who have harmed our compatriots pay a blood debt in full. Only in this way can the butcher become a complete legend, a sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. Chung Run's gaze suddenly sharpened, and he slowly rose to his feet. Rest assured, every beast that has shed the blood of our compatriots will inevitably face the consequences. At Camp 1176, as the rescue teams gradually returned, Chen Lifeng and his companions were received at the nearest base, Camp 1176. The atmosphere was already lively within the camp. The medical rescue team, having awaited their arrival for some time, warmly welcomed them and began meticulously examining their bodies and treating their wounds. Those who had endured immense pressure during this period and were experiencing extreme mental distress were also attended to by specialized counselors for support and relief. Once all these processes were completed, personnel would escort them to their assigned quarters. This routine had become so familiar that the team members had grown remarkably adept at it. All right, sir, you are fine now, a young nurse said as she cleaned the wound on Chen Lifeng's arm and applied medication. It's merely a scrape. You will recover swiftly. After tending to his injury, the nurse prepared to attend to another wounded individual. At this moment, Chen Lifeng finally seized the opportunity to pose a question he had long wished to ask. What are those people doing? He gestured towards one side of the camp, where dozens of individuals were lined up outside the barbed wire enclosure, registering their presence. Surrounding them were mechanical wolves and drones on guard, and at the front of the line, a man who appeared to be an ordinary citizen of the Eastern nation was pleading with tears streaming down his face. They are merely shameless individuals, the nurse replied. Glancing in the direction Chen Lifeng indicated, a hint of disdain crossing her features. Welcome back, compatriot. The man cried out, I am truly an Eastern citizen. I just accidentally lost my wristband. Look at my typical Eastern appearance and my fluent Eastern language. Does that not prove my words? In front of the isolation barrier, a middle-aged man was passionately pleading his case, his voice filled with emotion. Yet the soldiers stationed there merely regarded him with cold indifference, offering no response. Oh, by the way, should I sing the national anthem or provide other evidence to prove my identity? The man suddenly recalled something. I remember seeing this in a drama. I can sing. I am truly an Eastern citizen. With that, he began to sing the national anthem of the Eastern nation, eagerly looking at the soldiers before him. To speak candidly, the sight of the pretentious individual before him and the national anthem emanating from his lips caused Zhang Meng's face to flush crimson. He felt an almost overwhelming urge to withdraw his baton and strike that loathsome visage before him. Taking several deep breaths, Zhang Meng finally managed to steady his breathing. He gazed at the crowd before him and took a couple of steps forward. Noticing Zhang Meng's movement, the man's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly leaned in closer. Comrade, have I passed? If there are any questions, please ask. I can certainly provide answers. As he spoke, he patted his chest, exuding an air of bravado. Zhang Meng remained silent, coldly fixating on him until the man's smile began to stiffen and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. See, comrade? The man stuttered, involuntarily retreating a step. Finally, Zhang Meng spoke, his voice as chilling as ice. Do not misinterpret our relationship. Who considers you a comrade? He surveyed the crowd. Are you all in the same predicament as this individual? For a moment, a cacophony of responses erupted from the throng. Some claimed their wristbands were lost, others admitted to carelessness during their travels, and a few lamented that their wristbands had been stolen, their identities exploited to infiltrate the camp. The most ludicrous was a young man who insisted that a mutant beast had snatched away his wristband, and he had chased it for miles without success. Listening to these implausible excuses, Zhang Meng's lips twitched, his gaze growing ever more piercing. He raised his hand, signaling for silence, and then spoke slowly. The identification of a citizen of the Eastern nation has never relied solely on appearance, language, or even the ability to sing the national anthem. In the crowd, panic began to rise. A tall, thin man pushed his way forward, his voice quivering. Comrade, we truly did not mean to. In this perilous world, losing a wristband is beyond our control. Are you really going to deny us entry over this? Zhang Ming suddenly chuckled coldly. Do you harbor some misunderstanding about the wristbands? Do you genuinely believe that we, the Eastern nation, would expend such great effort to equip all citizens with wristbands merely as a common alarm clock or identification symbol? Since you claim to be citizens of the Eastern nation, merely having lost your wristbands, then very well. I shall grant you an opportunity for verification. With that, Zhang Ming placed a wristband before him. Come forth, those who consider themselves citizens of the Eastern nation, and don this wristband. It shall reveal the truth. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, the crowd stirred restlessly. The man at the forefront hesitated momentarily, yet gritted his teeth and secured the wristband around his wrist. Now, use your finger to activate its switch. You wouldn't dare claim you don't even know how to turn on a wristband, would you? The man's face flushed with embarrassment. It was a second-generation wristband, entirely unlike those given by the Eastern nation to other countries. He fumbled with it for a considerable time. Yet the wristband showed no signs of activation. The man's face flushed crimson, and he struggled to articulate his words. In a moment of desperation, he began to feebly defend himself, proclaiming, "It was the staff who helped me put it on. I didn't pay attention to how it worked, I swear." Zhang Ming, amused by his words, laughed in exasperation, insisting, "Let us clarify this." With that, he seized the man's other hand, pressing his palm against the wristband he wore. After 5 seconds, the device illuminated. Visitor mode activated. Identity retrieval in progress. Retrieval successful. Gao Mingzhou male. Departed Donghua on the 6th day following the first-level combat readiness. Presumed to have relinquished his identity as a Donghua citizen. Insufficient permissions. Wristband functionality cannot be activated. Then, the wristband on the middle-aged man, Gao Mingzhou, flickered twice before reverting to a dormant state. Zhang Ming observed the sudden pallor of Gao Mingzhou's face. Smirking as he leisurely added, "Now you understand why we recognize wristbands rather than individuals, don't you?" A commotion erupted within the crowd. A young man with dyed yellow hair pushed through the throng, hysterically shouting, "This is unfair. We were merely just on vacation. Who could have known that it would suddenly?" Unfair. Wang Ming's voice escalated dramatically. "While our millions of compatriots toil day and night in factories, what were you doing? When our brave soldiers sacrificed their lives to establish a safe haven for our people, what were you doing? When our homeland faced suspicion and even coercion, what were you doing? And now you dare approach me and lament, unfair?" With a swift motion, Wang Ming yanked the wristband from the young man's wrist and slammed it onto the wooden table. "Our Camp's database contains the information of all our compatriots. Genuine citizens of Donghua can come forth for testing. Should the test be successful, not only will we welcome you back to the camp, but we will also issue you a new wristband. Is there anyone else who wishes to try?" His gaze swept across the crowd, and each individual who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads, subtly retreating a few steps. Suddenly, a woman, her body marred with scars, surged forward, tears streaming down her face. Her voice trembled as she implored, "Comrade, I am truly a citizen of Donghua. My wristband and supplies were taken from me. I barely managed to survive." Shaking, she placed the wristband on her wrist and, following Wang Ming's instructions, pressed it against the device. 5 seconds later, the wristband lit up. Identity confirmed. Linya, Donghua citizen. ID number M0001217875. Temporary permissions activated. Wristband functionality has been enabled. Welcome back, compatriot. Upon seeing the display results, Wang Ming quickly ushered the woman into the camp, and immediately, a medical team and other personnel arrived to assist. As the woman was escorted away by others, Wang Ming turned his attention back to the remaining crowd. "You have all witnessed this. We shall not abandon any of our kin. Those of you who are confident in your hearts, feel free to step forward." However, despite the example set by the woman, the remaining dozen individuals, though visibly envious, did not dare to attempt donning the wristbands. After a few minutes of waiting, seeing that none made a move, Wang Ming spoke with a measured tone. "Since you are not our compatriots, I kindly ask you to vacate our camp immediately. Your presence here poses a threat to our safety. Please leave at once." The crowd stirred slightly, yet none departed. They were acutely aware that proximity to the Eastern nation's camp equated to safety. In their minds, as long as they lingered, the Easterners would not resort to expelling them, a tactic many had employed during their time on Blue Star. Observing that the crowd remained obstinately unmoved, Wang Ming's brow furrowed slightly. "This is your final warning. Non-affiliated individuals, please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will be compelled to take necessary measures." A murmur arose among the crowd. some whispering while others exchanged furtive glances, yet still, no one left. A man pushed his way to the forefront, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic grin. "Commander, look at the dangers surrounding us. We are unarmed. Could you perhaps show us some leniency? Our requests are modest. We only wish to remain near the camp." Wang Ming disregarded him entirely, striding directly toward the mechanical wolves nearby. "Initiate defense protocols. Authorization to use weaponry granted. Clear the area in 10 minutes. He deliberately enunciated the command to the crowd, then proceeded into the camp. The mechanical wolves sprang to life, their cameras glowing red as they scanned the crowd before the camp, their mounted machine guns emitting ominous sounds of bullets being chambered. Instantly, the reluctant crowd erupted into screams, scrambling desperately beyond the perimeter, cursing their parents for not having gifted them with 2 extra legs. The soldiers of the Eastern nation might engage in reasoned discourse, but these cold-hearted machines would not. As the farce concluded, Chun Li Feng, who had observed the entire spectacle, stood in stunned silence. Within the camp, aside from the other newcomers like himself, most seemed oblivious to the commotion at the entrance, unaffected by the unfolding drama. At that moment, the cheerful nurse from earlier, seemingly finished with her tasks, bounced past him. Noticing Chun Li Feng still rooted to the spot, she playfully patted his shoulder. "Uncle, why aren't you resting?" Lost in thought. Regaining his senses, Chun Li Feng gestured toward the camp entrance. Those people, just like that, they were driven away? What if they truly needed help? The nurse scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Oh, please. Those shameless folks only want to exploit our protection. Why should we allocate any part of the camp we worked so hard to build for them? Just because they have the gall? The soldiers have long since eliminated the dangerous creatures in the vicinity. Survival is not an issue. Outsiders should remain in their own enclaves." She paused for a moment, then lowered her voice. "Moreover, our wristband detection system is not merely for show. The sister from earlier was indeed one of our compatriots. Her identity information cannot be fabricated. As for the others, who knows where they originated from?" Chen Li Feng nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something. He inquired, "By the way, do those mechanical wolves really fire weapons?" The nurse chuckled softly. "What do you think?" She winked, speaking mysteriously. "I've visited several camps, and I have yet to witness them opening fire. However," she mimicked a throat-slitting gesture, adding that there was a camp where a group attempted a forcible entry and was promptly turned into Swiss cheese. "All right, sir, I must return to my duties. If you truly wish to avoid resting, you might want to check over there." The nurse pointed to a nearby tent. "There are announcements posted, and many positions need filling. If you possess any particular skills, do hurry and take a look. Farewell." With that, the nurse skipped away to attend to her tasks. Truth be told, after her interruption, Chun Li Feng's mood had considerably settled. Feeling that his body had sufficiently rested, he proceeded toward the tent she had indicated. Inside, several individuals were already present, 2 of whom had arrived at the camp alongside Chun Li Feng. In the center of the tent were numerous bulletin boards filled with various announcements. "The medical team urgently requires personnel with healthcare experience. Please report to the nearest medical tent. Camp Swearin No. 1 needs several skilled electricians. Those capable should contact camp staff. A group of proficient welders and fitters is required for the construction of signal towers in the wilderness. The military will ensure your safety throughout." Upon reading these notices, Chun Li Feng's eyes brightened with excitement. At the temporary command post of Camp Swearin, in Control Room 1176, Camp Commander Liu Weidian was reporting the situation on the Joint Command Network. Currently, Camp 1176 had successfully gathered 25 compatriots, of whom 19 were in good condition, while 3 were severely injured and required treatment. The surrounding situation was stable, and all high-risk targets within a 50-kilometer radius of the camp had been eliminated. Survivors from neighboring countries were showing a tendency to flock towards our camp. They have been instructed to establish outposts at least 10 kilometers away, as required. Received. Please continue with the planned arrangements, and remain vigilant for any unexpected situations. Contact us immediately if any anomalies arise. Understood. Meanwhile, at Camp Swearin No. 1, Li Chong ended the communication, staring absently at the screen before him. On the display, 13 large bright spots had coalesced into a singular mass, with nearly 2,700 smaller points scattered throughout this extensive area. As the number of crossing batches increased, the efficiency of the Swearin system's integration also began to rise significantly, suggesting that each new batch of travelers might potentially introduce a new Swearin unit within the designated region. Currently, the area that the fire wielders can cover has approached 300,000 square kilometers. amassing a total of 2,765 compatriots. The distribution of wristbands and their range is uneven, with some areas discovering hundreds of compatriots in a single sweep. Additionally, they have located 396 wristbands that have lost their owners. Even with the most conservative estimates based on the current data, this area is at least 5 times larger than that of Earth. It is time to initiate the second phase of the plan. Li Chang stepped out of the control room of Fire Wielder 1 and approached a wooden cabin situated in the center of the camp. Inside, the cabin buzzed with activity as numerous individuals engaged in discussions and debates. Due to the 13 Fire Wielder systems encircling Fire Wielder 1, combined with its unique designation, this location has been designated as the planning center. Experts and scholars from the 13 Fire Wielder regions have converged here to strategize for future development. They are all elite members certified by the 100 Crafts Project, collaborating with the contingency plans stored within the Fire Wielder system, as well as their subsequent contingencies, to deliberate on the current developmental agenda. Based on drone reconnaissance and on-site investigations, we initially suspect that these regions may harbor mineral resources, which can be explored and tested once we are adequately prepared. This is the analysis conducted by geological experts regarding mineral resources. In accordance with land fertility, we have categorized the surrounding areas into 3 levels. Level 1 land is comparable to the black soil of our homeland. The climate and sunlight here are exceptionally conducive to the growth of the seeds we have brought, and the experimental fields have already begun to sprout, promising an abundant harvest. These insights come from agricultural specialists. Notices have been posted throughout the camps, successfully engaging the populace in the construction of the camp, resulting in a marked increase in their sense of belonging and security. This is the contribution of sociologists and psychologists. Many young women from the medical teams have voiced their protests, claiming that the so-called operational guidelines you established, which encourage them to work energetically, are fundamentally flawed, as they are exhausted daily and their legs are swollen from the exertion. This is the lament of medical professionals. Consider the effectiveness of this approach. The actual data from the camp clearly indicates that after receiving treatment from nurses accustomed to this state, newcomers have shown an increase of more than 10% in both their psychological resilience and relaxation indices. This is still the observation of our psychological and sociological experts. Moreover, this is not merely a whimsical idea of ours. It is a proposal included in the contingency plans. Li Chang stood at the doorway, listening to the discussions within, a faint smile gracing his lips. He gently pushed the door open, and the cacophony within the cabin quieted momentarily before returning to its lively state. "Commander Li has arrived," someone called out, and the crowd turned their heads to look at him. Li Chang waved his hand, signaling everyone to continue their work. He approached the long table in the center of the room, which was adorned with a hand-drawn map indicating the distribution of the 13 Fire Wielder systems and the surrounding terrain. "What is the situation?" Li Chang inquired. Professor Han, the head of the geology team, adjusted his glasses and pointed to several red circles on the map, stating, "Preliminary surveys indicate that these areas may contain iron and copper deposits. If we can extract these resources, it will lay a solid foundation for our future industrial development." Professor Zhang from the agriculture team interjected, "The growth in the experimental fields is promising. However, we require additional labor to expand the cultivation area. While our current grain reserves are adequate, we must consider long-term sustainability. Moreover, we have confirmed several local animal species that are edible, boasting both nutritional value and palatable taste." At this moment, sociologist Lu Min chimed in, "Regarding the labor issue, we are contemplating the implementation of a points system. We would recruit non-Dongwu individuals who establish settlements around our camp to assist with land cultivation and engage in heavy labor. Their efforts could be converted into points, which they could exchange for food and essential supplies. Accumulating a sufficient number of points could even grant them residency rights in an auxiliary camp. We are preparing to submit this proposal to the command team. If approved, it could significantly alleviate the labor shortage." Li Chang nodded, affirming, "I will bring this up at the meeting." His gaze swept across the group. "What is the current situation with the medical team?" "Doctor." Zhou from the medical team offered a wry smile and shook his head. "The nurses are still complaining about the bouncy work regulations. Although the data indicates positive results, it has indeed increased their workload. This initiative was proposed by the psychology team based on contingency plans within the Swearin system," Li Chang explained. "In the early stages of resource scarcity, the mental well-being of the populace is equally crucial. A smile or a lively action can instill hope in those engulfed by despair." He paused, surveying the group, I understand that everyone is facing immense challenges, but this is a critical period. We must not only survive, but also lay the groundwork for the future. Dr. Zhou nodded in agreement. I am aware of this. A similar policy was in place at the children's hospital where I previously worked. Although the nurses voiced their grievances, they inherently understand the necessity. Otherwise, why would they energetically bounce around despite their protests? They are just a bunch of contradictory young ladies. Li Chong chuckled at Dr. Zhou's words. It seems our young ladies are quite understanding. Rest assured, once everything stabilizes, we will lighten their burdens, and they will no longer need to bounce around like this. This encapsulates the feedback we have received during this period. Is there anything else that needs to be added? Li Chong's voice resonated through the joint communication system across the 13 Swearin camps. After a brief silence, the leaders of the various camps began to respond in succession. Camp 541 would like to add a point, came Su Ziyang's voice from the communicator. In the southwest, we have discovered a substantial river with a significant flow rate and a pronounced elevation differential, which has the potential to address future industrial water requirements. However, it necessitates evaluation by hydraulic experts to determine the feasibility of constructing a hydroelectric station. Accordingly, we shall seek to engage a water resource specialist to assess the specific conditions. Is there anything else that requires elaboration? Li Chong inquired once more. This time, no one from the command system responded. Given this, let us proceed to the next discussion phase. I propose that we immediately commence the second step of the Migratory Bird Initiative, nesting, within the Unified Communication Command System. Li Chong put forth his suggestion. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe as Li Chong presents the current distribution map of the fire source system. This map illustrates the combined regions of 13 fire sources. As he manipulated the display, this combined area suddenly contracted into a small point, with numerous black regions emerging around it. This model was constructed by the geological team based on the existing data. The black regions represent areas that have yet to establish communication. This world is significantly larger than we had anticipated. With our current manpower, it is challenging to simultaneously develop such an expansive territory, let alone contend with the adversaries that may arise in the future. We must delineate strategic, mineral, resource, agricultural, and production focal areas, relocating the majority of the population to these sites to lay a solid foundation for subsequent development. 90. The East Country excels in this regard. Based on the models and contingency plans prepared in advance by the Blue Star Command, coupled with considerations from various experts in light of the actual situation, we have formulated a preliminary plan. Li Chong highlighted a three-dimensional projection, presenting the campsite model. In the projection, the 13 fire source nodes began to extend countless light beams, interweaving into a hexagonal grid reminiscent of a neural network. Each grid node flickered with distinct color markers: red for strategic locations, blue for resource points, green for areas suitable for agricultural production, and yellow indicating future industrial zones. Li Chong traced his finger across the projection, suggesting that we establish 5 core camps, interconnected by rapid transit routes. These 5 core camps will be strategically situated in the most resource-rich and topographically challenging areas, ensuring that we can secure our foothold in the shortest possible time. We can utilize the soil units to construct rudimentary roads between the camps and erect signal towers and defensive installations within the vicinity. Li Chong's finger illuminated several pathways on the projection. Once the signal towers and defense nodes are completed, we will ensure that any compatriots who traverse into our realm will receive assistance within half an hour, thereby minimizing the likelihood of encountering peril. As our manpower increases, we can gradually expand the existing core camps' boundaries and incorporate new core camps. Furthermore, according to our contingency plans, it is anticipated that other fire source camps will implement similar measures, establishing core camps and progressively extending their communication range. As they waited for all the luminous nodes to be fully integrated into the network, Li Chong paused momentarily and gestured towards the distribution map. With his motion, the previously dark areas of the map illuminated with countless glowing points, which began to spread outward, akin to stars adorning the night sky. Behold, this is our visible future. Li Chong's voice quivered with excitement. When all the luminous nodes are interconnected, casting light over much of this world, we, the people of Donghua, shall truly establish our foothold in this realm. Everyone in the channel held their breath, captivated by the magnificent sight. Some murmured to themselves, others nodded silently, while many clenched their fists, as if they could already envision the day when this blueprint would materialize into reality. However, All of this hinges on our ability to ensure the stability of the initial camps. Li Chong retracted his arm, his tone turning serious. Resource collection, defensive fortifications, and communication networks. These three aspects are of utmost importance. Any failure in one of these areas could jeopardize the entire plan. He summoned another set of data, and a detailed structural diagram of the 5 core camps emerged in the projection. Camp 1, located in the northern areas rich in mineral resources, is primarily responsible for further mineral exploration and the reconstruction of industrial foundations. Camp 2, situated in the central plains with fertile soil conducive to development, will serve as our main agricultural zone and the primary gathering area for most inhabitants. Camp 3, near the eastern forests, will focus on timber processing and the development of biological resources. The ancient forests there can sustain extensive exploitation for a considerable period, and the abundant animal resources can meet initial food consumption needs. Camp 4 will be established near the rivers in the southwest, tasked with managing hydropower resources. Once the time is ripe, we can develop hydroelectric projects to ensure water supply and partial power generation. Camp 5, located in the western wasteland devoid of vegetation and with scarce wildlife, will host a large solar power generation center to initially resolve the electricity needs of all camps. Li Chong's finger lightly tapped the projection, and several luminescent pathways extended from each camp, intertwining to form a dense network. The construction of thoroughfares by the soil units has already commenced, and in as little as 172 hours, the passages between the 5 camps will be preliminarily connected. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our nesting plan. If there are no further objections, let us commence immediately. Meanwhile, those wandering not far from the Dongwa camp, who had long sought to infiltrate the camps, and those who had established their own enclaves at a considerable distance, were all taken aback. Even those who had brought their own doomsday bunkers or shelters, gathering a following yet ever watchful of the Dongwa camp, were astonished to witness the Dongwa people departing from their enviable encampments, embarking in all directions. What are the Dongwa people up to? This question lingered in the minds of all who beheld the scene. Soon enough, they acquired their answers. The people of the Eastern nation resumed their age-old craft in this strange and perilous land. Construction, their most proficient endeavor. The construction frenzy of the Easterners swept across the unfamiliar terrain like a tempest. Large engineering vehicles, composed of soil and clay units, relentlessly flattened everything along the meticulously planned routes, followed swiftly by subsequent vehicles that compressed the terrain, revealing a rudimentary road. At various nodes, transport drones and helicopters delivered an array of components from all directions, rapidly assembling towering signal towers. The Easterners thoughtfully affixed warnings atop these towers: surveillance in operation. Damaging the signal tower will incur consequences beyond your endurance, and landmines in the vicinity. Please maintain distance. Each signal tower featured a designated area for an attack drone, the purpose of which was self-evident. The most awe-inspiring sight lay in the western wasteland. Numerous silicon panels, removed from their protective casings, were transported here. Once unfurled, these silicon panels transformed into pre-prepared solar panels, tens of thousands of them resembling a silver-black tide stretching across the entire expanse, reaching the horizon. All of this rendered the distant foreign survivors speechless. They could scarcely fathom why anyone would abandon the safety of their encampments, risking their lives to engage in such seemingly endless construction in the wilderness. With those resources and equipment, would it not be more prudent to utilize them within their own camps? Why venture into the unknown wasteland? Had they lost their minds? A bearded man lowered his binoculars, incredulity evident in his voice. Building roads? Erecting signal towers in such a cursed place? Do they believe they are in their own backyard? His companion, a woman in a tattered baseball cap, furrowed her brow as she gazed at the bustling Eastern construction crew in the distance and murmured, "No. They are fully aware of their actions. Look at those drones and automated devices. They have no intention of relying solely on manpower. Moreover, the aerial drones provide ample surveillance, ensuring a significant degree of safety." At that moment, a subtle tremor rippled through the ground. The two whirled around to behold a colossal soil engineering vehicle advancing slowly. As it traversed the rugged terrain, it swiftly leveled the ground, followed closely by another machine that compacted the freshly disturbed earth. Within mere minutes, a smooth dirt road stretched into the distance. Good heavens! The man swallowed hard, pondering just how much equipment they had brought along. Were they not, in essence, utterly inept apart from their numbers? Why did we appear to be like primitives in comparison? in the Eagle family's pentagonal White House on Blue Star. The newly appointed leader, Brown, sipped his coffee, squinting at his chief of staff. Dear Trice, why do you say we resemble primitives compared to them? In this present day, Tress has long since lost the confidence and nonchalance of his former self. He resembles those individuals slumped on street corners, their exuberance having faded. Tress extracted a metallic flask from his pocket and took a generous swig, only then directing his vacant gaze towards the leader of his faction. Is it not true? The events of recent times compel me to accept this grim reality. Tress bore an expression of anguish. The neighboring nation has not exhibited even a hint of chaos. In fact, they have unleashed a production capacity more extravagant than ever before. And we? Not a single day passes without turmoil. We have expended considerable resources to acquire their wristbands and their apocalyptic contingency plans from the Easterners. With great difficulty, we managed to equip each member of the Eagle clan with devices for communication and location tracking, but what transpired? As he spoke, Tress could no longer contain himself and took another drink from his flask. Oh, my dear Chief of Staff, this excessive drinking is detrimental to your health. It would be wise to refrain, Brown admonished, shaking his head as he relieved Tress of his flask. You did not finish your statement. Allow me to conjecture what occurred. Was it merely 10 days that passed before half of those devices malfunctioned? Or perhaps 3 days, resulting in a 90% failure rate? Tress was consumed by despair. Ah, it seems our citizens hold a deeper reverence for freedom than I had anticipated, Brown chuckled. Tress stared wide-eyed at the leader before him, convinced that it was not he who had indulged too much, but rather Brown. Observing Tress's incredulous expression, Brown took a sip of his coffee and then approached to pat him on the shoulder. My dear Chief of Staff, perhaps you have been unduly influenced by the Easterners of late, causing you to forget our essence. What does it mean to be primitive? Brown set his coffee cup down upon the table, his gaze fixed intently on Tress. Primitive? No, Tress, we are the true children of freedom. He turned, his eyes shimmering with the distinct, perilous light characteristic of the Eagle clan. The Easterners weave their cages with technology. Yet our people would rather shatter their tracking devices to uphold their right to choose. This is the freedom that courses through our very veins. Tress opened his mouth, only to be silenced by Brown's raised hand. I know what you wish to express. Their factories are working tirelessly to produce goods. Their streets are orderly. But Brown's voice dripped with derision. We Eagles remain the nation with the largest number of skilled firearms users in the world. Our populace is undoubtedly among the most formidable warriors. Do you think we have not engaged in countless wars by now, that we have made no preparations? Indeed. The Easterners are well prepared, yet we cannot even compel our citizens to carry tracking and communication devices as requested. But so what? We have long amassed a sufficient stockpile of food and resources from around the globe, all stored within numerous doomsday vaults. These are distributed among various families and consortiums, with the elite among them poised to carry these provisions into the new world. We merely await an opportunity, a moment when the nation across from us implodes due to its foolish desire to safeguard all its citizens. Based on my understanding of human nature, I firmly believe that such an opportunity will soon present itself. When that time arrives, we shall undoubtedly rise again, fortified by all we possess. After all, we have an abundance of kindred souls, do we not? Brown chuckled, gesturing to his own skin. Meanwhile, in another realm, a multitude of signs has been erected about 10 kilometers from the Eastern Nation's encampment. Inscribed in various languages, the Eastern Nation welcomes all human partners willing to contribute to the establishment of a new home for humanity. We shall provide appropriate compensation and ensure your safety. These signs are scattered liberally, some even positioned at the fringes of gathering places. Occasionally, wandering survivors come across these signs. Some regard the content with disdain, while others may even spit in contempt. Yet, there are still those who gaze at the signs with wide-eyed wonder. Then look toward a distant point. There lies a designated area marked by the Easterners, situated outside the zone of their developmental plans, where they have constructed a camp specifically to welcome survivors from various countries seeking refuge. Can we truly enter? A ragged white man stood at the camp's entrance, his eyes filled with caution and hesitation. Certainly, a representative from the Eastern Nation approached. As long as you are willing to abide by our rules and partake in labor, we shall provide food, shelter, and medical care. The man gulped. He hadn't eaten in 3 days, and his backpack contained but half a bottle of murky water. He glanced back at the chaotic survivor camp he had once called home, a place rife with theft, violence, and despair. I am willing to try. He finally resolved to step inside the camp. Within the surveillance system, Similar scenes unfolded across various designated camps, as many survivors voluntarily made their way to these havens, eager to exchange their labor for survival supplies. "It appears to be even better than I anticipated," Li Chang remarked, observing the monitors from the control room. "That is quite normal," Qin Jinping replied with a smile. "During my time as a peacekeeper in conflict zones, I once heard a rumor that I did not take seriously at the time, but now I truly comprehend its significance." "What rumor?" Li Chang inquired, intrigued. "It originated from the refugee camps." Someone posed a question. "If you were a refugee faced with two peacekeeping camps, one from the Eastern Nation and the other from the Eagle Nation, both willing to accept you, which would you choose?" Almost all responses were similar. They would choose the Eastern Nation, due to the unwavering commitment of the Eastern Nation. Its people are steadfast in honoring their promises. Despite the extensive propaganda from the Eagle family, the ordinary citizens of many countries, particularly those who have suffered at their hands, possess a clear understanding of the reality. Thus, Xi Jinping gestured towards the camp displayed on the screen, highlighting that this was indeed an expected situation. 92. 3 types of life pods. The Eastern Nation, the organization responsible for coordinating and dispatching transdimensional affairs, formerly known as the Special Emergency Response Command. Commander Li reported that all recent domestic situations had been compiled. Qin presented an electronic report board, densely packed with updates regarding the latest groups of transdimensional travelers and the recent circumstances in the Eastern Nation. These findings had already been submitted to various departments for study and improvement, and everything appeared to be progressing smoothly according to plan. While there were some fluctuations domestically, the overall state remained stable. According to the calculations from Elder Zhu's Grand Model, barring any significant alterations or new anomalies, this situation could persist at least until the end of the second year. Li Yinshu swiftly navigated through the electronic version, which contained detailed information about newly established institutions. There were large-scale psychological comfort and counseling centers, offices for connecting with relatives of travelers, as well as numerous intensive skill training institutions. After completing their basic training and production tasks, many citizens of the Eastern Nation opted to acquire a skill through these training centers. The most sought-after program was an unmanned mechanical operation, alongside extensive training in welding, masonry, electrical work, and other practical skills. These competencies would enable them to effectively contribute in their new environment post-transference. Suddenly, Li Yunshu's finger paused on the screen, fixed upon a particular photograph depicting a group of infants, varying in size, all receiving unified care. Next to the image was a note, Logistics Service Center for Transdimensional Travelers. These infants are either the children of individuals who have already traversed or those who are set to do so shortly, unable to receive proper care. To avert any unfortunate incidents, they were collectively accepted after our grassroots staff assessed the situation, Qin Yi elucidated. We have established such logistics service centers in every location, specifically to address related circumstances. Registration has been completed, and once initial construction is finished, we will assist in locating their families promptly. Additionally, we can help these infants prepare for transference to prevent them from being left alone, which could lead to dire consequences. Likewise, those who are physically challenged or of advanced age have also been registered by the logistics service centers, which will assist them in preparation before their journey. Li Yinshu nodded, scrolling to the end of the screen, which displayed the statistical list of all transdimensional travelers from the Eastern Nation to date. A total of 39,164 individuals, of which nearly 4 million were children under the age of 9. Observing these figures, Li Yinshu felt a pang of concern, but he quickly composed himself. He pointed to the data above. Are the arrangements for these children appropriate? Qin Yi glanced at the figures indicated by Li Yinshu, his expression darkening. We have exerted our utmost efforts. According to the children's ages, we have designed 3 entirely distinct life support systems. The NICU Life Protection System for infants under 9 months, the Auxiliary Life Protection System for those between 9 months and 2 years, and the Positioning Protection System for children aged 2 to 9. Qin Yi displayed 3 photographs, each representing a different model of the protective systems. Li Yinshu had seen the first model for infants before. The other 2 were similar to the first, but one was an infant device without the NICU enclosure, and the other was a child's device equipped with ample food and water, albeit in a closed state. Through technological enhancements, we have extended the maximum survival duration of the first 2 systems to 1 week, additionally equipping them with a self-initiating probe balloon that will automatically launch after losing signal connection for half an hour, disseminating signals to the surroundings. The third device boasts a maximum survival duration of 15 days, containing automatic lighting and a few simple toys, also furnished with a probe balloon. The life support pods are outfitted with a voice guidance system that gently explains the situation to the children and provides simple instructions. Furthermore, we have recorded soothing audio, including the voices of parents. Should their families have already crossed over, we will strive to match them. As for infants under 2, Cheney paused. We can only ensure their physiological safety. Psychological intervention is temporarily unachievable. Moreover, the third life system will unlock its shell on the 15th day after losing signal. A threshold calculated by the Social Sciences Academy, it cannot extend beyond that. A moment of silence enveloped them, but Cheney soon resumed, stating, according to the calculations of Chief of Staff Ding and his team, the swearing system should have completed part of the networking. The majority of the remaining connections will also be established within 10 days. Our soldiers will undoubtedly locate them before the deadline arrives. We have done all we can. The rest now rests in the hands of our comrades over there. Li Yunshu nodded, signaling his understanding, just as Qin Yi was about to turn and exit. He suddenly recalled another matter to inform Li Yunshu and swiftly turned back. By the way, Commander Li, starting tomorrow, your assistant will be replaced by another comrade. I will bring him to report to you shortly. Li Yunshu was taken aback, preparing to inquire further, when he noticed Qin Yi raising his right hand to reveal a wristband. Countdown. 1 day, 7 hours, 13 minutes, and 21 seconds. Qin Yi smiled, stating, tomorrow night. I will have to cross over. I want to see what that world is truly like. Li Yunshu stared at the countdown on Qin Yi's wrist, feeling a sudden tightness in his throat. He looked at this exceptional special agent who had consistently assisted him, his voice lower than anticipated. Why not prepare in advance? There remains but a day. Li Yunshu's voice carried a hint of reproach, yet more so, it brimmed with concern. Qin Yi, however, merely smiled, his gaze resolute and serene. All necessary preparations have long been made, Commander Li. The countdown on my wrist is a testament to that. This task holds paramount importance, for I am undeniably the most acquainted with these procedures. Rest assured, I have thoroughly acquainted Jiang Jian with the operations over an extended period. He is quite capable and will not hinder the command center's endeavors. You know that is not what I meant. Qin Yi paused momentarily, his expression shifting to one of utmost seriousness as he rendered a precise military salute to Li Yunshu. Commander Li, please have faith. I am strong. I will survive and fulfill the mission. By the time you arrive, we shall have accomplished all our objectives. At that juncture, I shall also serve as your assistant. 93. It will not be in vain. Donning the military uniform he had not worn since being transferred to special operations, Qin Yi momentarily felt as though he had stepped into another realm. Truthfully, this period had been the most absurd of his life, yet it was undeniably real. Taking a deep breath, he meticulously inspected his equipment before hastening to another piece of luggage. It was a brand new aerial trike, a request he had specifically made. According to the calculations from the Command Center's extensive models, the packaging and transportation tasks on the other side should be nearing completion, adequately addressing the anticipated fuel consumption. In light of the potential challenges in the other world, military personnel had ceased to be equipped with CAT vehicles and had instead transitioned to these aerial trikes since the last 2 batches of personnel. Qin Yi expertly scrutinized the parameters of the trike. With his background in the Special Operations Unit, he was well versed in operating such vehicles, and this one merely featured extended range and enhanced firepower modules. No significant difference. The light rotorcraft was adorned in camouflage, equipped with makeshift weapon racks on either side, and the rear seat was piled high with supply boxes, though it appeared rudimentary, theoretically, in the intricate terrains of the other world. Such a nimble aircraft would prove more practical than cumbersome armored vehicles. Before long, Qin Yi had thoroughly grasped the capabilities of the trike. He shut off the engine, keeping it in a state of preheating, and leaned against the pilot's seat to light a cigarette. Though he had made promises to Commander Li, to claim he felt entirely assured would be disingenuous. He had reviewed the training materials, and he harbored no illusions that a lifetime of studying security and counterterrorism would grant him any significant advantage in combat against the creatures. Nonetheless, the responsibility had been entirely entrusted to his comrades, and all preparations on his part were complete. He harbored no further reservations. Qin Yi took a final drag on his cigarette until only the stub remained, extinguished it, and restarted the trike's engine. At that moment, he was wholly immersed in the combat mindset, awaiting the impending culmination, with one hand gripping the rifle and the other resting on the chassis of the 3-bang. Qin Yi vanished the instant the countdown on his wristband reached 0. Drawing upon his exceptional physical prowess, he regained his senses within mere seconds. Promptly raising his rifle and leaning against the three-bang, alertly surveying his surroundings. The scene before him was astonishing, nearly prompting him to pull the trigger. Less than a meter away stood a creature, entirely shrouded in dark hues, revealing a set of stark white teeth as it gazed at him in surprise. Not only that, but this being was also adorned with a familiar white towel wrapped around its head and donned a pair of labor gloves, glistening with sweat as it clutched a 65-style engineer shovel. Beside this dark creature were several others, each displaying varying skin tones, yet dressed similarly. Upon noticing Qin Yi's astonishment, the dark creature's expression shifted to one of delight. It initially prepared to run towards him, but halted upon seeing the rifle in his grasp. Tossing the shovel to the ground, it began to speak in a stuttering blend of Eastern country dialect. "You, soldier, must be from the Eastern country, right? My name is Alyua, or in your language. Would you like me to escort you to your camp?" While speaking, it gestured animatedly to the others around, exclaiming, "I saw him first. You can't claim him. The points are mine." Afterward, it turned to Qin Yi with a pleading look. "You must remember, I was the first to see you." For a moment, Qin Yi felt disoriented. The teleportation to another realm had not unsettled him. Yet the surreal nature of his current surroundings left him feeling somewhat detached. Just then, a voice crackled through his wristband. "Greetings, comrade. This is Camp Swearin 0138. Commander Yuan Feng speaking. How is your condition? Do you require assistance?" While remaining vigilant to his surroundings, Qin Yi activated the communication, clarifying his location and the present circumstances. He released his finger from the trigger, shook his head slightly, and leaned against the three-bang, scanning the area. Before him lay a vast expanse of farmland under cultivation, where dozens of foreign laborers of various ethnicities busied themselves, clearing rocks from a newly excavated field. He realized he was situated on the periphery of the First Joint Camp's agricultural zone, where these foreign workers had been recruited to assist with the land reclamation. It became clear that the dark individual's earlier joy stemmed from the camp's promise that every act of assistance toward newly arrived Easterners would yield points. After entering the dark creature's name and number into his wristband, and observing its enthusiasm as it returned to digging, Qin Yi couldn't help but shake his head. Securing his weapon, he activated the three-bang and followed the navigation on his wristband toward the camp. Along the way, he spotted an artificial river under excavation, with several soil units actively at work and numerous vehicles assisting in the transportation of earth. In the distant sky, several aircraft resembling his own were soaring in all directions. The ground below was already dotted with makeshift dirt roads, along which vehicles sped by. Signal towers stood erect everywhere, creating an eerie sense of desolation, as if no living creature dared to approach. To the west, the expansive silver-black reflection unmistakably indicated a solar power plant. As he gradually approached Camp 0138, a new alert chimed on his wristband. "Warning, you are about to enter restricted airspace. Please follow the instructions for landing." Qin Yi promptly descended, observing the illuminated navigation lights on the ground. Upon landing on the helipad, he discovered 5 or 6 identical aircraft already parked, with several ground crew members diligently maintaining them. Occasionally, a new aircraft would arrive, bringing along a compatriot from Donghua, who bore the same expression of awe as Qin Yi. Their faces were filled with wonder, evidently. This unfamiliar world had not instilled in them any substantial fear. Rather, the journey aboard the aircraft had left them profoundly impressed. As he surveyed the scene before him and reflected on the circumstances he had witnessed along the way, Qin Yi could no longer suppress a smile. The tireless efforts of millions across the nation, the unwavering dedication of the command center, and the miraculous achievements brought back by Commander Li had not been in vain. The people of Donghua had finally established their presence here. Standing tall, he marched toward the approaching camp commander with the cadence of a soldier, proclaiming with a resonant voice. "Reporting to the commander, former Special Operations Warrior, now Special Task Force member Qin Yi, reporting for duty. Please provide instructions." 94, Special Target, his report echoed within the camp, prompting Commander Yuan Feng to stride forward and return a formal salute. "Welcome, Captain Qin." Yuan Feng's voice trembled with barely concealed excitement. "I never expected to see you again so soon, nor did I anticipate that your arrival would be so close to our camp. To be frank, when I first saw your wristband data, it truly startled me. I still find it hard to believe." As Li Yunshu's deputy, many soldiers had encountered Qin Yi before. Numerous commands and plans had been conveyed by him. He had even participated as a judge in the selection of many members of the Shen Tu and Yulei teams, Yuan Feng being one of them. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Yi followed Yuan Feng across the helipad, his pace slowing involuntarily as he beheld the astonishing view. On the outskirts of the camp, dozens of workers of varying complexions were constructing new signal towers under the guidance of Dongwa technicians. Not far away, several soil units were collaboratively transforming a low-lying area into a reservoir. Above, swarms of drones and aircraft moved in harmonious order like bees. Observing Qin Yi's reaction, Yuan Feng felt a sense of pride akin to that of an elder showcasing his achievements, especially given the commendable results. This is the fruit of everyone's collective efforts. Yuan Feng gazed proudly at Qin Yi, stating that they had established 5 core camps and commenced the nesting plan according to circumstances. The foreign workers were recruited by them, and they created auxiliary camps around the periphery to attract these relatively amicable foreigners to work. They exchanged their labor for points, which could be redeemed for supplies. With sufficient points, they could also gain residency privileges in the auxiliary camps. This explained the enthusiasm of the individual who called himself a Biao. Qin Yi chuckled in agreement. Indeed, that was the case. Yuan Feng joined in the laughter. Although acquiring residency privileges in the auxiliary camps required a substantial amount of points, many still aspired to achieve that goal. It is worth noting that even the auxiliary camps of our eastern nation are significantly safer than those who self-proclaim as free individuals. By the way, Captain Qin, did you notice that silvery black reflection while you were riding the aerial tricycle? That is our solar power generation facility, which now meets the electricity demands of the 5 core camps. Currently, all solar panels removed from the 6 encapsulated units have been deployed there. The duration of sunlight here is quite long, and the intensity is sufficiently strong. The current power generation has nearly reached 1 gigawatt, adequate for all camps and signal towers. As they spoke, the two entered the command tent, where a massive holographic projection displayed the real-time status of the entire area. Points of light representing the 5 core camps flickered on the map, and the network of roads connecting them was already taking shape. According to the plan, they would complete the final road connection within 3 days. Yuan Feng traced a luminous path on the projection, which would double the efficiency of material transport within the entire core camp. Qin Yi's gaze was drawn to a corner of the projection, where the label for the children's shelter was displayed, accompanied by the number 37. These children are the traversing children we found. Yuan Feng's voice softened, noting that the oldest was 7 years old, while the youngest was just over 2 months. The protective systems of these life pods were well equipped, and the children were all in good health. Qin Yi felt a warmth in his eyes. He recalled the engineers from the Academy of Engineering who had tirelessly revised the life pod blueprints day and night, as well as the experts from the Academy of Social Sciences who had stayed up late recording soothing audio and setting up corresponding programs. At that moment, all the efforts took on profound significance. Qin Yi took a deep breath, striving to calm the stirring within him. He approached the holographic projection, gently tapping the icon for the children's shelter, which immediately unfolded detailed data. The profiles of the 37 children included their photographs, ages, names, health status, and wristband numbers, meticulously documented. These records would play a pivotal role when they sought their parents in the future. We have specifically formed a childcare team, Yuan Feng added, comprising doctors, nurses, preschool teachers, and child psychologists. Although the conditions are limited, the children's lives and education have not been neglected. He paused momentarily and added, by the way, Captain Qin, would you like to go see them? The children are quite fond of the uncles and aunts in the camp, especially those of us in uniform. I will make time to visit, Qin Yi replied with a smile. Once Yuan Feng had completed his report on the camp's other conditions, Qin Yi adopted a serious demeanor and stated, contact all camp commanders. I have a matter of utmost importance to convey. The Unified Communication Command System. An online conference of the Swearin system. Qin Yi positioned himself at the center of the camera, addressing all the camp commanders. He first faced the camera and then slowly raised his right hand, rendering a standard military salute to all the commanders on the screens. Comrades, I extend the highest respect on behalf of the command center. Qin Yi's voice resonated powerfully. Under such challenging conditions, you have not only established a solid base, but have far exceeded my expectations. I am aware of the tremendous sacrifices you have made. Yet your efforts and sacrifices have secured precious space for survival for all our compatriots. Qin Yi's voice trembled slightly as his gaze fixed upon a list beside him. A detailed record of the wristbands belonging to those who had been lost. The list contained a total of 476 names, with nearly 100 being soldiers from Donghua, including 17 members of the Shinta team and 2 from Yulei. Now, I shall convey the latest directives from the command center. He inhaled deeply, retrieved an encrypted document from his wristband, and after entering the password to unlock it, prominent lines of red text immediately appeared in the holographic projection. In the coming 10 days, more Swearin systems and Hong-In systems will be transported here. The command center requires us to exert every effort to expedite the integration of the Swearin systems, aiming to complete the majority of the integration actions within 10 days and prepare for the second phase of the Yushan plan. He continued, simultaneously, once the integration of the Swearin systems is complete, we must draft a comprehensive map of this world and, through comparison, quickly locate the position of special targets. Qini then brought up a map, with a conspicuous red marker highlighting a unique terrain in its center. Once the location of the special target has been confirmed, nearby camps must immediately commence the establishment of forward bases to provide support for subsequent operations. This mission is of the highest priority, and all camps must cooperate fully. 95. Preparations for the second phase. Central C, Special Conference Center. At the current pace, within 10 days at the latest, we will have dispatched 5,000 Swearin systems to the other world, and the number of Hong-In systems will surpass 10,000. Based on the large model generated from various data by the current 9 chapters, even if only half of the Swearin systems are activated, we will attain a map of the other world exceeding 80% accuracy. By that point, with the communication command network fully established, the risks faced by subsequent personnel crossing over will be minimized, and the transfer and concentration of all compatriots will gradually be completed. Henceforth, the scarcity of resources will emerge as the most significant constraint on the development of the other world. Therefore, I propose that, effective immediately, we commence preparations for the second phase of the mountain moving project, Li Yunshu stated gravely, gesturing towards the data displayed on the projection. The encapsulations of the second phase will no longer consist solely of various basic materials. Instead, they will primarily encompass integrated production equipment and energy supply devices, in conjunction with the already established camp, to preliminarily complete the reconstruction of industrial capabilities. With the rudimentary construction of the fire network, they will be able to swiftly trace the whereabouts of these encapsulations, preventing the loss of valuable production equipment. Moreover, through the implementation of the nesting plan, we can prepare for the exploration and initial extraction of mineral resources ahead of time, so that once the production equipment is in place, we can commence industrial production. Additionally, once the fire system is fully integrated, we shall begin the search for specific targets. Specific targets? The central hub inquired, intrigued by Li Yunshu's words. Is it the ruins you mentioned? The one containing a machine that can send the children back to Blue Star? Indeed, Li Yunshu nodded. I can assure you that my memory will not falter in the slightest regarding that location. I have marked the terrain and features of that area on the map. And once the fire system completes the global mapping, we will undoubtedly be able to identify that position through comparison. Once we locate the ruins and obtain that machine, we may possess a fallback plan that, even in the worst-case scenario, can be utilized. Not only that, Dean 1 interjected. If we manage to secure that object while retaining a substantial number of researchers and capabilities, we might truly discover how to control it. By that time, whether it is a return to Blue Star or some other objective, it will no longer be an impossibility. The meeting room fell into brief silence, as everyone was astounded by this potentiality. If we could indeed locate the fabled ruins and master the technology within, the plight of humanity in the other world would undergo a monumental transformation. The central hub pondered for a moment, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. Comrade Yushu, how confident are you in the reliability of the location of the specific target? Li Yunshu took a deep breath and replied earnestly, 100%. Although I was not the first to discover those ruins, nor do I know how that machine was unearthed from within. The final Ember base was constructed adjacent to those ruins. The machine within the ruins could not be moved. Thus, once we discerned its function, we had no choice but to build the base atop it. The appearance and location of those ruins are indelibly etched in my memory. The central hub nodded. While I have tentatively agreed to your priority plan regarding the search for specific targets, one point must be emphasized. We absolutely cannot allow the pursuit of that object to impede the completion of our regular plans. Whether controlling that machine or discovering a means to return to Blue Star, these remain mere possibilities for the future, devoid of any guarantee of efficacy. At present, we must ensure the steady advancement of the otherworldly development and survival plan swiftly completing the reconstruction of the industrial system in this alternate realm. This is our foundation and represents what we can truly command. Not to mention, the dangers represented by such ruins should be clear to you all. Li Yunshu responded, "We comprehend this. According to the established plan, the search for specific targets will be based on existing resources, without diverting core forces. The second phase of the mountain-moving plan remains our foremost priority. The plans that Qin Yi and his team brought forth also underscore these requirements." Dean 1 added, "The central concerns are quite valid. However, if we can simultaneously achieve industrial reconstruction while locating specific targets, it would undoubtedly provide us with dual assurance. After all, that machine signifies not merely an escape route but also holds the potential to significantly enhance our technological capabilities, even serving as the key to prevent such situations from arising again." The central figure nodded, casting his gaze over the faces of those present, finally resting on the area marked in red on the projected map. This region symbolizes unknown hope while concealing unpredictable risks. Since everyone concurs with this direction, let us proceed as planned, the central figure declared. Yet we must establish a dual assurance mechanism. The core resource allocation of the mountain-moving plan must operate independently from the search system for specific targets. The two may only share intelligence without encroaching upon one another's resources. Li Yunshu promptly displayed a new proposal. "We have designed a search strategy. The daily surveying data from the Swearin system will automatically compare with the characteristics database of specific targets. Only clues with a matching degree exceeding 85% will activate a dedicated investigation team. The personnel for this team will be drawn from other staff, ensuring no impact on the construction of the industrial system. Moreover, we have created a virtual model of the appearance and location of that ruin through a brain-machine interface, thereby enhancing the accuracy and efficiency of comparisons." The central figure decisively stated, "Very well. I agree to commence the second phase of the mountain-moving plan, while simultaneously initiating the search for specific targets. However, remember that all actions must adhere to two principles. First, the progress of industrial reconstruction may only advance, never delay, for that is what we can genuinely rely upon. Second, aside from the search for specific targets, any other actions concerning them must undergo a risk assessment in advance. No unauthorized actions are permitted, and any operations targeting specific objectives must ensure absolute certainty, or they shall not be executed." As Qin Yi noted, when a new batch of travelers appeared within the coverage of the Swearin system, Li Chang and his companions indeed discovered that both the new Swearin system and the Hongyan system had increased markedly compared to before. On Blue Star, it was July 26th, marking the 41st day since the crossing began, as 221 new compatriots appeared within the scanning range. 35 sets of Hongyan and 6 sets of Swearin emerged simultaneously. On that day, with the brilliance of 16 Hongyan systems illuminating the sky, the 6 Swearin unfolded in new positions, while 67 Swearin nodes integrated into the network. On July 28th, Swearin number 1 received a new invitation to connect to the grid, expanding the system's coverage by 40%. On July 30th, while Chung Run led the Butcher Squad on a mission, they encountered another team, codenamed Executioner, also collecting wristbands. At the moment both sides confirmed their identities on the battlefield, the Unified Communication Command Network underwent another expansion. By August 3rd, with the addition of 2 newly deployed encapsulated units, the camp to which Swearin number 1 belonged had discovered a total of 67 encapsulated units, resulting in an exceptionally abundant supply of resources. On August 4th, as the Swearin network expanded, a miraculous sight unfolded before everyone's eyes. A vast net composed of countless light points gradually extended. The network, consisting of 4,361 nodes, was completely interconnected, marking the initial completion of the Swearin network, and for the first time, the overall terrain of this world was delineated. Henceforth, the Regional Unified Communication Command System was officially renamed Swearin. The Swearin system successfully established a comprehensive network. With a cheer, the entire Swearin network erupted in jubilation. Qin Yi gazed at the radiant web before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Within the luminous network of 4,361 nodes were the sparks of over 59 million compatriots, collectively forming the present Swearin. "Captain Qin, we have completed the network task a day ahead of schedule. The initial network of Swearin has now been accomplished," reported Li Chang, as a new holographic model materialized before Qin Yi's eyes. This model depicted the calculated form of the world based on the Swearin nodes. It illustrated 3 massive continents interconnected, surrounded by oceans. The oceans and continents each occupied half of the area, yet the light of Swerin shone solely on the land. Apart from the coastal waters, the deep seas remained shrouded in darkness. It seemed that the traversal was confined to the continents, not extending into the surrounding oceans. According to the current data and assessments by geological experts, the area of this world is 5 times that of Blue Star, and the land area alone approaches 3 times that. However, curiously, we did not perceive a gravitational force greater than that of Blue Star, even though, by volume, its gravity should be at least double that of Blue Star. The specific reasons are still under calculation, but geological experts initially suspect that the planet's density may be low, hence the gravity does not manifest itself to a noticeable extent, contrary to our initial predictions. The traversal was not evenly distributed. In coastal regions, the number of individuals who traversed was at least 3 times that of the inland areas. It was as if those who should have crossed into the seas were instead relocated to the shores. We have conducted confirmations, and aside from a few wristbands that have fallen into shallow waters for various reasons, no wristbands have been detected in the deep-sea regions. Currently, our knowledge of the ocean remains utterly limited, and we possess no relevant observational means. Due to the constraints of our control, which extends a mere 200 kilometers along the coastline, drones have failed to identify any islands within this designated area. Coastal outposts have reported attempts to employ weather balloons to probe the ocean's depths. However, it appears that a strong, prevailing airflow directed towards the land renders it exceedingly difficult for these balloons to descend into the deep sea. According to the experts' conjectures, the likelihood of humans having drifted to islands in the ocean's depths is exceedingly low and can be disregarded. Presently, aside from the remote ocean, 93% of the terrestrial expanse lies within the reach of our control nodes, leaving 7% of the area still uncharted. Qin Yi indeed observed several gaps on the magnified light network. Are these the gaps in question? Have we discerned the nature of the situation? Qin Yi inquired, pointing to the voids on the network. Li Chang provided detailed data, elucidating. Based on preliminary analyses, these areas may harbor some form of interference source, preventing the signals from penetrating, thereby isolating the systems within these regions from our network. We have attempted to deploy drones for reconnaissance. However, in some instances, drones lose signal upon entry into these zones. Others present extreme environmental hazards, rendering them temporarily unsuitable for exploration. Strangely, several of these areas exhibit remarkably regular borders, almost geometric in shape, as if delineated by human intervention. Qin Yi furrowed his brow. Delineated by humans? Could there be other forces in this world? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Li Chang nodded, adding that another potential explanation could be naturally occurring energy fields, though further investigation is required to ascertain the specifics. The expert group harbors a more extreme hypothesis. Li Chang's voice grew somber. It is posited that these regions may contain unimaginably perilous factors, resulting in the destruction of all systems entering them, thus preventing any messages from being transmitted. According to the plans from Blue Star, by today, there should have been 4,800 systems arriving in this world. Yet, currently, only 4,361 are online. Discounting potential system losses or those yet to be deployed, it is feared that at least 400 systems remain unaccounted for within the unverified areas. This statistic caused Qin Ye's heart to convulse. The loss of 400 systems signifies that many more compatriots are unable to establish contact, trapped within those regions. He dared not contemplate their current predicament. Furthermore, there is an even more troubling piece of news. Li Chang's voice grew even more subdued. Our comparisons have revealed no presence of special targets within the observed range, nor even any similar occurrences. The team responsible for geological observation conducted multiple confirmations to ascertain the situation. If the current environment of the special target does not align with its future, only the most unfavorable possibility remains. Our preliminary suspicion suggests that the special target is not within the coverage of the existing fire network, but rather in those unverified areas. 97. The recruitment of skilled workers, the ignition of the fire. This presents the most troublesome scenario, although we had mentally prepared ourselves for this. Hearing the outcome still cast a shadow over Qin Yi. Was it truly not as simple as anticipated? He could not help but murmur to himself. Thus, we shall proceed according to the contingency plan, prioritizing the implementation of the second phase, ensuring that these regions are adequately monitored. The various camps in proximity may conduct explorations to a certain extent, but they must not interfere with subsequent plans. Once the second phase is completed, we will devise a strategy to address these areas. As the fire officially commenced operations, a relatively comprehensive command system was finally established. According to the conceptual framework of the Blue Star Command, the new command structure was divided into 3 sections: resource development, logistical support, and military defense. Under the premise of ensuring the populace's livelihood, efforts were directed toward the extensive development of resources from the otherworld, the reconstruction of the industrial system, and the enhancement of military capabilities. Countless new departments, which had long been prepared, gradually began to function. The people of the Eastern nation, spread across various camps, were astonished to discover that, overnight, those institutions they had previously overlooked or regarded as a nuisance reemerged. This time, no one found them bothersome. Rather, they felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance as crowds flocked to the newly opened service windows, inquiring about their most pressing concerns. The sign for the Resource Allocation Center was reattached, and staff donned familiar uniforms, beginning to register the population in each camp and distribute resources according to need. Long lines formed in front of the Health and Epidemic Prevention Station, where medical personnel conducted examinations for each ailing compatriot and devised treatment plans. Even the Camp Affairs Office reopened, tallying the specific circumstances of all individuals and assisting in the resolution of various difficulties while providing appropriate support. In front of the announcement board at the center of each camp, the latest temporary management regulations for the otherworld were posted. The regulations clearly outlined various disciplinary requirements and meticulously detailed the rights and protections afforded to the residents. Adorned at the bottom with the familiar red seal of the Eastern nation, the most bustling establishments were the newly established departments, the Recruitment Center for Skilled Workers and the Office for Liaison with Relatives in the Otherworld. The Recruitment Center was plastered with various announcements. All experts verified under the Skilled Worker Program are requested to register at the nearest camp. And there is an urgent need for a multitude of skilled workers, including but not limited to mechanical repair, electrical maintenance, construction workers, welders, and lathe operators. Beneath the announcements, a detailed skills classification chart was attached, with many individuals excitedly comparing their professional skills against the chart, eagerly pointing and discussing. In front of the Relatives Liaison Office, a long queue had formed, with anxious individuals operating a machine. This was a designated inquiry terminal, capable of accessing the records of all individuals cataloged by the swearing system. By merely entering the correct identification details, one could ascertain whether their loved ones were safe and in which swearing camp they resided. Those who had relatives or acquaintances who had traversed into this realm during this period stood in line, awaiting the answers that could either soothe their hearts or shatter their hopes. Although the long journey currently precluded any possibility of reuniting with family members, merely knowing that they were alive and in a secure environment brought tears to many eyes. Upon discovering their relative statuses, numerous individuals broke down in tears. Staff members had to maintain order, reminding everyone to remain quiet, so that those behind could also access the information swiftly. However, a small fraction received grim notifications. Bracelet reclaimed. Confirmed deceased, or no corresponding bracelet found, presumed missing or deceased, leaving them utterly despondent on the ground. The psychological support team nearby promptly escorted these individuals aside to provide comfort and assist them through their immediate distress. Lin Xiaofeng stood before the bulletin board in the center of the camp, his gaze fixed on the document stamped with a crimson seal, the temporary management regulations of the otherworld. The light from the 3 suns unique to this realm cast a gentle halo over the vivid red emblem. That shade of red was both familiar and foreign. It symbolized order, hope, and a poignant reminder of the homeland they might never return to. At least we are still alive, and we can live with some semblance of dignity. A raspy voice emerged from behind him. Lin Xiaofeng turned to see a weathered middle-aged man, lost in thought as he stared at the bulletin board. The man wore tattered work clothes, with a bandage wrapped around his left arm, dark red blood seeping from its edges. Seemingly aware of Lin Xiaofeng's gaze, the man smiled and raised his injured hand, explaining, "I was attacked outside. Those ruffians tried to steal my backpack. You have no idea how chaotic it is in those camps. Thankfully, they didn't inflict severe harm, just a bit of pain. Fortunately, the management of my camp swiftly dealt with them, returned my backpack, and brought me back here." There was a note of pride in the man's voice. "Indeed, we owe them much." Lin Xiaofeng reflected, feeling a sense of gratitude. He had just crossed over during the last batch, having prepared himself for a perilous journey. He found it surreal to be seated in an aerial vehicle back to the camp within less than 30 minutes of his arrival. Just then, a cheer erupted from a distance. Lin Xiaofeng turned his gaze towards the queue in front of the recruitment center for skilled workers, where a young man was exuberantly waving a blue card, a symbol of his successful skills certification. There is a pressing need for personnel everywhere, particularly for various skilled professionals. A middle-aged man remarked, following Lin Xiaofeng's line of sight. I registered yesterday. My name is Luya, and I am an electrician. Lin Xiaofeng nodded. Aware of the Skilled Workers Initiative, a specialized recruitment program devised by the command center to meet the developmental needs of the otherworld. Furthermore, he himself was a certified bridge and road engineer under this initiative. Aren't you going to give it a try? Luya inquired. You certainly seem more technically inclined than I, a mere novice in basic circuitry. I will head there soon. I want to check the family liaison office first. Lin Xiaofeng replied, as this was indeed his primary purpose for coming. Do you have relatives who have already arrived? Luya asked, momentarily taken aback. Then gently patted his shoulder. Go ahead. I wish you success in finding your family. The line at the liaison center was longer than anticipated, with at least dozens of individuals forming a winding queue in front of a hastily erected tent. Silence enveloped the air, filled with a heavy sense of anticipation. Occasionally, individuals departed from the inquiry terminal, some in tears, others expressionless, yet most bore faces reflecting indescribable joy. When it was Lin Xiaofeng's turn, he hesitantly inputted the information he sought into the machine. Lin Ziyu, his cousin with whom he had grown up, had crossed over 30 days prior. Soon, a message appeared on the screen. Lin Ziyu, status normal, currently located at Camp 3149, participating in the construction of the Changhe Water Conservancy Project. The construction site of the Changhe Water Conservancy Project, an ambitious initiative spanning over 2,000 square kilometers, stands as one of the region's most critical infrastructure undertakings. It is situated at the confluence of three major rivers, forming the core area of the Changhe project. The objective of the Changhe is to thoroughly connect these water bodies, creating an extensive reservoir system that stretches for over 1,000 kilometers, thereby providing essential water support for future living and industrial production. However, due to a shortage of manpower, coupled with insufficient construction materials and machinery, the project is currently limited to initial exploration and design phases. Lin Ziyu, as a water conservancy engineering expert, is tasked with surveying this water area. In the distance, dozens of drones patrolled the banks of the river, occasionally firing upon various aquatic creatures that surged suddenly from the water's edge. The density of these creatures is notably high, necessitating their reduction to ensure the safety of subsequent construction efforts. The banks have been thoroughly leveled by the sediment units designated as a water storage node, awaiting the arrival of personnel and supplies before formal construction commences. Lin Ziyu stood on a makeshift observation platform, his holographic tablet continuously updating with data relayed from the drones. Through the terrain scanning of the Swerin system, he has acquired a comprehensive understanding of the distribution of this aquatic region. Now, it is merely a matter of supplementing sufficient details to finalize the preliminary engineering design. He furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sweeping across the holographic projection. Where several areas were marked in red, these were the confluence points of underwater currents, characterized by their intricate topography and a sensor display indicating a plethora of high-energy life responses. This signified that formidable aquatic creatures likely lay in wait beneath the surface, potentially including some form of gregarious predator. He took out a marker and made a note on his tablet, then clicked send. Within 10 minutes, as the relevant locations were cleared, 2 rockets with high explosive warheads plunged into the designated waters. A muted thud reverberated through the waterways, and the multitude of red dots on the screen extinguished en masse. The once complex currents now rendered tranquil. Simple and brutal, this encapsulated the current construction methods of the Easterners, imbued with the violent aesthetics reminiscent of the bygone Red Star Alliance. Given the tight schedule and the scarcity of manpower and equipment, a more tempered approach was not an option. These intricate areas were never intended for habitation, so convenience took precedence in their handling. After several attempts, this method of blasting before construction has garnered unanimous acclaim from all hydraulic engineers, including Lin Ziyu. Their task was to establish waterways and transport water to locations where it was heavily consumed. The surrounding environment and biological populations were deemed inconsequential. Rumor had it that some camps had taken even more outrageous measures to eliminate the ferocious beasts above the mineral veins. They had lured vast numbers of the infamous Imo Tao, considered one of the world as calamities, into those regions, effectively transforming them into zones devoid of life. The mere thought of those densely packed black demons unsettled Lin Ziyu. Their camp had suffered considerable losses due to encounters with them. Were it not for the sealed functions of the rudimentary soil units, he would have long been reduced to bones. He pondered how they intended to deal with the Imhotep they had attracted, unconcerned about the possibility of those formidable beings overstaying their welcome. The incessant beeping of the alarm from his tablet jolted Lin Yu back to the task at hand, as a drone had spotted another special aquatic area requiring modification. He skillfully circled it, clearly marking the issue before sending the coordinates. This was a natural fissure in the underwater rock layers, if left unaddressed. It could lead to leakage in the reservoir in the future. Soon, a drilling warhead penetrated the fissure area, transforming it into a small underground lake. Meanwhile, nearly 400 kilometers away at Camp 1139, Commander Ma Ilong was fixated on the screen before him. He was responsible for coordinating the 5 surrounding launch sites, providing support to the construction teams operating within the radiation zone. The 3rd mining area had requested fire support, as a significant number of venomous insects had been discovered in their valley. These creatures were highly aggressive and posed a considerable threat to the construction site. Ma Ilong focused intently on the flashing red markers on the screen, where the densely clustered red dots in the valley ahead of the 3rd mining area nearly formed a contiguous mass. In the number 3 mining area, an immense coal vein has been discovered, an essential resource for future development. The lush vegetation near the valley poses a risk of forest fires, which could delay construction. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Ilong pressed the communication button, urging all personnel in the number 3 mining area to evacuate the target zone, with an attack to commence in 10 minutes. The confirmation from the engineering team echoed in his earpiece. Ma Ilong swiftly connected to the launch site, identifying 3 optimal strike points and the order of engagement. 10 minutes later, as the launch command was issued, 3 rockets adorned with orange-red markings soared toward their target. The first rocket detonated 50 meters from the valley center, erupting into a billowing white cloud that enveloped the insects within. Following closely, the second rocket penetrated the heart of the cloud, triggering an instantaneous explosion. A colossal fireball engulfed the entire valley, sending shockwaves that lifted the surrounding flora skyward. The 3rd rocket accurately descended upon the already ignited valley, its extreme heat rapidly depleting the oxygen in a 100-meter radius. As a fierce wind swept through, the flames extinguished, and the insects vanished without a trace, leaving the valley in an eerie silence. Truth be told, after so many years in the military, it was Ma Ilong's first experience utilizing such equipment in this manner. Initially, he felt a sense of resistance. The conservation of munitions had been ingrained in his very being. However, when superiors justified their orders with the rationale of a tight schedule and ample ammunition, he had no choice but to comply. But as time passed, he gradually recognized the astounding efficiency of this firepower-based construction method. According to Blue Star's experience, hazardous areas that would typically require weeks or even months to clear could now be resolved with a single precise strike. The ferocious beasts that had long inhabited the veins, waterways, and forests were utterly powerless against modern weaponry. Not to mention, following repeated operations of this nature, the surrounding foreign settlements became exceedingly amenable. Whether it was for recruiting labor or requesting relocations, their cooperation was remarkable. Consequently, he found himself captivated by this sensation. A report came through. The No. 3 mining area confirmed the target had been eliminated and requested to continue operations. Approved, Ma Ilong replied succinctly, then called up the next task list. 99, 2 resistors. They are committing a crime. A Caucasian woman, about 30 kilometers from Camp 1139, shouted as she watched rockets streak across the sky. Her fingers clutched a pair of binoculars tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain. Such wanton slaughter of the local wildlife would surely invoke divine retribution. Her name was Isabella, a notorious member of an animal rights organization from Blue Star. Observing her fervent outburst, the individuals in the settlement instinctively distanced themselves from her. If her tirade went too far, it might inadvertently divert a rocket from its intended target. Isabella, enough, this is truly not the time. A camp member, somewhat acquainted with her, tugged at her sleeve, attempting to quell her vitriolic outburst. We are already struggling to survive. This is hardly the time for such considerations. Besides, weren't you adaptable over there? I recall you were completely indifferent even to the whalers. Is it the same? Isabella retorted, her expression contorted with rage. Whaling is for ecological research, while those Easterners are merely seeking their own convenience. Witnessing her demeanor, those around her shook their heads, choosing to ignore her hysteria. Isabella, calm down. The familiar camp member urged in a hushed tone, trying to restrain her. Don't you realize? No one here cares about what you are saying. We don't even know where tomorrow's food will come from. Who has the luxury to worry about wildlife? Besides, weren't those beasts about to devour you? If it weren't for those Easterners saving you while clearing the beasts, you would have perished long ago. You know how absurdly dangerous these beasts are, without proper eradication. Establishing our camp would be impossible. Your tirades are utterly meaningless. What do you truly wish to achieve? What on earth does this madwoman want? On one side of the camp, an unremarkable concrete structure housed a guard, who, perplexed, gazed at the surveillance monitor. What is the purpose? Why must there always be a goal? A voice, dripping with sarcasm and nonchalance, emanated from the device beside the guard. It belonged to a young man, imbued with the characteristic arrogance and obstinacy of the Eagle family. Boss, the guard immediately straightened, addressing the monitor with respect. On screen, a blond young man lounged in a leather chair, a cup of coffee in hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Dressed in a meticulously tailored suit, his tie hung loosely, exuding an air of indifference juxtaposed with a sense of commanding superiority. People like Isabella don't require a purpose. The young man scoffed. She simply revels in the exhilaration of moral high ground. As one of the heirs of the conglomerate that had covertly supported countless Isabellas, he understood their nature all too well. But will her antics affect our camp? The guard hesitantly inquired. Affect? The young man raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. What can she influence? Will the Easterners cease their beast eradication because of her rants? Or will the people in this camp suddenly experience a moral awakening and follow her to their doom? The guard swallowed hard, silenced by the implication. Let her create a scene. It's of no consequence. Focus on monitoring the camp and report to me regularly, the young man instructed, subsequently terminating the communication. With a sigh of relief, the guard resumed surveillance through the hidden cameras strategically placed throughout the camp, observing every detail unfolding within. Approximately 50 meters away, on the 15th subterranean level, the young man scoffed at the sight of the guard on the surveillance system, drooling as he peered into a corner of the camp. This individual had been recruited only after the establishment of the camp, ostensibly to ensure a certain flow of information with the outside world. Little did he know that his employer was not merely one level below him, but far beyond his imagination. As the heir to the venerable Eagle family's conglomerate, the young man occupied a secret base that was part of the Eagle family's Doomsday Pearl Chain plan, an initiative aimed at establishing numerous covert outposts in other realms to ensure the conglomerate's continued control over resources and power. Fool. The young man cast a disdainful glance at the greedy guard on the monitor, tapping his fingertips on the screen. The display shifted to reveal Isabella. Still at the edge of the camp, her frantic figure a farcical solo performance, met with no response, yet perfectly aligned with his scheme. He meticulously documented her words and actions, especially her accusations against the Eastern nation. Addressing the empty room, he instructed the AI system, which promptly transcribed Isabella's tirades into text, highlighting key phrases. When the time was ripe, these just proclamations would serve as ammunition in the war of public opinion, rallying the majority to our side. He sipped his coffee, his gaze drifting to another screen. There, real-time updates of the Eastern nation's Camp 1139 unfolded. The trajectory of rockets sliced through the night sky, efficiently obliterating all obstacles before the Easterners. Indeed, remarkably efficient, the young man murmured, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Let you bask in your fleeting triumph for now. When the moment is ripe, the ultimate victor shall undoubtedly be us. He drained his coffee and glared at the screen with malevolence. In a peculiar blank area, Wang Hongshi sprinted desperately forward, clutching an emergency backpack in one hand. Behind him trailed a throng of creatures resembling lizards from Blue Star, but only the length of an adult's arm. These lizards bore a layer of sharp scales, the edges of which glimmered with a metallic sheen, relentlessly pursuing Wang Hongshi. Their speed was astonishing, gradually closing the distance to their quarry, the peculiar, fin-like appendages on their heads shimmering with an eerie light. As the flickering rhythm continued, several lizards began to scale the nearby rock walls, evidently attempting to encircle their prey from another direction. Finally, a steaming cave appeared before Wang Hongshi. Gritting his teeth, he surged forward with renewed speed, dashing into the cave and plunging into a pool of water at its entrance. The nearly 50-degree water splashed forth, scalding a few lizards that had been too close to evade the hot deluge. They writhed in agony on the ground before quickly falling silent. The remaining lizards, finally repulsed, retreated from this intolerable cavern. On the opposite side of the pond, several individuals frantically pulled Wang Hongshi, whose body was scorched crimson from the boiling water. Out of the water. Ignoring the numerous burns and sores that marred his body, Wang first extended his backpack, exclaiming, "Look, I've retrieved the supplies. Let us persevere, soon. Our soldiers will undoubtedly come to our aid. Rest assured, they will. 100, it is my duty," he declared. "Instructor Wang, please refrain from speaking. Allow me to attend to your wounds first." Li Sirui hastily retrieved a first aid kit from one of the backpacks. She placed a torn cloth in Wang Hongshi's mouth, then trembled as she tore away the military uniform that had adhered to the wounds, sprinkling sulfanilamide powder onto the festering injuries. Wang bit down on the cloth, his teeth clacking, veins throbbing at his temples, and cold sweat cascading down his cheeks, yet he remained as still as steel. The three individuals in the cave held their breath, fearful of making even the slightest sound. The youngest, Zhuang Yifan, turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. Although it was Li Sirui's first time dealing with such severe injuries, her hands were remarkably steady as a military academy student. Taking a deep breath, she gently covered the wounds with gauze and secured them with bandages. Once all the injuries were tended to, Wang Hongshi expelled the cloth from his mouth. His complexion alarmingly pale and his breaths labored, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Comrade, have a cigarette. It might provide you some comfort." Gaining Jinhua, who had been standing nearby, quickly produced a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, trembling as he lit one and placed it in Wang Hongshi's mouth. Wang inhaled deeply, the acrid smoke swirling in his lungs, seemingly alleviating some of the pain from his wounds. He slowly exhaled smoke rings, revealing a faint smile as he rasped, "Old gone. If I remember correctly, these are among your last few cigarettes. You've been reluctant to smoke them, with your addiction. What will you do if you give them to me?" Gan Jinhua shot him a glance, retorting, "What do you mean by my addiction? This is patriotism, mind you. Without us smokers indulging daily, where would our current equipment come from?" He then inquired, "And you, how are you holding up?" As he spoke, his gaze was filled with concern for Wang Hongshi. Meanwhile, Li Sirui was organizing the first aid kit, her fingers still trembling slightly. Stealing a glance at Wang Hongshi, whose body bore few patches of unblemished skin, her heart tightened. As a student at the Military Medical University, she had encountered numerous patients, but few were as grievously injured as Wang Hongshi, who had been scalded anew before his wounds could heal, many already beginning to fester. "Sirui, you did exceptionally well." Gan Jinhua reassured her, patting her shoulder and offering her half a flask of water. "For a young lady, you've done remarkably. Here, take a sip to steady yourself." At that moment, Zhuang Yifan dared to turn his head back, his face etched with anxiety. "Brother Wang, are you all right?" Wang Hongshi forced a smile, declaring, "I won't perish." He attempted to move his body, only to be met with a sharp pang of pain that caused him to inhale sharply. "Do not move," Li Sirui exclaimed, hastily pressing him down. The wound had just been bandaged, and any further injury would lead to complications. After ensuring that the wound remained intact,